Okay, we're streaming and we'll start the call. The call is very loud. I'll do my best to lower it. I don't know if there's anything I can do to lower it on your side, but I'll certainly be lowering it on mine. So here we are. Peter Moon is going to be called, and then we'll take it from there. Okay. Okay, we are live. I just want you to know that we skipped the opening hour for reasons I'll go into. Honestly, much more convenient to do that sometimes. It might even become the norm depending on, of course, the schedules of other people. It sounds like there's a bit of wind going on. Is that the computer fans?
There's no wind in my
Okay.
area.
Okay. Okay. Well, you sound good. You sound good. And can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Now let's confirm with everyone else whether they can hear the both of us. So we'll go to live stream. We're going to ask everyone to confirm whether or not you can hear us. So do report in, and don't forget that upvote. Understand that as soon as we start live stream, we are automatically hit with dozens of downvotes by the Autobots that are employed by the enemy. No paranoia here. This is standard operational procedure. I am, after all, a federal whistleblower, and the enemy is ultimately the deep state that everybody is bitching about, but nobody does anything about other than myself. Historically, I'm the only person who, aside from Daniel Ellsberg, has really done something. You can't count people.
Excuse me, Douglas. I want to ask Rosie if she can hear me as well. She said she could hear. Oh, yeah. Okay. Loud and clear, Douglas and Peter. Thank you,
Sure.
Mary.
Thank you. And so that's from Marky Milk, and Marky Milk says Rosie Sanchez says
I'm
yes.
sorry. I called him Mary. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and and of course, both of them responded, and again, can't overemphasize the need for the upvotes. We can't count, of course, the whistleblowers I was mentioning as having done something about the deep state because they were part of it and acting on part of it when you consider Edward Snowden or Julian Assange. Nothing out of Australia says, hey, Doug and Pete. So he apparently has our schedule down now. Wednesdays and Sundays, just so you know, our man Nemo Albano out of Australia. And with that, we're going to allow Peter to take into basically take the stage in a matter of moments. I do want to explain something to some people. Again, cannot overemphasize a number of things. First off, standard operational procedure is the enemy hits us with downvotes so we don't appear on searches. The only way we can appear on searches is for all of you to hit the upvote. So that means from every IP address you got, the enemy plays dirty, and you're going to have to play dirty in order to beat them because nice guys finish last. So every IP address you've got, your PC, your iPad, your laptop, use it. Whatever's got a different IP address to send a different upvote to get us back on searches so people can find us. Aside from that, want everyone to know it's been a series of holidays over the past few days, one of which nobody I'm affiliated with really honors, which is why I conducted an interview that day with Christine Joanna Hart, which was just yesterday. So that took some time out of my schedule. That was Armed Forces Day yesterday. Holiday most people don't even know it exists. And probably that's for the best. I can go into a bit of that later. It certainly doesn't even bear going into it all. As for the day today, this was White Night anniversary. The anniversary on the time that Dan White was acquitted, and there were deadly riots in San Francisco. So the gay community in America, but particularly in the California state of California and within the greater San Francisco Bay Area metroplex region, commemorates this day. So I was gone throughout the day with people I truly care about, and it's very reluctant to come back, but we have to. We have to because I need to raise funds, and we need to raise at least $400, hopefully half a thousand, before the end of the month, so that I can make rent and that I can last that desert of despair between the time I pay rent and the time that my SSDI deposits into my bank account, which is on the 3rd of every month. They make certain to give it to you days after the 1st of the month to make certain that they're hoping you die within that 72-hour period, which I'm sure there are any number of people that do because they're left completely without funds. So in order to carry me through to next month, or the next deposit of my SSDI check, as much as you can spare. This is emergent. In other words, this is an emergency. I need financial support, and we'll do our best to raise as much as we can tonight. That being said, we think I've covered most of the basics concerning the direness of the situation within the first 4 minutes of transmission, and it feels like it's been 40. And Leif Horton says, Mr. Dietrich, when will you create your masterpiece documentary? Well, that's up to somebody funding a production, right? It's certainly not up to myself. That being said, most people are scared to death of touching me. Peter Moon, at least, doesn't have that problem. But what we will do now is turn it over to him, and he'll catch you up on everything that's been going on with him, which has been quite a bit. And there we go. Peter, all yours.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And, we can't, I did, in the email I sent out for the Time Travel Education Center, did tell people that you needed to meet $400 for this month's rent. So yeah. I can't, overemphasize how important that is.
Thank you.
Yes, the masterpiece documentary, what I would, tell Leif, however he says his name, is that, yes, well, you see, I was offered to do a documentary, and I turned down, not only a substantial sum of money, but a whole career in doing sort of a docudrama, because ultimately you're going to end up taking orders from them.
Yes.
And I am going to lose whatever genuineness I have, if only to myself. And of course, what I want to, and it was going to, one aspect was going to be the world of Peter Moon. Oh yeah, I can be very intriguing, Montauk and stuff, and go off on all sorts of interesting channels. And no question, it could be entertaining. But I'm bringing Douglas Dietrich with me, because this is the forward vanguard of my research. And
thank you.
It is, and it's not because I'm interested particularly in it. I mean, I am interested in it, but it's because it's where my investigation goes, and there's a whole history. We will be touching on that deeper in a bit. We can hear your meanderings on your keyboard or whatever.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm still trying to tag everybody, so I'll go mute while Peter talks.
You do that, and I'm going to be asking you. I'm going to make a comment, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
The first thing is, and first I'll tell you this, Douglas. I was saying I was missing stuff on the show, or couldn't find my notes. Well, I looked into my notes, and it says transcribe this tape, and I forgot to do some I got so much into the transcriptions, I forgot to cover certain things. But I do have, because your son took some notes, which are ever so appreciated. And then I've made great progress on the chapter. I said, oh God, now I got to integrate these notes, which are quite onerous, onerous to process.
Yeah.
Because they get very scholarly.
Yes.
But anyway, and all for the audience, all this has to do is with the documentation of the Chichewa, because Douglas tells his story, and it's a great story, and it's a true story. It's evident, obviously true, because it's backed up in different areas. However, we can also go deeper into the scholarship, because, and this is what happens, is if somebody, and this happened when people were posting on the Chichewa years ago. You get these responses, say, "Oh, there are no Chichewa. Oh, there is no such thing." This aggressive, obnoxious trolling. And Douglas quoted, from the notes, and this is the question I have for you, Douglas. There is a book that goes back to 1665. Mm-hmm. by Nicholas Dandel. Mm-hmm. he's Dutch in the Dutch East Indies. He writes this book because this is where he encounters them.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and pronounce it in the Dutch language. Het Hendwijk van de Volkeren van Jojo.
Yeah. Very good.
I would say I used to work next to this Dutch woman in Scientology, and she'd get her newspapers from the Netherlands, and she was always astounded that I could read it and make sense out of it.
Wow.
Of course, I said, it's just like English. It's like, it's not that hard.
Thank you.
It wasn't like I had any great gift. The language is very similar. At least when you're reading it, it may not sound similar. And everybody in Holland speaks English too. And they speak it good. Yeah. They speak it without an accent, at least in my experience. Not that I've ever been to Holland, except in the airport several times, but I've known Dutch people. And, they just sound like Americans.
Yeah.
But my favorite Dutch story is when I was in Scientology, we had this roommate. We had about, 6 people in a room or whatever. And this Dutch guy, he was fairly new. And nobody knew where he was. He'd been gone for a while. Nobody knew where he was. And I said, I know where he is. And everybody just looked at me. I commanded their attention. And they just looked at me and said, where is he? I said, oh, he's got his thumb in the dike. And they laughed and groaned. It was such a stereotype. Right. And of course, people from Holland love to tell you that they don't wear wooden shoes.
Right.
Because there's this stupid story about this girl wearing wooden shoes in Holland, and it really caught on. It really defamed the feet of Dutch people. What I would also say about the Dutch is that the very word Dutch is identical to Deutsch, which is what the Germans call themselves. They don't call themselves German. They're Deutsch. And of course, Deutsch is directly related to Dasha, which is what they used to call Transylvania, Dasha. It's all the same in the name. Of course, the languages have morphed and changed. But anyway.
By the way, I think you'd better explain the tale of the finger in the dike, or people are going to think that you're talking about some obscene reference to some.
That could sound, gender dysphoric, or gender gender disrespectful. No, the thumb. The thumb in the dike refers to like a dike. Like Holland is the Netherlands. It means the lowlands, the lowlands. It's all under sea level. It's all formed on dikes, which are these dams. So there's this story, of how this little Dutch boy got his, saved the day by putting his thumb in the dike because they couldn't, dam up the dike. There was a hole in it. It's just a silly story. And of course, the Dutch have been maligned by these two stories. It's what you learn of Holland when you're a little kid. You read these stories in school. The girl with the wooden shoes and the little boy who put his thumb in the dike.
I don't think they teach those stories anymore, but go on. Yes.
One of my female friends once told me, and she was I guess what you call let's just say she had a very strong occult streak in her. And she told me this. She said that the way to if you have a woman who is hysterical, just like going crazy, she says the solution for that is to put your finger on her vagina and she will calm down. This is what she told me. She was not hysterical at the time she told me this. It was not a subtle hint in any way, stretch, or form. But I'm saying she said this, and of course they've had long extended documentaries on the History Channel of sex and the history of sex and how this was used in the 1800s. The doctor would do that to keep women from getting depressed or hysterical. He would basically masturbate them, and then he invented a machine to do it because it was too much work. That was the doctor's therapy,
Wow.
because their husbands were not supplying them with the proper attention. But so much for allusions to.
Well, I think that they're important. I mean, people should learn about the history of medical care and the kind of vicissitudes that it's had in the past. All of this is important. I'm putting this link into your message box right now. This is, of course, the promotional.
For the show.
Yeah, promotional banner for the show. Feel free to share that. And what I'll do is, within a very short period of time, we'll provide the hyperlink, and that should give people two links to get to and help us immensely. And I just want everyone to know, it was an incredibly busy weekend, but we're starting off right. I believe it's starting off with Peter Moon is the right thing to do, really. And Peter, of course, has shared some of these aspects of history, which I think are too little known. Of course, our curriculum in schools have changed to when we had a more European identity in America. A lot of these kinds of myths about other European cultures would pervade. They'd be part of growing up in school, but I would highly doubt today's children would grow up with them. I mean, certainly when I grew up in San Francisco, the school district, we learned none of that. What we learned instead was all about Martin Luther King Jr. and various civil rights struggles, and about Asian Lunar New Year, stuff like that. It was a much more acculturated, or shall we say, multicultural curriculum.
Less corny.
Yeah.
We learned a lot of corny history in the whatever, I think it was the Los Angeles, or I don't know, it was Long Beach schools or Los Angeles schools, but it was corny. I mean, with George Washington and the cherry tree, and whatnot, just silly. What do you call them?
Well, I guess we'd call them foundational myths.
Yes, and of course some of these stories are just stories. I mean, they're just presented as stories, like the Dutch stuff. But it's like in when I was a kid, Holland is a country that everybody knows.
Right.
Holland, England, France, Germany. It can get a little vague beyond that. Japan because of the war, Italy, but countries like Turkey are vague.
Yes.
Belgium, Poland. I mean, even President Ford didn't know where Poland was. So
that's so fucking sad. Holy shit!
He said it wasn't part of the Iron Curtain, and Jimmy Carter's kind of looking at him like, He says, I may be scared of jackrabbits, but I know where Poland is.
Did he actually say that?
No. And he wasn't afraid of jackrabbits. That was there was just this stupid story that this jackrabbit tried to get aboard his boat, and it was like really highly distorted. But he wore the infamy of that. I don't think he's even dead. He was on his deathbed.
So we were told. Yes, he entered hospice.
I mean, they're keeping him alive. I won't build another house for the poor. That's what he was really known for, was building a house for poor people.
Yes.
And what always frustrated me about that was, the intention's great, but I mean, how many houses can you build for how many poor people?
Yes.
It's like, to build one house, it's a tremendous effort.
Yes.
To say, not only the effort expended, but the money it costs to expend that effort. It's a tremendous amount. And then, okay, you have a house. How many people are you going to put into it? 5, 10? That's a lot.
Already, yes.
Yeah, and or a family. It's like it's a good gesture, but it doesn't solve the problem. It solves a problem for somebody, but it doesn't address the problem substantially.
Beyond that, many people who enter such properties don't know how to care for them and maintain them, and there's all kinds of problems.
Or can't afford to do it.
Thank you.
They want and know how to.
Yes.
So it's such a challenge. Now, to get back to the Chichewa,
Yes.
I was speaking of this Dutch book by Nicholas Dendel.
Yes.
And as they say, what it translates to in English, the handbook of the people called Cho Cho. And he spells it, it's translated as TJO, TJO. This is an actual book. Now, I tried to find it on Google, and what I came across was a website that comes from The Call of Cthulhu, role-playing game, The Unspeakable Oath magazine, issue number 3, Pagan Publishing, Mysterious Manuscripts.
No, delightful.
Now, by Dan Harms, I like his name, Harms, November 5, 2010, copyright 1994, Thomas Stratman, Scott David, Anielowski, and Brian Bevel. Now, it presents, it sort of discusses the paradigm of H.P. Lovecraft and in this case, the Cho-Cho.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, let's see here. He goes, I thought I had it copied here. Oh, I do. I do. Okay, now this is supposedly, it's presented as like as if they actually went into this manuscript.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the article says that so much of what they're doing is based upon mysterious manuscripts that H.P. Lovecraft alluded to, which he did.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't, roll them out. They were mysterious.
Yeah.
They're obscure.
Yes.
And what I said in here in the book, it is also true that Lovecraft relied on or alluded to manuscripts that were obscure and inaccessible, thus cultivating an atmosphere where gang stalkers such as Derleth, meaning August Derleth, and his ilk could use as justification for creating a Lovecraft mythos, as has been previously explained in the book. There is an archaic work by Professor Nicholas Dandel, a professor in the Dutch East Indies, entitled The Handbook of the People, called Cho-Cho. Now, what they put in here, now this is what I want to ask you, because this might be authentic.
Mm-hmm.
It might be semi-authentic.
Mm-hmm.
It might be three-quarters authentic.
Mm-hmm.
It might be made up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But what they refer to is a manuscript entitled Anacreonty, Cho-Cho, spelled T-C-H-O, T-C-H-O.
Mm-hmm.
Anacreonty, brief anthropological study, published in 1665, which describes the Cho-Cho, spelled like T-C-H-O space T-C-H-O. Now, first thing I'm going to say about this word, Anacreonty. This is a word, this is not an English word that I can find. But what it means is, anacrid it comes from like acrid,
Mm-hmm.
which means unpleasantly bitter to the smell or taste.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Cho. No
Yes.
question about it.
Yes.
And it mixes in the word deity,
Yeah.
the god of unpleasant odor and taste. This is who they are.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it's very accurate there.
Yeah.
Now, this is what it quotes the book as saying. It just gives a brief snippet. The odd, misshapen natives call themselves the Chocho, which I am given to understand means the dark ones of the dark ones. Each sub-tribe or family clan has their own patron deity, which they worship with a fervor that would rival a zealot or an Anabaptist. The particular group of slaves that worked my father's farmlands in the Oost Indies, meaning East Indies, Oost is a Dutch word, was partial to their deity of spiders called Atlaknachi. Now, an acrid could also be referred to
As in, as a kind of
insect.
arachnid, which just so people understand, technically spiders are arachnids, and arachnids are not insects. But such being said, they're definitely bugs to the general population. I'm sending you another link right now. This is the hyperlink. I think we're getting hot and heavy with the subject matter. We might as well share it so people can hit us directly, and so please share that as well. I do want people to understand that where this is going right now is actually quite relevant. I do want people to understand that one of the things that Michael Aquino participated in with the deep state, and I use that as a generic term for the various intelligence agencies and the military, the Department of Defense, and the cults that were infesting, completely infiltrating and subverting these entities, these bureaucratic entities, your very government, the people who tax you and control your lives. I want you to know that Michael Aquino partook, just as he would indulge himself with publishing pornography under a pen name. The government, with complete, shall we say, support behind Aquino. This isn't something like a personal indulgence, like he was just on a lark and indulging himself, which oftentimes he would and could do. Rather, this was something that was encouraged by the deep state itself when presented with prospectus for the effect of such psyops. He basically ran a lot of role-playing games. So the role-playing games would essentially be, as I said, when we designed board games, if you could call them that, the correct name in the military is conflict simulations. And if you ever take a look at the old war movies where you see tabletops that have all these miniatures on them, which men are moving with various push sticks and relocating divisions or aerial units or ships on a board that is set up to look like the landscape of a particular field of operations. This would be done in a much more sophisticated manner as time progressed, by using more abstract maps and units, rather than just landscapes that are actual terrain that's miniaturized, which would only be used in extreme operational detail. If you're going into like an operation that is immediate and you need that kind of detail, that can still be applicable. But mostly when they're trying to train officers, they would use something more abstract where cardboard units would represent ships or aerial combat formations or infantry divisions. And these would be maneuvered across a map that would have a hex grid overlaid upon it. Hex grid because then you could move in 6 different directions as opposed to 4. Therefore, you get a much more realistic manner of motion. Now, this was a rather modern innovation. Before then, they would use squares, like a regular square grid, like a chessboard or a checkerboard, but then you would have to factor in that moving at a corner would cost you 1.5 moves to make it more applicable to reality. So man has grown more sophisticated with his abstractions. But just as in the old days, because they're good capitalists, once they felt that these had served their purpose in trying to replay historical operations or future operations, potential operations, they would sell this to the general public after they redacted all of the what they felt was relevant to national security or defense. So it was with this role-playing game system. Just as you just always remember this. The U.S. military, the Department of Defense, manufactures nothing. There are certain cultures where maybe the companies would be owned by the state, like in the Soviet Union, where the companies are simply part of the state itself and they produce strictly for the military. The United States is just the opposite. They have nothing comparable at all. So the corporations are contracted by the Department of Defense to build everything armed forces in America have. America's armed forces build nothing. And therefore, it's the same way with their design of these war games. None of this is designed by people at the Department of Defense per se. They contract private companies and corporations to basically partake in producing these simulations. So it was that you had certain companies that were contracted to produce these board games, and then the companies like SPY, which no longer exists, SPI, Simulations Publications Incorporated, would then sell the redacted versions to the general public to play. All of this died with the invention of video games and electronic games, but role-playing games have kind of mutated, as have board games, to try and adapt. But the role-playing games originally that contracted with Michael Aquino concerning Howard Phillips Lovecraft and his own obsessive drive to monopolize the narrative, carrying on what was originally started by General Leslie Groves in particular, and the men who were affiliated with R.H. Barlow's father, whose name was, of course, Lieutenant Colonel Barlow. I forget his first name, to tell you the truth. But R.H. Barlow's father, who was basically, R.H. Barlow's father exploited R.H. Barlow to sleep with H.P. Lovecraft. He threw his own son onto H.P. Lovecraft's lap, so to speak, knowing Lovecraft was gay, knowing that his son was still sexually insecure and formulating his own identity so that he could gain control over H.P. Lovecraft. Use a lever to manipulate him to the point of inviting H.P. Lovecraft to his home, one of the few homes H.P. Lovecraft ever visited, other than his own. And so out of all this evolved August Derleth, who the term gangstalker is apropos, and yet at the same time doesn't really do him justice. He's part of a cult that was affiliated with these elements of the government, the deep state. And of course, when you think deep state, think of how Leslie Groves built the Pentagon and held the groundbreaking ceremony on September 11th in 1941. And then how on September 11th, 2001, they had a plane crash into the only part of the Pentagon that was reinforced, and therefore it wouldn't collapse the entire structure, yet at the same time it killed everybody who was running an audit, the only people who happened to be in the goddamn building that day, the largest office building in the world, when it should have had many people celebrating its anniversary. And this is deep state. So this is the military, industrial, occult complex we speak of. So when it comes to this horror, this breeding ground of horrors, you had them contract private companies to design simulations. One of them was called Chaosium. Chaosium produced the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. So all of this was something that was financed by the state through defense contracts, and then what they produced for a kind of trial run of occult operations for Aquino and his networks within the Department of Defense. When they redacted enough, they would just turn it loose on the public, sell it to kids to role play. Now, you might ask, what would be the purpose of this? Well, Aquino would laugh if he were here, and he would tell you what an idiot you are and how you're too stupid to appreciate how stupid you are. But of course, it would be to sell all of this as a myth, as a game, and popularize it. Nonetheless, all of these kids want to be on the side that's winning. They want to be on the winning side. In the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game system, humanity cannot win. The entire point of the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game system is to tell you that if you side with humanity, you're on the losing team, and that only the kings of Edom can triumph in the end. that all that awaits God's creation at the end of eternity is entropy. And so these games have turned... Peter Moon was skeptical when I told him about August Derleth and the family with millions of dollars. By the time they started producing the electronic games in the 80s, by the time that they were producing the Call of Cthulhu role-playing games, you're talking about an industry that not only started, shall we say, branches in other parts of the world, Europe and Japan, that were taking the games and running with them and also producing their own versions or variants, albeit not necessarily with the same nihilistic ideological agenda. The American brand is still the longest running, the original, and the one with the most coherently negative message. And if you ever take a look at the original Call of Cthulhu story, and Cthulhu emerges from the sea, awoken by some sailors that may have been Dutch for all I remember, some kind of Swedish or Norwegian extraction more likely, but fuck, the Dutch are borderline Scandinavian. Certainly the Danes are, but the Dutch are much more Germanic, yes, but nevertheless had a massive colonial colony, colonial empire. And when it comes to these sailors that encounter the risen city of R'lyeh out in the middle of the empty Pacific, in the most distant part from any land masses in the world, they awaken Cthulhu transitionally. And in the story, if you really read it, the sailor who retains an iota of sanity and reason basically rams Cthulhu with his steamship, coal-burning steamship, and essentially, in a sense, disintegrates Cthulhu. Cthulhu reforms, but in his weakened state, because he has simply awakened and the stars are not right, retreats ultimately back into slumber. In other words, it took one man with enough determination to send the anti-god back into confinement. This is something that Lovecraft was trying to emphasize, is that no matter how many people around you go mad, you may be the only one left. You've got to stand against the anti-gods, or no one else will. And that if you do, you can prevail. None of that holds in the Chaosium games. All of that is taken where the message becomes Cthulhu is more powerful than God. Cthulhu is more powerful than the creator of your universe. Cthulhu is omniscient, omnipresent. Cthulhu is it. All the anti-gods can never be defeated. That you can only win by joining their side. That if you don't join their side, you face madness, disease, disintegration, and death. But by joining them, you face a future of chaotic exuberance, the joy of infinite entropy, of a disintegration that never ends. So understand that when you're dealing with Chaosium role-playing games that puts forth what Peter Moon is now referencing, you're dealing with a defense contractor. And the entire mission objective of this defense contractor is to subvert the faithless, godless morass of postmodern, existentially empty man into the worshippers of entropy and the anti-gods. It is a proselytization tool. And kids are gaming it all the time. And their parents think it's harmless fun. And, of course, it leads to ritual sacrifice, murder. This is not something that is paranoid or some kind of Christian fundamentalist rant. I've seen it happen again and again and again with my own eyes. Because the indoctrination is there. And what happens with this kind of propagandization, this release of information? Kind of like when Say, for instance, when I talked about the war games produced by the Department of Defense, rather produced by their contractors, and then gamed by the Department of Defense, games like NATO, Warsaw Pact, Mech War 77, produced in, obviously, the year 1977, the same year as the release of Star Wars. You had these enormously popular games that are emulating potential conflicts. They get sold on the mass market. Kids were buying them. They were called bookshelf games, big box bookshelf games you would buy. One of them that I helped to participate in the design of was War in the Ice. War in the Ice was about war in the Antarctic. The part that I helped design about trying to dislodge the Nazis at the end of the Second World War, the last battles of the Atlantic in the Antarctic, that part was not released with the published game. Later on, I found it online. And they had it, quote unquote, "Oh, I designed this myself," some clown was saying with a Polish name. "Oh, I designed this myself, and it was everything I had designed. And it was unleashed online, never published because the game was no longer in publication. You can find it only used. But he produced the, quote unquote, he produced the Nazi component. All he did was somehow my shit got leaked. And that was how I got it back, was basically burning it offline from this son of a bitch. Obviously, this was somebody who was a cultist of Aquino's, worked with the Department of Defense. Just to give people an example of this kind of perverse synchronicity, I had shared with Peter Moon, a number of other people, the third chapter of a pornographic novel written by Michael Aquino, in which he talks about a young boy whose father sells him off to essentially Michael Aquino, who does not name himself in the book, but anyone who knows him knows he's describing himself. He enters himself as a character in the book, shamelessly, and with great glee, as the purchaser of this child whose father is selling him for $1,000. And when he purchases this child, he forces the father to sign a contract. At which point the father's saying, "Oh, there's only room for my name here, not yours." And that's when the man Aquino rolls his eyes, the Aquino character, rolls his eyes and says, "Look, you fool. Obviously, this is an illegal contract. It is not meant to be upholding in any legal sense. It is binding only in the sense that it implicates your guilt. So if you sell me this child, then you will be implicated in the sale, and therefore, if you ever try to act against me, this will be brought against you to implicate yourself." And so he was basically letting the public in, whatever public was consuming sadistic gay pornography. I guess we could call it sadistic gay pedopornography. He was letting them in on trade secrets. And this is important because it shows an added bite to the novels he wrote that contained basically truth. And you could know that there's certain people that became elements or conduits for this kind of information. Some people who wrote a lot of popular spy fiction, Ian Fleming. Others who wrote Tom Clancy. Now, Tom Clancy, of course, was not really some ex-military man with any great connections. He was an insurance salesman. But understand, he got involved with Geico, which is Government Insurance Company. Geico is an acronym, actual acronym. It's not just a stupid word, Government Insurance Company. They actually insure military operations, which most people probably aren't even aware are insured. They're another defense contractor. It's through that connection that Tom Clancy began to write a series of geopolitical thrillers that were essentially propaganda pieces for the CIA. Basically, if you read them, it's like reading Rush Limbaugh. I mean, it's to someone like myself, it's unreadable. But the majority of Americans ate that shit up just like they ate up Rush Limbaugh. When it comes to Call of Cthulhu and the role-playing game produced by Chaosium, understand what they're unleashing is often true. But what they're doing is they're saying this is all part of a game so that if you ever try to reference it publicly, you'll be made to look like an idiot. That's the whole intent. The whole intent was that if anyone like Dr. Cheryl Adler, the medical anthropologist who helped the Hmong or the Laotian tribesmen, Montagnards, various ethnic groups that were brought over as food for the Cho, if she were ever to try to go public and speak about the Cho, then the Department of Defense would step forward and say, "This crazy cunt is just referencing a role-playing game," and make her a laughingstock. It would destroy her reputation. That was the point of what they do. So these manuscripts that they reference are often quite real. The Necronomicon does exist. It is not that which is published by Avon Paperbacks or any conventional publishing house at all. The one that's published under the pseudonym of Simon by Avon originally, and probably they still hold that contract. It's like Dianetics. It's a book that never stops selling because it's got its own egregore. At least with Dianetics, you know that the church is behind it, buying a lot of extra copies to always keep it on the bestseller list. But with the Simon Necronomicon, the paperback fraud written by Peter Levinda under a pseudonym, that requires no such effort. It has its own egregore that ensures it never stops selling. So it's sold forever, and it will always continue selling for the foreseeable future. So you need to understand that Chaosium Games is like that. How is it that a role-playing game has survived this long? Think about others that have vanished, which is basically all of them, except for very few like Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, the only thing that keeps Dungeons and Dragons going is a nostalgia industry. When you think of Dungeons and Dragons, you think silly. You think of people who are incels, involuntary celibates, real geeks and nerds. Most of you wouldn't know it was designed by Department of Defense contractors. The producers of Dungeons and Dragons were all Aquino affiliates. That's not that Gary Gygax, the man whose name takes all the credit, is necessarily an evil man himself, but he was hanging out with defense contractors like Larry Nivens, a science fiction author who most people didn't know actually worked with the U.S. government forever as a propagandist, producing science fiction novels for patriotic militia movements. And that was his primary clientele, his reading base. When it came to someone like Gary Gygax, he was being manipulated. And he originally produced in a Dungeons and Dragons source book a section on the anti-gods, the kings of Edom, the Lovecraft mythos, as August Derleth would call it, to emphasize that it was all a myth in the Derlethian propaganda to sublimate Lovecraft's exposition on the threat of the cults of Edom. When it came to someone like Gary Gygax publishing Lovecraft's gods in his Dungeons and Dragons reference book, August Derleth sued him to a sheet. He was forced to retract and withdraw the Lovecraft section of his book. This is, again, the kind of power and clout that, how did August Derleth have it when he didn't even have a legal leg to stand on? Well, he had the Department of Defense behind him. So they monopolized Lovecraft, controlled the narrative. They can't do that with me. They can't do that with Peter Moon. So they're stuck with character assassination and attempted physical assassination. So tonight's promotional banner was the photograph taken from that attack. Yeah, south of Market is the most I'll say about it. Soma area of San Francisco. I decided to use another angle on that because, like I said, Beaver gave me a cigarette after we were done. He said I looked like I just finished having sex. I had my jacket back on by the time of this photograph. Of course, that was before I grew my hair back. Then, of course, I washed the dye off again for White Night when I was spending time at the estate and cut my hair again, but we'll probably have it growing back to some length again by the time Peter Moon and I show up with Brett Loiter, which we'll be doing this Friday, I believe. So Peter and I will bring that up later at his discretion. And in the meantime, we'll give it back to Peter. I do want people to know that some of the books that he's referencing that I brought up before, understand that if someone were to try to find these books on eBay, all I can say is good fucking luck. It's not impossible, but the chances of your ever finding it are slim to none. As I said, these are in museums, they're in universities. We had to use national and international security clearances to get them sent by courier to the Presidio military base library. The handbook of the people called the JoJo, spelled as TJO, Het Handboek van der Volkeren van JoJo, as I remember it. You're talking about something that had an initial print run of about 100 octavo copies. That was designed to accompany ship's captains and port managers and slave overseers in the employ specifically of the Dandel family in their holdings across the world. It was Nicholas Dandel, who was working for his father on his East Indies plantations in Java, who recognized this subculture. He saw them as a kind of midgets fraternity, I guess, living this sub-rosa existence while trying to blend in with the various native peoples of the places in which his own responsibilities took him. So he wrote a handbook to help people to deal with them. And like I said, the initial run, they produced books to last in those days, and they're trying to prevent the book from rusting due to weather conditions, salt water, air on board a ship. So it's bound in very sturdy pigskin, like a football, with waxed end papers. I remember this specifically. That's to protect them from the hazards of nautical life, and each was housed in a wooden box with a sliding lid. Now, of course, the Presidio military base was lent a copy from the Dutch library. We'll say one of the libraries or museums in the Netherlands. Probably the only remaining copy in the world to retain that box. So, if you were to try to look for something like that in this day and age, first off, the issue would be complicated by the fact that most of what you're going to run into is going to confuse you until you think that this is some prop in a role-playing game, which was the whole intent of the PSYOP of contracting Chaosium to cause chaos and confusion among the public so that everyone would misinterpret everything as some kind of game. But take a look at this game. What kind of game is this? What kind of game does a person participate in which nobody wins? And if you ever take a look at the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, try and make some sense of it. Nobody wins. And they'll tell you that. Yeah, but they'll say, but this is reality. See, this is reality. The only way you can win is to join the other side. So it's a recruiting campaign for the cults of Edom that has never ended. And this is where, when Peter's reading this, I want you to know that everything that he's articulated thus far is quite true. So with that, we return it to Peter.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to continue reading, and I want you to affirm that what I continue to read is true. Because you've actually read the actual manuscript, and I don't see any reason why they would lie about this or make it up. I don't think they're capable of it. It just showed that they did have access to it, because this was like, when Aquino was still alive.
Yeah.
But it says the odd. Okay, I'll read it again, and then I will continue. Because when he says his father's farmlands, it's exactly what he's saying. This was a rich family, and he's writing it for his people, so to speak. The odd, misshapen natives call themselves the Chechoa, which I am given to understand means the dark ones of the dark ones. This is completely consistent, by the way, with the Tibetan definition Douglas has given of, black magic double. Each subtribe or family clan has their own patron deity, which they worship with a fervor, that would rival a zealot or an Anabaptist. The particular group of slaves that worked my father's farmlands in the East Indies were partial to their deity of spiders called Atleknachi. This massive spider creature is believed by these natives to inhabit an underground cavern and weaves a web with her thread of lives. They believe that the world will end when Atleknachi bridges an unmeasurable chasm. The myth is strikingly reminiscent of the fates from Greek mythology, with their threads of life binding together all things. Now here is saying that Chichewa are actually slaves on the farmlands, which is interesting. I haven't heard them portrayed as workers, field workers.
Right.
But why not? They do need a subsistence.
Well, as I said, when it came to the Department of Defense and their experiments on some of the Cho, and like I said, these were highly compartmentalized, so it's not like I know everything, but I know experiments were being conducted. They tried to terrorize some of them into some form of compromise to see how they would behave, how they would respond to threat or stress, etc. Understand that when the Europeans were rounding up natives for enslavement, I have no doubt that the Chochoa were, shall we say, fairly easily overcome by modern weapons and rounded up. Yes, so go on.
Well, nevertheless, they're also viewed as a resource.
Yes.
Of great evil and negativity. Now, I want an interesting sidelight here. One of the things that I think really pissed off Art Bell at me, I believe, is that I think somebody sent to him what I wrote. I don't know that, but he had reason to be, because he did not want anything to do with me, unless I could find him David Anderson, who he was enamored of. Interesting. He called me before he died. Art Bell did, wanted David Anderson to be on his show, but he didn't want to have me on. He was quite specific about that.
That's so offensive. That is so offensive. How did
it's who he is? But he died soon thereafter. So, whatever. But anyway, Art Bell was kind of like, he had Whitley Strieber on a lot, who was a big speaker for the Cho. And there was a TV show, and this is what I commented on. I wasn't well.
Before you go there, before I forget, the funny thing about Whitley Strieber was that one time, while he was taking the place of Art Bell, because he was often the host who would replace Art Bell during Art Bell's interminable illnesses and leaves of absence, Whitley Strieber was saying, ever since I was involved with the Greys, I started developing an insatiable appetite for soy sauce. I can't get enough soy sauce. I drink tablespoons of soy sauce. And, it was to the point where my dad made this joke while listening, saying, did he say he was kidnapped by aliens or by Asians? But then think about his involvement with the Cho, and he's trying to portray them as extraterrestrial greys, and yet he develops this addictive affinity for soy sauce. It's almost like he's trolling and taunting the public, but he's really dealing with an Asiatic subculture that he's portraying as alien. I just have to get that out there because that's on record.
Fascinating, but it's completely over the public's head, because how could they even begin to fathom such?
Yeah.
It's it's an inside joke, but it's not a joke, and it's and they're incapable of even fathoming it.
No.
But it's very pertinent and relevant.
Thank you.
Of course, because Douglas is alluding to the fact that he's alluding to the pork sauce that the Chichewa made out of human brain ganglia.
Thank you.
Which I do have mentioned in the book. But see, Whitley was on some sort of TV show. I don't remember what it was, but I saw it, and he's crying because he says we got this alien life in the government, and they're torturing this.
That's right. Yeah.
And he said, crazy, they're torturing it. How can they take this life and they're torturing it? It's a such, it's an opportunity to find out things, and they're torturing it. And I thought, well, this is clearly somebody who's been traumatized, and why? And actually, I don't think he saw the torture. I think he was talking about it.
Right.
In other words, it's like somebody going on. And you know who's really good is Joaquin Phoenix.
Yes.
At faking emotions.
Yes.
He will get up and he could go on and talk about something, and because he's a very capable actor, and just completely fooling the public, and he loves it because it's just a show, and that's what an actor does. And it's not good karma, because it's just pure fakery.
Yes.
It's like, okay, who can put on the most, and you get attention, you get views. He's not a YouTuber. He doesn't get anything out of it. He's a well-paid actor, but nevertheless he does it because that's he gets off on fooling people.
Thank you. That's his gratification. Oh.
Yeah, and it's like it's real fun to fool people, but the main thing wrong with that is you end up going to getting fooled. Yes. Like you could, it's like charming a woman and just charming her, and she thinks you're the best thing in the world, but it's all an act.
Yeah.
And you might do it just to woo her, but you really aren't respecting her because you feel like you're fooling her. And this is not good for you ultimately, but be that as it may, what I just realized, because I remember, talking about how ridiculous it was for him to be emoting so traumatically over something he doesn't even know is true.
Wait, what comes to my mind is he might have been leaked to him about some of the stress tests applied to the Cho at Letterman Army. Yeah,
exactly. Or he might have even watched the Cho being tortured. He might have been subjected to that.
Right. That makes sense.
So it would make sense that the government would torture the Cho. And Aquino probably would have been in charge of the torture because, he did go to Area 51.
Yes.
And, you want to have the Cho experiments in a secure area.
Yes.
The torture facilities, and you would understand why it is so forbidden to go to certain places. It's not because they have alien spacecraft. It's because they have torture chambers and people locked up in cages, perhaps.
Yes.
I really don't know, and this is why when one of my friends wanted to work for high security, the highest security he could, meaning Area 51. Yeah. His boss said, "Well, you don't want to do that."
No, it's true. It's true, and it makes perfect sense that where they kept and tortured Japanese prisoners of war, the Yakuza, that they considered subhuman, that they would take the Cho there for continuity of program. It makes perfect sense. And also it gives the mystique of it being extraterrestrial, quote unquote, the same carry on of that tradition, so to speak, to keep the public thinking that it's all been aliens all this time and they still got aliens. And then, of course, because, Doofus, Whitley Strieber was considered their primary propagandist and probably had some kind of bond with them. No doubt they brought him in as kind of an interpreter, no doubt. More of what would be called an empathic interpreter than a language interpreter. And he probably cried at what he saw and was, he loves the Cho. This would be an individual. Whitley Strieber, it needs to be understood, is not like Peter Moon and myself describing the Cho from this perspective of warning the general public of the danger they represent. Whitley Strieber loves them. He's on their side. He is one of their spiritual brethren. So yes, he would emote pain and sorrow over their suffering because he's just like them. a piece of shit that thrives off the suffering of others by telling you it's really aliens, that they're really here to tell you to eat less sugar, which is, by the way, the conclusion of his first fucking book, Communion, is they're here to tell you to eat less sugar. Of course, they would only travel light years to tell you that. Anyhow, I have to give it back to Peter because I'm just, I can't go on.
It's pretty funny.
In its own way. I mean, yeah, it's...
But yes. So anyway, I will. I mean, that's the quotation I just read, and that's the only quotation they offer. What it does say also in the notes, it says Professor Dandel. Well, this is my rewording of the notes, but he was a PhD. He left the East Indies in 1966.
66?
1866,
right?
I think it's 16. I don't think it's 16.
Had to be before the 1790s. I'd say it was probably, I think it was 1786. 1780s.
16. No, it's 1666.
1666.
Yeah. It was published in 1665 or 66. Okay. He's like, it's credited to being published in 1665, but he left, I guess it was published in 1665. Mm-hmm. Okay. He left the East Indies a year later and taught at the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands, where the book had been published. It was published at the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands. The book was published only once because the professor's work was officially debunked and banned by Catholic missionaries. Ain't no cho.
You know, that's the part that always confused me, because I think that that was some propaganda that was later on spread through Chaosium. That's where it gets kind of, shall we say, where I begin to depart from that narrative, because I don't think the Catholic Church really had any interest in marginalizing the work, though I've heard that from the Department of Defense crowd that I was working with, mainly Aquino's cultists and affiliates.
They would marginalize anything that is supernatural, though.
They might, but also the Catholic Church does depend on people believing in the supernatural. I mean, the Exorcist films are a great, shall we say, ad for
within their
paradigm, within their
wheelhouse, which exorcism is.
Yeah, but the quotes that come to my mind that I took from the book itself, I'll just read the two of them that I have with me. The quotes that come to my mind would be, according to their legends, the race descends from an earlier one that was created by an ancient deity called Shukafan. This would be the elephant-like vampiroid deity sucking blood through its trunk that was worshipped in Laos. Also spelled with a CHAUGNER maybe, and then FAUGN or something similar to that. Understand there's no real right or wrong way to spell these barbarous names, because they weren't meant for human consumption or expression. Okay, to go on with the quote. At one time they dwelt in an ancient city called Elozar, Elozar, high atop a plateau in the east called Ling, L-I-N-G here. Apparently, an invading army drove them out, and the race splintered, driven in different directions. A warrior caste fell back to the base of the plateau and established a stronghold there. This later grew into a city named Lilag Ling, or Return to Ling in their tongue. That would be L-E-L-A-J, Lilag-L-I-N-G. The second quote that I have that's most readily available to me. Among the notes that I took while stealing as much as I could from the government, obviously I couldn't take that book home. Other factions threw in their lot with other tribes and other faiths, and spread across the face of the world. Those peculiarly attached to the weaver god, Allah Natyi, spelled here like Allah, the god, L-A-L-A-H-N-A-T-J-I, but it must be the spider god of which we were speaking, congregated on the Andaman Islands, from where they send a yearly tribute to their cult leaders on Ling. So those are two excerpts that most readily come to my hand. With that, we turn it back to Peter.
Thank you for that. Now, it also states that he resigned under pressure in 1675 and was given the title of captain on a Dutch war frigate, where he died when sacrificing his ship at a key point during the Battle of Åland, giving the Dutch fleet victory over the Swedes.
Yes.
And there are also accompanying spells presented as authentic rituals. It says contacting Atlach-Naka, summon or binding the child of Atlach-Naka, spider movement, enchant item, needs to inscribe a spider tattoo over the left breast. So you can see where misguided young people could do this stuff.
Yes.
And it's this is what I encountered. So you've really kind of laid it clear of the role-playing games and how insidious this is.
Thank you.
And how it weaves itself into the culture and into steering the youth through emulating demonic entities, whether it be in Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. So I think you've answered my question. I think I need to review some of those earlier tapes that I've noted if I have any questions on some of these references that your son had so patiently taken key notes from.
Thank you.
It's, I mean, one can go on with this kind of ad infinitum, but basically what's important to know is, the manipulations at work. And one thing is, you've really, in this discussion tonight, sort of leveled the show to the fact I didn't know they were such a victim of Aquino, in addition to being amplified by him.
Right.
So I thought that they might have they were just as much of a victim of him as anybody, but they were being used. And it's almost like he was making deals with them.
It's true. He was exploiting them, but we also have to remember this isn't a sympathetic people or species. Rather, that you're talking about a predatory species, a parasitic species, or subspecies of, we could call them some kind of subhumanity, really. All of this sounds incredibly racist to people who try to take on an enlightened main, or I use that term MEIN, or a kind of attitude towards life. But we have to remember that when you deal with certain species of animals, you have to understand that they do what they do. Scorpions and cobras can make impressive pets, but you're going to have to understand the risks of dealing with them. With the Cho, that risk is compounded. The very name Cho Cho is like a compounded felony when it comes to the Tibetan description of them, and they speak from dark experience. So when you people think monkeys are cute, I remember when I was talking about this mysterious unleashing of monkeys in Japan. So understand that Japan, of course, is an island. You're not going to get something on Japan easily. It's not, they have like various points where people are bringing in food, for instance, or various items. Japan makes certain that nothing they don't want in Japan gets in without tremendous effort. And it's almost impossible for someone to leave with stuff from Japan, which is plenty of stuff people want to leave with from Japan. They cannot, like fruit. the fruit in Japan, I mean, I've never tasted it. Well, sometimes I have, but that's a different story. I'd have to go into different, experiences where people did smuggle some stuff out, but, different story. But when it comes to some things I've never tasted, I mean, people have told me about, in Japan, the grapes, the fruit, it's not like anywhere else on earth. If you ever eat that kind of fruit they grow in Japan, you'd never want to eat fruit outside of Japan again. And of course, it's completely illegal to take any of it home. They just completely stop you. So with this kind of structure in place, the idea that monkeys from a different continent suddenly run loose in Japan shows you somebody smuggled them in basically by a military operation via submarine. Probably or possibly the North Koreans, maybe the Americans, for whatever insane reasons based on their own dark cultism, their affiliation with the anti-gods. But Japanese monkeys are quite distinct. Japanese monkeys, of course, you see them. If you look up Japanese monkeys, you'll recognize them immediately. They bathe, they drink tea. They, by the way, I'm not kidding you. This isn't a joke. The Japanese monkeys, literally, people leave tea sets there, and the Japanese monkeys use them the way humans would use them. They use them to make tea and drink tea. You can look that up on YouTube anywhere. It's not like these are circus monkeys. These are the monkeys in the wild do that. So the Japanese monkeys are peculiarly distinct. They're at a higher state of evolution. Let's just put it that way. So if somebody unleashes these foreign monkeys into Japan, they're threatened multiple ways. One, they carry diseases. Another, they threaten to downbreed the Japanese species, which the Japanese are very proud and protective of. So they had to capture all these monkeys and kill them. Now, when some naive ladies, when this happened, like half a dozen years ago, a bunch of naive ladies were saying, why couldn't they just give them to people as pets? And I'm trying to explain to them, darling, a monkey is not a pet. A monkey is a vicious primate that has 4 arms. Its legs are arms. It dangles from trees with those legs with prehensile feet that are basically another pair of hands. If you hold its 2 arms, if you ever had the strength to do that, their strength is much stronger than most humans. But if you had the strength to hold 2 of its arms pinned down, it would rip your eyes out with its feet. I mean, these monkeys are just incredibly vicious. They're incredibly dangerous. They could often become rabid. And you're left with a double whammy there. If they spread the rabies among the Japanese monkeys, it would have been a terrible crisis. So they had to hunt down these monkeys and just kill them. There was no option. So they did what they did. This is what you have to think like when you're dealing with the Cho. This is not a species that is friendly, that can be reasoned with in the sense that bargains will be kept and business can be done in any conventional sense. You're talking about a kind of predilection towards harm that they're prone to simply because this is how they exist. They subsist off your pain, your nightmares, and ultimately it's only the fact that most European descendant white Americans have a different genetic composition where they don't suffer SUNS, sudden unexpected nocturnal death syndrome, to the extent that it kills them the way many Asians do. Don't think Americans aren't impacted. The old hag syndrome is what the Americans call it. And the old hag syndrome of the pressure on the chest, the vision of the old lady, the old hag that the Americans see, that's all Cho. And that kind of symptom has increased among the American public by orders of magnitude since the 1980s. It's and at the forefront of making this all seem like a positive, it's the good aliens coming to give you good vibes and sometimes make you pregnant, which is what happens to many alien abducted females. They become pregnant and then have spontaneous abortions, and all this pain is caused by the Cho and pregnancies. And but Whitley's there to make it seem like it's a good thing. He's on their side. This is the kind of individual who's a pervert. He's sick. He's deranged. and he was made a hero by Art Bell because he was sick and he was deranged. And I mean, we're talking about a man who murdered his own wife to marry her underage cousin. I mean, that's Art Bell. A man who's beneath contempt and beyond disgusting. These are the people who are on the side of the Cho, and they're not your friends. So with that, I guess, before one other thing that comes to mind when it comes to Chaosium, I would think that a disambiguation, in a sense, maybe not much of one, needs to be made between Chaosium's Call of Cthulhu and Dungeons and Dragons, in the sense that, yeah, you had a bunch of assholes like Larry Niven and these ultra-reactionary, radicalized right-wing conservatives. Basically, if you think Larry Niven, for those of you who don't get it, Larry Niven and his fellow science fiction author, Reginald Brentner, these guys worked with the Department of Defense, especially Reginald Brentner, and they were just this side of Lyndon LaRouche. As a matter of fact, both of them were affiliated with the Lyndon LaRouche political cult. So you're talking about LaRoucheites. And if none of you know what a LaRoucheite is, it's like, imagine like somebody ultra-reactionary, radicalized, right-wing conservative. Lyndon LaRouche himself ultimately defected to Russia before he died. But this was a guy who was working with Ronald Reagan, the one of the men behind the SDI program. The nuclear physicists and particle beam accelerationists and all these technicians all were kept in communication with each other, believe it or not, by Lyndon LaRouche's newsletter, which was like a technical newsletter for these people that had a political agenda. And this is all true. And so Lyndon LaRouche had enormous influence, especially among the science fiction crowd. So yeah, these guys were playing with Gary Gygax's Dungeons and Dragons and helped to design the game. He was influenced and manipulated by them. But you'll notice that when he tried to publish Lovecraft's entities in the Dungeons and Dragons manuals, the monster manuals he called them, he got sued and had to withdraw. So obviously they didn't want him trading in what they considered their property or their gods. So that's because he didn't have the agenda of only evil will win. Gary Gygax's moral compass was much more towards a positive perspective. So Gary Gygax was not part of the in crowd. So that disambiguation does need to be made in that Dungeons and Dragons is comparatively not without repercussions. There were some kids who did get into a lot of trouble because they went wild with it and began to live in this alternative reality. There are true stories. They're not urban legends that came with that territory. But Chaosium makes that look like, to use a pun, child's play. So with that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you very much. You've, I think, covered everything. I have to do some more homework on some of these obscure references to these different tribes from ancient history, ranging from China to Peshawar, Pakistan, to Tibet itself, and all these different names. It references to the Chichewa. But after one reads this chapter, and it's really, I haven't enjoyed the arduousness of it. It's going to be a thorough summary. It's not a thorough work. I'd have to go find all these references or beg, borrow, and steal and drive Douglas nuts in the process to get every, last thing. and ultimately, to really get the hard data, you'd have to go get this book in the casing, which would be now you're going into the ancient manuscripts, and you can imagine all the actual occult energy connected to it.
Thank you.
And what it took Aquino to get it, all of his pull with the NSA, and then even then, he's got to follow the rules of what Douglas Dietrich lays down. You can't take it out of the library.
Yeah.
Aquino knew his boundaries, and he didn't need to go out of the library.
Thank you. Yes.
And it also, so anyway, I will take this further, and thank you. Now, I'm going to, we're just about halfway through my, what I have to bring to light here. And what that is, I have a question. In fact, I might have more than one question. But somebody wrote to me today, or I received it today. And I'm also going to see, before I answer this question, if anybody else sent me any questions. Nope. I also said they could ask them in the chat room. There weren't any, last I looked. Okay, this is from an individual. Hi, Peter. The questions you asked Douglas in the podcast about how he carried out his blood drinking was very informative to the viewers. Thank you. That was in our last transmission.
Wow.
At the end. It was you go about 3 hours into the transmission, a little after that, and that's where Douglas answered my questions. He says, I was just wondering, though, what you think about the fact that Douglas says that he has part of Lucifer in him. Why is this not frightening to you? Are you not wary about all the information he presents? Do you believe everything he tells you? And then he writes another, and I said, I will address this on tonight's show, lest I forget. Do not hesitate to remind me in the chat room. And I call him a he, but I think he's a he. Definitely worth viewing tonight. I'm sure many viewers will be curious to hear your views. I don't understand how we all seem nonchalant with this fact. It seems as though we are all mesmerized with the charismatic, intelligent, and mysterious character that is the man Douglas Duane Dietrich. Okay, so this is, an organic viewer response, but what I would say in response to his question, Douglas says that he is part of Lucifer in him. Why is this not frightening to you? Well, I would say what is far more frightening than that is a Catholic priest who wears a crucifix and molests young kids.
Thank you.
Far more frightening. Why does this not disturb people? And why do Catholic people still go to Catholic church when it's been institutionalized for thousands of years? This is a problem. And there is such hypocrisy in human religion that first off, so I would tell him, assuming it's a he, tell this person that mankind's religions I've never been enamored. Well, it's funny. I say I've never been enamored of them, but I've studied them with great passion, and not just Christianity. I've been least passionate about that because it's been the predominant religion. In fact, I would also tell you that when I was in high school and I would read the local paper, the Davis Enterprise, we had two papers in Davis, a small town of 18,000. We had the Davis Enterprise and we had the Daily Democrat, which was more of a county paper. And I read the Enterprise, and it had ads in it with all the religious services. And I would always look for the religious services that were not Christian. They were the only ones that were of interest to me. We had the Baha'i Faith, which met in a house just down the block from me. I never went. I didn't even know what the Baha'i Faith was. But I will tell you what I did learn about the Baha'i Faith is they were zealously massacred from time to time.
That's correct.
They suffered greatly. And I was not attracted to a group that got massacred. But I just, and the only other really service I saw was Scientology. I never went. I never was interested in it until a friend of mine, who's my best friend, encouraged me to go. Would have saved his life if he would have continued with it.
Wow.
Definitely would have saved his life. But he was, he couldn't afford the $50 for the communications course because he was putting it towards drugs.
Oh.
And it would have gotten him off the drugs.
Yes.
And his father, I could tell his father, when I was into it for a year, I went to the house, I hadn't been there in a while, he knew I was in Scientology. And he just looked at me with this man didn't give dirty looks. He was a very nice man, but he just looked at me with great suspicion. And to this day, he's still alive. He's in his 90s, and I found out where he is. I had his phone number because one of our old friends did a short movie about my friend, and his father found it, and he got in contact with him. I don't have the heart to tell. He doesn't know what happened to his son because his son died jogging. He died jogging in college.
Wow.
And I got a letter telling me what had happened from one of my other friends, and he died because the drugs got to him. He was taking PCP, horse tranquilizer.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Very abundant at UC Davis, which was a veterinary school.
Oh my fucking god!
And it was very abundant. It was the worst thing you could take, angel dust they called it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even think about taking that stuff. And he just tried to get high. He started with the marijuana. I don't think he ever really took real acid, LSD. He might have taken some, shit derivatives because they were.
I'm sorry.
They didn't want you to get the
pure
psychedelic high anymore.
Yeah.
And it was like the market had dried up on LSD and a real LSD. And they put STP in it, and I don't mean the oil. There was a drug called, I forget what it's for, STP. But all this, they put crap and stuff. And it was like, but people wanted to get high. And this was his problem. He wanted to get high. So, I had not totally lost touch with him because we would talk on the phone. I would call him because they moved down to Fullerton when I was on the ship, and I would go out to the phone booth and call him periodically, and we'd talk. Just tell him what I was up to, what he was up to. And then he went back east to Indiana and was jogging, which I used to do with him, and he fell over. Super athletic guy. And that was the end of him. And I don't have the heart to call up his father and say, hey, yeah, you know what happened to he still doesn't know what happened to his son.
Jesus. Oh, that's awful. Just so people understand this, when I was working in private security mercenary contracts here in the United States, in one of the most dangerous contracts in the United States, indeed the world, at the Acorn Projects in East Oakland, or was it West Oakland? West Oakland, really, now that I think about it. It was, I dealt with some people on PCP, and maybe they ratchet down the dose for horses, but my understanding was always that it was primarily elephant tranquilizer. I mean, just to show how powerful this shit is.
Could have been, but keep in mind, they had plenty of horses at UC Davis, and there were no elephants.
Got it. So they probably took it and ratcheted down the potency for the horses, but many people would take it at elephant strength level. I could go into the details of that. They don't bear going into because that would just be a kind of descriptive horror story that would take us from more relevant directions that we're going in right now. But when it comes to what Peter Moon is describing and what it reminds me of with this kind of sadness, I do want to address the individual myself. I do want him to understand that when it also, I will be the first to admit, it also rather astonishes myself with how casually people accept what I say about having been possessed by Maluk Tauish, which our dear friend Nothing, Mr. Nemo Albano in Australia, says, I never knew the peacock angel was Lucifer. Well, he is. And the Yazidi people of the regions of Iraq that are now mostly within the borders of Kurdistan. These are true Luciferans, and they have been Luciferans since the dawn of time, since recorded history began being recorded. So this is one of the original religions on earth, is Luciferism. And let me give you a little bit of perspective here, what best I can. The photograph that I've embedded in thumbnail of our live stream tonight is myself, healed up now. Now, people could see at least a little bit of the amorage effect of the impact from the physical assault that I withstood and responded to last week. In my eye, it was still visible in the sclera and around my eye area, which took the longest to heal. It's pretty much healed now, but we were still covering the bruises with my hair. You can see that hair was cut and the dye washed out. My son is next to me. I am holding a stuffed animal, and we're both wearing, in case one did not notice, Russian jackets. This was because some new blood boys were adopted that were basically taken out of Russia to prevent them from being exploited. So we brought them into the harem, and we're welcoming them. The stuffed animals are actually for them. So my son, of course, is Armenian, for those who don't know. Generally Armenian, by that I mean he seems to have some Asian blood in him, because he was very susceptible to transmission of the nanoplasmic effect from myself, in the sense that he began manifesting Kawasaki syndrome at various times. This is transitional. It happens at various times with myself, and then later started happening with him. This almost undoubtedly came from the multiple sexual encounters I had with him while he was a girl, before his sexual affirmation surgery, when he became male. And but the fact that he could suddenly start manifesting Kawasaki syndrome at some point, which he did, shows there probably almost certainly is Asian genes within him somewhere along the line. We always suspected he would be about a quarter Asian, maybe about 1/15 or 1/8 Asian at the least, but enough where he seems to be impacted by that transferal of a symptom, because Kawasaki syndrome is considered to be a disease in your baseline human. I'm not baseline human, of course, so it doesn't really have any bad effects on me, other than coloration of my eyes changing to bright and brilliant red, which his do now sometimes at times. So that being said, his Armenian background is important, because the Armenians were one of the first people to convert en masse to Christianity, and have been one of the most persecuted people on earth ever since. Now, I recently held an interview with Christine Joanna Hart, where I was bringing up some of the nuances of this. You can review that later for further details. But one of the points that I need to bring up is that the largest Luciferan church on earth is in Armenia, because the Armenians take in all of these Yazidi emigres to save their lives. The Yazidi are subject to extermination in Southwest Asia, meaning that the Kurds themselves, which more people are familiar with, the Kurds are surrounded by enemies. The Kurds are a profound race that had a profound impact on history. If you ever watch The Kingdom of Heaven, about Jerusalem in the time of the Leper King, and the great conqueror of Islam, the Kurdish conqueror who took the Holy Land. That's the important point to be made, is that he was Kurdish in descent, but he basically considered himself a pan-Islamist. He is the man who defeated the Crusaders historically and was considered one of the greatest Muslims of all time. And because he was such a man of honor, Saladin, the Christians respected him profoundly because he allowed the Christians to visit the Holy Land despite the fact that the Muslims had conquered it. He allowed Christian pilgrimages. So, because he allowed the Christians to enter the Holy Land without harm, this is why Dante, when he wrote about the layers of hell, the levels of hell, Dante portrayed Saladin as being in the closest you could get to heaven in hell. The first level, the layer of hell, where you found innocent pagans, pagans who had committed no wrong, had led righteous lives, but were pre-Christian and therefore innocent of some kind of malevolence that would have come with somebody who would have been given the knowledge of Christ and yet chose to live wrongly. So Dante portrayed righteous pagans and heathens and infidels as being in this layer of hell which was free of torture, where they lived essentially freely in great intellectual discourse with each other, essentially. And within that realm is where Virgil leads Dante to encounter Saladin. Now, the way Saladin describes it, he encounters Muhammad himself, the prophet of Islam, in one of the lower levels of hell, suffering with his entrails hanging out and his head removed from his body and carried in his arms, gnawing at his own entrails. But Saladin is given this far more benign fate, where he is known as the righteous Muslim. And yet the man is Kurdish. This is a fact completely lost to history. Most Muslims only think of Saladin as pan-Islamic without ever acknowledging his Kurdish descent, because he forsook his national identity for a pan-religious identity. But the Kurds, on the other hand, are surrounded by Muslims who want them completely annihilated. The Kurds are surrounded by the Aryan Persians, the Turks in Anatolia, and the Arab peoples out of Syria and Iraq. And all of them have united to try to annihilate the Kurds, the very people who produced the champion of Islam. This is the madness of Islam, the autodestructive nature of...
So Saladin was he the leper king?
No, the Leper King was the Christian who was defending Jerusalem and had been the only Christian king to defeat Saladin a number of times on the field of battle.
Name?
I'm looking it up now. Baldwin. I for some reason.
Baldwin. I didn't know he was leper. He was credited with starting the Templars.
He might have been his father. I mean, he is. I'm speaking of Baldwin the Fourth. So Baldwin the Fourth was the king of Jerusalem from 1174 until his death. So he was called the Leper King because he originally, in youth, was known as the most beautiful lad in Europe. He looked like an angel. Later on, contracted leprosy and had to wear a silver mask to hide his face.
I think I did read about that. I just forgot about it, but yeah.
I mean, I forgot his name, so but, don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
But his probably one of his forebearers probably started the Templars, is what I would say.
Hugh de Pines is the actual recognized founder, but he was right there, in the activity that went on there with the Templars, the Baldwin, because that was the general time period.
Oh, absolutely.
And all that came out of the woodwork.
So if you see the movie Kingdom of Heaven, there's a lot that historians find fault with, but nevertheless, the general spirit of the movie needs to be taken as the important point. You see Baldwin and Saladin bear deepest respect for each other.
I think I did see it, but it's been a
long
while. And it's also... The Templars have now become passé. They were all over the
you couldn't get away from.
It's so true. It's so true. It was thanks to so many different things, especially I think the stupid, whatever it was that guy came up with, the
Dan Brown.
Yeah, Dan Brown. I bleached it.
That certainly, that certainly
Thank you.
promulgated it.
Yes, I bleached it from my memory. The Da Vinci
The Da
Code.
Vinci Code. The Da Vinci
Thank you. And but the point that I'm making is that here you have the Kurds, which are already in, shall we say, the epicenter of hatred, and beyond them, within their boundaries geographically, are the Yazidi. So the reason all the other Muslims hate the Kurds is because the Kurds produced their greatest champion. By the way, this was known in the old days as the Amir. Now, Saladin was above that in the sense that he showed his face. He was known, but the ancient Arab tradition was that of the Amir, the Admiral of the Sands, where because none of them would trust each other, their philosophy being myself against my brother and I against the family, my family and I against the village, my village and I against the city, my city and I against the nation, my nation and I against the world. The only thing they would trust was a foreigner. So the Amir was someone who was either abducted as a child or someone who converted at a very young age to Islam, and they would never show their face, so no one would know who they were or what their ethnicity was. But it was always an individual like that would become the Amir, that would lead great jihads or holy wars that would unite the tribes behind them, because the tribes knew that they could trust him because he wasn't one of them. They would trust someone who had converted earnestly and fervently more than they would trust each other. So Saladin was a Kurd, and yet they hate the Kurds because they produced the Islamic champion, the Arabs and the Persians and the Turks. Again, it's part of the madness of that area of the world. But when it comes to the Kurds, they're still Muslim. And when it comes to the Yazidi, you're talking about what are perceived as Satanists. Now, they're Luciferin, the worshippers of the peacock angel. And so you can imagine how much the Muslim world seeks their extermination. There was a time when I was talking to a Kurd, and I was interviewing him on Revolution Radio. Back when I was with Revolution Radio, I had this Kurdish guy whose name I don't even remember now, who was on my show a few times. And he was broadcasting or transmitting, joining the show directly from Kurdistan. And I said, could you bring some Yazidi people on with you so that we can speak to them? He adamantly refused. He would not do it. He just said, do you want Americans to think us as Satanists? In other words, just the idea of giving a communications opportunity to a Yazidi was verboten. It would deem him as being sympathetic to Satan. So understand that the Yazidi are in a safe zone in Kurdistan. These are the people who at least do not kill them. They protect them in the sense that they are allowed within their militarily defended borders. Whereas outside of there, ISIS, the entire purpose of the ISIS organization was to exterminate them. Now, this is important because it's personally relevant to everything Peter Moon and I are dealing with, in the sense that Michael Aquino himself sought the annihilation of the Yazidi peoples. His co-religionist who co-authored the book Mind War with Michael Aquino, General Paul Vallely, bragged and boasted that he had established ISIS as a terrorist network. And it was, of course, something which that individual who was a former prisoner of war who ran for president, I can't even remember his name, he bragged about buying and selling stock for ISIS.
John McCain.
John McCain, thank you. Who ISIS was, of course, as I exposed on Revolution Radio, a corporation. We had this one individual who was briefly affiliated with us, then became a raving crackhead and an Edomite cultist, or always was an Edomite cultist, more than likely. I can't remember his name now. There are other people around me who would. He was the individual who had actually gone down to New Mexico, found the ISIS headquarters where I said it was located, and actually identified the building and found their sign up on that abandoned building. So he proved everything I was saying was true in film footage that, as far as I understand, is still up there on YouTube. I'd have to look it up. The channel is something incredibly stupid. It was titled "Truth Bombs for Your Mom." I don't even know if it's up on YouTube anymore. But if it is, that footage of him doing that was up there for the longest time. At any rate, when it came to this individual who had been on the show a few times, actually was helping to host it, was claiming he was going to sponsor me monthly with a stipend, and of course withdrew that immediately. All these things are just psyops. People who usually say that are usually lying through their teeth, and then they will, they're just trying to demoralize me. And so when it comes to my point, the point being that the ISIS had a mission objective to exterminate the Yazidi. And when people wonder why, obviously you might simply assume they're fervent Muslims and they find the Yazidi to be an insult to their religion. But it's well beyond that. The ISIS, if you do not know, they're not Muslim in any conventional sense. I mean, the very name ISIS is, of course, a pagan goddess. So you're talking about an occult terrorist organization, a black magic organization of terrorism, as they sponsored themselves as. As a matter of fact, their leader, al-Baghdadi, meaning the man of Babylon, he was basically naming himself as the heir of Babylon. Now, these people sought the annihilation of the Yazidi because, as Aquino knew, as Paul Vallely knew, the whole point of the existence of the Yazidi was they were created by Lucifer when he fell to earth. When Lucifer fell to earth, he had no people of his own, so he made his own. And the people he created were the Yazidi. They were his people, not God's. And the Yazidi people worship him. So if, say, for instance, someone becomes interested in their culture and says, oh, I'm fascinated by the Yazidi culture and I want to become one. I want to join this. Well, you can't. You can't because you have to be born into it. So this is a faith that is ethnically exclusive. It's an ethno-religion, a racial religion. It's like saying, you'd have a better chance of becoming a gypsy by essentially hanging out with them and long enough where you might ultimately be accepted as some kind of eccentric. But with the Yazidi, that won't wash. So the Yazidi are a very exclusive people, and yet because so many of them have been annihilated and no one allows them to build temples to Lucifer in Muslim nations, any large ones that is, the largest Luciferian church on earth is in Christian Armenia. Now this is because the Armenians are true Christians, and they understand that Lucifer is, well, the ruler of the material world, and that Lucifer serves a function, that all evil ultimately sources from God himself, that evil serves a purpose, and that without evil, there would be no positive in this universe. You have to understand, as I explained it before, if you go to places like Africa, where I served as a mercenary on contract for many years, the black Africans have a very visceral relation with the supernatural and therefore are much better able to deal with demons on a daily basis. In Africa, the concept is that you can actually become almost a friend with demons. A kind of alliance can be formed because demons are viewed as agents of retributive justice. You won't find much about love in African religions. the original faiths, the animists, or totemic religions. But you'll find a lot about vengeance, and demons help deliver that. Now, I'm not recommending living a life like that, and I'm not recommending befriending demons, because demons do what they do. But without them, your life would be impossible. It's the demons who act as carrion feeders, spiritually composting so much of the damned. But it's that compost of these elements that sink to the lower vibrations of the nether regions that leads to the fertilization of that which blossoms above. You wouldn't have the flowers that you love so much without all that compost beneath the surface where their roots dwell. So it is with the tree of life. Its roots lie in the tree of death, the klepoth, or the empty shells that form its extestinal tract, its roots. You wouldn't have the sephirothic realms above without that. So understand that the demons are part of your ecosystem. That doesn't mean that you go out and play with them. If you went out and played with manure and fertilizer and compost, you'd wind up contracting ringworm or various other diseases. But you have to appreciate the fact that such elements exist for you to have that which you do appreciate on the surface world, the world on which you like to think you dwell. But again, when you die, you'll be sinking into the compost along the rest of that which fertilizes what's above. So learn to appreciate that fact. Something has to do that job. Demons do it at the spiritual level. Lucifer, now he's the proudest fallen angel of them all, and is the most beautiful. This is an entity that could not tolerate the madness of the ancient god. The heartlessness. The Bible is full of God's atrocities, demanding entire races be exterminated. As an angel of love and light, Lucifer could not tolerate that. He rebelled and came to earth and created his own people. If Aquino's ilk, his cultists, ever succeed in exterminating them, Lucifer would have no tether to this world. He would have no reason to defend it. And understand that it's truly Lucifer and his demons who you'll have to rely on as much as angels to stand by your side when it comes to any final conflict against the anti-gods. The kings of Edom are not part of this ecosystem. They're the equivalent of industrial effluvia, toxic waste, whereas the demons do what they do to compost and make that which you value possible in this world. The anti-gods only poison and destroy it. The equivalent of nuclear or chemical waste being poured into an ecological reserve. Whereas before, there were elements you might find unpleasant in that ecological reserve, everything from mosquitoes to alligators, which the demons fulfill the ecological role of. You would find the industrial waste and radioactivity and chemical toxins that glow in the dark all the more unpleasant and lethal than any of the others. So, without Lucifer and the demons, you stand no chance against the anti-gods. And certainly when I visited Iraq at the time that I was in high school, in my senior year, 1988, and I met the Yazidi people myself, I was accepted by them. They sensed Lucifer within me, offered me a child bride. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed she was. I took a photograph, I've published it in the past. I couldn't take her home, of course, it would have been impossible. But the fact that they saw Lucifer within myself and accepted me as one of them shows you that the presence within myself is certainly there, but it's not a negative. Lucifer is the proudest angel because he dared to stand against a corrupt and crazed God. And if you ever read the Bible and saw what God demanded, you could draw no conclusion other than the fact that this God is not worthy of your worship. The God of the desert that war god and sword god and moon god, that is the god of the Muslims and the Jews, is not your God if you're a Christian. Your God is above that and something better. Of course, so much evil has been done in the name of that belief system of Christianity that people like Peter Moon and many others, many who are on with us at different times, simply can no longer abide by Christianity as it's abused by people who don't understand the deeper aspects of its theology, have never been to a seminary school, and have no sense of academic understanding of the more profound aspects of Christianity as are exposed in the revelation of the Magi, where the Magi are revealed to have come from China and are the people who made Christ the King of Kings, coronated him, so to speak, consecrated him by the holy title of Christ, which is a title, not a name. He was never born as Christ. He was simply born as son of Joseph. Well, that's the important thing to emphasize. And it's important to emphasize that I am a Christian. I inherited that from my mother, from her lineage of the vampire mage kings, of the ancient Kyushu dynasty, the people who had formed the southern dynasty of Japan that was ultimately driven back to China by the Yamato dynasty from the north. And it was my mother's ancient lineage that consecrated your Christ, if you're a Christian, that made him the King of Kings, that recognized him, because Christianity is pre-Judaic, true Christianity. And this is why I was pointing out to Christine Joanna Hart the horror suffered by Armenia in the recent war, where Israel supplied, along with Turkey, so many of the drones that wiped out their mechanized columns, their prestige platforms of tanks and armored military craft from the old Soviet days, all wiped out by high technology Turkish and Jewish drones. The Jews have no geopolitical reason to do this, to push the Armenians to the second brink of extermination. It's pure raw evil. The Jews have signed peace treaties with all the Arab nations around them, except Palestine, which was thrown under the bus. The House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, the United Arab Emirates, all of them are supplying Israel with cheap and easy oil. Israel doesn't need oil from Azerbaijan. In the past it did, but it hasn't needed it for years. They are swimming in oil flowing from those spots of sand in the desert that are now allied to them by defense treaty. And yet they made every effort to see to it that eastern Armenia was wiped off the map. This is because Hitler once said, "Who remembers the Armenians?" Nobody understands that quote, just like they didn't understand the quote from the Princess of France, Marie Antoinette, when she was presented with the fact that the French people were starving and they had no bread. She said in her naivete, out of generosity and largesse, "Well, let them eat cake." Everybody took that as some kind of taunt. Nothing could have been further from the truth. And she was vilified in her innocence. Adolf Hitler, on the other hand, he said, "Who remembers the Armenians?" It was true sympathy, true empathy for a people that were wiped out by the millions by the Turks in World War I. People will present that today as if it were an excuse for him to launch the Holocaust in Europe. As in, no one will remember the Jews. Who remembers the Armenians? They represent it cynically. But with the Armenian people, they suffered one of the great Holocausts of Europe in World War I, and they're on the precipice of extinction now. The threat to them is existential, and Israel wants to make it certain. This is because they want a monopoly on human suffering and victimhood. They refuse to recognize the Armenian Holocaust. They deny it. The Jews want to claim they're the only people on earth that have ever suffered mass extermination. And they're willing to kill every Armenian on earth to see to it that no one challenges their claim. This is why the Jews are the true Edomites, the Herodians, the enemy of all mankind, those who are Zionist, and supporting the Israeli agenda. This is the horror of your world. This is what my biological father Adolf Hitler was fighting against. With his bloodline, with my mother's bloodline from China, with Lucifer himself within me, I hope all of that combines to make more sense to you now. Know who your enemies really are. Oh, Peter, please, take it from here.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Life is much more complicated than we are generally told, whether it be from schools or parents. To continue the answer, do I believe everything Douglas tells me? I don't work in a mindset of belief. This is a very pedestrian way to interpret reality.
Thank you.
In terms of belief. Plebeian, pedestrian, citizen, uneducated. And because a belief is something you, like faith is a function of life. Like I have faith that I'm going to wake up in the morning and that what is in my kitchen is in my kitchen. What is in my living room is in my living room. There will be some variation in who's on the street, what time the school bus comes, what time, what time what happens. I don't know when the phone's going to ring, but it will ring. I have a faith in tomorrow, a belief in tomorrow. That's faith. That's a projection. There are also that we also live in and I live in a realm of, and this is very beneficial, is what I was taught in creative writing class. We were told to write a journal and study stream of consciousness. Stream of consciousness, you just start streaming what comes into you and you start writing it down. Now, there's an unfortunate, I can digress into an unfortunate aspect of stream of consciousness. But stream of consciousness is, okay, everybody's getting COVID shots. We got to get COVID shots. So that's a stream of consciousness. You go get a COVID shot. Or you get a card that says you had a COVID shot because you might be plugging into a stream of consciousness that doesn't accept that the vaccines are good or in your best interest, so on and so forth. Stream of consciousness. And then you have to choose stream of consciousness. So, stream of consciousness of Christianity, to me, was indulged in as a child by people who were ignorant. And ignorant, not necessarily stupid. And two of my best friends, they were irreligious, and we all got along just fine. My very best friend was Catholic, and that never got in the way of our friendship. It might have increased it because I hung out with his Catholic friends. And I also found it was interesting when I moved, and I could go right into rapport with Catholics where it put off some of my non-Catholic friends, and maybe they thought because they thought I was Catholic. Not really. I was never baptized. I never did any of that rigmarole. My parents had been Catholic, so if anybody asked me something, I might say Catholic, but I wasn't Catholic. I could interface with them. And this was kind of unique, I guess, because there weren't a lot of Catholics in that town. And I was friends with with basically all the kids that were my age in the Catholic school, which was not far from my house. But it was like I could interface, like I'm what you call non-prejudice when it comes to people of other religions. I'm accepting of them. I don't judge them. But there was a certain amount of, I guess, what you call belief in indoctrination. And then, of course, Scientology, the experience in there blows the hell out of how people think with religious thought, because you see the programming of it. You see the indoctrination. And of course, the stream of consciousness of L. Ron Hubbard in Scientology is that mankind has been viciously implanted. And I'm talking viciously. Might make Michael Aquino look like a Boy Scout. Because, not that he was a Boy Scout, but
actually both Magus Anton Zandor LaVey and Michael Aquino were Eagle Scouts, but
he's an Eagle Scout. Yeah, but the idea in Scientology was not that you got implanted like Michael Aquino, take you to some place and scrub your skin off or something, but which he did to people, but or with little children, but is that you would be viciously implanted every so many lifetimes or so.
Yes.
I think every 10 lifetimes or so, they viciously implanted you, so you go back and be a good, compliant slave. And all of these religions, Christianity included, were there to enslave you. So the Luciferian paradigm is, of course, has to do with lack of obedience. And one of the things, if you look at Aquino's writing, he begins by protesting the God and what God has done and how God has, he kind of positions God as the abandoner. But what he does is he polarizes against God. He polarizes so, I guess what you'd say, extreme, that he becomes the opposite to the detriment of himself, everyone, and everything. And then he takes on this idea that he's separate from the tree of life. And he is seeking to separate himself from the tree of life and say he's not part of the tree of life. And that's the whole, you couldn't call it theology. You'd call it the anti-theology of the Edomite, of Cthulhu. And also, L. Ron Hubbard's idea was that man is like a real incidental, what could I say? Not a very respected species, not a very enlightened species. Is like sort of how we might look at a mosquito, or something less than a mosquito, because it's just a viewpoint. Because look at what is, and then of course you can build yourself up, and you can build up the congregation of the body of Christ, and you can go to church and get yourself all riled up in a positive way. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. One of my most moving stories that I ever read was in the 4th grade. Was based on a true story, a nonfiction story. It was in a book called The Story of Yankee Whaling. And when my father saw that book, saw that I had that book, he was fascinated. He began to read it, and he began to read it to me. I was too old to be having the book read to me, but I was old enough to listen to him because we had a bond about the ocean and the sea, and the story of Yankee Whaling was a story about the Essex. This is the story upon which Moby Dick was based. He was already big on Moby Dick and had me watch Moby Dick, and so it was exciting. And I remember telling the class, we all had to do this as a book report, and I had the class spellbound telling the story. It was really amazing. It was the first time I did any public speaking. And I was just telling the story. It was a good story. But it's a story of this boat that was what they call stoved. Well, when you stove a boat, that means you turn it upside down. The whale hits the boat, and we're talking about a whaling boat that knocks the whalers upside down. Now, this is somewhere, it might have been, I think, in the South Pacific. It wasn't in the cold Atlantic. Because he stoves both the boat, 2 or 3 of the boats, and then he crashes the whole ship, just like in Moby Dick. Not enough he gets the boat. It was a big sperm whale. It was black, not white. And then that's part of the story, and then you're dealing with the survival afterwards of the captain and the sailors. The captain actually survived. He made it back to Massachusetts. Nantucket, I believe he was from.
Right.
And this inspired me. I wanted to be a whaler when I read this book.
That's incredible.
Oh, yeah. And then my father explained to me, he says, well, they don't do it that way anymore. They take a harpoon. He says, it's very inhumane, and it's no. And so I lost all interest in whaling, pretty immediately.
Wow.
Always wanted to see go to Nantucket just because of the whaling history. That was where I wanted to go as a kid. Nantucket is now an exclusive community, second only to Martha's Vineyard in the Cape area. But I don't know if I'll ever if I see JoJo again or hang out with JoJo somewhere, maybe I'll make it to Nantucket. But
what, did she live there?
She's nearby. She's on the Cape.
Wow.
And then our common friend, who I introduced her to, he's going to be going to Martha's Vineyard, which is hanging out there for a while. So, but I got better things to do that hang out in, Massachusetts resorts. I mean, it does not appeal to me. Vacation, I can go to the beach for a day or two. Or as I'll be in Romania, I'll be on the beach for a week.
Yeah.
And then in the mountains. So, anyway, I find Romanians more interesting than perhaps the people of New England. For whatever. I don't mind the people of New England. I like them, but, they're Americans. What can I say? So it's okay. I like Americans, but it can get old very quick. So anyway, part of this story of the Essex, the ship is called, and there have probably been books written, a lot of books written on it since. But there was a story of one of the people in the boat, and they were, I think they even drew lots to one of them would die to. So they have to eat somebody to survive.
Right.
And they ran out of birds and stuff. And this one guy, they were, really down and out. And maybe they were deciding who was going to go up. And he just gets up and he gives this impassioned speech of hope and positivity and how everything was going to be all right. It was... I don't remember if it was religious, but it was like, oh, positive, positive, positive. And then he almost immediately dropped dead. and this is like, hope springs eternal. It's better that he did that than sat there and brought everybody down. But it's like the spirits, it was like he called on his last hope. It's said, and I've heard or read that the last thing a male does before he dies is he ejaculates because it's the last hope to procreate. Now, this is kind of a psychological ejaculation of, everything's going to be all right. And it isn't. So this projection of faith can be, well, we move astrologically into the room of Neptune. Neptune is the highest aspect of spirituality in astrology, but it is also the deceiver, illusion, deception. But that illusion, heaven, Shambhala are illusory, but they can be reached. But at what cost, at what expense, and in what context? So it's like, it doesn't mean that heaven is not there. But when this guy is projecting, oh, everything's going to be all right. And then it's not all right. It's like, this is the balance of up and down. You're not going to have all good days. It's like baseball is a great sport for watching averages. It's like, okay, you can win 15 games in a row. Are you going to win all your games? No. You're going to come back down to earth. Even if you're the best team, you're not going to win all your games. You'll see it in other sports. Basketball, up and down, these guys. They have good moments, they have bad moments. And the trick is not becoming discouraged by your failures. So faith is, I'm talking about faith here. Faith is based upon experience. And in my experience, I've been very disappointed, not really disappointed because I had no expectations of Christians striking out. Mm-hmm. Striking out on different levels, and how their faith derails them from common sense solutions. It's not that faith is something we all live with, because it's like, okay, we're going to wake up tomorrow, and then who are we going to call? Who are we going to invest our business with, or with this person? Count on? Who can we count on? You have to be discerning with who you pick in life and who you choose to pick. And so, obviously, with Douglas Dietrich, I've chosen to work with him because he is revealing information that, number one, you're not going to find anywhere in any library, because all this stuff is cut off from libraries. All libraries have their own little, oh, you can't look here areas. They might be rather innocuous, but they'll have their private rooms that you get into by special permission. They may be rather innocuous. That's how I discovered the Pharaoh connection with the Montauk Indians. I was allowed in by a librarian.
Right.
And then the senior librarian came in and sort of, what are you doing in here?
Right.
And I don't think he really wanted me in there. It was innocuous. I mean, I could have found these books in some other library in Montauk or something, but I wouldn't have known. It was like I was meant to look. The librarian who let me in, I later found out, was an assistant to a psychic, a guy who used to have a psychic radio show here.
Wow.
I think it was Joel Martin, and I didn't know that at the time, but she just kind of escorted me in there and took me right to the shelf I needed to look to. So, in any case, faith is something we live with on a very pragmatic sense. So, I would also tell this person about Lucifer. Lucifer is interpreted, not just Douglas said, everything about what he says is as merit. But Lucifer is something that Freemasons adulate. They will interpret it differently, Luciferian, but it's still Luciferian. And I would say their interpretation does not become them, in my estimation and opinion.
Thank you.
But it is a much more educated look. Because one of the most horrible things about Freemasonry is that it has to protect itself and its brethren. And when its brethren does dastardly things, it will protect the brethren over versus the integrity of the United States of America, if there is such a thing. The only integrity of the United States of America is for the public to muse and meander about. There is no integrity in the government. Well, there is some integrity, like there is your Social Security check, that remains integrity. There's stories that they'd like to bust it. And when I say your Social Security check, I also mean your government, Medicaid, Medicare, insurance, whatever, people who have that, so on and forth. They do keep the country running. Hopefully, from their perspective, at the expense of you. But nevertheless, this is just the world that we live in, and it is, I suppose you could say, a bargain with the devil. If you don't keep paying your bills, you will not be loved and appreciated by the people you need to love and appreciate you. There are also social programs that the government does that keep certain people in certain housing situations, and it's not a wonder solution, but it does help people. So anyway, when it comes to faith, we're talking about experience. What is your experience? And so do I believe everything Douglas says? No, I don't. I take it, I accept it at face value, and I process it, and I'm trying to get certain things. Like, okay, the Chichewa, I couldn't believe in the Chichewa. I hear about the Chichewa. They fascinated me. I asked him about it many years ago when we went to dinner, and I wanted to know more. And now here it is years later, and I'm getting to pin the tail on the donkey, so to speak, with seeing the veracity of it. So it's taken me a long time to assimilate and process the information, and I'll put it in a book form, and hopefully get some remuneration from it. Although it's been a long process, certainly not worth in terms of typical hours spent. But that's not really the point. It's like I'm not working in a realm of belief, but it's like mining data. People mine Bitcoin. You can, if you know how to do it, you can buy about 10 or 12 computers and mine Bitcoin, so that you'll be making money. And the question is it worth the purchase of the computers? and there's people who are geniuses at this and figure it out and do it. And if one computer goes down, you have a problem, but it's like, I'm not going to, invest my time in even learning how to do that, because it's not my wheelhouse. I know people who are smart enough to do it or have enough acumen to do it. They haven't done it. So anyway, and that's faith too, because it doesn't mean, because if too many people mining Bitcoin, well, there's only so many ways to mine it though. So I'm not saying that the price of Bitcoin could go down. So then, at that point, it's not even a break-even proposition. So when we come to Lucifer, this is a story that's written into the Bible, that's ostensibly based on some form of experience and consolidated into conveyable wisdom. But what I would also say about one thing I've learned about the Bible,
And this was told to me by my friend Charlotte, a Moorish woman. He says the Bible is the Holy Bible. It comes, holy is Helios, meaning the sun. Bible is book, the book of the sun. And this does not refer to the Son of God, although it could be applied to that. It could be applied to that Kabbalistically as well, because the sun, the Sephiroth of the sun, is the Christ center, attributed to Leo, and Christ is the Lion of Judea. So the Helios Biblos, the book of the sun, is the book of astrology. The Bible can be all correlated with astrology if you have enough acumen for it. And the Bible is, could you go on mute? Because
Yeah.
you're tapping. The pictures, or whatever call it in certain architecture, is that the apostles, the 12 apostles and the 12 disciples, are all correlated with astrology. They substitute for astrology because astrology was the ancient belief system of mankind. So it had to be superimposed, just like Christmas is on an old pagan holiday of Saturnalia. So Christianity is like a reinvention of people's belief systems. It's to code it with a different look. Just like when a corporation makes a new name and a new logo, it's still the same corporation. And you see corporations go through evolutions of change.
Okay.
Have like, or the new Coke. We have the new Coke.
Rebranding.
Yeah, rebranding. So it gets rebranded, and it's all about, like, say, if you take the mystery religions of Greece, and they extended beyond Greece, even into Asia, the Black Sea area, and you have certain schools or aspects, mystery schools that represent certain gods, and there would be certain pageantries at certain times of the year, some of which would include initiations, sexual initiations for young people to connect up with other people and fertilize, and this is how reproduction was. It was all in concert with the cycles of nature. And it was people responding to the call of nature and emulating the call, the natural responses of nature. All of these in coordination with certain Sephiroth of the tree of life, Kabbalistic tree of life. And also keep in mind that all of these little Sephiroth are reflections of DNA, what's inside of you. So you have Lucifer inside of you in your own DNA. If you didn't, it wouldn't resonate with the pictures you see of him.
Thank you.
It's attributable to the sign of Capricorn. And Capricorn is, of course, in Christianity, is the beginning of the birth of Christ, the beginning when the sun starts rising in Capricorn, towards the end of December. So Lucifer is an archetype that we all have to deal with. And I didn't personally get really actively interested in, I guess I never really thought of Lucifer too much, but the Antichrist, until I read of L. Ron Hubbard's fascination with Aleister Crowley, who represented himself as the Antichrist, and I began to study Aleister Crowley, which led me to the Montauk Project, energetically, led me to the door of Marjorie Cameron, Jack Parsons' wife, and L. Ron Hubbard's old magical partner. and really kind of things came full circle. And what I would also say, so that this individual and other people understand me better, it seems like the natural, I wouldn't say natural, but the common response of human beings is to throw spears at these people, in spears of ignorance. Say, oh, she's the whore of Babylon. Aleister Crowley is the evilest man in the world. He's the wickedest man in the world.
But by the way, in both cases, it's sort of true, but out of context.
Well, but no, I'm talking of the spear throwing.
Yes, understood.
And the Frankenstein mob mentality.
It's ad hominem. It's an ad hominem attack. Yes, out of context.
Yeah, but it comes out naturally. Now you can understand if somebody hates L. Ron Hubbard because they've had a stream of consciousness that's negative. They react. It's what Hubbard called human emotion and reaction.
Well, this would be indicative of the reactive mind, right?
Yeah, and just human reaction. It's like, okay, yeah. In other words, people, we all can have that. If you hear of, you can just, and the real trick is not to react to it. You hear of somebody you hate on TV. Like I used to get really irritated whenever I would turn on TV on PBS and I'd see John Tesh doing his concert. John Tesh was this guy who used to be on Entertainment Tonight, and he was like playing at Red Rock. It was like I think it was the biggest moment of his life. He was an accomplished musician, and he's out there playing all the instruments in the orchestra. He goes and plays all the instruments, and it's like, okay, he's got ability to play all the instruments. His music, to me, was rather pedestrian, but it's like, why is this guy being celebrated? It's like it's overcompensation. And then he's out there, performing, even if it's the triangle or the xylophone. And he can play more than that. I mean, the guy is an accomplished musician, but he's not an Andrew Lloyd Webber, incredible composer. Who does all these Broadway shows. He's not, he's not even a Prince, who I didn't care for at all. But that's beside the point. Prince is Prince. God, he made a name for himself. This guy's John Tesh, and it I'd have to call one of my musician friends for counseling. Said I can't. I'm having a hard time. This guy's on TV again. I turned him off, but I need to talk about it. In other words, I think what it was the elevating of mediocrity. He struck me as somebody who was accomplished, and perhaps he's actually better than mediocre in terms of his ability. But what he had to offer was mediocre. It was mediocrity. And so somebody once said to me that one of the biggest problems in our world is the elevation of mediocrity. And you see this often. I noticed this in sports, and I'm not talking about the athletes. I'm talking about the people on the periphery of sports, the managers, the announcers. And this applied to society when I grew up, especially when I grew up. I don't know what it's like. I don't know if it's the same anymore. Is if you could be the mediocre person of acceptance. Baseball managers who couldn't manage for crap. I'm sitting there as a young person. I think this guy's nuts. Now, baseball management has become much more sophisticated. There's much more scrutiny involved. I mean, they can still make mistakes, but it's just like you just had to be this congenial person who could say all the right things and do all the right things. And if you stayed in a position long enough, you could get promoted and went golfing with the right people. That was the way to success when I was a kid. It was exemplified in a novel called Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. It was the epitome of a status quo person, and the story ends with the statement. I think he's, sympathized with his wife for the nth time, and she's just been a horrible experience for him. And he says, and George Babbitt, never did anything, or maybe it was I don't remember how it ended, but it was like it was like the first time he ever did anything in his own life that he wanted to do, or it was that he never did anything in his own life that he wanted to do. He was a successful businessman, but he was always going with the status quo. And life in our world today is not quite, you can't quite get away with being the status quo guy. It's not good enough. You either have to be very inventive and genius or very evil, like somebody like Dick Cheney. Or where you'll do the status quo of evil. You'll accept anything.
Right.
Or you've got to know how to, I think somebody quoted Joe Biden as saying, he wanted to accept money from the right people when he was younger, but he wasn't old enough. In other words, he didn't have credibility, but he was willing to take the bribes or whatever, but he had to wait to get older before he had enough credibility, just as an older person, to be able to take the money, to be able to become successful in politics. Because if you got to know how to put your hand out. You can't just go and say, bribery is accepted here. It's almost like a code you have to know. And of course, you're selling your soul when you do that. So, but anyway, the Bible as astrology it's a very complex book. And it's written over periods of years. Now, I was just told this the other day. You can quote me on this, but it's not coming from me. That I think there were 777 books of the Bible, and then at the Council of Nicaea, they only included 666 or something like that, but they reduced it. There were certain aspects of the Bible they didn't want you to. They kept out or whatnot.
Oh, very much so. Yes, I emphasized that in the past multiple times. Our Bible is completely denuded. It's censored. And, of course, one of the books that should be in it that became Apocrypha is what they call those books that were censored from the Bible itself. One of those that was censored was the Revelation of the Magi, which was then rediscovered hundreds of years later, thousands of years later almost, in the Vatican Library.
Yeah, that's where they are in the Vatican Library, which is very big on astronomy, by the way.
Of course.
But because that's how they're interpreting what's going on. But basically, one thing that really helped me understand the Jehovah tyrannical God of the Bible is if you look at the tree of life, the ruler of Keter, which is the top of the tree of life, the throne energy, the top throne energy is Pluto, is the ruler. And Pluto also represents the underworld. So, in other words, when God, the pure creation, sprouts forth, it's immediately imbibed with the negative, the duality, but with also power and control issues. Because if you can imagine creating, this happens, and this is the classic case of the Frankenstein story where you create a human being, and then you don't have control of that human being. You have we have a child. This child you care for, you cherish, you love, if you're a humane parent. And then that child has its own agenda that may or may not be in alignment with your hopes, wishes, or dreams for that child. And the child could even turn out to be far less than what you wanted or expected. But nevertheless, it's their life, and you have no control over this child. You can help them, you can support them, you can encourage them, or in some cases, you might have to excommunicate them from your life, depending on dire circumstances. But the main point here is that you don't have control. And we're talking on a human level. So when you talk about a creator that creates a creation, whether they're creating it on the level of DNA or whether it's laboratory oriented or not, it's like loses control of the creation. And what is the end? What is the end of what is the consequence of that? You basically have, and in the case of Lucifer, you have a rebellion where you have a creature who shines more beautiful than God, or tries to be as beautiful as God. And actually, if you didn't get that much, I guess what you'd say, aggrandizement, wasn't that good. It's kind of like the story of Balder. Balder is the Norse god who is so beautiful and all the gods love him that he has to be taken down by Loki. He has to be taken down because there's jealous and envy, and you just can't be that beautiful all alone. You're taken down by the Nether Force. So Lucifer is so grand, he's taken down. And I mean, there's all sorts of existential implications for that. But basically, the God of the Bible is there is this element of Pluto in astrology. Astrology is far older than the Bible. It's up there doing its walk around. And before mankind ever wrote anything, he was watching the stars, and he was chronicling the behavior of the stars, and eventually he began to inscribe them on stones, which they called stela. Not like Stanley Kowalski iterated in Streetcar Named Desire, Marlon Brando, Stella! You know, the famous Stella. Not like that, but Stella means star. Star. The stone in the star was called the stela. They're writing what was in the stars, reflection of the stars. And this is when mankind started writing. And as he evolved into writing, and writing in stone, and went into parchment and all that, he's writing experience and wisdom, and it collectivizes, and then some after a series of circumstances, and it happened long before the Christ story. You have the Christ story iterated in experience. It's an actual iteration of experience, and the Christ story is one that happens in a certain time period that is magnified and honored and respected. It's an actual stream of consciousness that's chronicled into some form of experience, and people latch onto it and whatnot. But it's as I say, it's a part of life, just as is Lucifer. So, and you would say, this is stuff as they say, it's not a question of believing or being frightened by. It's a question of processing data. And on the day when you can process all the data, you might have something of and there's also this idea of reconciliation with the creator when you're getting back to the beginning. But what I would say about that is there's a certain, I don't know how old everybody in the audience is, but sometimes there's a feeling for reunion with people that you've known. Certainly. And since my best friend passed away and I did his eulogy a couple of years ago, my expectation or joy of reunion has just lessened down. It kind of left with them. There are still people I like to see and would want to see, but they're few and far between from my past. And I had very strong ties with my friends, but they become less, and they become less relevant. And even one of my friends who I, had met with in Santa Barbara, is, how can you remember all this stuff? I can't believe you can remember all this stuff. He's very glad to see me. But in other words, he just, I was telling him what happened to this person and that person, because I found out, characters who had died. But he just couldn't believe that, I could even remember this stuff, because it was of no importance or significance to him whatsoever.
Right.
And it was only, to me, it was just amusement, entertainment of these characters and what had happened to them. But and so in other words, my point is that like say with Scientology, I have no joy to reconciling with any of those people. I mean, a few friends here and there, but it's like, what do I want to see these people for? They weren't on the same wavelength I was anyway, most of them, and but it's like so this becomes the future becomes important. But so if you're going to reconcile with the Creator, like, just imagine this: you talk to God, and let's just stereotype this, and let's say 6,000 years ago, if we want to be very, I guess what you'd say, stereotype. God created Earth 6,000 years ago, or whatever it was. But say 6,000 years before civilization, as we know it historically. We go back about 6,000 years, let's just say. And you say, okay, well, what'd you do? I created all this, I created all that. Or you're back and saying, look, I did all this stuff, and now look at what we have here. We've got Joe Biden, we've got Donald Trump, we've got China, we've got a mess. and it's like, things are pretty screwed up, aren't they? It's like, and so is God supposed to blame his creation? Or is he supposed to blame himself? Is he not good enough? Are we not good enough? Who's not good enough? Good enough to do what? And then there's the idea, well, you have to challenge evil and overcome evil, and then you've conquered evil and you can enter heaven, you can go to Shambhala. This is the same stuff with the Radu Cinema stuff. It's like, well, there's all this heaven awaiting you, there's all this Shambhala, and they want you to think of them, and it will get you closer into the gateway. And perhaps it will. But nevertheless, and there's all these people in Transylvania who are, processing stuff in between the inner earth, and there's commerce between the people in the inner earth and the outer earth, and there's people here, and they don't identify themselves, but know that they're there. Now that's belief. And of course, you're not going to see these people. And if you hear anybody asserting that they are talking to these people, they're full of shit. Not that these people don't exist, but if they do, they're not going to be, talking to you so you can talk about them on YouTube. So it's kind of like, what's the point? They're here, but you can't talk to them. And if that's the case, and we grant the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, well, they can't reveal themselves because you're not ready for them, or they're not. And so, what's the point? The point is that there is a better way, whether it be Christianity or what Radu is telling us about these people from the inner earth. But there's the question of the delivery of the truth, the apocalyptic moment, which means transcending time itself, which is an interesting concept, because how does the time reactor fit into the transcending of time, where you're becoming bigger and better than time, and you can look at time. Now that's the 10th dimension, which is God, when you can move into the God mind. That's a part of Qigong. It's a part of Taoism. It's a part of Hinduism. The 1,000-petaled lotus, and you just reach up into the top of the Kundalini spout, and these things are chronicled. So it's a part of consciousness. And then, but if you're sitting here talking on the internet, watching the internet, you're not there. There are certain things that might be said by myself or others or yourself that might prompt people, to inspire them to go up and contemplate these realms and reach these realms for a time period. That's what Qigong is. You're moving into the God mind, into the infinite mind. But then there's also, as they say in ancient Chinese proverb or Taoist proverb, is before enlightenment, carrying water, chopping wood. After enlightenment, carrying water, chopping wood.
Yeah.
You still have to, get up and make sure there's toilet paper in the bathroom. and when you can really blend and flow with that, you've got something. So I guess it all comes back to reality and what you're experiencing. And there's no limit to what you experience. It's just that when we bring it back down to the common guttural reality of it all, we have to get up and fix breakfast. Speaking of that, I want to remind people to help Douglas fix his breakfast.
Thank you.
Sending in donations for him so he can meet his rent. He needs to raise $400. So if we could have increments of $4, whether it be $4, $40, $400.
Thank you.
Whatever. If you can help him, please do. And I think we've pretty much addressed the question. In this paper, I didn't read it tonight. It's in the book, and I'm not going to. It's quoted from the book. It's from the book by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 5 is The Assassins. You can download if you want to read this book. I recommend people do read this book if they're interested in the Chichoa.
Thank you.
And this was part of something Aquino had hung on a plaque on his wall.
Yes.
It says, on the wall hung a map of Mongolia, that indefinite region, 1.5 million square miles in area, vast sections of which have never been explored. Turkestan and China border it on the south, and Tibet almost touches it. Not quite. Even in the 12th century, when the wild Mongols broke loose and nearly overran the world, the Tibet infantry under Genghis, the Chorcha horsemen drafted out of Black China, and a great cloud of Mongol cavalry under the prince of the vanguard, commanding 500 Hazars, never penetrated that grisly and unknown waste. The 8 towers of the assassins guarded it, still guard it, possibly. The vice-regent of Erlik, prince of darkness, dwelt within this unknown land and dwells there still perhaps. Now, that's from a chapter called The Assassins.
Yes.
And this is, Aquino loved it because it's like, wow, this is this the Prince of Darkness. This is where the Cho come from.
Yes.
But the beginning of the book, as I looked at the beginning of the book, because as you can download it, the name of the book, by the way, is The Slayer of Souls.
Yes.
That's a ghoulish title, The Slayer of Souls. I'm not sure who the Slayer of Souls is, but just haven't read the book. But the beginning of the book starts talking about the Yazidi. So there it is. I said, I have to read this whole book to fully appreciate the Peacock Angel in this context.
Thank you.
Which I want to do, but I don't have time.
Understood.
I'm doing other stuff to do. And I'm saying, but this is if you want to understand the profundity of the Peacock Angel.
And it brings us full circle. It brings us full circle. Do you want to complete that thought first? I don't want to interrupt that train of thought. So
no, I'm done with the train of thought. I've got this just gives me more work. Not that, but everything we talked about gives me more work to do, which is not, I want to end this chapter, but I have to do the chapter. I have to complete it to my own satisfaction. That it's, as they say, is a comprehensive summary, and it would really be, I just don't see, like, people have knocked off my work before and done whole stuff on it, or taken ideas from it and done their own stuff. That's fine. It's a compliment. I just don't see anybody taking the Cho up and doing a full, like David Childress publishing a book on the Cho. Not the Cho necessarily, but that somebody wrote, or some of these people that not only write for him but write for other publication houses, and Richard Dolan's definitive book on, or no, Robert Farrell.
Either one of them, yeah, that's right. Either one
writes on the Cho, or
well, in a sense, somebody's already done that, and that was Whitley Strieber. Albeit he so twisted it and perverted it.
Yeah, but they don't call it the Cho. No, it's no. I'm talking about somebody who's taking it on.
Got it.
Doing a scholastically oriented book on it.
Understood.
Certainly his was not.
Yeah. And so it brings us full circle, because in that quote from Robert Chambers, a great American author, and the first person to mention the Chochoa in literature that we know of, certainly American literature. And he is someone, of course, who is not credited because the cultists of Edom, particularly as personified by August Derleth, tried to claim credit for that, as introducing, quote unquote, the Cho into literature to fictionalize them. But you'll notice that the Char are mentioned with the Hazar in service of Genghis. And this is because the Hazar were the warrior tribe of Turkish people who converted to Judaism. And so you notice that the Hazar, who are the descendants of the Eastern European Jews that held an empire from the Baltic to the Black Sea in Eastern Europe, what was known as their Pale of Settlement within the Russias, meaning they held sway over Belarus and Ukraine, White Russia and Ukraine, the borderlands of Mother Russia, from where the Tsar of Muscovy then began pogroms against them. These Hazar were in league with the Chocha. So that is something to remember in terms of what Chambers is discussing. It was certainly a pointed fact that Aquino was emphasizing through his plaque on the wall. So when we come back to the Hazar as the source of the majority ethnos that invaded Palestine, committed themselves to genocide during Al-Nakba, the Holocaust of the Palestinians. What they describe as Al-Nakba is exactly the same term that's used by the Jews to describe the so-called Holocaust. The Holocaust, of course, happened, but it's not called Holocaust by the Jews. It's called Holocaust by Americans and by the West. The Jews themselves refer to it as Hashoah, the catastrophe. And of course, we are in the days of shall we say, commemoration, albeit for many Jewish people, it may as well be a celebration of the Shoah, the catastrophe, which has turned out to be very good for them with all the benefits that they've derived therefrom. This is let me see which day it is that they.
It's called making lemonade out of lemons.
Yes, they certainly have done that. So in terms of 2023, I'm trying to figure out what day it is this year because I've recently seen articles about it, and it's April 17th to the evening of April 18th, apparently. So I don't know why I was seeing articles about it recently, since we're now in the month of May. But at any rate, my point being that when it comes to the catastrophe that the Jews refer to, the Palestinians refer to theirs with the exact same words, only in the Arabic language, as al-Nakba. And that's when they lost 1 million people with the Hazar invasion of Palestine, because these were the descendants of the Hazars, the Eastern European Jews escaping from Europe and relocating themselves en masse. Notice that these Hazar, who then established a white settler apartheid regime in Palestine, over Palestine, these Hazar are now attempting to annihilate the Armenians, a Christian ethnos that can compete with them for a claim to having suffered a Holocaust, the annihilation of millions of Armenians, at least 2 million in World War I. So this brings us back to a young man who our man Peter Moon had met the other day, a trucker who was picking up many books from him, who then said to Peter, "Oh yeah, Hitler said of the Armenians." And Peter had to correct him that he wasn't talking about the Armenians, he was speaking of another ethnos. And the young man had thought he was speaking of Armenians and brought up what Hitler said of the Armenians. So I did address that tonight. I brought up what Hitler had said. Who remembers the Armenians? Meaning that Holocausts are forgotten. Certainly Jewish people want to make certain all Holocausts are forgotten other than their own. So I hope that you caught that when I brought that up. I don't know if you were here to catch that at the time.
I did. No, I appreciated that. I didn't, wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Thank you. Are you willing to relate that little anecdote, that experience with the young driver picking up your pallets of books, or is that kind of like...
Actually, he was delivering pallets of books, and it was Forgotten Genesis, and he says, "What's that?" And I told him about a little bit about the Romanian story, and he says, "Oh," he says, "Yeah, Hitler mentioned the Armenians. What Hitler says about the Armenians?" And I said, "No, Romanians." And he says, "Oh," he says, "I'm a buff on World War II." So I said, "Okay, here's a copy of the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II." He's very happy to take it.
Thank you.
So that was, he was interested in World War II.
Yes. Thank you. I shared a memory of yours the other day on my Facebook timeline, by the way, wherein you said, "A Facebook friend of mine, I knew his sister, in parentheses, read the ebook and said the following: by the way, the Roswell book is the best history book probably ever written. Thanks beyond measure." So I did share that.
It's certainly a unique history book.
Yeah,
it's history you'll never read anywhere else, not even close. And what Douglas said earlier about, he referenced himself to Daniel Ellsberg, but yes. Daniel Ellsberg was dealing on a level of classified material rather than top secret, super secret. And,
thank you.
And he wasn't burning; these were not burnable government documents.
Thank you.
It was very. I mean, it was very groundbreaking what he did, and he certainly took a lot of heat for it. In fact, tell you the truth, I think it bordered on irresponsible on his part, what he did.
Yes. That argument can easily be made, yes.
Yeah, and it was not in his best interest, and I don't know. I don't know how much this actually effectuated the end, or the Vietnam War was already on the chopping block.
Yes.
In fact, I think his stuff came out, was already a disgusting paradigm.
Well, Nixon was already Vietnamizing the war. So Nixon was already phasing America out of Vietnam. And understand that in a very real sense, it can never be overemphasized, though I myself have never emphasized it, at least not much till now, that Daniel Ellsberg, as a United States Marine, was heavily communist indoctrinated. He was heavily communized. So he was operating off of a communist subversive paradigm. And that needs to be emphasized. For those who find that a disconnect, that you don't understand the Marine Corps until you read the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, where Peter Moon and I dedicate an entire chapter to explaining the communization of the United States Marine Corps. So if you're entering the United States Marine Corps, if you know someone who's been in it, they'll speak as if they're ardently anti-communists, and yet they're the biggest communists that ever lived, and often will push communist agendas. So they're at this fundamental disconnect with themselves, very similar to many Jewish people, some of whom will be very humanitarian, promote liberal, progressive values, and yet seek the destruction of races, entire races, that they feel are a threat to their monopoly on human suffering. This is the kind of, and by the way, just by the denial of the Armenian Holocaust, which many Jews participate in, that's part of that campaign. It doesn't necessarily mean they're pulling a gun or a trigger on a gun, but it's the same thing. Speaking of which, somebody did identify the firearm in my photograph. Yes, my promotional banner, I tried to cut off the majority of the firearm in my hand, but yes, I do have a gun in hand.
I think, with no disrespect, I should mention, don't forget that they are the chosen people.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed this, but in the timestamps, when you were speaking of the nocebo effect, I used the term in the timestamps, the Chosibo effect. So I did use that. I integrated that as the Chosibo effect, which I think should be a legitimate term, because the Chosibo effect has been impacting millions of Americans. People should begin to use the term, and we should popularize it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and I'll say good night to everybody. Maybe I'll see you in the morning. Maybe I won't. But anyway, good night.
Well, always an honor and a pleasure to have you. We love you dearly. Take care. Blessed dreams.
Donate to Douglas. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now. That's Peter Moon with skybooks.usa.com. Okay, so we're going to attempt to establish a call, and we're going to see who we can contact. There are a few people who have reached out. I will reach out to them. Let's see if we can anchor this call on somebody who said he had a friend with him. Ooh, fuck, I hate that ring. Oh my god. There we are. Oh, is your friend still with you, dear Ian?
No, Sheila. But I got disciple here.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fucking up.
Well, let's go easy with the language. I mean, God knows. I just had an age restriction put on one of my videos, which is nothing compared to a ban. But in fact, that's you know.
Are you labeling your videos for the 18 up and NSFW?
What?
Did they let you do the NSFW?
What are these acronyms? What do they?
They're not safe for work. Not safe for work.
Not safe for word.
Yeah.
Rude. I'm not used to that acronym. You'll have to describe that to me in private, because I'm afraid of what you might say in public. But
I know that was bad. I know.
Who was this young lady who was with you?
No, my homie who worked at Disney World, and who actually accidentally stumbled down to like the 7th level underneath the place. she was over here, and I was gonna have her tell the story of it and all the bullshit she had to go through.
Is she going to someday do that under a pseudonym?
Yeah. We worked it out. Yeah, her name. We're calling her Miss M.
Okay. So she will operate under a pseudonym. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully she can appear on our show sometime soon.
You're on the first hour, so it's all good. It was my fault for assuming.
Well, we had no first hour tonight. There was no first hour tonight. There couldn't be. It was just too much was going on lately. It's lucky
Are you okay?
I'm sorry.
Are you okay?
I thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. No, it was White Night. Commemorative. Yesterday was Armed Forces Day, which is nothing that any one I know celebrates. Certainly none of my affiliates and people whose company I prefer.
You said White Night?
Yeah, well, yesterday was Armed Forces Day. I conducted an interview with Christine Joanna Hart, but today was White Night Commemorative Day. And so we...
I thought it had something to do with the white hats. I didn't know. I was just trying to put the two.
Oh, no. Not White Night as in night with a K, but White Night as is when Dan White was acquitted. And then there were very violent riots in San Francisco because the gay community felt betrayed. This is a big deal to many people in my son's crowd, so to speak. Obviously, I deal with that
Those
social.
people that felt entitled to that, that's their day.
Right. It's interesting how so many people I know express themselves. With that, let's see if we can add other people on.
You can have Brooke on. That's fine. You can put her on since she's gone. It's all good.
She asked me not to request she come on because she's afraid she can't resist. So I'm not.
All women. All women have that urge.
So
they're like, stop it. And it's really just come on.
At any rate, at some point, if she feels like coming on, she can ask myself. But I'm simply.
Yeah, you're right. We should not bother. You're correct. You're
yes,
right. Yeah.
I'm simply
we
on.
should let her own free will to come on.
Yes.
You're not trying to force her on every time, as per usual.
Yes, and so in interim, I will hit all of the usual suspects aside from her, unless she requests that I bring her on. I will honor her wishes and leave her alone. But she was impacted by a lot that was going on, and so therefore I basically I'm trying to give her some space.
That's good.
Yeah,
she needs a rest.
Yeah, I suppose. There's two Joe Ties. That's right. He's got two accounts because something happened that got him all screwed up. Let's see now if there's anyone else I might be forgetting. I'm just trying to hit all the usual. Oh yeah, Mr. Nothing. There we are. I think he's down there somewhere. Or that's Nemo, right? So he changed his.
Did you get my text message about the what's it called? Oh, shit. Oh, shame on me. What's that little Christian nation out there where Diana's from?
What? Princess Diana?
Yeah. Where's she from?
England. Wales.
No. I'm from. Well, she's where's she from?
I thought it was Wales. You can't hear me? Yeah.
I lost you.
Oh, Nemo, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Now, can the rest of the audience hear me?
Oh.
Yeah. Can the rest of the audience hear me? Oh my God, where is everyone? Okay, so we do need the audience to respond to let us know if they can hear us. We pulled other people onto the call while using our man Ian West as
Test 1 2.
Yeah, as the anchor for the call. And then he's like, well, we're still on the call, so we have to bring Ian back. So here's what we can do is we can add the participants and click on Ian West. So let's see if we can do that, and that'll bring him on. In the meantime, we do have our man Nemo Albano with us out of Queensland, Australia, and he at this point does know what days we're on, Sundays and Wednesdays. And,
Sundays and Wednesdays, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't 100% sure. That's why I messaged you. I needed the exact date and time to know.
Right. Thank you. No. I appreciate that. It's at it's at 6 p.m. essentially that we definitely start Pacific Daylight Time. So we're 17 hours behind you, I believe. So it's that plus 17 hours. With that, we'll try Ian again. I don't understand what's going on with him, but he's got.
Why did he disconnect?
It's when I brought others on, somehow that disconnected him. It doesn't make any sense, but Skype doesn't make any sense. And then again, Ian doesn't really make any sense either. But
He isn't bad. I like some of the topics he addresses and stuff.
We just have to be careful. We just have to be careful.
Yeah.
He cruises the dark web. That's the problem. And
For real? The actual dark web?
a lot of that shit he pulls up is just dark
That's
web
dangerous.
shit. Yeah. And well, you're telling me, yeah, of course, it got me banned off YouTube for a week.
You'd want to be using the Linux operating system if you're going to be surfing the dark web.
He uses something. I mean, his computer's so primitive, it almost doesn't fucking matter.
That's good.
Yeah, he builds his own computers. He puts them together. He's got processors the size of peanuts or something.
He knows what he's doing.
I don't know about that, but he knows what he's doing to a degree, most certainly. But it takes him like a long time to download something. So it's like he's operating at a different pace from the rest of us. So he says, I think I was from our. I can't even understand some of what he says. So I'll tell him call back. Call back and see if he does so. But other than that, catch us up on a little bit about what you're trying to communicate to me. Unless you want to maintain certain elements of that as private, that's understood, and then maybe you and I will speak privately as soon as we can, some point in the near future.
I wanted to apologize because you wanted to try and call me.
The test call. Yes. So what happens during?
I wasn't awake.
No worries. Whenever you see something like that, understand that when I'm throwing out something like, are you available to run a test call? I'm throwing that out to about maybe about a dozen people at least.
Yep.
So what I was doing was I was just throwing that out to a dozen people to see who would respond. Fortunately, I was responded to by 3 people. Mark H. offered his services, but they were just impractical. It was too close to the top of the hour to be of any use. The people who responded most immediately were the Real Tech Geek, and before the Real Tech Geek, it was Brandon Young. So Brandon Young responded first, and I do want to relate to people that it's very hard for me to tell, but as far as I can understand, we need to maintain his girlfriend Kelsey in thought and prayer. Apparently, the accident that he tried to describe is real. Now, understand his sense of humor is very off, and his delivery is so dry, and there's communicative difficulties there that make it hard to understand where he's coming from at any given time. But I do think that what he's saying is supposed to be true. So apparently there was a school accident in which his girlfriend Kelsey lost her hair as a result of the release of some chemical. So she's in recovery, and I don't really know more than that. Because when I talk to him, sometimes he'll then deliver some joke and then it throws the communications off again. So all I can say is it seems to be true. If so, yeah, it sounds bad. But all right. Yeah, we do want people to know. I'll try and have him on in an opening hour at some point soon if I have opening hours again. I will have them again, of course, if Michelle Carmela Saldana comes back, because that's her golden hour, is the opening hours when she has time to talk, while her, especially on Wednesdays, while the rest of her commune, there's no other word for it, her Airbnb, and she tries to make it sound like it's something better than what it is, but it sounds awful. So the commune where she lives, essentially, where everybody can hear each other, and if not, they make certain that they will. They basically, it's Jesus. She just said she's here. Amy Komu. Fuck. I just tried to call. So let me see if I can bring her on again. Let me see if I can try and call her. Add that to the participants. Amy, you can just jump on the call. You're already on the call technically, so you can come on. But we'll call her anyway. Let's see if that brings her on. Or that might be a message from an earlier time. I'm not sure. But at any rate, and then Joe Tai joined us. So that's good because the other day he dropped off and didn't return. So there you go with that. Just some
Alright.
catching people
Who's
up on. Yeah.
Joe Tai, sorry, I never heard him speak before.
So Joe Tai, this is Mr. Nemo Albano from Australia. Joe Tai is in New Jersey, and Joe Tai was actually born in the same nation as myself, Taiwan. So was Michelle Carmela Saldana for that reason, for that matter. But Joe Tai, by all means, introduce yourself.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Nima.
How's it going over in Jersey at the moment?
It's nice weather. I mean, it's getting pretty good weather. That's all I'm saying. Not too hot. Cold.
It's currently winter in my region.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're in the southern hemisphere. Yeah.
Yes. Now explain to us that bizarre tradition that Australians have, where they have winter essentially twice a year, or rather Christmas essentially twice a year, because it's winter in Australia during everyone else's spring. So maybe you could tell us a bit about that, right?
I barely pay any attention towards Christmas or just any of that. Like, yeah. What do you mean twice a year? Like,
well, when I was in Australia during that horrible period of time that I was...
Oh, you had winter, you experienced winter in America, then you went to Australia and experienced winter there twice.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Yes.
Well, I mean, what I saw advertised on some of the restaurants and hotels was winter in July or something like that, or Christmas in July is what they say. Christmas in July, emphasizing that it's winter in Australia, and so they had kind of like this little kind of pseudo Christmas, I guess, to go with Australian winter that they were celebrating. Right. And
I never heard of that.
Oh, okay. It was being promoted at some of the tourist sites. That's all. Oh yeah, probably you never heard of it.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, probably you never heard of it because you don't hang out at tourist sites in Australia, right?
Yeah,
that would make sense.
Yeah. I rarely. I'm always inside my room.
Yeah. No. So is this like a lifetime thing? Just kind of like
Yeah, I rarely go out.
Wow.
I only go out if I have to see a doctor or get some food, just anything I need to buy.
Right.
So that. Yeah. I never got corona or sick.
No, I understand. I do my best to avoid the COVID like the plague.
Yeah.
Holy shit. It's something I never want. And
Yep.
That being said, but before COVID, were you kind of like this? A bit of a shut-in?
Oh, yeah. Just ever since I was around 17, 18, yeah, I just stayed in my home and just not go out much. I was in a car accident in November the 4th, I think, or 3rd, 2010, early in the morning. And I was in hospital for 2 weeks, and after that I got a laptop and an internet and just fucking didn't bother socializing and just research shit and play video games.
Wow.
I have no life. That's basically it.
Wow. Whoa. That's like, I mean, how does your father feel about this? Is there any other member of the family?
He feels bad because he nearly killed me from the car accident, but yeah.
Holy shit.
We live together.
Okay. And your mother's not there, part of this?
Oh, no, she put me up for adoption when she was 17 or whatever. She took me away from my father and threatened to report him to the cops, saying that he raped her and made her have a kid or tried to kidnap me or some bullshit. And then she took me away from my father, then put me up to a foster care home. Then my dad had to go all the way to the care home to get me back and drive all the way back to his hometown.
Hello, Douglas. Everyone.
Yeah. Wow, wow, and while that incredibly dramatic experience was being related, Real Tech Geek has joined us, and I will introduce you. Of course, you know Joe Tai, and I've introduced Joe Tai to Nemo Albano in Queensland, Australia. I'll now introduce Real Tech Geek to Nemo.
Hello.
Yeah, um, there you go.
Hello.
Yeah,
How's it going?
All right. I'm okay.
yeah.
But yeah, I have I do the same thing. I didn't go out for a couple weeks. I went to I'm a photographer. I went to a show in Long Island. I live in New York City.
Oh,
So,
nice.
but I've developed that type of behavior too. I mean, I fluctuate with that, or we'll be indoors for a few weeks and I will go
It's
out
not
a lot.
healthy though. You need the
But
sun.
yeah, it's not healthy. My wife really hates that about me now. I don't like it either. I mean, I do suffer from depression, but there's a lot of different reasons why. But definitely the pandemic
Yes.
messed me up with
Bet-
that,
Better
and
to be safe than
it's
sorry.
difficult to adjust. What you said?
Better to be safe than sorry too.
Yeah, well, yes, of course. I mean, I'm unvaccinated and I got it in January, so I have asthma, so I'm dealing with long COVID from it. So, and I was around two different people, including my wife and an ex-girlfriend of mine that both were sick, and I was fine. Then all of a sudden, then I get it in January of this year. So I'm taking it easy a lot, also, and watching what I eat because it's the asthma has been, and the combination like onto COVID has been really difficult dealing with it. I still have a cough from it.
I can imagine, or rather, I can't even begin to imagine. Perhaps, what is the stance of both of you gentlemen? I believe Joe Tai's stance is more similar to mine, where he would take the various boosters, the vaccine itself, the various boosters. I believe Joe Tai and I are probably up to date on our shots. What is the stance of both of you gentlemen on vaccines? Just curious. I mean, we're not militant about it here.
I've never taken the jab, and I don't intend to.
Okay.
And I don't tell others not to. That's me. That's me.
Okay. And yourself, Real Tech?
I'm absolutely against that thing, the gene therapy. So I'm never going to ever take it. So
I just hate. Yeah, I hate the thought of being injected with shit, and I just want my body left alone.
Well, you know the thing is about it is that the Comirnaty vaccine, which was developed by Pfizer, is the only one that is FDA full approved, but it only was for Europe though. So the other ones, those are just
Yeah,
use.
I wouldn't trust
So,
Johnson and Johnson because
yes.
they've
Oh,
been selling
just got banned, yeah.
asbestos. They've been selling asbestos as baby powder.
Well, yeah, the Johnson and Johnson vaccine, for what it's worth, was the only vaccine that was a one shot and you're done, and it was operating on the old principles of vaccines. It was not a gene therapy or mRNA vaccine. So it was simply
Correct.
operating on the principle of taking the virus itself and injecting a small amount of that into your body so that your immunosystem would recognize it and then defend itself from it. So that's the one that I had. Then after that, it was mRNA with the boosters, really. That being said, so I do understand why some people are afraid of the fact that it's an mRNA vaccine. These are new. We don't really know what they do to the human body.
I would feel more comfortable if I just knew how well it was working for a majority of people, getting it over another next 5 years or whatever. If I see that it's predominantly good and healthy, then I'd consider getting it.
And I can't blame these
Traditional
guys.
vaccines, I'm not against,
It's
but
it's so
this,
new.
definitely,
I'll take
yes,
the
it is.
malaria shot. I'll take the tetanus
And
shot.
of course, the also the thing too is the adhesive, and you can look this information up. The adhesive for this mRNA vaccine specifically is live fetuses. So that too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like extractions from fetuses. what's inside of it.
You can't blame
Is that
these
what you're
guys for
saying?
not taking a shot.
Yes.
I can't blame you guys for not taking the shot. The only reason why I took it is my son
You
is
have
in the
to.
service, and they made him take the Moderna. So I said, if he's gonna take it, I'm gonna have to find out what's I should take it too. So you know what I'm saying, but.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, I want to. If I had a choice, I wouldn't take it. But
A lot of people had
it's
no
pretty
choice
new.
because they would have had their jobs lost and whatever.
That's the
You're
other
allowed to take
reason,
it to
but-
continue your profession in some job.
Well, you might want to show the fact that your son is in the military. Is that why he had to take it, Joe?
Yeah, but they're letting a lot of people off that stuff. They're allowing people to not take it now and
Crazy.
stay in the force.
Well,
Yeah,
a lot of people that Navy
also-
SEALs didn't take it, and if they had to walk out and dishonorably discharge, they did that. But the Navy dropped it after the
Jesus.
last year.
I mean, that's
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I think it's ridiculous the Navy dropped it myself, but moving.
What I realized, the Navy is pretty messed up because of the water incidents in the carriers. They were for like 2 years they had polluted water. My son was drinking from that. I'm sort of pissed off about how the military was not able to fix these water. The water is very important,
Well,
they could spend $13 billion on the USS Gerald Ford, and it cost $500,000 just to fix the toilets in it, and they can't figure that out. Why it keeps flooding?
Mhm.
What do you expect?
Yeah, well, I mean, you did warn your son not to join the Navy, but he went anyway. Was that not the case, Joe?
Yeah. Yep. But
Why did he choose to continue pursuing that path to join the Navy?
well, I mean, it's sort of his fate, anyways. Under his chart, he was, under the Chinese, where he was born on the emperor's body. When he was born, he was going to work for the government. But I was hoping that he would work for the government in other forms besides in the Navy.
I'll try and make that
Like
more
cybersecurity or something like that.
Right.
I have a friend who's doing that.
Wow, I'm actually surprised at
Well,
what Joe.
he's studying to do that. He's pursuing cybersecurity work for the government
Right.
in America.
I'm surprised that what Joe said was even accessible to you. I was going to clarify for those who did not find it accessible. Joe Tai is speaking in terms of Asian fortune telling, and Joe Tai, his biological father, was a fortune teller of the Asian tradition. So this has been a profound influence in Joe Tai's life. And so what he's saying is that by the Asian charts, there's kind of a fated destiny that is read into it. And in the case of his son, he was hoping for something more benign or sensible, but his son chose the hardest path. And
Okay.
it might be the easiest path in the sense that you can get on it the easiest, but it's the hardest path to tread. And I don't mean that in some noble sense where it's the hardest path as if it's a noble burden. I mean, it's the hardest path in the sense that it is just awful on you, the person who will very seldom find anything productive or positive coming out of such an experience. Just everyone else, just stay out of the military. Brooke Gibson,
Agreed.
did ask myself about should she discourage her son to join the military, and I told her, of course, that almost go as sans saying. I mean, having listened to me as much as she had, or
Why
at
would
least
you want your child to be a disposable puppet for your corrupt criminal military?
Thank you. Just a meat in the grinder. So the real Ian West says, my shit is fucked. Then he says, maybe you're right, Doug. Maybe it's time to tone the show down a bit. I'll see you next time. So I'll ask him, can you not attempt to jump on the call. Apparently he can't, but I'll ask it anyway. Jump on call. Okay. And then
I tried messaging him twice, but he hasn't replied.
Okay.
In Skype, I DM'd him twice.
Okay. That's but he was.
I haven't talked to him at all in a while.
Okay, but you were. Apparently, he was communicating with some other people fairly regularly. Were you one of those people? I mean, you exchanged
in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, you exchanged a series of exchanges with him over the past several days, right? Yes.
Well, I tried. In the YouTube chat, yeah.
Yeah, until
like he was saying he's trying to post links and shit, but none of it was showing up. Then I said, post it in Skype or somewhere else, and he didn't do that.
Well, by the way, his attempting to post links in chat, there's very seldom that people succeed in posting links in chat. It's made that way so that people just can't jump in and post links. That's why
I asked him, please post it in Skype so I can see the link.
Right. And now you can do it if you're a manager of the channel, so I can post links once in a while, but they do try to discourage people from just doing that because people would just go into the chat and just push links to their own shows, right? So
yes, that is correct.
Yeah. So that's part of that situation. So of course he would have some hard time with that, but he's not necessarily immediately responding to what I'm saying. I do think he's having some problems with his equipment. So do understand, like I told everybody, he's to be admired in the sense that he builds all his computers himself from scratch, but he's got processors the size of peanuts, and it takes, hours for things to download. By the way, Mr. Brendan Zogit has joined us, and of course, I'm hoping he'll share whatever adventures he's been having, whatever he's willing to share publicly. Brendan, I'll introduce you to, I believe you know Mr. Joseph Ty in New Jersey, the Real Tech Geek in, where are you again, Real Tech?
Flushing, Queens.
Flushing, Queens. Okay. And that sounds like public commodes at a drag show. And Nemo is in Australia, which is one of the most dangerous places on earth. It's full of white people. So Brendan,
greetings, everybody.
Yes. Say hello to Nemo in particular, and
hello, Brandon.
Real
yes,
Tech.
greetings. Yeah. Good to hear from someone, a brother down under, maybe.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, Nemo's been promoting my terminology, using terms like Edomite and the Herodians and the like in his own videos for quite some time.
I've been uploading more videos on my channel too, and trying to just clarify and get rid of any confusion on the topics.
Yeah, I think that place where you're at needs a lot of clarification on what the military really is and all that stuff. Yeah, so that'll help. That'll help in the long run.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Douglas, were you muting the mic? Was that like a technical problem?
or maybe you're considering it as potentially a form of passive protest or something, perhaps. No,
really.
Yeah, okay. It was. I'd
be more than okay.
Yeah, what was that?
I'd be fine with that.
No, yeah, actually it wasn't, but such a thing. But I muted when he brought up the the fact that he heard it. Then I began to mute it and just kind of join in every once in a while. So I do want people to know that the new mic is sensitive and it picks up a lot.
Right.
So just let me know if you hear things you shouldn't be hearing. I was
talking about my mic because it kept getting muted. Yeah.
When was this?
Just now.
It might sound good for you.
Yeah, it's back. It's back. But
okay.
What's strange about I'll say this publicly. It's but the reason why I wasn't getting your Skype calls is because I got forced logged out of Skype. So I don't know how that happened. And then right when I logged back in, it kept muting over and over again.
Holy shit.
So
that wasn't me.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I was like, is there a reason?
Okay, I thought you were talking about what Peter Moon was talking about earlier. I didn't know.
I think your communications are being intercepted because I don't think you saw any of what either me or Peter have been saying to you.
Oh, fuck. What was Peter saying?
Well, he said that you haven't contacted him tonight. Did you end up getting a hold of him?
Oh, God.
He was on the show.
I'm sorry. What was that? Real Tech?
I said Peter Moon was on the show today.
Oh, right. No,
Yeah,
but
so he just met up instinctively, but he said that you weren't nothing.
Well, basically what Peter, I don't know what he was tripping off of, but basically I had told Peter that I wouldn't be contacting him until the time of the show. I think he probably got concerned because normally I try to publish a promotional banner, hours ahead of time, etc. But today was White Night Commemorative Day. And so I was with, all the gay people and so the Blood Boys and my son at the estate and all the rest of that stuff. We did go into San Francisco. And because we went into San Francisco, my son hooked me up on one of these, internet cafe affairs. And I did check into Facebook a few times, during which time I communicated specifically with Christine Joanna Hart about scheduling another interview. But after that, we went back to what we were doing. And then, of course, we had to be in San Francisco because it was White Night Commemorative Day. And this is where the gay community was holding a lot of affairs concerning that anniversary, which, again, I will repeat to everyone who doesn't understand what I'm talking about, was that years and years ago, 40 some odd years ago, the gay mayor of San Francisco, as people remember him outside of San Francisco, but the so-called mayor of Castro Street and the real mayor of San Francisco were both assassinated by a man named Dan White, who was then acquitted without any punishment whatsoever, and therefore the gay community went wild, had a riot which did enormous damage to San Francisco, and so this is the anniversary.
But you've exposed what happened in truth, but that's another point. Different point.
And that would no need to dive into that rabbit hole again right now.
Different point.
But so I was gone all day and didn't come back till the last minute, and I don't understand why the message didn't stick with Peter that was what was going to happen. But then when I did get started, he was here, and but I will say it's interesting that you bring that up because it's very synchronistic with what really happened. What really happened was that I saw V during this 3-day weekend, so to speak. By that I refer to Armed Forces Day was Saturday. Today, Sunday, was White Night Commemorative Day. And so Friday I saw V, and basically for whatever reason, she didn't remember the appointment. And this is common. People miscommunicate. They do all kinds of strange things. And in her case, she thought the appointment was Saturday. So when I went down to the salon, I did text her on the cell phone before I went down. This is the new cell phone. I was hoping this wouldn't be the case, but it turned out it was the case. So basically, with my old cell phone, for those of you who don't remember, whenever I would talk to V, every once in a while, the deep state, meaning very likely the NSA, which Michael Aquino was the deputy director of, a member of his cult would sometimes respond in V's place and just say something that would be totally off the wall, send something that would be meant to provoke unease or not even make any sense, just to sow confusion. So one time, like I said, I woke up V in the middle of the night because she said she wasn't going to go to the appointment. Well, she didn't say that. So I woke her up in the middle of the night and she was angry. Not that I cared. As I said, I've had enough of a dysfunctional relationship with V where it's very hard that, I would hardly ever feel guilt at her discomfort. But later on, the next day, she confirmed she had not sent that, meaning that whoever does this, they can get into her account and communicate as her. And so I can show her proof that this is happening. And so that happened again this time. So with the new phone, they got in and responded to a question that I asked her about the appointment, which caused me to think that she knew the appointment was today. But when I went down there, she did not. So the lady told me, you better call your girlfriend. You better call, that's how she refers to her. You better call your girlfriend. And so I called her, and she, just by fluke, she picked up and then came down. So all credit to her for that. I mean, she does things to somewhat redeem herself by degree. So she did come down, and I showed that to her. And that was an example of our communications are intercepted. So understand that and I had to say this to Peter the other day when he suddenly asked me privately on the phone about the physical assault and what happened, and I keep thinking to myself, does anyone not hear what I say? That I can't talk about these things on phones or something like that. People just casually think that I can speak on phones about violent events, and that's not the case. It's amazing how people just have no concept or grasp nothing. So when I told him, look, I can't talk about that on the phone, and I had to explain all of our messages are intercepted. Everything we say, he sent me the chapters to the book, the latest chapters to the book to edit, and they never arrived. So then he had to send them again. So that being said, our communications are being intercepted. Yes, anything to do with me, I do want everyone to understand that they don't just access all of my accounts. They access all of yours. All of your accounts, everything you've got, whatever porn you've got, they know what you've got. It's just to understand, they do this to everyone I know. With Brooke Gibson, Richard K. Cole Jr. Sent a message to himself from Brooke Gibson's account saying, "I must overthrow Douglas Dietrich. Help me!" And so he responded to her saying, "You demanded my help, Brooke Gibson. Why have you asked me to help you overthrow Douglas Dietrich?" And this was through the Facebook account. And she said, "I didn't send you anything." And then he went in his usual spiel and his bullshit. And then she related it to me. But you understand that this is what they do. What they sent to me was through the account of V. Richard K. Cole sends himself requests for help from Brooke Gibson so he can come as the knight in shining armor. And the reason that they do that is so that it is on record that she asked for his help. So understand that the deep state controls these communications, and they try to create a narrative. They try to create a narrative through it where people are asking for help against myself. And so apparently they don't do this too often with men. They seem to think women are much more vulnerable in this regard.
Look, it's worked in the past. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Why fix what's broken?
Yeah. There you go. And Lena Shea was a great example of that. But then Lena Shea was always a member of the cult.
The other one.
God, yeah. You just, don't be afraid to name them. I mean, they're all idiots.
Selena.
Yeah, there we are. Selena Khan. Yeah, well, Selena Khan was so stupid. She thought she could just be friends with everybody. That, I'm friends with both sides. And it doesn't work like that. You're sitting on a
precipice. It doesn't seem to have worked out for that situation.
Yeah. Oh my God.
When you have to make up an alibi for a ritual murder or something.
Yeah, yes. And by the way, we're not exaggerating.
It reminds me of the time with my grandma's dog. He kept trying to be friendly with the bird, and every time he turned his back, the bird would bite his tail.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure that parallel necessarily applies, but it's colorful. And real Ian West here is like, so he said something synchronous with all of this, and I'll share the how would I say it? The screen share with all of you. So, by the way, our audience cannot see the screen share. I'm going to share it with the people who are on call. I wish I could share it with the audience, but that would require downloading an addendum to the online broadcasting software. So can all of you see the cursor moving around? Cursor.
Let me check.
Yes.
Okay. So let's take a look at what we've got going here. These are some of the private messages. We'll go back to the call. So if you see the cursor moving around, we're going to go to Real Ian West.
It's the cleanest I've ever seen your background screens.
Interesting.
Why don't you set it black? Doesn't it burn your eyes when you have it white like that?
I'm not a baseline human. Don't worry about that.
I'm just being facetious.
Right. Yeah. So this is something that was sent in the midst of all these intercepted communications by Ian West, who I believe truly has a kind of intuitive grasp on the situation. He processes it so warped the way he processes it. It doesn't often help, but anyhow, he wrote, "This is the guy who has access to all your emails and phone calls." I mean, well, the fucker's dead now, but maybe he even has more access than ever. I mean, after all, he's kind of in this ethereal medium where he's just there, But certainly his cult.
Wilo.
He's yeah, and I love the way when I told him, basically he took an excerpt from the pornography that was written by Michael Aquino under a pseudonym, but he's pointing out that contract thing that I show everybody, where Aquino's describing how he has the man selling his son to him sign a contract to incriminate himself. So he puts this in here to show the evil of Aquino, where basically Aquino's character is described with no name. No name is given to the man who is Michael Aquino, and David, the victim, is named, where, of course, Aquino is basically saying, "You're my slave, David. I own you. I can do whatever I want to you. Your body is now my property." Now, for some reason, Ian decided to include all the sexual crimes of Davy's father before Davy sells him, where Davy's father is flooding his son with seminal fluids, etc. It's described a little more directly than that. And for some reason he kept that, but he doesn't keep the part where the Aquino character starts sexually assaulting the child once he's purchased him. But then he signs it off as "from the fucking Frank files," which of course just is so respectable, right? I mean, that just adds so much to the... So he says, "What you think?" I said, "It gets the message across while conveying the reality of our situation. His cult runs the NSA, and the NSA accesses all our intercourses." I used that as a pun. I don't think he got it. "Yeah, man, I was going to credit you for kind of like the meme itself, but I didn't think you'd want me to put your name on it. That's why I just sent it to you." And so then I told him that perversely, I would appreciate it if you acknowledged myself as the source for that fragment from Aquino's private pornography that he published under pseudonym. And he said, "Okay, sure, that would make it more credible." I mean, where does credibility fit in when you sign off as "the fucking Frank files," as if you were writing porn yourself? It's not just not just Frank, but it's fucking Frank. There's this disconnect here that goes on in circles. And then he asked me, pointed question here, "Do you have the entire book or whatever it is?" So I says, "I do have 2 books of his on file thus far," but then I distracted him by saying, "As for a banned episode, please use the following timestamps," and that kind of threw him off from the question that I knew would ultimately come. So again, using a pun there, but that distracted him to another subject. But such being said, I find it interesting.
I think you sent me an excerpt a while back. It's not worth reading. I don't know if anyone's...
Yeah, well,
really want to go that far.
It depends on what a person gets off on. I mean, if people get off on the sadistic exploitation of young boys, then yeah, it's pretty gripping. But if that's not exactly your...
Talk about father fuckers, huh? Patriots.
Yes, there we are. And Joe Ty has just turned his camera on for the fans only group.
What? Did I?
Yes.
No, did
Yeah,
I?
we see kind of.
No, okay.
Kind of. Some part of you. We see a part of you.
I'm not looking. So
Source unknown.
Oh my god. So that being
I
said,
figured,
look like Bobby
I'd
Lee.
come in and try and install some positivity.
yeah, please, by all means, get
Uplifting.
started. Start with a positive.
The positivity is today is a holy day.
We're seeing Joe again. Yes, it's waving. It's waving in front of us now, Joe.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah, really, it is.
When the hell did I get off of this?
Well, you're getting off all right, but it's there we are. Okay. No, it's back.
Are you being facetious or are you serious?
No, it's serious. Yeah, this camera keeps turning on.
Yeah, see what I mean? It's doing weird stuff is happening, yeah.
Yeah, and his head is showing. I swear to God, it's and I can never tell which head is which. They look exactly alike.
Thank you for calling me a dickhead.
Yeah.
Yes, so some positivity by all means, dear Brendan.
Yeah, so today is a holy day.
Excellent.
It's the day that the sun reaches the star Alcyone, which is the main star of the system, the Pleiades. So it's in conjunct with Alcyone, the highest point in the Pleiades system. And that is the day that the Mayan pyramids in the Yucatan Peninsula were consecrated, 20th May. when they were built. And so those buildings were built to align perfectly with that date, or when the sun reaches this critical point, and I'm using that pointedly, critical point in the sky.
Yes.
When the summer is here and the plants are growing and nurturing is happening. And so that's why the ancients celebrated these times, because it's the sun going into Taurus sign, which is the Pleiades, is the early part of it between Aries and Taurus. So that's the good news.
Yes.
And and it's
tell
a very
us why.
positive day.
Tell us why. Aside from the fact that Taurus was my biological sire's astrological sun sign, yes, and Mao Zedong's too, I think. Maybe I'm wrong on that,
Right.
but do go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why it's important, is because that's when the sun, grows our food in the northern hemisphere, and that's when we get, the most sunlight. Like the days are getting longer, things are coming out along, summer's almost here. So it's a very important date.
Yeah. Thank you.
And the Mayans had a very special connection to it for whatever reason.
Yes.
To the point where they built some of the most advanced buildings ever made. Even
What was
close
the
to the
purpose of those buildings you were talking about?
So the Mayan pyramids were to commemorate this date, the time when it connects to the Pleiades star system, the sun.
All right.
And that's why there's serpents on the side of it, that when the sun, between now and the summer solstice, when the sunlight hits it, you can see the serpent get created. The shadow of the bricks create a serpent coming down.
Interesting.
So it's a very advanced building.
That's incredible.
I gotta look into that.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, it's there. I can.
Please share any links. I want anybody to share me any interesting links in Skype.
Oh yeah, I don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. And in terms of the anything else you want to bring up about how people can take this personally, or perhaps the overall strategic impact of all of this, considering what the world is going through right now, for instance, how do you feel? Is this kind of a stabilizing factor in the war situation or the situation of tensions?
It's beyond anything on this realm.
Okay.
It's something that has to do with the heavenly realms.
Okay.
So that's you know how all the modern people talk about the Pleiadians and all that stuff. Well, there's a real aspect of it.
Yes.
That there are beings from there, and according to the Vedic, which is the most ancient mythology that encompasses the whole earth, but it's just veiled in mythology.
Mhm.
Whether it's Mayan mythology, whether it's Hindu, so-called Hindu, but that's actually the derivation of this Vedic. Whether it's Native North Americans, whether it's Europeans, Norway, the Scandinavian countries, they all have the same mythology if you have the eye, the capability to, and even the lineage of the words are the same as well. Midgard and Middle Earth is our plane, which in Vedic is called Bulok, Bhudevi Buloka, which is Earth. So my point is just that it's all connected, and so if you look into that, that's what you'll get, basically.
Now, help disambiguate for our listeners, because obviously, if someone like Brooke Gibson were listening, she would hear you say there's a lot of talk about people from the Pleiades, and she wouldn't necessarily immediately understand.
I wasn't done with that part, but yeah.
Yeah. So please, go on.
So, thanks for reminding me that.
Yeah.
So the Pleiades is where, according to the Vedic mythology, is where the wives of the sages lived, and they still live there. I mean, they're beings that are above this realm. So the Pleiades constellation is, in the Greek mythology, they were called the Gorgons, these magical witch type beings.
Yeah.
But in the Vedic, they were the seven wives, the seven sisters of the rishis. There were basically 7 sisters born from Brahma, the creator god. And they married the 7 rishis, which were these beings that created the entire multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
And the rishis just translates as sage.
Okay.
So there are these sages that created like this whole multiverse, and they were the first 7 enlightened beings,
Right.
sons of Brahma. They were called rishis, and so the wives of the rishis lived there. And through that, we get all kinds of nurturing strength that supports the planet and gives us life-giving food and energy, and like that's how like that energy is associated with like a growing of a child. That's why it's considered like nurturing.
Wow.
I keep saying that word. It's like a key word there.
It is, and it's important because we need that sense of nurturing. We don't get enough of it. There's too much of a sense of horror in too much of what we talk about. So I'm so appreciative of the fact that you're here to balance that out.
That was the point. Yeah, I was trying to get there.
Yeah, and both,
I appreciate it.
By the way, both of these cats, she, of course, now to qualify this, she took in a number of, maybe about a few years ago by now, maybe a year or two ago, 2 cats that I only found out this weekend were from apparently like a shelter. So, of course, shelter cats are problematic. So that's the qualifier. But she said both of them have been very sick. Then again, that seems to have been the norm ever since she'd taken them in. I did ask her, do you feel as if you're under occult assault? At which point she really seized up. And why would you say that? And I said, well, because
This is Brooke?
Yeah, no, this is V.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. Brooke. Basically, what happened with Brooke was, I think I told you, her animals died. The ducks and chickens. The ducks and chickens died, which is horrible. I'm not chuckling at that. It's horrible. But just so people get it, it was physically impossible. They died the way they did. She had surrounded them with basically some very expensive barbed wire and electrified at that, I think.
Concertina.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just stuff that, and then, but somebody got in there and killed them anyway. So it is, so there's a feeling among various affiliates of mine that they are under a cult siege for very good reasons. So that's what I explained to V when she had asked that question. And obviously we all know that the enemy is very oriented in that direction. So with all this going on, I don't know if that gives you anything intuitive. If you want to respond, you don't need to respond to that, but if you want to.
Well, just one thing that when it comes to cats, they're like they're like half in and half out of this realm. So
that's right.
That's why they're able to and
Cats
it's
are
not
magical.
necessarily to their benefit. Yeah, they're magical. They're part magical, and that's why they intercept spells, even negative ones. It's not really their fault.
Yeah.
Some of them are not. Some of them are conscious enough to actually defend you, which is why the Egyptians appreciated them so much.
Yes.
What about the behavior when you see the cat just staring at he's fixated at staring at absolutely nothing? Is that a spirit it's looking at, or?
It's beings that we can't see that are outside of our
So
visual
they can see
spectrum.
what we can't see, yes.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah.
By the way, the old superstition was that when a cat does that, if you lean behind them, you would have to crouch and you look between their eyes. Then theoretically you will see.
Right?
Yeah, between their ears. I'm sorry. Yes, that's what I meant to say. The space between their ears. If you crouch behind them and then, of course, don't ever do this in front of somebody seeing you. You'll look insane. But unless you've explained to them and you're all trying to try it out at a party or something. But if you tried it out, theoretically, you can see the ghost they're looking at or spirit.
Right.
Yeah, and or theoretically, you could do that at any given time. Supposedly,
I'm going to try that.
Yeah. You have cats?
I mean,
Go on.
I don't have a cat, but if I ever see a cat doing that, I'm going to go behind it and look between its ears.
It just makes certain nobody sees you. But anyhow,
I don't care.
Yeah.
the
I knew you'd say
caveat
that.
to that would that you would need to have some, lack of a better word, chakra buildup, or chi. You'd have to have enough chi build up to see it. Because like it doesn't work with physical eyes. Like you need energetics. Not saying I could do it. I'm just saying that's the reality of that.
Wow, thank you. That's important. Thank you for sharing that. And by the way, you were preparing a dish. Tell us about the dish you're preparing.
Oh yes, you heard that?
Of course. How could we not? So
Well,
tell us about it. You did send me like a recipe. You sent me a recipe.
I did send you that too. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So that was something I made the other day.
Wonderful.
But I just wanted to say I'm sorry about the background noise because Zoom. If you're on a Zoom meeting, the software will take out the background noise.
Uh-huh.
So I guess Skype isn't. They don't care about that.
Right. By the way, we've got some other background noise. Maybe that's Nemo. Is there something you're snapping, Nemo? Like a?
No, that's not me. That's Brendan.
Oh, okay. So that's the background noise Brendan's referring to. Thank you for clarifying that. So what's that snapping? What's that? Is that like husking corn?
I don't think that was me actually.
Okay.
Sounds like a keyboard.
Might be. Yeah, it's not me. So just so people know, there's another party on this call because Joe Tai and Realtek are both muted. Both, Joe Tai and Realtek are both
My
muted.
headset's muted, but not on Skype.
Okay.
That's pretty sketchy.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, we already knew. I knew it was tampered with anyway. So.
Yeah, that's right. Whoever they were, they knocked you off the call, and then they muted you repeatedly. So they didn't want you to get on. So this snapping that we're hearing now is what we're referencing. It's none of us. So this is the sixth party.
Coming from Brendan, every time I see his square going blue, every time the noise.
Okay, so it could be my headphones, maybe.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's really I know it looks like it's sourcing from him, but they're probably doing something through his account. But maybe if he does fix it, then it was him. But whatever it had a regularity to it that was odd. In other words, almost like somebody was snapping their fingers regularly, like almost like habitually.
Oh, I heard it again. Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah.
Well,
I heard that. I heard that.
Yeah, so that's not you're in Douglas. It sounds like it's coming from your house.
Yeah, it's not me. It ain't me. So, by the way, we used to have this on calls in the past where they wanted you to know they were on the call. These various
or they're just getting sloppy.
Yeah, it's sloppy. It sounds like they're probably jerking off or something. I mean, it's like it's God knows what they're doing. So
the dishes I was cooking are these ancient Egyptian dishes, and they're also modern Arabic dishes, but they were adapted to the Arabic culture over time. But one of them is called fulum dammas. Fulum dammas is this baked or cooked stewed fava bean dish. That's the one I sent you, Douglas. It was a very ancient dish. Okay. That one's like that's like the national dish of Egypt right now.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's called fulum dammas. It's like they take fava beans and they cook them down, and then they add all the spices and chili pepper, and cumin, different things to it, and then they make like a salad on top of like fresh tomatoes and onions, lots of onions and garlic. It's this very flavorful, like a very famous Arabic dish. And then
there's cheap to make.
Oh, extremely, yeah. It's the reason I'm trying to say it in English, but the reason the Egyptians have it is because like lum fa'ara, is the Arabs would say. They're very poor.
Right.
And it's not their fault. It's just they're mainly agrarian. So there's people don't realize this. My grandfather was explaining this to me that if you go to, I've never been there, but he was explaining it in detail that if you ever go to Cairo, Al-Cairo, the population there is over 10 million people.
That's right.
And there's no high rises. It's not like New York. They're like very compact, and none of them have like the jobs we would consider here. Like there could be, millions of people in San Francisco, but they're all making San Francisco wages. If you go to Cairo, they're all making $1 a day, and there's 10 million.
Yeah.
So these people, they don't have money for meat and even stuff like chicken and eggs and stuff. That's like, they don't have money for that. So what they do is they grow, because they have the Nile and they have all these floodplains, they grow ful, which is fava bean. And fava bean is like this very high protein Mediterranean bean, legume. It's not really a bean, it's more like a legume, like a giant legume.
Right.
And it's very very nutritious. It's almost like it has enough protein to be substitute for meat. And when I was learning anthropology from my Egyptian professor, she herself said that they were the Egyptian children. That's their first solid food is the fava bean, the fool. So they'll cook it really well, and then they'll give them the beans because without protein and stuff like you can't grow, and you'll get like these diseases like marasmus and different like things that strike like sub-Saharan Africa, like those diseases where they have like the extended belly and they get like sick.
Yes, it's basically growth stunting. These are growth stunting malformations due to malnutrition. Yes.
Right.
Go on.
So how the Egyptians deal with that is they use this food because it's so cheap and easy to produce. Like in their climate, all you need is water and heat, and they'll grow. And the Nile will give it plenty of fertilizer and all that. So that's what they live off of. It's called food, and for me, it's like it's a very important dish for me because it brings me back culturally, and like I grew up on them, and they're very nutritious.
Wow. But at some point in your life, you became kind of divorced from taking care of yourself for a period of time.
Yes.
And what was the cause of that?
Drugs.
And
or similar, not necessarily that.
Okay.
But
by the way, there's nothing wrong with it being that. But I was just
right.
And our friend Nemo Albano in Australia, apparently his father suffered an accident in which he was almost killed, and Nemo essentially became, after his hospital stay, a bit of a recluse. But you seem to recognize, Nemo, that this is unhealthy because you brought that up with Realtek, that it's not healthy to lead. So are you ever intending to kind of rehabilitate yourself into a more socialized stance or interactive?
It's pretty hard to because I don't have a driver's license or any friends or that shit.
Okay.
What part are you in? NSW or what region? Like NSW
Queensland.
Or
Queensland?
Oh, yeah, it's kind of remote, maybe, perhaps.
Well, I'm near the coast. I'm not in the middle or far.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
like I'm in a.
So you may have some opportunity. I mean, I don't know.
There are opportunities everywhere. I'm just not doing anything.
Right.
I see. Okay, understood.
Wow.
And I'm assuming the social programs are very lack.
Yeah, I'm on disability.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, this was resultant in the accident, presumably.
Yeah,
yes?
after the accident, I fucked I broke my right leg, and I have a steel rod to stabilize the femur bone, and I had a hole torn in my bowel, and they had to cut me open and sew that hole up. Luckily, I had no feces inside; otherwise, they would have had to put me on one of those bags. I wasn't eating much at that time, so.
What would have happened if they had put you on one of those colostomy bags? Is what you're referring to?
I would have killed myself. I would have slit my throat. Fuck that shit. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean.
Right.
I mean, that's reasonable. You don't.
I mean, but I don't understand if there had been. So your stomach was empty, essentially. You're not just your stomach, but your entire system. I mean, so your bowels were completely empty, effectively, but I don't understand if. In order to save your life, they might have had to put you on that, but it would have. You're insinuating that it would have to have been permanent. Is that the case?
If that was, I hope not. Is it always permanent when people get those back, or is it? Right.
I don't know.
When people get just from what I know, when people get cancer and they have large amount of their bowels cut out, they have that bag for life.
Well, that case, it's definitely.
Yeah, but months. Yeah. If it was temporary, I wouldn't mind. But if it was permanent, end it.
Yeah, I've met people that have had like partial, like stomach and different things removed, and they just shorten. What it does is it just shortens your intestines, so you like can't eat as much, and there's like a lot of problems. But you don't get that bag unless you have like cancer, and they have to take the whole thing out.
Oh,
similar what happened to Q. I mean, Douglas, you should know. from all the salads he was eating.
By the way, what our man Brendan is referring to is ban bok chow, which is the
please translate.
Human ganglia.
I don't even
paste.
want to speak of it.
Yes, human ganglia paste. It actually transliterates as white port sauce, or rather, that's what they tell people, but it doesn't. Really, in their language, it means human ganglia paste that they're making from human brains, and they pounded grind them with a bunch of herbal ingredients so that the shit tastes good. You like artichokes, really, with a spicy aftertaste. And yes, I know from experience because it was handed to me as a salad dressing by Michael Aquino, which of course our man Brendan was saying, how could you not suspect from that individual something like that? And then I'm like, dude, I was working with him. I was completely at that point it's like working with Ian West, and then then he winds up like doing the dark web shit, and you're just in a thrall at some point where it just goes by you, and you're and then you pay the price. I was hungry,
and like you were saying, that was like a more wholesome thing actually in the grand scheme of things.
In his sick
way.
Yeah, in his sick way, this was showing that he cared. He was inducting me as one of the elite. You're one of us.
I just meant compared to whatever other activities they were doing, that was probably just like a, you or to someone out, it would seem like, oh, just some lunch. Instead of whatever.
Well, compared to David Schroeder, where David Schroeder is kept under a sewer grate, and Aquino would show up and roast a baby on a spit in front of him and start eating it. I guess it's a lot less traumatic. Still traumatic in its own way, I assure you. Yes. But this is like there you go. It's your Department of Defense for you. This is kind of like. Anyhow, there you go. One thing about a life that's an endless sea of horrors, as I told the Bulgarian interviewers, is you're never short of a story to tell. That being said, you might want to. Yeah. Oh,
are they okay? Or are they like they're probably having like a straight aneurysm right now?
Who? Hey, you mean
the
all
Bulgarians?
Milko
and
Milko and Simeon. Yes, they even have the name of cartoon characters. Yes. Mm-hmm. So, George Knight, I welcome you aboard. I don't believe you've been introduced to our man from Australia, Nemo Albano, who apparently has been a fan of mine for a long time and collecting a lot of my episodes. So a shout out to a member of the British Commonwealth.
Hello, George.
Yeah.
I like your channel. I'm subscribed to it.
Yeah. He's one of your subscribers, no less.
Hello, wonderful. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you could join us. So to catch George up on something that happened recently. George, I don't know if you know the full story here, but what do you know about the Bulgarian interview?
Oh, yes, I reviewed it, Douglas. Thank you so much. Thank you for asking. And this Thursday we'll go into that. I mean, this Wednesday show, I'm off Thursday, so we can go into that. And the Christine Joanna Hart video, the interview that you conducted with her.
Excellent.
Over Saturday. Yeah, it was wonderful. I reviewed the whole thing, so thank you.
That was a good interview.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, both of you. And to our dear friend, Aristides Ioannas, who I hope Brendan Zogid accepted the Facebook friendship of. He's also a contributor, and of course, I'll need all the help I can get towards the end of this month. I do want to remind people I'm attempting to raise at least $400 to make rent. But of course, if I could get an extra $100 to last me between rent and my check depositing on the 3rd of the month, that would help immensely. But what I do want to emphasize for the moment in terms of context was basically Milko and Simeon, whom Brendan was referring to as potentially having an aneurysm with my putting that up. And by the way, it just got age restricted by YouTube, which is a hell of a lot better than it getting me banned. But obviously, nice, there's been further.
YouTube's been doing age restrictions on a lot of content now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. But we've aged.
Well, but the thing is we have the channel set up as over 18 anyways, so they're just like trolling.
Yeah.
At this point.
It's a form of.
It's like their version of like a warning.
Yes. Yeah. And but just so people understand, and probably many people have heard this, but the context is important. Basically, Milko and Simeon approached me they approached Peter first, and their show is called The Golden Apple in Bulgaria, and they are, of course, in Bulgaria. Brendan could add a bit of context here. It's not that he's unfamiliar with Bulgaria at all. He has indeed followed some people on YouTube for a while, and has a bit of a feel for the Bulgarian, shall we say, culture, and the fact that some people seem to be doing fairly well in Bulgaria, and they start their own YouTube channels, and it kind of shows that they're doing okay. But when it comes to Milko and Simeon, they seem to be of that class of people that seem somewhat privileged, certainly privileged enough to be going around to other places in Eastern Europe and doing things like producing these little shows of theirs. So Our Lady in Mexico, Nancy Toulouse, also known as Ariana, actually checked out their channel and found out they truly are animating guests. She said some of the quality of their animation is Disney quality, and that some of it is the quality of what you see on Adult Swim. Probably they'll put me in the Adult Swim category after this, but they'd only be hurting themselves. But apparently this was supposed to be a breakout interview, because she pointed out their channel doesn't really have that many subscribers, at least not on YouTube. Whatever they have is probably a Bulgarian base, but I guess they thought I was going to be their breakout. But here's where the problems arise. They approached me like an idiot, saying, okay, we respect your work, we appreciate what you're doing, we want to support your cause, all of this sounds positive, but they said, how about $1,000 for basically 8 hours of your time? So they, and by the way, as Brendan has pointed out, there are major speakers who, of course, contract for $1,000 an hour at least, and much more than that, depending on your celebrity status. So it's not necessarily, while it's a lot of money for Bulgaria, it's not necessarily, and while it's a generous offer in its own sense, it's not necessarily really all that groundbreaking or revolutionary or something that is all that impressive. It's something that I respected, and I was happy to take it on. I gave them, basically, as people can see, 11 hours, which is a lot more than what they paid for. And so when I gave them 11 hours, I was told in the middle of this process, we don't want you ever publishing this. We'll just send you excerpts, and we're going to unleash it on pay-per-view. And at that point, it's all ours. And I was thinking, wow, you really have no respect for me. You must think I'm an idiot. You're truly thinking I'll just let you fuck me up the ass and like it. I mean, I have no respect for that. And it's just...
Yeah, they're just cons.
Yeah. And for people who don't get it, a pay-per-view is an event channel. This is what you show boxing matches on between people like Mike Tyson and top title athletes. This is like events. It's going to cost them more to put this on pay-per-view than what they're giving me. So they're going to spend that amount of money in the hopes that they're going to unleash this to the world as an exclusive. The bizarre aspect of this is I'm talking about stuff I've always talked about. It's my life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's public access.
Yeah, it's my life.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, it's the idea that this is suddenly exclusive to them for $1,000 is insane. And then they said, because originally they said it was for a Bulgarian audience, which they do insist they're going to be putting Bulgarian subtitles on it. And the thing to know is that anyone who's known my experiences knows this much. 90% of interviews that I've ever conducted never get published. 90% of the time, they'll simply say, we couldn't record it. The recording disappeared. It was wiped from our files. It was scrubbed from the cloud. Somehow it's just 90% of my interviews are never published. Only 1% of them that are published are not ambushes, because the other 9% that are published are revised. They're spliced, they're cut, they're edited, so that all the important parts are cut off, so that it just appears so discombobulated as to not make any sense, which is the intent. It's a passive ambush in that regard. So if it's a not an out and out ambush, then it's a passive ambush, and it's something that could easily be done here. When I explained to V what these guys were planning on doing, she automatically assumed they were the enemy, because the one thing that she noticed was all they keep asking about are the Jews. Bring it back to the Jews. Tell us about the Jews. And so all they're going to do is splice all that. And she said,
yeah, that was totally ironic or just cheesy when you were talking about like Nagas and like the Christ child and all this crazy stuff. And then they're like, can we go back to Israel?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, they kept insisting on that, didn't they? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's
but your first half was that whole thing, anyway.
And they complained about it. They said, that was a really long answer. That was a really long answer. And it's like, yeah, dude, your fucking question requires far more volumes than I actually expressed to do it justice. What the fuck do you want? It's like what they really want is just something outrageous and some statement like, just profane and I'm not going to say it out loud because of the recent ban that was caused by the Bulgarians, mind you, more than likely. But what happened was that V was convinced they're just going to splice it so that I come out sounding like a raving Judeophobe and just say, this is all Doug Dietrich, and we're just innocent reporters. See, we're just innocent journalists, and we're just exposing that, Douglas Dietrich is out there saying all this evil stuff. And that's the only thing that can be concluded. So that's what V concluded, is that's their...
So my question, Douglas, was just historically, were they on the side of the Third Reich in the war, or was it not even a country? That's just
it's like their stance.
A quick aside.
Yeah, their stance is totally. Let's just put it this way: it's like it's kind of like they didn't want to go into the politics of Bulgaria, and it's important to cover this briefly as possible. They didn't want to go into the politics of Bulgaria itself because they said that's so toxic to the Bulgarian audience because the Bulgarians are polarized like everybody else.
Right, which is understandable.
Yeah, and in the case of Bulgaria, just so people know this, Bulgaria is the ammo factory of Europe. So while places like Škoda in the Czech Republic may be weapons producers, it's the Bulgarians who produce the ammo. So they could really help the Ukrainians, but they have a president who claims he wants to help the Russians by not helping the Bulgarians. And the reason they're stuck in this electoral doomsday spiral is because basically they've got this tradition where they've sided with Germany in 2 world wars because they knew what was good for them. But at the same time, they're Slavic, and they have this pan-Slavic seduction, this siren call to Russia, which is saying, well, you're all Slavic. And this is why I was trying to tell them, look, you've had your own czar, you've had your own culture, you don't need to answer to the Russians. This is why I was trying to emphasize to them in as subdued a way as possible, in obtuse fashion, but to get to their audience, if not to them, at least to their audience. And but the point is that they were really complaining about the fact that they have 2 million Turks living in Bulgaria, and that's understandable because these Turks get to vote, and so that screws up the electoral process as well. And because of this, everybody's stuck with the same president forever. 50% want him out, but it's like one microscopic percentage of 1% keeps him in, and then he keeps them out of helping the Ukrainians in the war, and therefore keeps them in this bizarre neutral position that if they turn towards the West, a lot of their economic problems would be solved. So he keeps them in poverty. So if they turned towards the West and produced ammunition for the Ukrainians, they'd make money. The West would buy their ammo, which they can produce cheaply, and everybody would be happy. But they're kept in poverty by the stupid president and because of these stupid pan-Slavic ideals. So, without going into that too deeply, basically...
so they were extant during the early century, 20th century?
Yeah. As a country? Yeah.
That's all I was wondering.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And even expanded. They took over Macedonia in World War II.
That's right. Yeah. They had problems, or not problems, but I know that they have some beef with the Albanians as well, or some other country nearby.
All the Balkan countries have...
Because Albania, they have part of North Macedonia, but they don't it's part of their country or
That's
some
right.
kind of
That's right.
madness like that.
And for, you know, and as everyone knows,
They won't give it back.
Yeah, the Balkan nations all hate each other, and they all. So, yeah. So that being said, aside from the powder keg aspect, what these guys were personally with their politics, they didn't really share. So the one thing that I did get the impression of was that they were staunchly Judeophobic. I did get that impression. So I did get the impression they're Judeophobic to the point where this is really what they wanted to talk about was the Jews. But here's the problem. They may be staunchly Judeophobic, but they would present it so that I would get the blame. If I went down that road, I would get the blame, and it would be all, this is what Douglas Dietrich says. This is what Douglas Dietrich says. You know, and they'll just stand back. We're just innocent journalists reporting what he says. Fuck that.
They basically wanted your Biosire's book round 2.
Yeah, but beyond that, they wanted it so that they would get off without being burned for it. You see, that way I would be burned for it, and they would just make the money eternally. They'd be selling it on fucking, you know, pay-per-view and making money off my being burned. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the evil of these two clowns. Which
explains why they only wanted excerpts, because they were like clearly egging you on and all that.
Yes, they would cut off. They were intending to snip off all the parts where they're laughing, and I swear to God, this is what I think truly was happening. I will tell people what I think was happening at the point when I was talking about the Nyagas, the Titanobos, the big snakes. I can guarantee you what happened. One of them pulled his dick out, and the other one was stroking it, which was why the other one started giggling. Now, if anyone thinks that's ridiculous, and Dietrich, you write too much pornography, and you've been watching too much porn. No, think about it this way. That chuckling happened, as Peter Moon said, wow, it was really out of context. There was no context for it. No, there's context. I'm talking about Titanoboa, the giant snake. And then you hear this like, and it wouldn't stop. And it's like they don't even...
That's the kind of... Yeah, I kind of got that. It was almost like some high school shit is what you're saying, where they're like making a joke. Like
it's
a juvenile
high school.
joke.
It's sophomoric. It's sophomoric,
Yeah,
but
that's what
also
I mean.
sophomoric to the point like, okay, so what is the joke? Well, the joke that one thinks of is one has his dick out and the other one's stroking it. Titanobo, you know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
that's what's going on. It's like sophomoric, but they're a couple of gay guys stroking each other. Basically, so is the only thing that makes sense. Because
like if I told that to someone that lives around me, like, oh, did you know that there were some, you know, Nyagas and there were these serpent people and that they were real beings, and they would say something like that.
No, but here's the difference. You notice that when Peter Moon said it was out of context, the laughter does not come out that way. It doesn't come out when I start talking about, hey, giant Nyaga, giant snake. That was the next thing my mother's objective was in terms of what her team was assigned to interdict in terms of Americans' attempt to destroy the local populace and ultimately the world with their objectives. These individuals didn't issue a barking laughter of disbelief that comes out with that.
Yeah,
in other words, it would be something like that would be, oh yeah, I start talking about this and then the guy goes, ha ha ha, ha, you know, just like he can't help himself, and then maybe stops himself short, unless he's...
and out of context in the sense it was like you were just talking about like the Christ child getting like blown to bits or something. It was something ridiculous where you like no one should ever laugh.
Thank you. No, but it really started, if you actually look at it, because I had to timestamp it. I had to timestamp it for Peter Moon. I had to timestamp it for Peter Moon. And so when I timestamped it for him, it starts after I start talking about the snake. So after I start talking about the snake, then there's this, and it's this quiet kind of giggly laugh instead of the barking disbelief. And so it's like, that's when I finally had to say, because it wouldn't stop, I said, am I amusing you? And so that's clearly on record. And that's when they have nothing to say. Oh, no. Yeah. And then it's like, well,
that was my point. When you told me, my point was that like if that was the case where they couldn't control themselves, like the mute button is just as easy as just how I've been muting like anyone.
Yes, thank you.
That's what was weird about it. It's like, and if they know how to edit videos, they know how to mute. So it was bizarre.
Thank you. But they just kept on with it because, you know, it felt too good to have his cock stroked. by the other guy. That's what was going on. That's why they weren't muting. You see what I'm saying? They're distracted by their physical sensations.
Right.
Yeah, actually, when you think about it, nothing else makes sense because as you said, if they were not distracted thusly, one of them would have muted for the sake so they don't sound like idiots, if nothing else. Because exactly. if they have to block that out, they have to block out the story. Basically, they have to cut into the narrative.
That's some good detective skills there, Douglas.
What's that?
Oh, they're definitely being hostile then.
Yeah, thank you. At least, yeah, not even passively, but overtly.
Right.
But what did you say, Brendan? That was like...
I was like, that's some good detective skills. You're like the Sherlock Holmes of porn.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I dealt with it all my life, right? So, when people are doing something, it's like, when you see the car parked and you see people in a certain position and they're doing something. Yeah, it's like that. It's like after a while, you just get acquainted with what how people position themselves.
You're exposed to it enough, you'll know when you see it.
Yes, there we are. It's like the judge said, I may not be able to describe porn, but I know it when I see it. Yes. But yeah, so so there was that. And then so then what happened was I published the full interview on Odyssey through John Warrington. And I published an excerpt on my own channel. So like Brendan Zogit said, they were really sleuthing to even realize I had published the entire episode, the entire interview.
Well, they said it like within there were no views on it on Odyssey. They just said, why did you publish the whole thing?
Yeah, that's right. But
the thing that you published was, we never made it public except for the excerpt.
Yeah,
which was by chance the one where they were laughing at you.
Yeah, it was by chance, no less, and
or
beyond,
deliberate. We will never tell. No.
Yeah, and beyond that, what happened was they immediately sent me the message, "Sorry about your ban on YouTube," and that was like. Yes. That was like before I never announced I was banned because I couldn't. I was given no access to YouTube. So I couldn't tell anyone I was banned on YouTube. The only way I could tell people was when people left comments on my other video saying, what happened to your video, your latest video? And I responded, I've been banned for a week on YouTube, but that wasn't until days later. So even before I did that... So
they had to have been combing your channel, like just waiting for something.
Well, they must have been the guys who filed the reports. They must have been the guys who filed the complaints that got me banned.
Yes.
Yeah, in order to say that. It could have been the enemy, like Salman Sheikh starting, his shit a few days. But like Brendan Zogit said, he doesn't have the mental capacity to plan ahead like that. He doesn't have the mental wherewithal.
Right, it would have had to have been like, too premeditated in a way.
Yeah, he couldn't strategize like that. It's
and that other guy, the solipsist guy, is probably already dead. His kidney, the rhabdomyolysis killed him.
Oh, we can hope. Yeah, it's in terms of
that was Douglas. Actually, I don't. Should we finish? You can finish this topic, but that was the one thing I wanted to bring up. Actually, was please, the GU poison? Did you get that reference or?
No, I didn't. Tell me about it.
Have you ever heard of the GU poison from ancient China?
I've heard of it, but
I don't know if it's pronounced. Is it gu or gu?
No, you're pronouncing it correctly.
Gu?
Yeah, it's more like that than it would be goo. I assure you.
Right. Gu, something like this.
It might be Gui, which would make sense because
Gui.
Gui is ghost. Gui is ghost, but like I said, you change the tone.
It's a different gram.
Yeah, okay, ideogram. Different ideogram. Yeah. But understand that some of these ideograms are pronounced alike except for the tone. If you just change the tone, it changes the meaning. So it would make sense that the poison would have just a single tone change, and you change it from poison to ghost, right? Makes sense.
Yes.
So by all means, go on.
Right. So let me see the pronunciations here. I just want to be sure. It's my.
And so just to finish up, that's basically what happened. Was that they told Peter Moon they were outraged and said Douglas Dietrich broke his word. And I'm thinking, the word means nothing in Eastern Europe. You had someone like Vladimir Putin sign multiple documents with co-signatories like Great Britain promising the Ukrainians that if they surrendered their bomber fleet, their nuclear fleet, the Black Sea Fleet, and all of their nuclear arsenal, he would never invade. And then he invaded.
Exactly.
He also signed
Yeah.
a defense treaty with Armenia that he would defend them if they were ever attacked. And he didn't defend them.
Look what happened there.
Yeah, word means nothing in Eastern Europe. So for them to come at
The
me,
sad part is it used to during the ancient times.
oh yeah,
Is
of
that
course.
those people, their word meant everything, like the Vikings and all those people.
Oh yeah. But let's put it this way: post-communist,
But not anymore.
Post-communist,
Exactly.
Eastern
Yeah,
Europe.
exactly.
Yeah, post-communist Eastern Europe, a word means nothing. It's
Yeah.
like, so for them to come at me with that, with what they were intending, like, oh yeah, we're gonna put this on pay-per-view, make money ad infinitum with countless how many people? But beyond that, like I said, also the problem that they want to animate it, they want to add subtitles, they
And it
want to.
was strange they were insinuating that by you posting it that it would like drain their audience, but it's like clear there's only a few views on it because it's only been out like a day or two.
Dude, my channel is so
that was
small.
what was weird.
My
Yeah.
channel is so small. I'm practically suppressed. There's and yet people in Bulgaria know about me. Go figure that shit. But here in America, nobody does, which already is suspect. By that I mean nobody knows about me here in America, and yet a couple of guys in Bulgaria are saying I'm a legend. I mean, I think that's strange, right? And then they come up and say that this is going to drain all our revenue. I mean, how? It's like if they were to put this on pay-per-view, then this would be people who have never heard of me would be hearing of this.
It was definitely some type of pre-planned attack.
Yeah. And then when they say, oh, it was originally, they said it was for a Bulgarian audience, well, none of them would be seeing what I'm showing. So it's like they'd be dependent on the subtitles because unlike other European nations in the West, I mean, very few of them speak English. And so it's going to be just basically, but like I said, the project is so, how would I say it? It's aspirational, meaning that what they intend is so, I had a word for it before, but I lost it. But it's just basically, what do you call it? Ambitious. It's ambitious. The idea of the, shall we say, the animation, the subtitles, the resplicing, the chances are, based on my historical experience, it will never be published. Because by the time they get around to it, it's basically, they're going to say it was scrubbed. Somebody would have scrubbed it or something. I mean, usually that's what happens. If that's not what happens, right, and they get to the point where they actually publish it, that's almost a miracle in and of itself. If they've gotten that far, there's basically I have to publish what I'm publishing because God knows how they're going to rearrange the narrative. However they rearrange the narrative, I need to publish.
And that would almost imply...
Yeah.
That would almost imply that the $1,000 was like nothing in their book. If they were in that kind of... Yeah.
Thank you!
And I don't know if you want to mention this, but I mean, I guess I'll bring it up. The part where they basically didn't tell you that you were missing half the interview, and we barely saved it by like...
Yes.
By like literally hours or like 20 minutes before it was going to get deleted.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They didn't tell me about that. They truly wanted total monopoly on the interview, and so they truly have no sense of honor or morals or decency. They're completely malevolent,
shameless.
Yes, and. When it comes to, I presented that to Peter Moon, and this is both a positive and a negative. Peter Moon was like saying, oh, that's nothing. But at the same time, you got to hand it to him. That's pretty much what he said to them, too. When they came to him and said, yeah, Douglas, he betrayed us. And he just said, that's nothing. So you got to hand it to him. He's that way with everyone all the way around. But there you go. So that's the
appreciated.
Yeah. Yeah, so and he's going to spend 4 days camping with these guys. He did tell me, when I'm out there in Romania, I'm going to be spending at least a work week in the wild with these guys, and this is going to come up. This basically is the plot for a horror film. You can imagine being stuck with people trying to get back at you for whatever they feel is a slight. He says, they don't seem to blame me about it, and I'm like thinking, well, wait till you're out with them in the forest.
At least we have it on record in case something happens.
Yeah, if something happens, we've got. It doesn't mean the Bulgarian authorities will do anything, or the Romanian authorities will do anything. They're going to be in Romania.
We know the Romanians won't do anything.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
Romania still exists.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than it used to be. I mean, it's surprisingly large, considering everything they've been through.
Isn't that where they killed Max Spears?
No, that's Poland. Yeah,
Poland?
I hate to say it. I hate to say this. I really
Poland's
do.
probably worse. But.
Yeah, I hate to say it. I really do, but they're all kind of the same. I mean, they were all behind the Iron Curtain. The Soviets fucked them all over. They're all left godless and honorless and without any concept of meaning in life. So they're just kind of like.
Hopefully, the old ways will come back, though. I think like the Vedic, like they actually have this like pan-Vedic pagan culture.
Yes.
Like the Scythians and these different groups. So it's starting to come back. Those pagan
ancient
elements.
traditions of their ancestors.
Right. So hopefully, we can look forward to that.
Yes, I pray so. And certainly Milko and Simeon were saying, oh yeah, what about the old ways, the pagan ways? So they kept saying that. But then again, I would have had much more time to talk about that if they didn't keep trying to steer me back to, Israel. And it's like, it's just awful. And so it wasn't that the experience was, this was the weird part too, was after you hear towards the end of the interview, they say this, and George and Nemo and Brendan can help me here. I don't know if Joe listened to it, but you hear him say, you sound exhausted. And then after that, they start saying, gee, but you haven't covered the Dietrich Artilect, or you haven't talked about the crypt. And I'm like thinking, dude, you just said you could read the exhaustion and hear it in my voice. What the fuck is with you people? And I would have gotten to that if you hadn't asked me to go into the goddamn Gila zone and all this Judeo shit. I mean, so it's bizarre. And I said, well, we could always work together in the future. And they said, well, that
I'm assuming what they were looking for was the one that you spoke on before, where that National Socialist set up Israel, and that's probably what they were looking for. That's what I assume.
Well, I went into that, but they didn't seem happy about that at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't listen to the whole thing yet.
Yeah. When I went into that, they weren't even happy about that. Instead, they were like, yeah, that's a really long answer. They said at the.
So what did they want exactly? That's the question.
You know damn well what they wanted. They wanted me to come out and say, kill them all, and damn them, and they eat babies. Yeah, man, sacrifices and shit. I mean, that's what they're after, and I mean,
I've heard like the Orthodox Jews like claim that they've seen like these people from all three religions going to like meet up with the politicians in Israel, and they were like worshiping Moloch and these beings, which like I don't doubt them, but they were from the faith themselves. So.
Let's remind ourselves of the trouble we got into with Ian West.
Yes.
I mean,
read the Talmud. That's all you need to know.
I mean, let's not drop any more words.
Yeah, understood. By the way, Brendan can attest to this. Fucking.
I am Semitic origin anyway.
Right.
Not go there.
Yeah, Levantine, and has suffered because of it, and he's suffered because of it tremendously. But what we can say is that the YouTube said you mustn't talk about protected people. Protected people. Did they not use those terms?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like a species, like a protected species.
Right.
I mean, what the fuck?
Well, supposedly protected groups are like, religions and genders and different things like that. And
well, that means all of us.
Right, but it's basically like a. Yeah, it's basically like a whoever they feel like that day.
Yeah, there you go. In other words, it's a total caprice and whim. So yeah, we got to be just cautious. But you know, it's like it was pointed out to me. It's not. I think it was Ian pointed this out. It's not like somebody in Bulgaria would have come up to these guys and say, "Hey, Doug's been banned on YouTube." He instead approached me with this, "Hey, sorry about that ban." They were aware of it. Like they were the cause of it. Like they filed the report. They got it banned in their anger, of course. But there you go. It's likely it was them. At least 50%, probably more, 75%.
Yeah.
Likely it was them. Might have been the traditional enemy. Of course, there's some people I've spoken to who think they are part of the enemy, the traditional enemy, which would also make sense. It's almost like
well, like you said, just the track record of the interviews.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's like,
yeah, just with the track record of the interviews, and for them not to understand that, not to mention just the fact that they wouldn't sign a contract with me to give me a percentage or royalties from putting it on pay-per-view. Okay, at that point, that's criminal. That's just fuck you. It's so much for supporting my cause, and we'd like to support Douglas Dietrich. I mean, that's all bullshit, obviously. So
or at the very least, it would be like open-ended, right? Like we get this one, and then you do what you do, and we do what we do. But then they tried to monopolize them.
Thank you, which again was bizarre. I mean, where does that come from? But for one thing, how do you monopolize a man's life story?
Right, and you've brought it up before. It's like when you reveal stuff about history, it's like you don't own it. Like no one, like you can't own that when it's just historical.
Thank you. Or at least I've tried to retain that attitude. I've tried to maintain it. Of course, the problem is, in a world like this, you realize, of course, that nobody else thinks like that. Like that idiot Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock sued people who were writing books like his. And that's because he said, well, you see, well, what he's basically saying is that everything he wrote is fiction. That he invented.
But he stole that from Michael Cremo anyways.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Like these people are in like Tellinger. Tellinger stole it from Michael Cremo, and like it's just
By the way, I have never pointed that out enough, and you really need to point that out more for me. And just so people understand, Brendan Zokit is more familiar with Michael Cremo. And by the way, Michael Cremo did gift me a Bhagavad Gita, which I think I told you.
Yes.
So
which is why he knows about the history that's millions of years old. It's
well,
like
he has a Vedic
understanding.
Yeah, he's a practicing Vedic traditionalist, or I'm trying to avoid the word Hindu because I think it's hackneyed, even racist.
Yeah. Well, Hindu's not Vedic.
Thank you.
Come out and say it. Hindu's not Vedic.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So he's a practicing Vedic. He's a Vedic practitioner. A better way of putting it. He's a Vedic practitioner. So
there's no other way to get that info, basically.
Thank you.
And then apply it scientifically.
Thank
it
you.
has to be Vedic. Yeah.
Thank you. So I never emphasized that enough, and Brendan's more familiar with that angle. I tend to take the H.P. Lovecraft angle because it's easier for me. I'm more familiar with the subject, and it's easier for me to find out where Graham Hancock was simply plagiarizing. But when it comes to he really got the idea from Michael Cremo, and
the whole Atlantis thing he took from like Ignatius Donnelly and those these early Irish writers and
the early pioneers.
Like and that was like the main like the real scholars in this field who are like pretty much gone now, like Maxwell.
Yeah, they're all
and
dead.
These other people.
Yeah, and they existed before the age of lawsuits.
Yeah, exactly. So those early 90s people that were bringing it up, at least they gave credit to all those other people. Yes. Like Ignatius Donnelly and Blavatsky. But these people just say, oh, no, we invented. And he takes stuff from Plato. It's like, how can you say that you invented the Atlantis thing? It's like, you guys are crazy. I'm talking about Hancock here.
But by the way, George Knight says, all my love unto you all. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. Looking forward to joining you on Wednesday.
Apologies, George, if you wanted to speak. Sorry.
George, if you can jump back on later during work, go ahead. I think he's planning on doing all his speaking on Thursday, is why, because he said Thursday's his day off.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, it was good to hear from him regardless, because he just came back from holiday. So I'm glad he came back to a country that was still there.
Actually, he came back the other transmission. He came back our last transmission. So.
Oh yeah, see my Skype got logged out. That's why I haven't been getting your calls.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And so how long?
I didn't know that either until I just found out.
Okay, Jesus Christ. So yeah,
it's been at least a week since since your thing got back.
Okay, that's why you didn't get my. I'm running a test call. Can you help me run a test call? That's why you didn't get that.
Yeah. So something forced after the last time we talked. Before that, it forced logged out of Skype, which it normally doesn't do.
Right.
So I don't know. Yeah.
Yes. By the way, Ian says, "Sorry, I missed you again, George. I hope your days fare well." So apparently he can listen to us, but he can't talk. It's just strange. He had a young girl visit him. I think of her as a young girl because most of the people who are female who visit him are young and usually poaching for drugs. But Ian said she's been to the 7th level of Disneyland, which would probably get us in more trouble. But apparently they were here for the opening hour, which I didn't have an opening hour. So we'll see what happens Wednesday. And because Michelle Carmela Saldana won't be coming back for a little while yet because she's working on this book or something. And of course, or writing. She calls it a writing project. So we'll find out more about her as time goes on, etc. But everyone otherwise seems to be doing as best as they can. And I understand Brooke had a hell of a Mother's Day, but I won't go into that publicly.
How's Brooke doing? I haven't heard from her in a long while. I haven't heard on your show in a long while.
Yeah, but you never had any personal exchanges with her, right?
Oh, no, but I've been listening, but she hasn't been on your show. Like, has she been injured or what?
What happened was her ducks and chickens, which she had expended a lot of love and energy and time on, were murdered.
Oh, shit.
So I'm sorry, don't mean.
Sorry to hear.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm back. I wanted to.
Yeah.
Before I go, I wanted to just cover the. It's pronounced Gui, but I'm gonna just go with.
So it's similar to Gui, similar to Ghost. Really,
Yeah,
it's only a tonal
Gui.
change. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and the radical. I mean, I can send you the radical, but we don't need to. It's like hard to describe it over voice,
Understood.
obviously.
Yeah.
But so let me find the article. But it's this ancient Chinese technique.
Venom-based poison, isn't it?
That's right.
You can call it gin can as well, apparently.
Yep. Yeah. So it's that thing, and I will go here and explain.
I like the academic reference Brendan used. Yeah, it's that thing. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just.
No worries. Take your time. You know,
I have to prepare I have to pull out some protective items while talking about this.
I agree. Take your time. Do that. I mean, we need all the protection we can get. By that, I mean, certainly my affiliates do around me. With me, what gets impacted is all the electronics around me, as everyone should know by now. I mean, honestly, it's almost a miracle every time I make it on transmission. The shit that goes down. And it's always just... I'll start off where, I try to give myself as much time as possible, but it never works. So whenever Brendan's ready, and then what I'll ask is that if Brendan's able, after this, if he has any amount of time, though he probably needs to go to bed. Yeah, I understand. He has to get up early in the morning. He actually works for a living.
They all have lives.
Yeah. Yeah, not like Nemo and I. Joe Ty works too. Joe, how's your job?
Right.
Oh, well, if Bren's ready to start.
Oh, I was just gonna say you can be like this one guy I worked with. He was volunteering at the school, but he was on unemployment, and he stays there for 8 hours helping us do cleanup and stuff. It's like I don't know whether to feel bad or just to be like, all right, dude, help us out.
You mean he volunteers just because he's lonely or something?
Yeah, he's bored. He doesn't want to stay at home, but he has some super bad gout or something, and his work won't let him come. Or he took disability or something.
Wow.
So it's bizarre. I mean, well, I understand it. I guess you can't really just sit at home all day. So.
Yeah. Well,
but he might as well just get off of it and get a job at that. But I don't know. I'd probably do the same in that situation, to be honest.
Oh my God, that is so sad. Oh my God, I just want to cry.
So yeah. So here we go. So have you? Let me just put it this way. There are those old school Chinese films the seven. It's literally called The Seven Deadly Poisons, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah,
So
classic kung fu films. Go on.
Yeah, these classic kung fu films reference this, but they don't actually give you like the occult knowledge because it's just a quick,
Right. And by the way, if anyone
the-
starts coming on me for like, how could you say go? Okay, wuxia films. Okay, fuck you. Thank you. Okay, go on.
Right.
Sorry, responding to an email where somebody's already talking about, hey, kung fu. That's like an American term. Okay, yeah, fuck you, wuxia.
Well, that's
okay?
how people can associate it. Yeah, kung fu is how we grew up. Like, oh, kung fu films.
Yes.
But it's like, yeah, you've said the pronunciation properly before.
Thank you.
So this Zhu poison, which is a venom-based poison associated with the southern cultures in China, and they would seal venomous creatures, centipedes, snakes, scorpions, spiders, different other like beetles, anything venomous. They would seal it in this ritual jug. I forget the ancient name, but it was like a bowl, basically, ancient bowl, and they would seal these creatures, and they would all fight to the death, right? These venomous creatures versus each other, and they would cannibalize and eat each other. And then the last creature that was alive, they would then kill that and then feed it to a brand new larva, and that new larva would hold this newly concocted poison,
because that creature would have absorbed all the toxins from the others. Go on.
Yes. So, and then, which Wikipedia doesn't give this part very clearly, but what they would do is they would then grow that larva and then imbue it with an evil spirit called a gu.
Essentially, a gui or a ghost. Essentially, go on.
Yeah, a gui, exactly. And so this gui, after it had been created and imbued with the spirit, was sent to, in a black magical practice, it would be sent to manipulate partners, create malignant disease, cause death, and other horrible things to their enemies. It could be also used for like warfare and different reasons why they would use it. Yes. And some of these techniques, they would even use it to extract the venom from a survivor for like poisoning weapons. There were, and for anyone who's wondering like, oh, this is just some magic BS, this is actually the technique they used to isolate a strain of bacteria capable of destroying the tuberculosis bacillus. They put a bunch of different toxins and strains of bacteria together, and they
very medicinal. Yes, go on.
And they injected it into the tuberculosis bacillus strain, and through that they found an inoculation for tuberculosis. This was back in the day.
Yes, incredible.
So there's a way that it was used.
By the way, for those in Western medicine, many of you may have noticed the snake as the symbol on the rod. That's called the caduceus. This is because of the medicinal use of toxins from serpents in the ancient Greek medicine. Go on. Yes.
Yes, and it does go back to that. The source of the very common source,
and the Egyptians before them, I forgot to say. Go on.
Yes. Of course, yes, the Egyptians, and even goes back to Vedic as well.
Yes. Like, yes, of course.
And then the priestesses of the ancient times. There were these priestesses that had entire medical knowledge during the time of the Druids, and they're not even named in history now. They're very secret organizations, and some claim that they still rule over certain factions. So, which I don't doubt.
Hope. Yeah, we can only hope. Go on.
Well, these are like the negative sisterhoods.
Oh, the negative sisterhoods.
You'd be down for it, Douglas, I'm sure.
Well, we just need to look at Aquino's wife, Lilith, right? I mean...
Yeah, it would be that faction. The
Lithilian
faction, essentially. Yes. So, or bloodline, or whoever these beings are.
No, the truth is she uses that name as an insult to Lilith because she's really of the kind of lama, they call it, a kind of the Lamasu demons that would kill babies.
Oh, yeah.
Lilith would protect the babies from the Lamasu, just like the demon that possessed Reagan in The Exorcist was Pazuzu, but he would protect the babies from the Lamasu as well in those ancient cultures. Go on. Yeah.
Interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then it says some of these families in southern China, in the ancient province of Yuyang, there was a family that for several generations manufactured this Q, which is their word for it. It's just a different dialect.
Yeah.
And they became rich from it because they were selling it, using it for making them money. And apparently if like when they created these creatures, they could imbue them with wealth spirits or different spirits for different things. Like it had a certain power to it, which
Wow.
which is why the venom was so, like you said, venerated in the past. There's some kind of power associated with it, and that goes back to the Nyagas and these beings that actually those are the ones that gave the knowledge of how to use the poisons.
Thank
and the
you.
venom, which you mentioned, and that's the real truth of it. That the Nyagas are the ones that taught beings that in the first place. So, but anyways, there are these families in China that learned how to do this, and they were doing this in secret, even from their own children and their own marriage partners and various things. And there's a story of this newlywed, and she came into the in-laws' house, and they left her alone for whatever reason. But because the making of this gu was secret, she ended up finding it. She opened this pot, and there was a snake inside, and she didn't know what it was, so she killed it. Right? She poured boiling water in it. It killed the snake. Yes. And by the time the rest of the family returned, they weren't able to stop her, and they basically all died of the plague after that.
Oh!
Yeah, because that creature was like protecting the family's aura or something.
Yes, so, I understand.
So it was used for, not necessarily all black magic, but that's what Wikipedia gives you. They say, it's just black magic. But it was used for other things too.
Yes.
That's and then here's an interesting.
Go on.
This is an interesting anecdote, but it was saying that the Q poison is not generally found amongst the people, but it is used by the Taung woman. And it said on the 5th day of the 5th month, they would go to a stream, spread new clothes and headgear with a bowl of water, and the women would dance and invite the king of medicine, which was a spirit, and then they would wait for snakes, lizards, and poisonous insects to bathe in the bowl. And they pour the water in a shadowy, dark place. And then, when the fungus grows from there, they make it into a paste. And then when the paste is created, they use it to treat their bodies and hair, which causes these worms to generate, which resemble newly hatched silkworms. Thus, the Q is produced, and it is often concealed in a warm, dark place in the kitchen. But it is not yet poisonous, and it is used for love potions, food and drink, called a love medicine.
Wow.
And then gradually, over time, it becomes more and more poisonous. As it develops, the woman's body itches until she poisons someone else. If there's no other opportunity, she will even poison her husband or her sons. But she possesses the knowledge of the antidotes, which goes back to my other comment. It is believed that they who produce the Q themselves become the Q spirit after death, which is Gu spirit.
Yeah.
The ghosts of those who have died from the poison then become their servants. And then there are also remedies. Remedies would be Buddhist prayers, conjurations, obviously the Manjin, the Hakenkreuz was one of them.
Yes.
And different herbs, which I used, and I will tell you how I know that I got attacked by this in a bit.
Yes.
And then it utilizes similar methods as demonological medicines. Pharmaceutical literature speaks of drugs of plant and animal origin and mineral origin, which are effective against poisoning, which would be like vitamin C, what we would know now as vitamin C, and various antioxidants. And adherents of the homeopathic magic recommend taking of centipedes, because it is known that these centipedes consume these poisonous worms, which is probably how itself gets poisonous. But
right, certainly a factor. We are what we eat. Yes.
So it says here, a patient that is hurt by the Q, cutting pains at his heart and belly as if some living thing is gnawing inside.
Right.
And he has a discharge of blood through the mouth or the anus, and if is not forthwithly treated, it devours his 5 viscera, which are his elements, which entails his death. To discover whether it is Q or not, Q, the patient spits into water. If the spit sinks, it is Q. Q. If it I'm not getting the pronunciation right. It's very it's like a tone that we don't have in English. Q, Q.
Got it.
If the Q floats, what? If it floats, it is not poison. If it sinks, it is. The recipe for discovering the name of the owner of this poison is to take the skin of a drum, burn it, small piece at a time, pulverize the ashes, and then once the patient drinks this, they will unknowingly mention their name. Then you bid this owner to come forthwith to remove it. Which is basically it's like knowing the name of a demon or something. You have to know their name.
You now bind them.
Yes, so you have to do like a reverse jutsu by pulling that.
Yes.
And then again, place some yohang leaves, which is an herb, under the mattress secretly of this patient, and they will immediately mention the name of the owner, unknowingly to themselves.
Yes.
And there are other homeopathic cures, like the goo of snakes and centipedes should be used against the goo of centipedes. The goo of snakes is an antidote for the Q of the centipede. The Q of the centipede is the antidote of the Q of the frog, and so on and so forth. So you have to know, like, it's like an entire science they have, or they did back during the Tang Dynasty, of how to basically each one could subdue the other, vice versa, which we use nowadays. It's called anti-venom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
it's just their ancient version.
Yes.
And this is another ancient source that's describing this situation that was also and all of these, you can't look at them as just physiological. They were all accompanied by spirits.
Yes.
And they were called shape-shifting gyu creatures.
Yes.
It can conceal its form and seem to be a ghost or a spirit and make misfortune for men. But after all, it is only a reptilian ghost. If one of them has been bitten, a person to death, it will emerge from one man. And you can watch it and catch it and then dry it in the warmth of the sun. And then you can help someone else who's afflicted by another one. Burn it to ashes and give them a dose of that as a homeopathic cure.
Yes.
So, and it says there were some creatures that were extremely venomous, some that were less lethal. The centipede, and this is just a reiteration of this other concept where one could overcome the other. Centipede versus the frog, serpent could prevail over the frog, and so on and so forth. And that's where they got that. If you watch the 7 Deadly Poisons or whatever that Kung Fu film is,
right,
is they each of those styles, there would be like toad style, centipede style,
that's right,
mantis style. So each one would be the antidote to the other style. And so there was only like each style had its weakness. Like the frog style, he was like invulnerable to any attack, but then he had like one weakness, like an Achilles heel of sorts.
Right.
And then the other guy was like impenetrable defense. The other one was offense, and so on and so forth. And that was, but they were using that as a kung fu film, but it was actually a spiritual concept that they were trying to show.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, very much so.
And then they got it from this, like, this thing.
Yes.
And the funny, they do add a little bit of humor. Like the weakness of the toad style guy was his testicles. He basically concentrated chi on his entire body except for his testicles, and he was able to like push them inside of his body through like just sheer force.
Yes.
And then there's like one moment where he's caught off guard, and then they basically like nut shot him, and that's how he dies.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So, and then in the 70s, they didn't have good, CGI, or like they just did it in such a grotesque way. They showed like 2 eggs getting shattered.
Ah!
But I think it was supposed to be funny. I don't know exactly, but I think it had to have been deliberately funny.
Understood. Yeah. No, definitely.
Because it was just so outrageous. It was just like one of those hack slasher 70s. I forgot what they were called.
Chopsaki. They called them Chopsaki films. Yes.
Those ones that ruined Tarantino's brain.
Yeah.
Those kind of films. Yeah. Because he said that's where he got his inspiration from. He would just go when he was like 5-6 years old and just watch them back to back.
Oh God,
that's why he's all crazy.
Yes,
totally crazy.
Yes. Well, I told you some gay guy who once had a crush on me. He used to be a follower of mine, where he would leave like comments in the threads of my videos. All that stopped when he realized I was not available to him, and but he called himself like Rock something. You would think it was like Rock Scissors Stone or something, but no, he was into this like soil enrichment program that involved grinding stones to enhance the mineral content of soil or something. It was very bizarre. Right. But I have no doubt it had its merit. But
there's some truth to that,
yeah. But he like was of course there's something to a gay guy who's fascinated with crushing rocks, right? We've just discussed that in terms of grotesque analogy. But he was saying in an unguarded moment, Douglas was talking about his dad taking him to creature features films at the grindhouses, and I was like responding on air to that. That's no fucking unguarded moment. I told everybody that my dad we just basically, it's free, let's go. And
there you go.
There was
the real answer.
Yeah, it was like no concept that
typical parents.
Well, typical George Dietrich, the guy who raised me. It's like no concept of this guy that just because it's free doesn't. In fact, because it's free probably means it's something you don't want. Exactly. But yeah, it would be like,
explains a lot.
Yes. Oh my God. It was like I would joke that it was like Garage MK Ultra. I mean, this, Dad took me to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, various other horrible films. That tickets, Creature Features was passing out tickets to, and I'm certain that's indelibly left me psychologically scarred for life. But there you go. Probably added a lot to my storytelling abilities, no doubt. But at the same time, it's where I get the graphic nature of my descriptives, probably.
Yes.
But which Brendan can speak to more than most. He's read some of my output. All that being said, that
was you? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you know the difference between what I write and what Aquino writes, because Aquino focuses on young boys as opposed to
right. I unfortunately read both. To compare them, which I'll never do again. But
yes, but just so people understand, what happened was I asked Brendan to review the two pornography novels from Michael Aquino that I have on file. And this is to be disambiguated from his so-called erotica, which is like I guess he felt was more poetic or something. But you can find out more about that just by going to his YouTube channel, which according to George Knight is still up. And George Knight said, if you take a look at Michael Aquino's YouTube channel, it's all thelema and basically homoerotic porn more than other kinds of porn. It seems to lean more towards the homoerotic, but he can't get too graphic on YouTube. So it's just a bunch of his more softcore shit that is up there. So apparently that's still up there. I'll ask George Knight if it is, because I don't even know where to look. I never, or perhaps my mind just shuts down and I don't want to look. But George Knight's able to stomach it. But it's not surprising at all to me that Aquino was so candid and just totally blasé, not trying to hide his proclivities. But the porn he wrote was very hardcore when he wrote porn, as opposed to erotica, which is just so much nuance. But when it came to what I wrote, was very graphic as well, based on horrible experiences and seeing what I saw while growing up in the Tenderloin and at the Presidio military base, what I was exposed to with Aquino. One of the books I wrote, you might remember this, was about a military academy where they abduct a young girl and basically torture her in this military academy. I mean, do you remember the particular novel? I know the title. I can tell you which title it was. Rape Virgin Cheerleader. I don't know if you remember that one.
I may or may not have read it. I don't know.
It might have been shocking enough. It kind of left you, I guess, just shocked. I mean, I do hope that what I convey...
No, I read it. I just don't want to really advertise it.
Yeah, thank you. Got it. Okay. But I mean, is there any difference that you could ascertain between what I wrote and what Aquino wrote, aside from the gender of the the main characters, which are essentially the victims. I don't know.
Well,
If
I mean, it's been a while, but it's like pretty much just what you said. It was just like,
Okay.
yeah, there's
We'll
not
leave it
much
at
else.
that for now. We'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah. My brain's on a whole nother page right now. Let's put it
No
on.
worries. Got it. And well, I want to thank you, and I know you. Now, what time are you getting up tomorrow?
Oh, within like a couple hours. But I just wanted to finish my point about
Sure,
this
please.
view.
Yeah.
Because I wanted your point. I wanted to ask you about it in a way, but I kind of explained the whole thing anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really need to say much right now. Mm-hmm. But so this goo poison, it goes back centuries in China, and some tales are traced, of course, with black magic, witchcraft, as we said. But even in more recent tales and legends of women who poison traveling men for seduction, robbery, or revenge. And the poison itself is made by combining the venom of dangerous creatures. So this is another explanation of how, even in modern times, they perhaps use it for, things like that, espionage, whatever.
Absolutely.
Ancient, stuff like that.
Yes.
And it says it's mentioned roughly 1000 BC in the Chinese classics, including the I Ching. And it's basically 1500 years older than other references, including this article. So it may have well existed, if not just a legend, quote unquote. If you don't know, this is a comment someone left. If you don't know, you can look this up yourself. It is hexagram 18, which I have in front of me. Let's see if this is true. I happen to have a copy of the I Ching, handy, so let's do this real quick.
But by the way, while you're doing that, I can't resist asking, how do you handle only a few hours sleep? Do you take a nap later?
No.
Jesus.
my sleep cycle's been messed up lately.
Oh my God.
But I'm working on it.
Everybody maintain our man Brendan Zoga in your thoughts and prayers, please.
Yeah. Okay, so this guy is true. The number 18 hexagram of the I Ching is gu, remedying. So it's also a remedy, according to the I Ching.
Yeah.
Gu means a worm, particularly a parasite in the intestine. Wow. The translation of gu as work on what has been spoiled. This is the I Ching interpretation of it. Blofeld translates it as decay. Other translations use poison, destruction, or corruption. In this book, it is translated as remedying. Remedying is the inverse of the preceding gua, which is the other hexagram, following this. According to ancient sages, experiencing one following others may tend to go along with evil streams and become degenerate. In that case, one should turn over a new leaf. Thus, the I Ching arranges following and remedying as an inverse pair because they are complementary. The pictograph gu shows 3 worms in a container. It indicates that in a container, not used for a long time, the worms grow and develop, symbolizing a situation of ruin and decay and a need for remedying and innovation. The structure of gua is mountain above, wind below. This is just the I Ching hexagram following. But what if you pull this, like say you get number 18 when you're pulling, it says, if you get the sequence, it says, following others with pleasure and delight, something will happen. Remedying after following. So your decision, if you pulled this in a reading, it would be a remedy, sublimely prosperous or smooth, favorable crossings, or before starting, wait 3 days, or after starting, wait 3 days. So, and then it has a bunch of other prescriptions.
Yes.
Because the I Ching is very complex.
Yes.
It says, the gua demonstrates the proper attitude to adopt in remedying a difficult situation. Ancient sages believed that no matter how difficult a situation was, there's always a way to work it out. The attitude of the one who deals with the matter is vitally important. Before starting, he should fully plan. After finishing, he must reflect. During the course of action, he should neither act with undue haste nor continue in the same old rut and be content with temporary success. Otherwise, regret will come. The name of the gua, remedying, denotes a ruined and decayed situation caused by predecessors that need a remedy. Thus, the Yao text of 5 and 6 lines mentions a father or mother, symbolizing the predecessor. The host of the gua is the yielding line of the 5th place. Although the line is yielding, it is at a superior place and gets the support of the solid line at the 2nd place. Thus, it obtains a good reputation.
Wow.
It also speaks of the King Wen of the Shang dynasty, who was ruined and decayed. He considered that overthrowing the Shang dynasty was a remedy to the ruin and decayed situation. He proclaimed that remedy would bring progress and success, but before starting, the remedy should be fully planned. After finishing, it should be reflected upon. The King of Wen regarded that taking over the decaying Shang dynasty, he was to inherit the duty of caring of people as bestowed by heaven, and he regarded the ancestors as his forefathers. He overthrew the tyrant and immediately presented the offerings to the King of the Tang, the originator of the Shang, as his ancestor, Duke of Zhou, and the deceased ancestor, free of blame, and to remedy what happened to the subordinate of the Shang. One should not be too severe. He then obtained good reputation. He did not follow in the footsteps of kings or lords by dividing treasures and spoils, but, and this is the key, he set a higher goal to establish a magnanimous empire. So it happens to be a positive. In the I Ching, they interpret it positively.
Yes.
As a remedy against. So it's something, a fault that happened that you can fix, yes. Which seems to be the theme of this whole Gui thing, is that in the seed of itself, or the poison of itself, it actually creates the remedy. So that's what's fascinating about these ancient magics, is that people think, oh, black magic, white magic, like they don't understand that there is a yin, to put it in the ancient Chinese Taoist view, there is a yin and a yang. Yes. There is this kind of, the black dot in the white square, or in the white, and then the white dot in the black.
Yes. The sections of the yin yang. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So
each has the element of the other within it.
Yes. So that is something I just learned through this, and I'm grateful for that. But the point I was bringing up was, do you recall when I was speaking to you about how I got attacked?
Yes.
By most likely a negative spell.
Yes.
But I was debilitated. My thyroid shut down. My foot was so infected that my toe almost fell off.
Yeah.
I was hardly able to walk, and I was in so much extreme pain that Douglas, remember, he can vouch for this. Every time I spoke with him, I was literally screaming, like as if I was like being tortured.
Yes.
And it was some of the worst pain I'd ever been.
You were being tortured.
Right. Which is, so I determined through contemplation, and then that I was under a cold siege, and then which we concurred, we had that conversation.
But there was almost an angelic intervention from this old lady who looked at you and said something about your thyroid.
Yes. This was years ago, but that still helped. That situation helped. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it helped now because you had that reference. You had that reference. Yes.
Yeah. Without her, I wouldn't have had that reference.
That precedent.
Remedy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. So in that way, it's very helpful. But I realize now that whoever cast against me knew this technique and used it.
Yes.
Or something similar. It could have been maybe not Chinese culture, but similar. Magic is multicultural anyways, but so they used this Gu technique because I remember describing to you, Douglas, that when I was at the worst of the worst, I basically conjured what energy I could and did my protection and appealed to divine and higher forces, and I said, reveal whatever this creature is, just like that story of the those ancient Chinese people, they were able to find the source of the goo, right?
Yes.
And that's the only remedy, is you have to see the creature, or name the name, or find who did it to you, right?
Yes.
So I asked, like, if this is supernal or supernatural, whatever, I want to see what it was. So during that, this wasn't right away, but during this whole experience, I was, in my mind's eye, the being that was sent against me was revealed, and it was this scorpionic, half scorpion, half spider, half like tentacle, or it had like hairs coming out of it, like a scorpion.
Yes,
like
almost like a porcupine. The hairs were very much almost like a porcupine's quills. In other words, they're very go on. Yes,
but it was shaped like a scorpion or like a crab.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
I compared it to one of the prehistoric supermassive scorpions that were like sea scorpions, that began to slowly haunt the beaches and grab prey. It's obviously more hybridized. So this is like a combination of toxins personified, embodied in this hideous creature. Go on.
Yes. So I saw that in my mind's eye, the actual creature, and it was just like oozing this like insidious green and red aura of just like
toxicity
and pain.
Yeah.
And all that. And then, but after I saw that, I was able to defend myself against it and completely remove, like, I healed pretty quickly after that. Right.
Yes.
Which is interesting, which is why it's the trigram for remedy. Once you find the problem, that was what they were telling about the king. Once he realized the problem was his ancestors, he made the remedy by destroying the culture, or destroying the kingdom and founding it anew. So that was just a metaphor or the gyu was the metaphor for that, is you find the problem and you remedy. So that's what I did.
Yeah.
And it was definitely a cast to either kill me or to cause extreme pain, because that was like,
both. It was kind of like
pretty crazy surgeries, and that was the most pain I've ever been in. It was like a month straight of the most excruciating pain, one situation after another. Yeah. It was like my toe got infected, then it was just burning, searing, and the skin kept peeling off, and it was like nearly gangrenous. And then sorry for the detail, but
it's important.
I was having, Douglas, you remember, I was having severe migraines over and over again.
Yeah, I do want people to know that he really doesn't do himself justice. Brendan Zogit was handling it very stoically, and I would never have known he was suffering any of this without his basically describing it to me. So I do want you to know it wasn't like he was squealing like a person at all who can't handle it. He handled it profoundly.
I mean, I was working 12-hour shifts.
Yeah, he was working 12-hour shifts. He was working through this.
I was working 12-hour shifts
this whole
during
time.
This, and it was like I was walking through quicksand.
Yeah.
So imagine working a full shift and dealing with everyone and cleaning and doing
Not to mention driving to work and back, no less.
Driving, picking up like 20, 40-pound tables and moving them multiple times a day.
No, he's superhuman. Brendan Zogit is superhuman. Go on.
To the point where I was like falling asleep standing up, and like from my thyroid shutting down.
That's not falling asleep. You were basically dying, but go on.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was falling asleep, but it turns out my blood pressure, my BPM,
you're losing consciousness. 50. Yeah, you're losing.
My BPM was under 50.
Yes.
Which, according to the internet and doctors, is anything below 60, you have to be hospitalized.
Thank you. No, it's true.
So
it's true.
I
called the ambulance when my dad's blood pressure was 60/40. I called the ambulance. Go on.
So my BPMs were low and my blood pressure was low, and I was still doing what I was doing.
Yes.
And
oh my God.
And it wasn't enough for them to try to kill me, but they used this goo or this gui to cause extreme pain.
Absolutely.
It was like the Cruciatus curse from Harry Potter, where like it's like all the most painful things like concentrated into one spot on your body, and it's like that's exactly what it felt like for a whole month.
Yes.
And so after finding out this technique, I determined that whoever cast that knew this gui technique or a variant of it, and that's what they used against me.
Absolutely. And I know for a fact that Miguel Andahar knows that from all of the films he's been involved in serving as an extra in, and all of his occult studies concerning those films. This is something that he was boasting about in the past.
Right.
That's naming the aggressor, and it helps. It really.
And then he went to Asia right after that.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so,
Absolutely. I think that they killed someone, Lena Shea himself and Selena Khan, as part of a sacrifice to initiate this this curse. Whatever child they sacrificed that they had to put up the alibi footage for, that's on all three of their Facebook timelines even today for no good reason. Before basically Lena Shea went to Vermont so she could cross the border into Canada whenever the Fed showed up, and he escaped to.
And isn't that Lovecraft land, anyways?
Well, that's more like New England, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, kind of.
Well be,
yeah. And but when Miguel Andahar escaped to the Philippines, literally fled the country, where he began looting baby graves to make children's bones, baby bones, into necklaces.
And this was a video he posted. He was in a cemetery in the Philippines, like looking through these like what did they call, not mortuary, mausoleums.
Yes, literally these like mass
bizarre.
graves for children that are pre-delivered or aborted, etc. That basically birth defects that kill them during birth, which is common in a third world nation, and they bury them in these baby cemeteries. And he was going there and collecting these bones for his rituals and his jewelry. Because, he felt that could go through customs because people would think they were animal bones. But he was caught, and the Filipinos basically kicked his ass out of the country, and he had to go back to New York. These are the level of Edomites that we're contending with. But it's obvious that they consider Brendan Zoget a threat, and this was the supernatural version of what they did to Brandon Young, where Brandon Young, they had sabotaged his car to the point where if the bomb didn't work, then the cross wiring of his, or the wires being cut to his brakes, would do the job. But so they had this double whammy, but the initial bomb was an incendiary bomb so that he wouldn't just blow up, he would die burning to death. They wanted him to die in pain.
This was Brandon Young.
Yeah, Brandon Young, who people often confuse with Brendan Zoget by name, only by name. They behave totally differently. And this impacted Brandon Young through a brain injury that impacts the way he delivers his jokes to this day. Nemo says, AFK gonna make something to eat. Are you gonna be back? Do let us know.
Yeah, I'm just making a sandwich.
Okay, just let us know as soon as you're back.
He's much more polite than me, where I had made my whole meal.
That's fine. That's fine. It's like a cooking show. In your case, like a cooking show.
Right, exactly. That's how I felt. It was like it was more quaint than your usual fare.
Thank you. And but
like a hobbit bowl.
Yeah. So they wanted you to die.
Always cooking.
Yeah, and they wanted you to die in pain. So they
not just pain, but like it was like
excruciating pain. They wanted you to die in agony. In agony.
Yeah, it was like agony. Yeah, it was like agony. Like to the point where like even people that were seeing my foot, like my roommates and different people around me, they would see my foot and they would be like, dude, you need to go to the doctor. Like something's like that doesn't look right. Like this is really bad. Like,
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. And so I want people to understand that Brendan is definitely...
just one more thing.
Sure.
The reason I know it's a cult, because I have recurring pains in that spot to this day.
Yeah, tell people about the analogy of the blade used in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's like the Morgul blade from the Fellowship of the Ring when Frodo gets cut and he almost turns into a wraith and goes through like all that, like his first trauma in the story. And he goes through the entire story with that seething pain still with him. Even when he goes to the Undying Lands, it still affects him. So it's like it's that kind of potent of a situation is where to the point where I was telling Douglas that I'm feeling repercussions of it, and and it causes like people to go crazy on me.
Yes.
Like different people in my environment to just go off on me, and they don't even know me from Adam, and they're just weird stuff will go down like that. And it's not astrological necessarily. It's like literally just from that injury, that Morgul style attack. And then my foot will start hurting again. And then So I told Douglas, I said, I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to do my the lesser ward and do the herbs and the anointing.
Yes.
And the pain went away within seconds.
Yeah. Thank
so
you.
It's clear that they still have a voodoo doll or something,
Yes.
going.
The equivalent thereof.
Yeah.
This is
not necessarily voodoo, but that's that's the analogy or the best description of it.
Yes. Yes.
Like they still have the altar set up and they just keep prodding it to see if it still works or something.
Yes. No, it is true. And by the way, I've said before to Brendan that I hope that someday, if I ever gain any secular power, I think it's very important to have it recognized legally that magic is a form of quantum mechanics and it's simply an applied mechanics, and that we need to recognize occult assault and it needs to be pursued legally. Peter Moon was saying, oh, that violates separation of church and state. Oh, like all these things that these reactionary rightists are doing about abortion and Bibles in schools does not. I mean, really, it's, we have to take into account the spiritual is very real, and the spiritual can be applied mechanically. I definitely appreciate your courage in sharing this with us, because many people would not have the guts to do this. And what we're helping to try to do is we're trying to redefine the boundaries of what people...
And it was premeditated because Mihail sent me a vector of a quote-unquote care package with crystals and different items that were cursed.
Yes.
That I didn't realize at first. I was just kind of trusting, a little too trusting, and I accepted these items.
Yeah.
And that was the vector of how he cast. Or maybe not necessarily it was him who did this, because I don't think he's that advanced, but it definitely was negative.
It's hard to give him any degree of credit because the guy's such a piece of shit. But he's one of these people that I will say has unfortunately, what I would call a natural talent that is not based on intellect. He has a cunning, an animal level cunning, and a natural talent with magic that is organic, but he's obviously been being directed by Peter Levenda. Ultimately, it's Peter Levenda who is the heir, the successor, in effect, in many ways, to Michael Aquino, as well as Don Webb. So if there's a short story by Don Webb, anything by Don Webb exposes his satanic leanings. He's a member of the Temple of Set. He's supposed to be the man who runs it now that Aquino's dead. So he's an author who publishes regularly. So if you look up his crap, you'll get what he's about. And I'll try and find a PDF of one of his stories in particular that embodies his philosophy. But it's Don Webb and Peter Levenda. But as always, they use stupid people like Aquino did, the way stupid people use guns. And their firearm in this case is Miguel Andahar, among perhaps some others. But the fact that they consider you one of their primary threats shows the fact that through their scrying, through their shoe stones, if you will, as they used to call the crystals they would gaze into, they see you as somehow a great force in the future for good. And they definitely want to prevent that, to preempt that, and eliminate you from helping others. So by all means, you've got to, defend yourself. And not to mention, for people who don't know, he took a nap one time wearing his Hakenkreuz, his swastika ring, which is a ward, and woke up with it gone, found it in the laundry hamper. By that time, the short period of time that he had taken a nap...
Which was in a different room completely from where I was sleeping.
Thank you. He then, during that period of time... somebody, at the very least, intentionally sideswiped, essentially rammed his car while it was parked, and yet the film from across the street, a security camera, caught nothing. Truly.
Yeah, I went to the police department of the place where I was at. They have their own police department, and we watched the video play by play, and there's no hit, nothing. Then I get back, and the dent is there, and you see me, like, wondering how it happened. And even the police were like, yeah, we don't see anything. Like, there's nothing we can do. Like, this is weird. Like, yeah, bizarre. They thought I was trying to pull one over on them or something.
Yeah, that's, there you go. I mean, this is truly supernatural phenomenon, and we want people to understand, don't be afraid to express your fears that you are under occult assault. It's something that is real. And it could impact your life, your health. So there are people out there that do this. And Jameson Reese was someone who did this all the time. He spent all his life just attacking people on the occult level. Of course, again, just so people know, because
he attempted to do that to me too. So who knows who? But I don't think he'd have the sophistication to conjure a goo.
No.
I highly doubt.
No. He's everything he does, more or less, generally, it winds up hurting himself because
Yeah, exactly. That was about to say.
Yeah, he's so fucking turfed, and he's so
he make that larva and eat it or something.
Yeah. No, seriously. I mean, yeah, but this son of a bitch, just so people understand, whoa, why about you, Douglas? I mean, well, aside from damage to electronic equipment in particular all around me, or people
Douglas
around...
is immune.
Yes, thank you. I'm possessed by Lucifer. So there you go. It's the ultimate immunity.
Al-Malak al-Taus.
Yes. Thank you. The
Not
Peacock
really
Angel.
He's the lord of this realm anyway.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So
but people don't want to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
It's one of the. It's like a supreme elemental.
Yes. Thank you.
Wait, who did?
What?
Ian. He finally messaged me.
What did he say?
He's replying to my comment about Isaac Cappy because I'm like, hey, did you ever research into Isaac Cappy? I've been trying to figure out if he's legit exposing sex slavery in Hollywood or was he just another
let's not
agent?
Go there. Douglas already covered this guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm just asking if he was an
undercover agent. He's replying to you though. That's so it shows he's alive.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
He just says he knows. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want
I really want to know.
But I have to go anyways. But
yes. Well, we love you dearly.
Does Doug know about
those?
Yeah, beyond expression. Well, we'll speak to that soon, Nemo. We'll speak to that soon.
I don't know if you. Yeah, I don't know if you remember Douglas, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know you remember. But.
Yeah. Well, Brendan Zogit, honestly, just do what you can to take care of your health. We don't want your immune system to be compromised by lack of sleep. Get what you can, and for God's sake, if you have to, call in a sick day from work. I mean, I understand that. You know what you're doing, but don't be afraid to do that once in a while, just for the sake of sleep. I mean, I think that's a good idea. So,
but currently, I'm not in a monetary position to.
Okay. All right.
Do such things, but
all right.
I mean, inshallah, in the future, I will be able to do take some time off.
So cross ourselves, knock on wood, and all right then. We love you dearly, like a son and brother. Yeah, go on. Which
reminds me of back. I don't think it was you who mentioned that, but there was someone that was talking against the knocking on wood, and they tried to say, "Oh, they're conjuring demons. The Druids used to conjure demons by knocking on wood."
Oh my God!
But it was actually what you would do is you would knock on a tree and ask the spirit within the tree to protect you. And that's where that comes from. It comes from the Druids and their knowledge of the Ents and these beings that lived in trees, and they would, if you treated them right, they would protect you. So.
Thank you.
That's where knocking on wood comes from.
Thank you.
But then certain factions of Christianity get a hold of that and they say they were conjuring demons.
Well, to Christians, everything is demonic if they're interpreting
mainly
things.
The Puritan type people.
Yeah. Namely, as Christians got more divorced from their Celtic roots, the Celtics. The Celts understood Christianity as part of their magical pantheon. Essentially, they integrated magic and Christianity. So I think modern European
which is why they had the Book of Kells and these different illuminated manuscripts and all these things.
Thank you. And but as people got more divorced from their Celtic roots, they got more and more retarded.
True.
Yeah. And so again, we love you dearly. Everyone maintain Brendan Zogit in your thoughts and prayers. Surround him with an egg of protection. This is what Our Lady Brooke was blaming herself for before you go. She was blaming herself for putting that egg of protection, that shell of protection around her family, her loved ones, but she neglected to do so around the yard where she kept the ducks and the chickens. But I told her they took the hit for you. They took the hit for you just as they were supposed to. That's the reason why you bought them, though you didn't realize it. And they protected your family and took that occult hit. So, and by all means.
Which is that would be the, people don't realize this, but that's the original purpose of the pets aren't there for your ego. Yeah. It's like you agree to take them on and care for them and love them in exchange for their protection. which is what like a dog was for anyways originally, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yes, absolutely.
and according to the Egyptians, the cats were that.
Yes.
Because the dogs were useless because of the ghoul.
Yes, thank you. It's true. Yeah, it's true. That's how they felt. And all
Because
right.
the cats could ward off, the ghoul for sure. But,
Yes.
Yeah, we can go into that.
Yeah, we'll do that next time.
Many blessings.
Yes, many blessings. Blessed
Gratitude.
be thy slumber. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you so much. And blessed be thy
Gratitude.
dreams. Okay. All right. Hope he wakes up refreshed, in good health. And so with that, we're going to count on both Nemo Albano and Joseph Ty. If I can wake him up, he tends to fall asleep. Otherwise, we'll see if we can get, well, I don't know if it's worth trying getting Ian back on with us because he didn't seem to be able to come on at all. Definitely said his stuff was impacted. But Joseph, let's see if we can wake him up by shouting his name. Joseph! Joseph! Joe Ty! Joe Ty! 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 Bazooka Joe! 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 Oh, shit. Man, he's under. Oh, poor guy. I mean...
Must have fell asleep.
Yeah, well, that's what he does, right? I mean, it's like... I don't know if I could ever say he's always really awake, but when it comes to... here's where we take a risk. I think we're completely safe with Nemo Albano. Unlike Ian West, God knows Ian West may not ever intend to be doing anything wrong, but
it doesn't seem intentional. The things like it's just him.
Yeah, it's just him. Yes,
that's Ian. That's what you say. That's our Ian.
Yes, but in your case, is there something you can do to burn bandwidth while I refresh myself, grab some refreshments, kind of get myself ready for monologue? I'd be happy to speak with you for a bit as well before going into monologue. Completely happy to do that.
Oh yeah, I could talk about the dinosaur X-15.
Sure.
Military ship that was used to intercept the Russian cosmonaut capsules that were going to the space stations. Stuff like.
Yeah.
There's more questions I wanted to ask you about because I heard your full roughly 4-hour interview on Feet to Fire about the secret space programs between U.S. space program and the Russian Soviet Union cosmonauts.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I'll be happy to. So
I'll read the memorandum if that's okay.
Yes, wonderful. So what I'll do is I will go on mute, refresh myself, grab some refreshments. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the longest. I'm certain I'll be back before 15 minutes, but certainly I'll be gone around 10. Take your time, read out loud, and burn bandwidth. You can remind people, of course, that I need as much support as they can spare. That also helps. Helps to come from different voices. And just say Douglas Dietrich will be back sometime in the middle of your reading, 5 minutes into it or something, just so people understand that. And, thank you so much. I appreciate this profoundly. So glad you're able to help us in this regard. What time is it in Australia?
4:54 p.m.
Okay, so it's a reasonable time of day for you. And okay then. So I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. And our man, Nemo Albano in Australia, has the bandwidth. And everyone stay here listening to him, and you won't regret it. Thank you so much.
All right, no worries. Yeah, so recently I've been doing a lot of digging, or trying to do a lot of digging regarding on this dinosaur project that was done throughout the late 50s, early 60s. It was recently an approved, released, top secret document released in 2002, approved for release. And let's see what we got here in the memorandum. On 7th February 1961, Colonels Oppold and Scoville, I can't pronounce those two names because of the text is very old and not the highest resolution. These two colonels of ARDC or AFDC gave a briefing on the Air Force Dinosaur Project to Phil Strong and another individual, there's no name. This was instigated by a request from the DCI to Strong for information on the project and according to Phil, the development of an agency position. The Dinosaur project is intended to develop a vehicle which will ultimately have orbital performance and be inhabited by a crew who will be expected to perform some useful functions beyond merely pushing of a button, as in Project Mercury. The text in here is pretty small, so it's a struggle to read. Dinosaur is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, price stat, it's blotched out. The price is just whited out or blocked out. Include the basic research and design and construction of the glider orbital vehicle launched by Titan I missile. Inhabited flights are planned to begin in 1964, but this vehicle will have ballistic rather than completely orbital trajectories. Phase 2 is intended to reach orbital performance by 1966. And 1966 is quite a significant year. A lot of significant things occurred that year. The launching vehicle will be the Titan II. The phase will cost an additional, it's blocked out or just scrubbed out of the cost. Phase 3 is not well defined at the present time, but is intended to produce an operational system which will have use in an attack or defensive and or reconnaissance application. The glider vehicle is supposed to accommodate 1,000-pound payload and to have 75 cubic feet available for payload and installation. The Douglas mentioned about the payload that this dinosaur vehicle that carries large metal ball bearings that could be deployed in the trajectory direction of the capsule, cosmonaut capsules that were going towards their destination to the space station. So the capsules that would fly into these giant ball bearings that were dropped from the payload, that's used as the payload deployed, the capsule would crash into these ball bearings, obviously, and be destroyed. The approximate orbital characteristics as now planned would include perigee, I can't even pronounce this word, it's low resolution, certain altitudes of 300,000 to 500,000 feet. There is no intention to have the glider maneuver while in orbit, but it is intended to be highly maneuverable in the sense of exact selection of landing area after deorbiting. The Air Force is conducting an examination of the problem of reconnaissance under the orbital conditions selected. The lowest, can't pronounce this word. It looks like perigis, or it's my apologies. The lowest whatever for dinosaur are approximately half the altitude we have achieved with Project Corona, and the sensing functions may be degraded under these more severe conditions. The kernel, it's spelled APPOLD. I can't properly pronounce that. It's like this kernel also mentioned the space plane concept as advanced by Aerospace Corporation. This is rather nebulous at the present time, but is conceived as a vehicle in the 300,000 to 400,000 pound class at launch. During the ascent phase, the vehicle would increase to the order of 100,000 pounds gross weight. It's a significant increase in weight. After achieving orbit and burning of stored propellants and acquired oxidizer, the space plane weight would be in the order of 100,000 to 150,000 pounds. Phil Strong is preparing a summary of these technical data and positions the suggestions of this letter is that we continue our familiarity with the project objectives and achievements. However, insofar as current satellite reconnaissance projects and the existence of Project Mercury and the X-15 are concerned, it would appear that some consolidation of these various efforts would be in order in the overall governmental sense. So this was just from a memorandum that I downloaded from archive.org, dated 10th February 1961. It just says copy 6 of 6. I don't have all the copies of this. I could only find this, but I will find more eventually. This is just basically giving some explanation on Project Dinosaur, the military space plane that would use to intercept the Russian cosmonauts on their trajectory to going into the space stations and whatnot. Just a malicious attack towards them. The US military was like the space pirates, and the Russian cosmonauts were more like just the merchant ships, minding our business, doing their own work. That's all I could find on that. Douglas Dietrich will be back very soon. I'm just trying my best to cover up the time. Also, yes, I'll talk about East Palestine chemical spill. There's a lot more news going on in that area that's not really being addressed. A lot more people are coming down with sicknesses and illnesses, skin blotches and whatnot. On this title that I'm reading regarding the Palestine chemical spill, quote, "My granddaughters got red blotches and their eyes burned. I've been having headaches and coughing fits. Constant illnesses are occurring among the population in that area." On the evening, I'll just cover this. On the evening of 3rd of February, this individual was at home in East Palestine, Ohio, watching a movie with her granddaughters when her daughter, a Dyson, called and asked, "Dad, what's going on downtown?" I looked out the window and there was an orange glow in the sky. I turned the movie down to talk to my daughter and she hung up, and 10 minutes later she called back and said, "We're coming to get you." We went to try and figure out what happened, and it was like diving into a cloud. Smoke was billowing overhead. A Norfolk Southern freight train had derailed, and you could see the flames over the top of the nearby houses and feel the heat from several hundred feet away. Huge clouds of smoke were spreading from the crash site over the town. We initially thought that a local coal train had caught fire. We learnt that the 38 cars of industrial supplies, including at least 11 cars of toxic chemicals, had derailed. Another 12 cars were damaged by fire. The train spilled cargo, including vinyl chloride, a chemical that causes liver cancer, highly carcinogenic. People in the immediate area of the derailment were ordered to evacuate in case of the explosion. The rest of us were told to shelter in place. By Saturday, the next morning, the air was filled with smog. She was supposed to take her girls to a school basketball game. I told them to pull their hoodies up over their head's mouth. Why not just fucking wear a mask? On Sunday, the EPA officials said that they did not detect any contaminants in the air. What a surprise. But this lady's granddaughters had developed blotches all over their bodies. They looked like burns, as if they spent too much time in the sun. Looks as if it was severe sunburns and blisters. Her 7-year-old granddaughter's legs were beet red. They were coughing and their eyes were burning. They began to experience constant headaches and nagging coughs. The wife's cousin in a cancer research at Stanford, she called us and said, "Get the girls the hell out of here. The railroad company has given us vouchers for 2 nights at a hotel." So they drove into an inn about 50 miles away. On 6th February, officials decided to burn off the vinyl chloride rather than risk it exploding. So obviously burning more of it's just going to release more toxic carcinogenic fumes and smoke in the air, which is not really funny. The EPA said that there was a small uptick in toxins near the burn site and that it was to be expected. Dead fish started turning up in the streams. More dead animals showing up, more dead fish over the days, weeks. After a couple of days out of town, the lady's granddaughters that were suffering these horrible ailments, rashes, started to fade, but they all continued having the coughing symptoms. Yeah, this seems to be affecting a fair bit of people. The chemical spill in East Palestine, and it's obviously not being addressed enough. And they're just trying to the mainstream media obviously is just downplaying it, trying to make it out that it's not very important or not much of a big risk. But, you know, when you hear about animals and dying and people coming down with sickness just from this spill, it's obviously a lot more, significantly far more worse than how it's being portrayed in the mainstream media. Let's see what else I can find. Yeah, authorities lifted the evacuation orders in February. At that time, the EPA said that its testing showed that the air and water were safe. They didn't trust the assessment. Obviously, the part of their families went to a relative's house in West Virginia. Each time they've gone to East Palestine to check out the house, their own house, the headache started again just by going back into the town, being exposed to the harmful elements. It's been 6 weeks then. While addressing this, they dread nighttime because when they lie down to sleep, the constant coughing starts. Severe coughings keep occurring. The wife of 35 years old woke him up recently because his breathing was so bad. She said, I sounded like I had fluid building up in my lungs, as if he was drowning. Other people are having similar experiences. The ER doctor says it's chemical bronchitis. Not your regular bronchitis, chemical bronchitis. This individual lost 15 pounds due to the stress and anxiety alone, in addition to all the unexpected expenses. They're paying for a home that they don't even live in and don't know yet whether insurance will even help them. They've been saying that they don't cover chemical spills, the insurance. That's their we can't cover the chemical spills, so you're pretty much screwed. Other people are even less lucky. They can't afford to leave. Their friends' sons keeps having nosebleeds, so bleeding out the noses along with the coughing, skin blotches, headaches. Most of these people, if I was going to just take a guess, most of these people are probably going to come down with a some type of cancer or horrible illness later on in life from being exposed to all these chemicals. Before the derailment, the grandfather of the family was happy. He got to see his granddaughters every day at his house. Now his family is split all over the place and living out of suitcase. Every day they struggle with online schooling. The girls are desperate for their lives to get back to the way it used to be. Yes, very horrible indeed. Each of them has moments when they break down. They just want to be back in their homes. 61-year-old man has never cried this much in his life. His daughter is a very, very strong woman. She started working at a bank 4.5 years ago. Within 3 years, she was leading her own branch and was calling. She was calling him every other day, crying. I don't believe the government or railroad companies claim that our town is safe. You hate to say that, but that they're lying. Why would you hate to say that they're lying if you know very well aware that they're lying? It just goes without saying pretty much. But they are same families don't plan to come back at all, even despite that they have such a tight-knit community there. Douglas should be back eventually soon. I'll try and find more about. just to be quick, I'll talk about regarding the Lucifer topic that there's a lot of confusion and misunderstanding and misinformation about this entity Lucifer. Just from my experience, to elaborate on this confusions and whatnot, in the 80s when this satanic movement was getting very popular, I hate to call it a movement, becoming very popular in the early 80s, a lot of the heavy metal and thrash bands, that's heavy metal and thrash genre that became popular in the early 80s, bands signed to Metal Blade Records, Combat Records, these are owned by a certain group of people I won't mention who are obviously Satanist or set cultists. A lot of these bands that are signed to these record labels have songs containing a lot of lyrics that are, what would you say, demonizing and corrupting these entities that you know for now that are not really evil. They're just their own entities, neutral at best, and not aligned with the dark forces. In these songs and whatnot, they always try to portray Lucifer as the prince of darkness, the one that's controlling the world through evil and darkness, and they even demonize other entities such as Loki and Thor. European elder gods, they try to portray them as evil, corrupting them and demonizing them to spread confusion. These Satanists don't want us invoking the powers of the gods of our ancestors because they'll drive back all the diabolical forces that are being ushered in from these Satanists in among the music industry, the acting, entertainment industry, through the military, politics. There's so many different avenues and aspects of groups of people, cabals are trying to cause mass confusion and ensure that we never find the true divinities to repel all the evilness and diabolism in our reality. So very much you'll find this in the heavy metal music, particularly thrash and thrash metals, all the other different genres of metal. They're always demonizing these entities to make you think that they're evil and even encouraging you to worship them as the evil entities. Yes. So from what I've learned after what Douglas has explained, Lucifer is not an evil entity. You can take his word for that. Do your own research, verify it, and come to your own conclusion. Inevitable conclusion that you realize that it's not of the dark forces, Lucifer. He was the creator of the Yazidi people that is being attacked by the extremist Muslims, the ISIS, which most likely is being controlled by Israel, IDF, and maybe the three-letter agencies, the American three-letter agencies. If you look at the pictures of some of these ISIS soldiers, you'll probably notice that some of these soldiers are wearing the Star of David, the golden six-pointed hexagram. Why is an extremist Muslim group wearing the Star of David? That gave me an indication that they're being operated by IDF, probably, or Israeli government secret service. So those three topics addressed. What else can I talk about? Yes. Jordan Maxwell. I didn't realize Jordan Maxwell passed away last year. This individual, he was apparently an expert in physics, mathematics, and written books in both topics on occult topics regarding secret societies, matrix of power, inside Hollywood and whatnot. He was a very interesting individual, but I had suspicions that he was not undercover, just a disinfo agent to an extent. He'd spread he would regurgitate the, what would you call it? Just a demonization of the Bavarian Illuminati, the 1776 Bavarian Illuminati. And I remember in certain videos with Anthony J. Hilder, him and Jordan Maxwell would say, yes, so the Freemason is controlled by the Bavarian Illuminati, which is, if you do enough research and verification, you'll realize that this is not true. Yeah, so I'm not sure if Jordan Maxwell himself was fully a disinfo agent or if he was just heavily brainwashed by these UFO groups and Freemasonic groups. Apparently, he suffered a lot by being involved with these certain groups, and he became homeless at a certain point of his life and suffered tremendously for it. But yeah, I suppose rest in peace. I don't want to say anything really disrespectful about him, but I don't fully trust a lot of his content because he just seemed very suspicious. Wasn't 100% sure if that individual was legit or sincere in the information he was trying to give out, because he even boasted about being friends with Freemasons, good friends with Freemasonic groups of people and whatnot. So there's what else? Joe Ty, are you there? No, he's not. What else can I talk about? Fucking Corey Feldman, I guess. We've been hearing a fair bit about him through mainstream and alternative media. He's still bragging about how he's going to expose these pedophiles, but he hasn't given any specific name about the groups of people that assaulted him or Corey Haim and the other people he knew that were part of these little clubs, children's clubs back in the 80s that were being ran by certain elder groups of people in the music industry, in the entertainment industry. Corey Feldman, I feel like he's just trying to get attention and milking this pedophilia thing, and he's not giving his best friend Corey Haim barely any recognition about being assaulted or molested. He's just more focusing on him primarily because
you mean himself? You mean himself primarily?
Yeah. He's just trying to focus more of the attention on him, and he's not talking much about his former best friend Corey Haim being brutally raped and molested when he was 14 years old. They had a
do you think that might be
reality show? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say. I mean, please go on. I mean, I think your train of thought is going good, great gun. So just let it keep going. But I was going to just kind of present a devil's advocate kind of question: is do you think maybe his friend, he's not bringing him up, maybe because his friend, or if his friend is dead, I don't know. Is his friend still alive?
Yeah, he is dead. Yeah, he died quote unquote overdose. He's a former child actor.
Okay, is it now? Of course, your normal actor is obviously narcissistic and self-centered, so it's not surprising he would focus on himself. But is it possible that the dead friend's parents or the estate has potentially put a legal restraint on him speaking about the individual?
That could be a possibility, yes. But I have not heard anything about Corey Haim relatives even addressing any of this at all.
Well, they might be they might be criminals who are partaking
on it. Yeah, they probably allowed Corey Haim, their own son, to be groomed and molested by these Hollywood group elites.
But then that would be all the more reason. That would be all the more reason they would put a restraining order on him from speaking about it.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But do go on.
It's just a suspicion of mine. He really comes off egocentric and he does come off narcissistic. He lives in I guess you'd say a middle-class 2-story home with 3 different girls that he might be married to or just in an intimate relationship. He's with 3 different women, yes.
Oh my God.
Very pretty. And
what
do
they see? Well, this is kind of interesting to me in the sense that... He has
his own music band with him, sorry.
Oh, wow. This is kind of interesting to me in the sense that they must be attracted to a career victim. I mean, what is the attraction? I mean, most of the time people are not attracted to victims. Has victimhood become that fashionable, that chic, where it's in to be affiliated with a career victim? It's just bizarre to me. But go on.
Yeah. I think it's just the fact that he was just a famous child actor. That alone, the women just were probably attracted to him just because of that. He does look all right for his age. He does his best to look pretty good for his elderly age, but he's just a small man. I don't see why anyone would be sexually attracted to him, right. Especially women to that caliber. I mean, because they look like models, but they look like they'll either abandon, run away, or just, not very accepted in society and having a hard, troubled life. They're probably troubled people, these pretty girls that he's in a relationship with and has a, I think.
By the way, that's almost a given. Anybody who's a pretty girl is almost automatically going to be troubled because they grow up with everybody groping them around them. Yes. Everybody wants a piece of their ass. You're going to be profoundly impacted in such a manner that it's not going to be healthy. The end product is what they call a hot mess, and it's just basically the majority of attractive women are going to be fucked up. So that goes that. Okay, so they probably find him non-threatening. That would explain why they're hanging out with a career victim. Yes. He's someone who is non-threatening because he's an identified victim. He's one of them, basically, because they're victims by birth. So there you go. But could you go on? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
the name of the band he has with these women are called Corey's Angels.
Oh Jesus! Oh man, that is so fucking tacky. What a cheesy, sleazy son of a bitch.
And he also he thinks he's Michael Jackson because he always dresses and tries to dance like
wasn't Michael Jackson that one of the guys who was fucking him?
No, well, he claims that he was never abused or touched by Michael Jackson, but others believe that.
Oh, right. This is the Home Alone son of a bitch.
Oh, that's Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Corey Feldman and Macaulay Culkin claim that they were never abused by him, but you never know. And I can talk more about that, Michael Jackson, because I've been doing a lot of research into that. But yeah, Corey Feldman, he was best friends with he admired him, and he emulated him in most ways, musically as well. And you see, it's still to this day, he tries to dress like him and dance like him.
Oh my God.
He just can't get Michael Jackson out of his head for some reason.
That's pathetic.
Yes, I know.
Pathetic.
Yeah. And he's extreme vegan. He will put down others who eat animal and wear leather. And he was even confronted about that when I was watching this
Didn't
reality
Michael Jackson wear leather?
Yes. I was watching this reality show he was celebrity reality. You know, when they get a bunch of celebrities living into one house together.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was called. Yeah, and this individual was in the kitchen just preparing a meal with some meat, and he noticed it, and he's like, eating meat's horrible. That's an animal that was killed. You're eating a murdered animal. And then the individual points to him and says, "You're wearing leather shoes. You're wearing leather, you fucking hypocrite." Yeah, he's very egotistical and just,
hypocritical.
But it makes sense because he was heavily abused as a child, and people like that develop those kind of characteristics. I can't fully blame him because of what he's been through, but it is repugnant, his persona.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wow. And thank you. I mean, man, by all means, go on. Like I said, you're going great guns. We might as well continue.
Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed though that he doesn't drop the actual names because he's been going on about this for years. I think he made a documentary. He said he was saving up millions of dollars. He needs millions of funding for the documentary to expose the Hollywood pedophile.
Shit, I ought to try that angle. I need millions of dollars for funding. Yeah. Yes. I mean,
you deserve it more than him
basically,
because he's not doing it right. He's not doing it right.
No. Yeah. I mean, I've got one contribution tonight from a man who's hurting himself. Jesus Christ. And $10 from David Fitzsimons, and I want to thank him for that. Try and give credit to other people who have given donations. Received another one for 24 United States dollars. I don't know if this individual wants to remain anonymous. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's that guy in Australia. Yeah. So thank you for that.
Tonight's a little joke I put in
Yeah, this is an individual who, as people know, is on disability himself. I mean, Jesus Christ, these guys that are hurting. One in America, one in Australia that are contributing money. Please, everyone, if you've got a job, for God's sake, contribute. You do listen. Obviously, there's people listening. We've got a fairly high number of people for fucking midnight, 12:30 a.m. in the morning in the Pacific Coast, which is far later on the East Coast, where most of our listeners are. So, yes, by all means, please, everyone, your contributions will be appreciated. But going back to our man in Australia, we'll call him our correspondent, Nemo Albano, our correspondent in Queensland. He's done a bang-up job on these celebrities, and by all means, continue your research.
Yes.
Yeah, I want people to appreciate your research.
I want to address more about Corey Haim. Are you familiar with the movie that was released in 1986 called Lucas?
Lucas, baby.
Corey Haim was the main character.
Now, is that based on the song by the young lady? I'm trying to remember her name. Who was singing Lucas, the Beaten Child? The song about the Beaten Child, was it based on that?
I don't think it is. Probably not.
Okay, go on.
Charlie Sheen and Kerry Green was in this movie as well. Charlie Sheen back when he was younger. Mm-hmm. Well, interesting about this, from what I learned, on the set of Lucas, I think it was between the actor trailers, where each actor has their own personal trailers and whatnot on the set. Corey Haim was lured into the gaps of these trailers.
How old was he? I'm so sorry. How old was he?
He was 14 years old.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Go on.
He was lured between these trailers by Charlie Sheen. I don't know if this was by Charlie Sheen's accord or if one of the elders convinced him or persuaded him to do this.
Just to qualify, the best way to express this is Corey Haines insists or claims he was lured in, but just so we don't get any lawsuits from Charlie Sheen. Not that would happen, but you get my point.
It certainly wouldn't surprise me if this is true. But he was sodomized by Charlie Sheen on the set of Lucas,
right?
And Charlie Sheen, just to put more emphasis on this,
right? And by the way, I want to emphasize myself, this is not something that I find hard to believe. So yes, just to reinforce what our man is saying in Australia. Go on.
Yeah, on the set of Lucas, in the movie later on in the scene, you'll see Corey Haim in the locker room with all the jocks, because he was joining a football team, which the coach was very reluctant because he's just scrawny and little, but he wanted to prove himself to the jocks.
Oh my God.
They just all grabbed him and strapped him down and put him down naked on a table. And one of them grabbed a container of Crisco vegetable starch.
Oh God!
And they just, you can tell this idea of a scene was done by the pedophile director or writer, because this made no sense. This scene, strapping a 14-year-old down on a table naked and putting.
This is in the film?
Yes. Putting a blob of Crisco on his genitals, which apparently gave him some burning sensation. And he was rushed outside onto a bird bath trying to clean the Crisco off his ass.
God! It's like, but this, by the way, just so people understand this, doing something like that, I'm presuming, would indeed give him a burning sensation, and that was not part of the film. That was not intended. He went out and tried to wash this off immediately because the burning sensation was so.
No, but it was in the
film as well.
It didn't literally. It was portrayed like. They didn't literally put the Crisco on his genitals, but you see him.
Oh, it's in the film. Okay, I get. Okay, I thought they actually did.
No, this was in the film,
which would not surprise me. By the way, with the shit I've seen,
it came off as a pedophile idea, like a pedophile thought of this. Yeah, let's have a scene where we put a 14-year-old naked, strapped down, and put Crisco on his dick.
Oh my God! So what? How old were these?
But this Crisco
assailants?
Just explain. This Crisco was apparently used as lubrication.
Right.
Charlie Sheen grabbed off the set to sodomize Corey Haim.
Okay. Oh my God. Art follows life, or life follows art. What? So how old were his assailants in the film?
Charlie Sheen?
No, the assailants of the guy who got put on the table and had his genitalia wrapped in Crisco and shit.
He was a young teen.
Right. But how old were his assailants in the film?
His assailant. I don't know how old they were.
The
I
people who
don't
were
know.
strapping him down.
Yeah, they must have been like 16, 17.
Okay, so they're
Older-
portrayed as older teens. Older
Yeah,
teens that are doing it.
senior high schoolers. He was a junior high schooler,
Oh, okay,
I think.
okay. So this is like supposed to be like a frat hazing, but worse. It's just plain victimization. It's not like they're trying to initiate
Oh, yeah.
him. Yeah.
He was being bullied throughout it's a depressing movie, really, because he pretended to be that he came from a rich family, impressing the Maggie, the female character.
Mm-hmm.
And he had alcoholic, drug fuck parents living in a trailer.
This is the film.
They eventually found
in the film.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
just a depressing movie of he was very poor. He's just a nerdy kid trying to prove himself, and he gets abused and treated like shit.
What's the end of the film? What is the conclusion?
He ended up because he really wanted to be in a football team.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up getting in the match and persuading the coach to get him inside a match. And when he was handed the ball, he just got drilled and tackled and put in hospital from severe injuries. I can't remember if he just killed himself. I can't remember the ending.
Holy shit!
It's just depressing as
what's the title of this film again?
Lucas.
Lucas.
1986 romance drama.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I'll read this.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's explanation. A socially inept 14-year-old experiences heartbreak for the first time when his two best friends, Cappy, an older brother figure, and Maggie, the new girl with whom he is in love with. This girl he's in love with ends up hooking up with Charlie Sheen's character, and he gets jealous by that.
Wow. Okay. So it's
and this girl was I don't know how old she is, but of course I had this scene right at the start where Lucas noticed her playing tennis, and they just at the right angle they just had to have a wind draft blowing up her skirt so you could see her underwear.
Of course.
It was just so planned and intentional. It's so obvious.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's that's got to have something to give the film. I mean, that's probably its only redeeming feature. I mean, don't knock it. It's
oh yeah,
it's probably.
I just hope she was of age, or above 16 at least, in that movie. So
do go on. I mean, obviously, this is a lot of people are interested in this subject. Obviously, Ian West.
The director of that movie was David Seltzer, and the writer. He was the director and writer. So I'm just going to assume he's a sexual predator because he written and directed that movie with those 6 scenes.
Right.
Disgusting.
Okay. Well, we could say that. That's fine. I mean, I'm not too worried about it, but because you're not like playing long. What got us was Ian was playing, of course. But one of the things that Ian had communicated with you, you can go back to that topic now. I didn't want to talk about it either while Brendan was with us because he had limited time. But now that we have more time, you are free to go into what it was that Ian communicated.
You want me to go through the dialogue? Yeah.
I mean, if you feel Ian doesn't mind,
I'll quickly ask. And can I speak about this in streams?
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't give a shit. Jesus Christ, that guy. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I'm assuming he won't mind.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was asking Ian because he seemed pretty knowledgeable regarding in this child trafficking and sex slavery, especially in the entertainment industry.
Or the way I would phrase it, just to qualify it, I would phrase it that Ian is exposed to a lot of incoming info. That doesn't mean it's all true.
It's not 100% fact.
Or that even the majority of it is true, but he's exposed to a lot of info. So go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking, I got to explain, in 2019, I was heavily distracted and playing video games, so I wasn't doing much research or looking at topical stuff, so I missed out on a lot, and apparently that was a very interesting year regarding Isaac Cappy. And only just recently I started researching about it.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 29, turning 30.
So you're fairly young.
This year.
You're fairly young?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. I've been trying to figure out if Isaac Cappy was legitimately exposing sex slave, like sincerely with his own heart and intention, exposing them. What I mean, exposing the sex slavery in Hollywood.
Okay,
or was he just
vaguely.
another?
So you were asking if I knew him. I vaguely remember this individual, and wasn't he really aggressive about it to the point where police were called on him? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
He was
Yes.
basically harassing people. Now, obviously, I'm not going to defend child predators, but there's got to be a better way to go about this.
Yeah, this is why I suspected if he was just an agent pretending to be an inside actor going rogue or traitor against the other actors, people he mentions being involved in the sex slavery. Because you know how there are three-letter agencies putting out agents pretending to be people exposing these crimes, but just trying to keep investigators and truth seekers down a further path of confusion and ignorance by providing some truth and some false. And one of the reasons why I thought he was probably a disinfo agent or whatnot, because he was on a live stream calling the FBI, and they had him on hold for a lot of time. And all he would mention was, to the FBI, George Bush and Michael Aquino, George Bush and Michael Aquino. And he wasn't giving any in-depth description about Mike. He just said his name, and said the people watching the stream wouldn't even know this person probably. And he was just telling the FBI, you need to get these people, George Bush and Michael Aquino, the child sex traffickers and all that shit.
Well,
that's why I thought he was fake. He just looked illegitimate.
Or I'll put it this way: it could be that he was sincere, but just simply stupid and and borderline insane. If not completely crazy. Let's put it this way: the majority of people who start investigating this kind of subject are off. I mean, that much is just a given. It's not something that everybody knows. That in my case, the one thing people must notice about me by now is that I do not overdwell on the subject. By the way, I'm not condemning you for this right now. I think that all of this is valid. It's relevant. Yeah. All of this is valid and relevant, what you're addressing. But one thing that people might have ascertained, if you're fairly sharp or intuitive, you might have ascertained that when I was talking to Brendan Zogit, I brought up the pornography that I've written. That was the way I've dealt psychologically with a lot of this. And I've done my best to try and portray the experience through the perspective of the victim in that pornography, which was brutally written and very graphic for a reason. So I do want people to understand that I tried my best to do something productive with the trauma. That's one of the ways I dealt with it. At the same time, I do want people to understand that for that reason, maybe that's contributive, plus the reason that I'm able to illustrate pornography, certainly did for a living for a period of time, I was able to vent, cathart a lot of this. But many other people, they just pursue this because they're really closet pedophiles themselves, all too many of them. And they're just fascinated by the topic and want to publicly share that obsession, and the way that they do that is through this so-called investigation. And really is what they're doing is they're simply amassing huge amounts of child pornography. It's basically what most of them wind up doing under the guise that they're amassing files on the predators. But that being said, certainly what you're bringing up is very different. And
you want me to tell you what he was telling me? Because
what was he saying about Isaac Cappy? Yeah,
he's like, yeah, ha ha ha, yeah, you can say I know Cappy. He is still in witness protection. And so I asked him, was that dead body fake? Because there was a picture of him laying on the road. Apparently he was thrown off the traffic bridge and he was hit by a car when he landed on the road below the bridge. Or people were saying he was either thrown off or he was being chased by a car and he was forced to jump off and then he was hit by a car. But apparently that body was fake. He says, yeah, it was a clone for the chipper. That means a fuck up, a defective clone. Remember, everybody you think is dead. Oh, you want me to stop?
No, I'm sorry, I can't resist. It's good God, Ian and his
He
clones.
says, remember, everybody you think is dead is alive, and everybody you see alive is dead. There's some truth to that part about people you think that are dead could still be alive. Like fake death.
Some cases are like that, yes. Look,
in certain cases.
Okay, so I do want people to know, and I did bring this up with the Bulgarian interviewers. You heard me say this to them about a quiet cloning program in Japan, the fact that the Raelians are really kind of a front company for cloning so that the technology can be contracted out by people who contact them and basically engage their services. This is one of the ways that the Reich in Exile actually deals with selling their technologies to the surface world. Look, the world is complicated. There are things like this, but the problem is that many people misunderstand cloning. It was like when I was dealing with Judith Ager, bless her heart, incredibly naive in so many respects.
She's still good with you?
No, of course not. She hates my guts, and she's and believe me, as time goes on, of course, I increasingly resent her as well. But she was always seeking fault with myself, and it just rendered it so that there could be nothing but fault. Ensured that there was fault on my part simply by making it impossible for there not to be. One of these days I might explain some of the nuances of that.
She was looking for an excuse to not believe in what you or believe what you're saying, or
believe it or not, what I was saying meant nothing to her. It's not that she cared about what I was saying. It's if anything, that's like that was never an issue. It kind of like how would I say it? It brings the situation it turns it into something it wasn't. It's like a case where she was simply looking for fault with me as a person. She was constantly her trip in life is that she didn't her addiction that she will never get over, doesn't want to get over, is denying herself of anything that gives her pleasure in life. With every addiction that she had, she conquers that addiction by ultimately banishing it from her life. So because I provided her enjoyment or something that she appreciated, she had to banish that from her life. So that's her pleasure in life, is denying herself pleasure. It's just denying herself any. So to rationalize that, she tried to say that I was cheating on her, quote unquote. I mean, she's a married woman. I'm cheating on her. She's a married woman. Yeah. So if you can get that anti-logic. And so she's like, it just went on and on. But
she's mentally unstable, clearly, from what I'm hearing.
At this point in my life, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to defend her. She was naive in terms of some of the stuff she would run into on YouTube. She was a solid YouTuber, cruising YouTube a lot. And so she would run into, say, for instance, that Black African-American TV celebrity who was like a hostess on some talk show. I don't remember her name, never watched it. But Elena Shea liked her a lot, the same hostess. And
Wendy Williams?
Probably. And apparently Wendy Williams had neurological issues. And when Wendy Williams at one point displayed some neurological symptoms, when she became symptomatic on camera live, then somebody came and kind of assisted her. And that's when Judith Ager was seeing this put into context by some YouTuber. Oh, she's really a clone and she's glitching. And then the guy has to come and kind of like fix her. Like she's, okay, basically, this is not something that would happen to a clone, okay? That's something that would happen to maybe an android, okay? And androids are not... androids are not that advanced. We don't have androids like that. Not androids...
What about a mind control victim who...
No, that would make sense. Okay, to a degree. That would make sense to a degree. Still doesn't
Because I did see that footage of Wendy Williams dressed in the... Lady Liberty, Statue of Liberty outfit, and she just ended up collapsing to the floor after making a shocking facial expression, as if she was being targeted by a silent weapon or just malfunctioning.
She has neurological issues. It's probably
okay.
Yeah, she basically, or at least that's what Lena Shea was saying. I mean, who knows? Maybe what you say is the real reason, but it's still unusual. It just makes more sense to.
Yeah.
She's got neurological issues, but the whole point about the. So Judith was buying into what these people were saying was she's really a clone. And first off, just understand this. What I've been trying to explain forever and nobody seems to get. I don't understand why the concept is so hard. You take something from somebody, cellular tissue, whatever it is, you create a clone. That clone ages at a regular pace. You cannot speed up the aging process. So what they're claiming is that we don't only have cloning technology, but the ability to age someone rapidly, which would then pretty much fuck them over so bad. It'd be like a child with Methuselah syndrome. You can't make them age rapidly and do so with grace. It's not like they're going to age rapidly within hours or days or weeks or months or even a few years to become a person the same size, age, and shape as the other person.
They're portraying it exactly like that American Dad episode where Stan's son, Steve, and his best friend end up getting 2 female clones, and they started off as children, and within days they were adults. That's what,
cool.
What you're explaining, the way
yeah. I mean, sure, we all want that. but no, this is what people think it's like. Okay,
it's horseshit.
Thank you. It's just they can't do that. So when I'm talking about these quiet cloning programs like in Japan, you're basically producing a identical twin of the individual, but the identical twin is not the identical twin. It's not the identical twin in the sense that it's the same age and all that shit. It's basically an identical twin who is going to be however much younger than you are from the day that it's quote unquote born, from the day that it comes out of in vitro or the surrogate womb. It's going to age from that day forward. Well, it ages starting in the womb, but you get my point. From the moment it's delivered, it's going to start aging, and it won't be your age until, say, if you're like 40, 50, 60 when the clone is delivered, you'll be 40, 50, or 60 years older by the time it's your age. So you're stuck. The reason the Japanese are using it is because it's like an adopted child. It's an adopted child to the single parent. It has one parent instead of 2. And therefore, and I shouldn't use the term it, they are basically there for emergencies so that if the person suffers grievous injury because the clone owes that individual their life, they are obligated to donate their organs. This is how the cloning program has been working in Japan for years. If the person dies naturally, that clone ultimately becomes like one of its heirs to the estate, perhaps even the family name.
Quick question.
Yeah.
About what about the consciousness of the individual? How is it? Is it exactly the same?
No. It's like just like identical twins are very bonded
physically.
Yeah,
physically same.
Yeah, they're physically pretty much, well, like in the sense that an identical twin is. So yes.
Yeah.
But
yes. Not psychologically.
Well, psychologically, yes and no. Just like identical twins are psychologically bonded and certainly feel tremendous loss when one of them dies or feel their pain when they're injured. Yes, this clone, that does manifest.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like being psychologically the same or bonded to the psychic level. But it's definitely, that's different from, say, for instance, being identical in everything. I mean, but identical twins are pretty much identical in almost everything. So it's kind of like that.
All right.
Yeah, and so do go on with what you were saying. So I just kind of like moan whenever, Ian really takes it to an extreme. Okay, Ian,
just tell me immediately, like, say stop if it's something I shouldn't be saying.
Okay, well, I don't think it's like something you shouldn't be saying. It's just sometimes it just goes beyond my tolerance level.
I just don't want to cross your line. That's all. I just want to be safe.
Let's just put it this way. I have a, I go on. I'll let you know.
Yep.
I'll let you know.
So I told him, okay, understood. And I asked him, did you see the footage of the luxury Turkish spa that was supposed to be Cappy's Dead Man Switch? I don't know if that was him filming it or another person was filming it, and Cappy got the recordings from that person. Do you know of this luxury Turkish spa I'm talking about? I forgot the name of it. I saw the name of it on BitChute. I'll look it up later, but do you know what I'm talking about already?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you. About the footage of the luxury Turkish spa that was dubbed Isaac Cappy's Dead Man Switch.
No, I don't know about this. So, yeah, explain it to us. Yeah.
In this luxury spa video, there's 4 young little girls. They look around 10 years old in bikinis. 2 of them are in an orange-coloured bikini, and the other 2 are in a kind of a black and white or something. I can post the video if you want. But, yeah, I just asked if he's seen that. And he's like, are you talking about the little Asian girls? Oh, no, 4 little girls in the spa. Cappy's so-called Dead Man Switch. Ian replies, yeah, and I told him, yeah, I need to know more about that and who was really filming that, because there's lack of audio. The video I have is just someone narrating over it, like not the actual footage audio. So there's no audio, so I don't know if the guy filming saying anything, because one of the little girls approaches the person filming as if the person was requesting or asking something from the young girl. So he says, yeah, that was a commercial sauna spa. It's really a kiddie sacrificing room due to the water catches or blood catches. Yeah, that are on the floor along the side of the cylinder. Inside this room, there's I have to post the video. I can't describe. I'll show you the video. But yeah, that was a commercial sauna spa. But there are 4 of those style bathhouses, and one of them isn't here in Orlando at one of the hotels at Disney World in the basement. Holy shit. I didn't even know that. I thought it was just specifically one luxury Turkish spa. I didn't know there was multiple branches of them across America.
Mm-hmm.
And he sent me some links regarding Isaac Cappy. Yeah, a bunch of links I have to look into yet. But yeah, you haven't seen this video that I was telling you, haven't you?
No, but
okay.
I think
in the comments of the video that I once saw, one guy was saying, yeah, those 2 girls in the orange are going to be sacrificed, like the outfit they're wearing indicating they're going to be killed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's how a lot of people would perceive these things. Like you said, I would just have to. I would just have to see the footage. So
I'll see if I can upload it in Skype.
Okay. Well, yeah, and then I'll see if I review it without any sound, so that we don't cause anything. I might not even watch it till after transmission is over. So that being said, so what else comes to your mind that you'd like to share with us? Either along these lines or elsewise.
Did you stop fully contacting the guy that runs Feet to the Fire Radio? Like, are you fully not talking to him anymore? Yeah, because I watched a lot of your interviews about him.
Yeah,
and they were very interesting. And what you mentioned in the Secret Space program, that you did an interview with this individual that has his own radio station. I'll figure out the name soon. And you had you provided audio of the Russian cosmonauts actually burning up.
Yeah,
because they crashed into these ball bearings that were intercepted by the dinosaur spacecraft. I tried to get the audio, but it was behind a paywall. Your interview with him.
Yeah,
this was years ago. But
wow.
Then recently I thought, fuck it, I'll pay for it and get it, because I really want to hear this audio. Because you said you don't have access to it anymore because one of your executive producers had the audio and took it away from you. Or did
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
But when I went back to that site, all of your shit scrubbed away. Even on Feet Feet to the Fire radio, all your shit scrubbed away, even though you're categorized on the website, but your pictures and links to the videos and that are all scrubbed away.
Interesting. Well, that's not surprising. Go on. Anything?
Was the guy with Feet to the Fire, was he being threatened after you conducted multiple interviews with him? Was he being?
Oh God! Don't dignify the son of a bitch. Let's put it this way. What happened with James Arthur Yanchik?
Yes,
was
James
that,
Arthur Yanchik.
Yeah,
I forgot the name.
Yeah, James Arthur Yanchik basically was. He was someone who is part of the problem in the sense that when he had this little tiny show, I was the most hits he ever got. I'm surprised his shit's still up. I mean, his channel's still up, like on YouTube, like he still has a YouTube channel.
And surprisingly, he still has some of your videos, but on his website, he actually scrubbed off.
Okay, so he scrubbed me off his website, but he still has the videos.
But on his YouTube channel, yeah.
Yeah, still got them on the YouTube channel. And that's because, there's several reasons for that. For one thing, he has to have them on the YouTube channel because they're the only hits he gets. That's the only hits he gets. That's the same reason Salman Sheikh has my videos on his channel, is because it's the only hits he gets. None of these guys get any hits from any of the other shit they do. So it's that's why they always have the YouTube videos still up. So it's the only thing that keeps their channel going. But this is the paradox of these freaks. But with here's with James Arthur Yanchik, the kind of freak that he was that James Arthur Yanchik was saying, I'm gonna dedicate one interview every month to you. And since he only did 4 shows a month, this was 25% of his entire bandwidth was going to be dedicated to myself. But understand that he was dealing with this freak named David Sterling, with some other fucking middle name. The common thing about child predators is that they have 3 first names. So you can always tell a child predator oftentimes. That you can't just judge everybody, of course, like this. But when somebody has like what is potentially, you'll tell that they're a child predator if they keep changing the names around. So with this David Sterling individual, he was this free energy freak who was going around saying that he was all about free energy and teaching people about free energy and all this shit, and coming up, of course, with nothing. So James Arthur Yanchik had dedicated 15 minutes of every program to this son of a bitch. Wow. So that everybody who was a guest of James Arthur Yanchik would be affiliated with this son of a bitch. So what had happened was when that Scalia judge was found dead and they refused to do an autopsy, the sheriff came in and said, a Supreme Court justice has died and we forbid any forensic analysis of the body because the guy was murdered on that man's possession, basically on the man's chest. He was dead, lying down with a laptop on his chest. That laptop had all this child porn that belonged to David Allen Sterling, I think the fucker's name was. And so David Allen Sterling was affiliated with James Arthur Yanchik forever. And basically James Arthur Yanchik made certain his name would be identified on searches with every single one of his guests. So he's trying to implicate everybody in child porn. So you've got David. Now, by the way, it would have been something if it were just that, but it goes well beyond it. So his girlfriend, the only girlfriend he had, was a girl named Lucinda. Lucinda had come from California. Lucinda had been a victim of Michael Aquino. So this guy,
is this the lady that had her skin scrubbed from that scumbag?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. So you've got this girl who was a drop-off chick from Michael Aquino. Already, that's 2 coincidences that are just too much.
Yes.
So this poor lady saw him interviewing me, James Arthur Yanchik, saw the photos he was putting up on the interview that he was putting into the narrative of Michael Aquino. And she said, that's the man who did what he did to me. And she wanted to come on and speak out about him. And he would not let her. And she said, I want to call him out and challenge him, meaning she wanted to call out and challenge her former assailant, Michael Aquino. And he said, oh, no, he is a big man, and you're nothing, a nobody. So he's basically an abusive enabler of Michael Aquino's. And she was gifted to him as a toy, which he's keeping from talking to the public because she's his property now. That's basically it. And beyond that, then a child predator moves into their neighborhood and begins sending her dick pics. And she receives threatening phone calls, whom I identify. I tell this big, brave Christian trucker, I know who's given her these threatening phone calls. And I gave her the name of the individual who's doing it. I don't remember the fucker's name now, but I'd have to look it up. He's basically a fucker who rides around on a bicycle wearing a pyramid hat on his head and sells pyramid power, little pyramids and shit.
One of those con men.
Yeah, and this fucker was the guy threatening her and a great defender of Michael Aquino. So when I told him who it was, the guy's in California. The guy's far away from James Arthur Yanchik, but he could at least have called him up, called him out, threatened him back, but no. And beyond that, then a child molester moves into their neighborhood, starts sending his girlfriend dick pics. Does he, in a possessive rage, go over to threaten this guy? No. Instead, when she says, I looked this guy up on CLETS, the Criminal Law Enforcement Tracking System, and the NCIC, the National Criminal Inventory Catalog, she says, I found out he's a child predator and I'm going to tell all our neighbors. But James Arthur Yanchik says, oh, no, you won't. Because he has rights and you don't. So you've got a man who won't follow up on somebody threatening his girlfriend, won't let her call out the man who assaulted her as a child, won't defend her from a child predator who's moved into the neighborhood, indeed stands up for that man's rights, has a child predator on his show, every show, to make certain every guest is affiliated by search with this son of a bitch. At what point do you not understand James Arthur Yanchik is a child predator?
Right. Understood.
Yes, this individual is the enemy. He's just full of shit. He's just an individual who will do nothing about the problem, making all this noise about the problem, this outrage. But they all do that.
Yeah, they never do anything about it. They just speak about it.
Yes. Rage. The rageaholics. Yeah.
Phony weaklings, cowards.
Yeah. It's like, Mike Ringley. Piece of shit. Same thing. They're all the same. So there you go. I mean, that's just, I'm sure there's other details I could remember, but it was just getting worse and worse. I mean, nothing the guy was saying was making any sense. It was it was completely like, he's bitching to me about, the child predator. Yeah, they had to put a cop car at one end of the street and on both ends of the street on Halloween night because, the kids would ring his doorbell and he'd come out and take a photograph of himself, a selfie of him with the kids when he gave him candy. I said, why don't they just put him in jail for the night? He's like, oh, you can't do that. He's got rights and shit. And it's like, if this guy had any balls, why wouldn't he organize the neighbors and just say, child predator here, do not trick or treat here? It's like, if the police are just going to put a car at each end, what are they going to do, arrest you? I mean, how far will they go? There's only so far they can go to protect this son of a bitch. What happened was ultimately every family with children moved out of the neighborhood, and he's stuck with a neighborhood full of child predators who all moved in, his people and shit. You know, I mean, he's bitching about it all the while and does nothing to stop it. So he's got to be the guy bringing these people in. I mean, when a child predator moves into a neighborhood like that, they have to have like an advocate. Who was the advocate? It only makes sense it was James Arthur Yanching. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I never thought he was good. I suspected he was just another shill, you know. Oh, I'll get Douglas on, but then I'll backstab him.
It's the same shit. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. It's like, I mean, especially if you won't let your girlfriend talk about Michael Aquino scrubbing his skin off.
You're part of the problem. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. At that point, you've got to be in league with him. You were gifted her as a chick drop off from his rock band, so to speak. That's basically what happened. It was awful. So there you go with that. I mean, yeah. So
good thing you don't talk to him anymore.
Of course not.
But that was just scummy. I was just personally pissed off seeing these people removing all of your stuff that they put in a lot of effort to post and all that. It just proves that the alternative media is full of traitors. Disinfo agents, traitors.
But these people were all scumbags. These were all part of the Kings of Edom cults anyway.
Yeah, diabolical groups, yeah.
Yes.
Part of the, you know what, Freemasonic, satanic cabals, cliques.
Yes. Well, by the way, that was the only reason to tolerate that freak, aside from the fact that he paid me a bit of a fee. $25 a month, absolute minimum, which isn't shit, but it's better than nothing. That Salman Sheikh freak that was on here. I don't know if you ever remember that fucker being an open Freemason. He was an open Freemason.
When I saw the first video of him having you on, I immediately could tell he was a scumbag piece of shit. And he was egotistical because he just kept having the camera on his face when you were talking. Like, everyone wanted to look at his fat, kissless virgin face.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.
I can see it all. I can see it all in people once I get a good read on them.
Yes,
I can tell if you're a phony scumbag.
Yes, thank you. I mean, oh my God.
He's going to get what's coming to him for behaving like that.
Well, you know, the funny thing about him was that he believes himself to be all righteous and shit in his twisted, deranged brain.
That's exactly how the psychopathic people don't ever believe they're in the wrong. Anyone that's against them, they believe they're in the wrong and they're always in the right.
Yeah. And so when it comes to this freak, he literally says this, you know, about people he dislikes. They're going to burn in hell for all eternity, as if he had the right to make that judgment on anyone. Jesus Christ, especially a guy like him that goes out to the park and passes out ice cream to kids. I don't know if you ever saw, you're not on Facebook. If you ever saw him on Facebook, all of his footage was of self hanging out in a public park with his bowl of ice cream. He'd buy a bucket of ice cream every day with taster spoons to pass out to the kids. This sick son of a bitch.
Yeah, he's my Salia.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, this is the kind of individual that is the enemy, and he certainly exposed himself as such.
From what I see of him, he was definitely abused or bullied as a younger kid, and he felt powerless. And just as he got older, he probably wanted to seek power and revenge. If anyone fucked with him, he could align himself with powerful dark forces, you know, to get power and take on anyone that messes with him. That's what he thinks. Like what you said, powerlessness corrupts, because when you're powerless, you'll want to reach. You'll be desperate to reach for power, and the most accessible power is from this diabolical source.
Yes, it's always easier to reach down than it is to reach up. So yes,
it's always easier to destroy and create.
Yeah, and
I posted that video, by the way, in the Skype chat.
Thank you. I'll take a look at it. If not now, I'll take a look at it later.
It doesn't go for long.
Okay, yeah. I'm just, as you know, I'm just leery of, if you click on something and audio comes on, I'm just leery of even that. And you don't blame me. So, yeah. At any rate, even though I don't foresee any audio on that would be coherent, nevertheless, why bother risking it? By all means... Now that
I have another video I'll upload you'll find interesting regarding Joe Biden. It's a little kid. He's not touching. It's a little kid handing Joe Biden something.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a vial of blood. I need another perspective on it.
Okay, interesting. I'll be happy to do that, and we can do that later. You can just leave those in the link.
Yeah, I'll
and
leave
pick
it in
them
there
up.
whenever you want.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Looking at some other notifications coming in. So aside from that, by all means, go on for a little while longer while I psych myself up to, go monologue eventually. As you can tell, I haven't been anxious to do that lately, though, that's what people come here for. I do need to earn my pay. I held it off the other night because Ian was very talkative and he wasn't doing any damage, and we had the Ariana, our lady from Mexico with us, and she was doing her bit, so wanted to give her time in the sun because she's not on here very often, or doesn't have the ability to stay up late very often. So
is Viviana coming on this stream
tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, did she?
Has she messaged you?
No. So she seems to be asleep or something for the present. Joe Ty is with us, but he's asleep. So nobody responded tonight other than yourself and a few others. I was glad Brendan came on to do what he did. Aside from all of that, by all means, you've done a lot of research into this topic. I respect that. Obviously, you're a person who doesn't get out much, so you've qualified that, and that's respected. We hope that you can rehabilitate to a degree where you begin to socialize again, though God knows it's not necessarily. Maybe it's best you don't for a little while longer until COVID truly passes. Of course, it'll never really pass, and you don't get yourself vaccinated, apparently.
And something else worse might get put out eventually.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
I'm expecting another wave of some fucked up virus to be released.
So the real Ian West said okay. So what's he saying okay to? Let me see. Ian West,
What did he say okay in the
He said
chat?
Okay in the chat. He says, I'm here. What did I miss? Okay. Well, jump on the call.
Oh, he tried calling me directly.
Okay. So, call me.
Yeah.
Maybe we can merge you onto the call. Or, Jesus, I don't know.
Calling him to call you.
Yeah. Of course, I'm afraid of the results, but, we'll both together keep him within reason, hopefully. So I'm calling him. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, you call him,
Yeah. There he is.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Ian. Stay on chat with us for a while.
Yeah, welcome aboard. Stay a little while I, try and,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Obviously, he can't hear us. That was brilliant. It's like Brooks said, you call him up and all you're going to hear are cuss words while his shit doesn't work. Fuck shit, son of a bitch. We've been over that before. And then poor Joe Ty, where, it's dark. You see this big bulbous shape. You can't tell whether it's his penis or his head. They look alike.
When I first saw him, I thought it was like, is that Bobby Lee, the comedian? He just looks so similar to him. I like Bobby Lee. He's a good comedian.
Okay, yeah. So do go on now. I've shared some secrets about James Arthur Yanchik, so take the bandwidth for a little while. Take the lead for a little while.
I'll talk about Aline Carroll Warnock. I don't know how to pronounce that. I've been doing research into her, but her death is very suspicious, and she's obviously a mind-controlled victim that was being used for some whatever fucked up. She was a homeless prostitute, and she killed multiple men out of defense. Just stuff like that. I've got some pages on her that I've been looking up. There was an interesting documentary about her, and there was footage of her saying while she was in prison, being going to be interviewed and questioned by a news group. Inside the room, the police officer, the guards, the jail guards decided to put in a large TV for no reason facing directly towards her as she was sitting down being interviewed, and she said that she couldn't get any words out to the interviewer because she reckoned she was being targeted by a silent weapon in this TV device that they put in. Do you know this lady, Aline Carroll Warnos?
No, but
you do know her?
No, but I bet Ian does. Ian says he's in. So, Ian.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
How does this mic sound? Because I just had to solder a USB mic because I'm an idiot.
It sounds great. It sounds great. By all means,
okay, good.
Nemo Albano, share with Ian what you're talking about, and Ian can respond.
Ian, do you know of Aline Warnos?
You mean Eileen Voorhees, the chick from Florida?
Yeah.
The lesbian?
The blonde hair
they
prostitute serial killer.
Yeah, they execute her. And in my opinion, she wasn't a serial killer. She was self-defense.
No.
You know?
That's what. Yeah. That's what they're portraying her as. I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, no doubt she was a mind control victim. From what I said, she's definitely.
Totally was.
Oh yeah, because she said when she was a homeless prostitute, she said she saw unmarked cop cars following her around, watching her, some shit like that. Like she was constantly being watched by these people. But I'm trying to figure out were they just using her as a test, like just a test subject to see how she.
They were just
was she a former
sex?
Was she a former sex slave who they just threw away? They just threw her away when she was no more use and became homeless prostitute. Okay, so as a child, she was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
but
how she
did you
screwed up, messed up in that life?
Did you see the footage of her explaining when she was being interviewed by a news group, trying to get the word out, but she couldn't say anything because of this TV that the guards put in the room before being interviewed, facing direct. She believes that there was a weapon in there, was like a frequency weapon that was targeting her, and she couldn't get any words out. Like that, she was just being attacked in prison, even being attacked and silenced. And in the footage, the last footage of her before being executed, I'm not saying this is a fact, but just from my perception, it looked like she was slightly shapeshifted. Her teeth were turning into sharp shark teeth, jagged shark teeth, as if she was demonically possessed or inhabited by a spirit. Because usually when people are demonically possessed, they show some kind of physical resemblance of that spirit. Yeah. So what?
Yeah, no, they do that in all those little MK Ultra kids. They exercise the demons in them through the SRA.
So they'll resemble the physicality of the possession spirit. So you'll think they're shape-shifting, but they're just possessed.
Yes, totally, yeah.
Because assholes are saying, "Oh, she's a reptilian shapeshift." The same with fucking Bryce Taylor and what's that other mind control chick, the blonde hair, Kathy O'Brien.
Yeah.
Other disinformation outsider researchers, they have recorded footages of her always at a 240p resolution, which is going to make them look like they have sharp teeth and slit eyes, and they're going out their way to portraying these victims as reptilian shapeshifters as discredit to saying, so everything they're saying about being abused, they're portraying them as making it up. Have you noticed that?
Oh yeah.
People portraying Kathy O'Brien as but she's a mind control victim.
She's not a shapeshifter.
They're being discredited in so many different ways.
Yeah, it's a desperation tactic by the deep state to do that.
Yeah, just constantly spreading confusion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel so sorry for her. She just looks so tortured. This lady, Aline, like she needed help. Someone should have helped her. No one helped her. I hope she's in a better place in the next realm.
You know that? Did you watch that movie, the Monster movie?
Monster
movie?
What do you mean?
Yeah, Monster, the movie.
Oh, is that was the name of the movie? The title was Monster.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Movie about her. That was a movie about. That's right. I haven't seen it though. Go on.
Oh, well, if you ever watch that movie, the opening scene where she's in that bar is like 5 blocks away from me. I live right down the street from that bar.
God damn.
And the bar is called Southern Nights. And it's like it was an original huge lesbian bar for Orlando that started in the early 90s.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, that's right. She was a lesbian. Yeah, I just remembered that. Makes sense, though. She wouldn't want to be around any man after the shit she's been through.
Hell, I wouldn't either. Shit, I'd be dyking.
If I was a female, yeah, I'd definitely be a lesbian.
Yeah. Let's be careful of the terms that we use.
The colloquial term.
Yes. I too would be attracted to the same sex rather than to the masculine gender based on their abuses, something like that.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, God. So how y'all doing?
We're doing all right. I've been trying to look up more information on this individual, though, just digging up as much as I can on Elaine.
Okay.
Oh, see, man, it's such a sad story. It's so sad.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could help these people. I wish I could have been there to help them.
Well, I think that you're helping them now. You're helping them
by speaking about it.
By speaking about it, helping to bring attention to their side of the story, to perceive them as the victims they truly are. This is important. Certainly, if they can perceive this from the other side, they appreciate it.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. And what I'm very leery of doing, but will take the risk of doing, is I've just finished this Coke, liquid Coke in this case. I'm going to rinse the taste out of my mouth and leave you two alone. I'll be counting on you both to behave. No playing anything, no music.
Oh man, this mic's been such a pain. I'm not gonna.
Yes. No snippets of anything. No excerpts.
Just pure talking.
Yes. And okay, no use of.
No hate stuff.
No use of any expletives. I don't mind expletives, but
hold on, Brooke's not here. Oh, I knew it was quiet. Oh, thank God.
Yes, that's right.
She does like to ramble a bit. She's a good lady.
Yeah. She loves her voice. She
does. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. She's truly unable to comprehend when I'm talking, and then she'll ask these questions. And I will do my best to integrate the questions into the stream of narrative, my stream of thought, the arc of narrative. She really thinks, she truly believes when she's speaking to me privately, man, you really go in all these tangents in different directions. And no, Brooke, it's not me. It's you. No, you keep asking questions, confrontational questions while I'm speaking. I'm not going in rambling directions where I'm losing train of thought. No, it's you. And she doesn't get it. She really doesn't get it. There's something is not, something's not functioning there in terms of, she really projects onto me the situation she creates. This is like,
I know, it's so terrible, Doug. Yeah. You don't deserve that.
That's cute. That's cute. It's very cute. That's okay.
I just hope she's not deliberately sabotaging you.
She can't even deliberately sabotage. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything.
Dude.
I almost set that out.
Dude, you're giving her way too much credit. This is like, no, there's no.
Honestly, I'm surprised she knows what shoe goes on the right foot someday.
No, it's not. She's not strategizing here. No, it's a true obliviousness. She's oblivious to what she's doing. I mean, she leaves.
She reminds me of my grandmother.
Oh my God!
I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
She's a nice lady. Yeah, she's a nice lady, but
what does she do? What does your grandma do?
Well, my grandmother has a good heart, very, very good heart, and nice, but she's just not smart.
Well, I mean, no, Brooke's intelligent.
Oh, no. No, I didn't mean like that.
Yeah, okay. Aware. Then you mean aware.
Not as
aware.
a negative.
That's what I meant.
Okay, there we are.
Not very perceptive and aware of self-aware.
Self-aware. There we are.
Yeah,
There's a lack of cognizance of what she's doing.
Right.
And that's alarming. It's definitely alarming. It's one of these things that if I were a different personality type, it would just be untenable. I couldn't stand it. Of course, I just have way too much of a tolerance for everything. My envelope of tolerance is just far too wide and large because of.
You're a very tolerant person. I admire
that. Thank you. So you've noticed that. You do notice that.
Yeah, of course. I've been listening to you for a long time.
Yeah, so
I sit back and I wonder, how can you tolerate some of these people who just fuck with you?
Well, you remember Jambo the Reese Monkey? Jameson Reese.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jameson Reese. Yeah.
He was so repulsive. It was just honestly, and the freak. I mean, both of you guys must have heard this guy at some point. Pac-1 Morales. The guy who was like always experiencing an occult life. He just grew up his life in this occult childhood with the parents that were abusive and I mean, abusive doesn't even do it justice. I mean, these are people who were downright hostile and
sadistic.
Sadistic, hostile, and he grew up to be a violent alcoholic and shattered. Yeah, his brother-in-law was on this show. His Jewish brother-in-law was on this show.
Oh, there it is. See,
the ophthalmologist. The ophthalmologist.
Understood.
No, but the reason I bring up his ethnicity is it's relevant. It's relevant.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're all like that. I know.
No, his Jewish brother-in-law was on this show, and he's married to the guy's sister, and he shattered his jawbone. I mean,
well, I'm gonna leave that alone. I don't want to go into that hate speech floor, right there. I'm gonna just sit that out. I'll sit that one out. You take that, Doug.
You're on camera, by the way. You're on camera.
Hey, Ian.
Oh yeah, I know.
You look. Yeah. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm just saying it in a funny way. You look like a mix of Jonah Hill and Seth Rogen.
I get that all the damn time. I I even wrote a song called "I'm Not Fucking Seth Rogen." I did. I wrote a song. It's on my SoundCloud somewhere.
All right. But so then
I was going to ask you: Are you of a Jewish ethnicity?
Dude. Okay, we don't need to go there. We don't need to go there.
I might as well at this point.
Yeah.
He
just has that. He has that look. The problem is that Brooke brought that up in the last. That might have been one of the strikes against us. I'm sure it was. That plus our man Peter Moon.
No, what that strike was is this dude's bitching.
We know that. But it's everything they were bitching about. Then got compounded by the review when whoever reviewed it then heard everything, and especially hearing all of the buzzwords, even if it was an AI reviewing it, just an expert system reviewing it, then they run across Peter Moon talking about circumcision.
I'm so proud of Peter Moon. I'm so proud of him.
It's circumcision. Yeah. I mean, let's not give him any more buzzwords. All right. So just come on. That being said, but
that just goes to show you why they should never teach Europeans to speak English. That just shows you.
There you go.
We should all just be speaking Swedish.
At any rate, so then when Pac-1 Morales is like, where was I? Aside from shattering his brother's jawbone, he kept saying
he was banging his sister.
No. That would have been normal. I wouldn't have cared about that. That's par for the course.
Well, point there.
That's par for the course. No, he kept saying he was going to find love in Jameson Reese. Jameson Reese, he's got love in him, man. He's got love in him, man. I'm going to bring that love out. I mean...
that's terrible.
Dude, you just turned around, shattered your brother's jawbone when he said you shouldn't hit your kid so much. The guy saying, you shouldn't hit your kid so much. And then he turns around, shatters his brother-in-law's jawbone.
He's MK Ultra.
Yeah, and he says, yeah, that's it. You're right. Fuck, I never thought of that.
No. My buddy who I caught, or my buddy who got his jaw broken by an MK Ultra, what's it called? A Manchurian candidate kid.
Yeah.
The same shit happened to my buddy that knew that guy. That was a Manchurian candidate.
Oh my God. So then he kept insisting he's going to find love in Jameson Reese. That I know that boy's got love in him. So much love.
No, you're gonna find love in cell block 34, but that's about it.
That's what it turned
At that
into.
rate.
And just so people know, it's like I pointed out before, then Jemison resent me personal messages via the Odyssey channel through John Warrington, which I told John Warrington, just stop relaying them. Don't let them turn you into an errand boy. And John Warrington agreed. But Jameson Reese was saying, yeah, your assets, meaning he considered Salman Sheikh and Pac-1 Morales to be my assets. Your assets were trying to fuck me over while fucking me. But now I know better. And I'm like thinking, wow, this guy's copping to their dicks being up his ass. And he's blaming me for it. Blaming me for it.
It's terrible. Yeah, like you have anything to do with it. I'm trying to stay off the hate speech. Probably.
Thank you. I mean, really, this is what I get. It's like, how did I become the go-to guy for so much neurosis is beyond me. Well, I guess it's kind of inevitable. But...
Well, because there's nowhere else for them to go, because nobody knows about the shit. I mean, seriously. They're like, Doug's there, who knows? Anyway.
Oh, my God. So,
well, look, go take your break, because I got some more Disney news I want to tell you I have this week.
Yeah, okay. So no Disney while I'm gone. No, yeah,
wait till y'all wait to get back. Oh, dude, this is so funny. Go.
Okay, let's do a little plan here. I'll be gone for as short a period of time as possible, but I know
all right.
Things can
just do half a line and come back.
No. We're gonna make a plan. Okay. First, you get off camera because that eats up bandwidth. Unless you
I'll get it. All right.
Unless you feel
no, I'm good. I'm just checking the thing since I redid the mic, so
okay.
It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. What are we going to talk about while I'm gone?
I was going to ask Ian some questions. One of the questions was regarding the content I was uploading. If he happened to have any chance of checking it out.
Yeah, I checked out your Benjamin Fulford, man. It was great. I've never seen that clip. I've never seen it.
So I know not everything he was saying was 100% spot on, but he seemed very sincere and passionate.
This sounds safe. So I'll be gone for a few
talk
minutes.
about Benjamin.
Yeah.
Okay,
so you guys can go on about Benjamin. Drag it on for as long as you can. Talk safe subjects like Asia, geopolitics a bit.
We'll talk good about the protected people. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
We'll
please. Nothing about.
Well, Benjamin is protected people.
No, I'm just going to be asking questions.
Yeah, no trans subjects. No.
No. We won't go down that road.
Just talking about people.
Okay.
I should shave.
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm going mute.
Yeah.
Okay, bud. Thank you.
Yeah, it was just. Did you happen to also check out the other videos I uploaded?
No. Let me go to your page and check them out right now. I got some free time.
I didn't finish because YouTube has a limit on how much you can download within a 24 hour. I still got the rest up. I got a lot more to upload. And the only reason I uploaded those wake up part videos was I can't find them anywhere. It's made by the All Seeing Eye production team and the Destroyer production team, and I can't find any of that content anywhere. So I thought I'll upload it and try to clear some confusions about some of the topics they're addressing, because these groups of researchers, and they always like to portray the cabal as controlled by the Bavarian Illuminati, and I had to clarify that in the description that it's not the Bavarian Illuminati. And you just stuff like that. There's a fair, and I just mentioned there's a fair bit of misinformation. So take it for what it's worth. Take it with a grain of salt. Verify and confirm what you can, because there is interesting topics, juicy topics in these videos I'm uploading, especially about celebrity stuff.
Where I put the where's your channel at? I'm looking at it on my YouTube, and I'm not
just
seeing
type in Nothing channel.
Okay, hey, that's clever, man. You're the first one that goes. All right, Nothing channel. Yeah, I don't think 9-Inch Nails has much more investment in Nothing, but hold on, I see Nothing Technology. Oh, Nothing channel. Here we go. All right, I see Bubbles. Oh no, that's a different Nothing. Okay.
My profile image has the black sun with Antarctica in it.
Oh, you know, I could go to my video and look at the comments.
Yeah.
That would do it, and I'd bring me straight there. Yeah, did you see? Oh, yeah. I guess you didn't see it. They banned one of my new videos.
Oh, what was it about?
It was just about adrenochrome, and that's all.
All right.
But it's up on BitChute. It's up on BitChute. But they did ban my
channel
new
on
video.
BitChute.
Yeah. It's fresh out the box.
Send me a link to it in Skype, and I'll check that out.
Okay, here. I think I just got to your link right now. So, where are you at? Bam, gotcha. Unseen 3005. Gotcha. Oh, you got Courtney up there. Oh, that's funny. I just dug a little thing about her.
I don't know if we can mention that. Are we allowed to mention that?
I think they got her. I think they did get her. I think she got swept up in the Epstein net.
Okay. I
think she did.
Yeah. About her being
molested. It might be disinformation.
By Britney Spears' father.
Oh yeah. I think he hit on her one day at like the MTV Music Awards. If I'm not, I might be wrong on that. But
I thought she was addressing when she was a lot younger regarding the abuse by Britney Spears' father. I don't know if it was when you were talking about in that period.
Yeah, Britney Spears' dad is from that part of Louisiana that all the Project Paperclip guys went to.
Oh yeah. Project Paperclip, yes.
Yeah, that's where we got the United Nations Army Training Center that they were going to do this door-to-door citizen whatever kidnapping thing.
All right.
So, but yeah, that's New Orleans. That's another reason why like the murder rate in New Orleans was so high.
Okay.
Yeah,
what's
you know much about New Orleans?
A little bit. It's very swampy over there, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you see my post about the MK Ultra hospital? Did you see that?
No, but I'm gonna look into it when you.
Yeah, let me.
Is it on your YouTube or BitChute you're talking about?
I know it's just a meme I put up on my Facebook.
Oh, I haven't seen your Facebook. Send me a link to your Facebook as well.
Okay. Here, I can just send you messages in Skype. Here, let me do this.
Yeah.
Okay, here you are, Nemo. Got you on that. Now let's send you this. I tell you what. Let me just. Okay, I forgot. I made one of these all my links things, so I can just give you all my links, and then you're in.
All right.
You got everything. But no, that's awesome. You brought up what's her name? Oh, Jesus.
Elaine.
Eileen Voorhees. Yeah,
Eileen.
Voorhees or whatever. But no, dude, that chick was totally innocent. She only killed those guys in self-defense because they were sick. And yeah, my heart broke. You know, I mean, it's sad. It's sad. You know.
Yeah. And in that last interview of her, she referred to herself in third person. Is that common with most mind control
victims? Yeah, that's the personality split. Yep, yes. That's the personality split.
Said,
same thing.
Yeah, she was saying, if you let me out, Eileen will kill again. Eileen will kill again. You have to kill me.
Yeah, that's what she was.
God.
Whatever to do, you know. That's part of. It's sad, man. It's sad. But I think we got them all cleared out of here now. I think we got all these people cleared out. I mean, I know there's 2 more in Cocoa Beach somewhere, and I got their names, and I got their numbers, and I got their like family history because I was working with a girl who was victimized by them, and they were her neighbors, and we got all their info, but I haven't heard anything back from the team yet on them.
Okay. I didn't see any links. It just.
Yeah. I'm still digging. I'm trying to get to my page, but
yeah, that video though of that spa, the first time I saw that, my heart was racing because I was thinking, if I watch this video, is 3-letter agencies gonna start knocking down on my door?
No. If it was that bad, it wouldn't even have made it to YouTube. So.
Oh yeah. Oh well, it's not on YouTube. It's only on BitChute.
Oh, for real?
Good point.
I thought it was on YouTube.
No, the guy that said if it gets posted on YouTube, it'll get removed most likely. I was thinking of uploading it on my channel, but then I thought my channel will just get terminated if I upload it.
Well, you'd probably get a warning or a hit, but at the most, that depends
my
on.
Rumble account got terminated or hacked without warning.
Really?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if Rumble is supposed to give you a warning if you break their rules.
None of these people fucking care. Do you think?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Because I uploaded a lot of your content, Eustace Mullins, Jim Howe. and then it just got taken down. Not long after, I was watching Isaac Cappy videos mentioning Michael Aquino and all this shit.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Coincidentally, just minutes after I commented on that video, it got terminated.
What are you trying to say in the chat, Ian? It says, please keep your posted videos coming. Me or our man here?
Our man here, Nemo. I was proud of him for the what's his name? The Down syndrome guy.
Benjamin.
Okay,
Yeah,
what did we say about protected people?
I was proud of him. He did good. You know?
Oh my god.
He did good.
Oh my god.
I think that was an important clip that you uploaded. Seriously.
Oh my god. So okay. Just so people know, Down syndrome is a congenital condition. Is Benjamin Fulford a Down syndrome person? I mean,
I think he's got that. He's got whatever Greta Thunberg has.
Asperger's.
Dude, it's not Downs. It's not Downs.
That's not down yet.
It's Asperger's.
Oh.
Asperger's. Jesus
Christ. I think he's had a little longer than her, so his is a little more showy. I don't know.
Oh my God, help us.
I don't think I got the right answer when I was asking a question about. I was just trying to find out, is he deliberately, like, I know he's a wacko, but is he a disinformation agent being controlled by groups, or is he his own person? Trying to
I don't know. I never looked that much into him. I just, took what he said with a grain of salt and, picked out good pieces of it.
Have you seen the you seen the video, Doug, that I uploaded?
Dude, I don't need to see the video. I know Benjamin Fulford, okay? I don't watch this. I don't watch the son of a bitch.
I was just wondering, you might be.
If you want my opinion, if you want my observation, my opinion is that Benjamin Fulford is mentally disturbed. He's a person who's delusional, and that he's the ultimate epitome of what the Asians call the crazy white guy. And he's loose in Asia, and he goes around fantasizing that he's involved with all kinds of secret societies, and that he knows the score, and makes a bunch of videos, and people think, oh wow, the guy's in Asia, and then they listen.
But one thing he was saying that you've confirmed, that tsunami attack was.
Dude, even as my latent sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, always said, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day if it's mechanical, right? As Brooke Gibson pointed out. If it's digital, it's right only once a day.
I won't upload any more footages of him. It was just that particular footage. It just came off.
Keep it coming, man. I love it. Keep it coming.
It came off very sincere and serious.
I'm sure he's sincere. Yeah, he's
just for
totally
people
sincere.
who are new to this kind, starting to wake up, and just might be a good spark trigger for them.
Oh God.
To encourage them to start.
Dude, there's got to be better spark triggers. There's got to be better spark triggers.
Well, look at my other videos that I uploaded. The wake up video, they were a lot better than what he's done.
Oh my God.
Well, in your defense, Doug, at least he's not uploading Tucker videos.
Tucker who?
Tucker Carlson, the American.
Oh, that scumbag. Oh, yeah. He's a full-on
I love Tucker. I think he's great. I love Tucker.
Oh, God.
But you do realize that the Republic right side is just as bad as the left. They're part of the same bird, the left and right wing.
Okay, so here's where I have to intervene. Okay, this requires some intervention here. And so the last time that you came up with this angle, then both you and Ian were kind of communing on this. And I just didn't bother because I just didn't care. I was just too tired. I have a little more energy tonight, so this does need to be addressed. So I do want it to be understood for our listeners that when it comes to the left and the right, we've got to stop taking this attitude that they're the same. They are not the same. The polarity.
I didn't mean that.
Well,
I just meant bad people are controlling both of them, like groups of people.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that for 10. I'll buy it.
But by the way, I was distracted from what you're saying because I hate to say it, it didn't sound like it meant much. But Rose Belizia is saying Dietrich has a hot mic, way too loud compared to the others. So all right, there we are. And then Desley White says,
"Little button on your mic."
What?
That little knob on your mic, if you turn it down.
Okay, so how do I do this?
You take your hand and then you twist it.
You're talking about the gain button.
Yeah. It's a little too hot.
Okay, so I turn it. Is this better?
Counterclockwise.
apologize. Yeah. I'm asking the listeners, is this better? Before I try to address.
It sounds fine to me. It doesn't sound loud.
No, well, to our listeners, I mean, you guys don't count because you're on the call.
We're not on their signal. We're not on their signal.
How does it?
Jesus. Still, listeners, Desley White, who's asking me about the death camps. Yeah. The train filled with children to the gas chambers. Yes, tell me, how am I sounding now? Then maybe I'll answer your question. Oh my God. So Rose Belicia, answer the question. And unfortunately, there's a what the fuck is that noise? What are you unwrapping your Wawa? What your order from the gas station of food? What?
Oh no, that was earlier.
Oh my God. So, yeah, by the way, tell the young lady I'm sorry I missed her. There was no opening hour this time because I've been dealing with a lot. And it was a holiday, kind of. It was a commemorative day for the gay community in San Francisco. So I was busy with people that I cared about. Not that I'm gay myself, but obviously, certainly the people I care about. Well, I support them. But yeah, well, my son is gay, right? It's the blood boys that I derive my sustenance from are gay. Okay, so it's like, yeah, I support them. Yes,
that's good.
So
that's good.
All right, now, nobody's answering us. Okay, this is what I call irritating. Do I sound like I have a hot mic now? Does my turning the gain button down make it better for you?
Try turn it down just a little more. Turn it down a little more.
Okay, well, can't you do an experiment? But you're like, listen to me outside of being in on
I got my YouTube coming through the TV speakers, and I got my Skype coming through the earphones.
Okay. So tell me, how's this?
All right, now Noah, say something so I can compare the two.
Nemo. His name is Nemo.
Hello.
Oh, Nemo. Yeah. Sorry.
He just called you the name of Brooke Gibson's son. Now we know who the secret father is. This is
don't say that. No, don't put me.
Yes.
Don't put that curse on me.
This is why they get along. This is why they get along, because he pays his alimony.
Noah, it's 4 letters. I mean, come on. Maybe I'm dyslexic or something.
So
I feel like that sometimes. Don't worry.
Yes, and nobody responds. This is like so much bullshit. I mean, oh my God, hey, you got a hot mic, and then okay, how's it now? No answer.
I think she just gave up. Like she immediately gave up when she didn't get a reply straight away.
What about Desley? Desley's there.
She's like, I'm gonna go listen to Howard Stern where they got an audio engineer. Anyway,
I mean, Desley's there. She's asked me about the fucking death camps and trades and shit. Jesus Christ, she can answer.
The death camps in World War II?
Of course.
No, the ones they're building now. Oh, no, they're building new ones.
Are they building?
Halliburton built 4,500 new death camps right here in the good old U.S.
How do you know they're death camps?
Because they claim they are.
What are they called officially?
Oh, my God.
Don't say FEMA
Re-education centers. Re-education centers.
Re-education centers, all right.
Yes, sponsored by Advent Health.
Because a lot of people are misinterpreting all these FEMA camp preparations, blah, 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 for them to be exterminated in camps. But those FEMA camps are just for the government workers when the shit hits the fan.
Then Desley White says, I'm listening to Peter Moon at the moment. I mean...
So she rewinded. She's
probably going back.
God. Oh, my fucking God. Maybe that's what Rose Belicia was doing. But I don't understand. It was like... I'm sorry, what was that you said?
That's hate speech, Doc.
Yeah. At any rate, oh my.
Did you like my joke about Brooke? I'm like, if it was really a hate speech thing, they would have banned every Brooke episode.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, believe me, I get it. I mean, like, okay.
That was really good, though.
Okay, she says I'm not listening live. Okay. So, but when you ask a question like that. So, if you know you're not listening live, wait a second. Desley, you gotta be listening live because you hear me now. You're responding to me. So how can you be responding if you're not listening live? And if you're listening live, why are you asking? I mean, if you know you're not listening live and you're listening to people,
you gotta be a psychic, Doug.
And you're asking questions.
Like the ones that guard the Getty.
And you're asking questions that are relevant to the Peter Moon section. Why are you asking them now?
Okay.
Oh my God.
All right. Both of y'all talk.
Where are you going? Don't go.
Yeah, you guys
he's testing audio.
You're good. Yeah. You're good. You're good. You're good.
You know he's good. I mean, we don't need to worry about that. I was the one they were bitching about. I mean, so here you go. Just, hopefully this works. Hopefully someone will respond and tell me about the quality of my sound. Now, the mic is not that close to me. It's not like I had the other mic. I had to perform oral sex with the other mic for people to even hear me.
No, sir. You have a Yeti now.
Yeah.
You know how badass of a mic that is?
I hope so. I mean, geez.
You could walk to the other side of the room, change your clothes, and still talk to the audience, and they wouldn't even notice.
So I'm hoping that it was fairly far away from me. So, honestly, I don't know. And, of course, you can still hear the keyboarding. So, either way, I'll just keep it a little far away from me. Hopefully that helps. And hopefully, this makes it more tolerable to people. But I'll turn the gain up simply because...
No, don't turn the gain up. No. You're good. You sound great.
Okay. Well, but you guys are on call. You're saying I sound great when you're off the call, like when you listen with the other ear. That's all.
I'll tell you what. Let me throw on my equalizer on the screen here, and I'll check you out through the YouTube signal.
Okay, do Hold that. On. And what I'll do is I'll put the mic here at a comfortable angle for me, and and then how do I sound?
Yeah, you sound great. You sound warm. You sound really warm, really rich.
Thank you. Very, very good.
Thank you.
I
wrote your show some songs, Doug.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah! No song. No. Later. Let me hear them privately first.
I'll give them to you. I'll give them to you off there, and you can dictate them and tell me which ones you like, and then I'll just keep the ones you don't want.
Thank you.
Because I had to pay for copyright on all these.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I got a good deal though. I paid $66 and I got copyright for 300 songs.
Good.
But I'm cheating and I'm using AI to write all the music, so it's awesome.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, you're very creative. Okay.
I got all your links saved, by the way, on the taskbar. I got it all saved now. Thanks for the links.
Okay. So
you get all my links?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got
saved on my web browser.
Sweet.
Okay. So
you ready for what they did at Disney this week?
Oh my God. Shouldn't I answer?
It's so great. I love this.
Shouldn't I answer Desley first about
Yeah. We'll let the suspicion or the suspense roll. I'm sorry.
Can you just send her a link to one of your videos explaining everything about the camps instead of you having to speak about it?
Well, I really don't. I mean, first off, I think that because we always have new listeners, that would be an evasion of the topic. I don't want to be accused of evading the topic, and besides, I don't really cover the camps particularly very much. It's not a subject that I feel I need to cover because they're covered ad nauseum by, of course, everybody's favorite people. So
I do have some questions I'll ask you another time regarding the camps.
Ask them now.
All right. Because you know how people keep thinking, it's impossible that all those bodies could have been burnt from modern crematoriums. But the people that are doing that research and saying that the Holocaust never happened because of that it would have been impossible, they'll not acknowledging that Germany was 50 years ahead in terms of technology. Mm-hmm. So the way they dispose the bodies, wouldn't they've been doing it, if I were to guess, into portable gas chambers on the trains, and they took those trains to the camps on conveyor belts to be led to a giant industrial oven to dispose out the bodies a second?
Right. I'm busy. I was trying to look for a reply button to Desley White. What you're bringing up is a technical issue that's essentially not very technical. First off, just so people understand this, and I don't know if you're familiar with what I've said about this before, during the Third Reich, what they developed was the technology to compress ash into high-grade carbon, basically to create artificial diamond. So, by the way, this technology is available today. It's a legacy technology of the Third Reich. You can have your loved one, your husband, or your wife compressed into a diamond that you can wear around the rest of your life. So you can maintain satisfaction about, the murder you committed and got away with.
Exactly.
In terms
like
of
on Epstein Island.
Yeah, there you go. So
he had one. He had a cell set up there that did that.
I'm
dead serious. Yeah, I can point it out to you on a map.
Well, look, I won't deny it. I don't know, but it sounds like if it's something that strikes me as plausible. It's possible, even plausible, he would have that. Let's put it that way. That makes sense. Yeah, it's something that if it were proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, I would not be surprised. So I want people to understand that when the first off, it's important to disambiguate that this may be something most people don't understand the disambiguation of, because you're letting your emotions run with this, and that's understandable. This is an emotional issue. It's a hard issue. The first thing to say to the question when it's presented by DAY-White, how do you justify the death camps? And then adds a very lurid image. Okay, trains filled with children to the gas chambers. Okay, this is not logic. This is an emotional assault. It's an immediate assault on the sensibilities, where the moment that you cater to this, you are surrendering to an irrational, it's not an argument. At this point, we're all just in a screaming match over something that's completely stupid, in the sense that if you want to talk about the grand strategy of the situation, which is the horror of war, then you can't talk like that, because you're no longer talking about the strategy. You're talking about the tragedy. If you want to hop off tragedy, then you come off with what is basically an ad hominem attack on the subject. First off, you're asking, how do you justify the death camps? Now, I'm not even saying that she's implying that I do, but it is a challenge that I try. That is the offensive nature of the comment. In other words, it would be like my asking DAY-White, how do you justify your having that abortion? It doesn't matter that you were raped. That's a life. But you took it. That's that approach. It is, by its very nature, an attack. It is not a question. And so, understand that. Now, I'm not even saying DAY-White had an abortion or that she was raped. But then again, I wasn't there when those camps were built. I wasn't there when those trains were running. So, regardless, I am not responsible. But the one thing I've never done is justify them via some kind of rationalization. What I do is put it in context. Understand that articulation is not advocacy. I have always said, in conclusion, faced with the situation my biological father was in, I would have done the same. But I said, this is something that he really did not have a choice in. Now, when it comes to the situation itself, here's where we have to disambiguate. And this is where no one, if, say for instance, Brooke were here, and that's even unfair. But say for instance, DAY-White were here. This is one segment where she'd have to remain silent while I articulate this, and it would probably be very hard to take. So understand that the death camps were called Totenslagen, death camps. They are disambiguated from the Konzentslagen, which were the concentration camps. Now, the concentration camps were started basically the 1930s, and these were made to round up many populations, but particularly the Jewish people, and these were labor camps. The original populations were indeed overwhelmingly, almost exclusively, male. They rounded up all of the males that were capable of bearing arms, and capable of an insurgency. And they were put into the camps. And understand, this was at the demand of the most virulent and vocal minority of the Jewish population. This was at the demand of the Zionists, who declared that millions of Jews must die in order to convince them to leave their fat cat offices in Europe and come to Palestine. Palestine is a strip of desert which at the time was undeveloped, was considered an arid piece of wasteland that not even the lizards want it. A bunch of psychotic fanatics, a network of terrorists known as Zionists, had a dream of establishing an Israel on that territory. And they insisted that because all of the Jews in the diaspora were fat and happy and rich and spoiled and didn't want to join in this pathologically psychotic delusional adventure, that enough of them had to be killed by the millions, their term, in order to bring this about. Because all of these people were assimilated, they were doctors and attorneys and dentists and accountants. They were the professional classes of Europe who had everything to gain by staying right where they were and no reason to risk everything and lose it all by going someplace else. And they identified with assimilation, acculturation, becoming a part of the European culture. And they looked upon the Zionists as a bunch of, well, militant, crazy terrorists, which is exactly what they were. But these militant, crazy terrorists had money behind them, and they backed Adolf Hitler. They helped to finance Adolf Hitler. This is one of the things I told the Bulgarian couple, but they didn't seem interested in what I said, even though they insisted I bring the topic up at their behest, something that they would have spliced out in their release on pay-per-view, where it would have sounded as if I had brought it up spontaneously, as if I were obsessed with the subject instead of they. This is, of course, entrapment. As a matter of fact, we had an age block put on our 12-hour interview, my 11-hour interview with the Bulgarians tonight, while I was transmitting, because they obviously complained in an effort to get it taken down. So they are continuing their complaints in their hopes of getting it taken down. Instead, YouTube responded, thankfully, with nothing but an age block. So somebody went through the trouble of reviewing that video, probably skimmed through it, but certainly reviewed it and found nothing that was basically hateful. So this is,
Aren't you glad I made that video?
Yes, with due credit where credit is due, that video was burned off of Ian West's channel, his YouTube channel. We would not have that without Ian West, who burned it off of the channel of John Warrington, but we can't burn as conveniently or easily from John Warrington's Odyssey channel as we could from Ian West's YouTube channel. So, yes, of course, yes, it redeems him to degree.
Don't worry, I'm not asking you to suck my dick. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
He just can't resist his charms. I mean, he's just such a social model for intercourse with the community.
You should have seen me at the revival.
Oh my God. So, obviously, as I've said to Brooke in the past, I've done something horrible in a past life. Probably ran trains to those camps or something. And, this is where I'm at today. But to bring us back to the topic, the point that I'm making is that understand that it was the demand of the Zionists that these Konzentrationslager, these concentration camps, were not nearly enough, and that ultimately they wanted their fellow Jews killed by the millions in order to drive the survivors, who they felt would be survivors by a form of Darwinian selection. Understand that these were atheistic Edomites who felt that the Darwinian survivors would be the best suited to kill others in Israel. Which brings us to the question of, when all of those Holocaust survivors landed in Israel and they killed 1 million Palestinians in a year, how is it you feel no outrage over that? Why is that okay? Why is that acceptable to you? Why is that ordained? Why aren't you bringing that up and saying something more like, how do the Zionists justify killing 1 million people after suffering genocide? This is what makes me sick about people like you. You make me sick. What about the 2 million Armenians killed in the Turkish Holocaust in World War I? And
Exactly.
Israel financing the Azeris and Turks wiping out Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, East Armenia, just the year before last. The year before yesteryear. Where the fuck were you? Where was your outrage? They're attempting to exterminate a Christian race. But to you, that's a good thing. Because they're Jews. Because they're allowed to do that. To you, you make me sick. You're hypocritical. You're ignorant. You're an ass. The very fact that you approach me with that question. What about the very term Holocaust? Coming from the original extermination of the Canaanite peoples in an offering to God. Because it happened thousands of years ago makes it okay? Does it matter when people die? If you were told 1 million people are going to die 1,000 years from now, but you could do something to save them now, would you not do it? If you could do something to save those people slaughtered by the Jews, we can use that term historically, thousands of years ago, would you have not done something to save them? No, you wouldn't. Because you're insane. You're psychotic. You're cultic. And you believe that this particular ethnos deserves all the pity, all the advocacy, a monopoly on all human suffering that ever happened. This is the illness, the pathology of your culture. You are a product of a deranged culture, an anti-culture. And this is why I do what I do, in the hopes someday you might be cured. But understand that
Me too, Doug. Me too.
Thank you. When it comes
I'll go on mute.
Of course, it helps, of course, if you can help the cause by not getting me banned on YouTube. Granted, it's a couple of Bulgarians complaining about it, but let's not make it any easier for them. Such being said, when it comes to the death camps, they did not go into operation until the supermassive bombing campaign, the so-called strategic bombing, so-called, the firebombing campaign initiated by the Allies. When the Allies began to turn entire German cities into open-air incinerators that were literally hotter than the surface of the sun, at that point, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, gave the order, put the death camps in operation. At this point, he's got no ability to feed masses of people. He can barely feed his own. while maintaining a war effort. The fact that Germany lasted so long is a tribute to German brilliance. But nobody talks about the firebombing of German families alive in Dresden and say, this is a Holocaust, this is extermination, which is exactly what it is. It has no strategic relevance to the war effort. Obviously, Germany was able to maintain a war despite it. All you're doing is killing innocent people. The Americans and Allies did it first. And then Hitler gave the order to do it to those people he believed were in a way responsible. And they were, because many Jewish people advocated communism, which is what he was fighting against. Many others advocated capitalism, which he was fighting against. So, what is the connection between communism and capitalism? Judea, the diaspora, which declared war on Germany. They declared a state of war on Germany that made the headlines the moment Hitler became Kanzler, the Reichskanzler, the Chancellor of Germany. This was on Friday, March 24th, 1933. After he became the democratically elected leader, he was hit with the Jews of all the world uniting in action to boycott German goods at a time Germany was already in deep depression. This war was declared against the German population, the people, not the nation. They sought to starve out all German women and children, as well as the men, render them into a state similar to Ethiopia at the time of its famine. And yet, someone like you would say, that's all right. That's okay. They could do that. Simply because you would consider them a privileged ethnos. So when he had them in the camps, and then the Americans started the firebombing, as well as the Brits, he said, kill them all. That went into effect for a very practical reason. He could compress all the ashes into artificial diamond that they then used for trade to help finance the German exodus out of Germany, which was quickly becoming uninhabitable. The Allies were waging a war of extermination. This was a war of races. So he fought on their terms. And he purged Europe of its Jewry, the Jewish ethnos. None of this is something that I justify or rationalize, but I put in context. He did not have a choice. This was the logical endpoint of a war they started, of a mass murder they demanded. So he fought back the best he could, the only way he could. And all of these death camps, the Totenslagen, were overwhelmingly outside of Germany. And none of them could have functioned, none of the prisoners could have been brought there without massive coordination and cooperation by the local population. All of the countries, Poland in particular, the Ukrainians, the Romanians, all of them eagerly brought their Jewish populations over to the death camps for destruction. This is because the Jewish commissars, as I said, not only in the Bulgarian interview, but the recent interview with Christine Joanna Hart, communism, Bolshevism in the Soviet Union was a commissarocracy with rockets and with machine guns. And because your average peasant from the times of the czars was uneducated and could not read, they had to rely on the educated class, which was, for all intents and purposes, exclusively Jewish. You can't even get beyond that by saying, oh, what about the nobility? You can't say that because the communists killed the nobility. There was no nobility. All that was left was the former upper middle class, which was ethnically Jewish. And so the ethnically Jewish people who could read and write, while all of the Russian peasants could only sign their names with an X, were made into the commissars. And the first thing they did was they took the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine. 25% of all the world's black soil, the most fertile soil in the world, is in the Ukraine. If Russia conquers the Ukraine today, together with its own food resources, they would monopolize almost half the world's food supply. At that time, under Stalin, the Jewish commissars ordered all of that grain be shipped to Russia and the Ukrainians be left to starve. 15 million Ukrainians died in the Holodomor, the forced famine. Under Stalin, far more Ukrainians died, over twice as many died, as Jewish people died in the Holocaust. So, of course, all of Eastern Europe hated the Judeo-Bolshevik commissars, who had incited communist revolutions in their own country and murdered thousands of people. A man named Bielokun, same first name as Bela Lugosi, the man who played Dracula for Universal Studios. Bielokun unleashed a group of terrorists he called his vampires in Hungary, Magyarország, under his communist regime. And they killed tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands were murdered in Germany. Hitler was almost killed by the communists. All of this was known as Judeo-Bolshevism because the communists, unlike communist China, which was a guerrilla insurgency of militants who fought in their own country, the revolution in Russia was exclusively exiled intellectuals. And these exiled intellectuals were overwhelmingly ethnically Jewish. So all of Europe hated them and wanted them dead because they had killed millions of Europeans. This isn't how I justify the trains full of children. It's how the people whose own children had starved to death in front of them and died in their own arms felt nothing but vindication and justice seeing the Jewish children and their families being transported to their ultimate demise to finance the Nazi exodus. That is the context. So do understand that, again, not justification, not rationalization, but historical context here. Now, I'm going to see if there's a response to what I said. And of course, if that has helped to bring some light into your eyes, maybe you're welcome to continue coming here and asking questions. I'm not going to block you or ban you now, unless you do something really hostile or just plain stupid. But
she doesn't seem bad. She just seems confused, maybe.
They are all like that. You can't excuse it. Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
American education system. I think she's in the American education system. You got to forgive her. Yeah.
Yes, but ignorance of the law is no excuse. People are punished regardless whether they know the law is in effect or not. We have to deal with reality here. You can't go on in life doing this. Take a look at the father of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, in 1897 said, "It is essential that the sufferings of Jews become worse. This will assist in realization of our plans. I have an excellent idea. I shall induce anti-Semites to liquidate Jewish wealth. The anti-Semites will assist us thereby, in that they will strengthen the persecution and oppression of Jews. The anti-Semites shall be our best friends." This is the founder of Zionism in 1897. They were already conspiring the Jewish Holocaust. Who is truly responsible for the Jewish Holocaust? Jewish Zionists, who demanded it. They murdered Adolf Hitler's lover, the woman who would have been his wife, his cousin, Jelai Raubel. He had to basically say it was a suicide because he couldn't afford the scandal of being affiliated with these international terrorists. But the British Empire considered the Zionist insurgency in Palestine to be a Nazi insurgency because Hitler was helping them with the Havara, the transfer agreement, the plan to allow them to leave Germany at its time of depression when it needed money the most and take their money with them, which he would not allow any other citizen of Germany to do. In terms of communism, basically the words of the rabbi, Stephen Weiss, surname spelled Weiss, in The Jewish Voice, a circular of the time. In 1941, he said, "Some may call it communism, but I call it what it is, Judaism. Anti-communism is anti-Semitism." The Jews themselves of that period, the Jewish intellectuals who cleaved towards Zionist ideology, considered communism to be Judaism. So understand that this is what my biological father was fighting. An ethnos that had started a destructive ideology that sought to take over the world. Would have conquered the world had he not stood in its way. He slaughtered 1 million Soviets in Berlin, and they were unable to advance in Eastern Europe. Unable to advance into the West at all. They were eviscerated. That's what saved your Western civilization. You should be so grateful for Adolf Hitler that you wake up every morning and thank God that he was born. Or you would be like those 2 Bulgarians trying to rip me off and then claim myself to be some kind of Judeophobe. This is the madness that we're confronted with. So see the truth in the situation, and with that, I personally think that's about a good general response, a basic response to where you're coming from. We can't boil this down to a lurid image of children suffering. You seem to have no compassion for the German children who burned alive in Dresden or amid all the other firebomb cities, including Berlin. Only the suffering of Jewish children matters to you. And that is sick. And it makes me sick, and consequently, you make me sick. Pull your head out of your ass. Wake the hell up.
She replied, she said, "The reason I listen to you is to be educated." I think she said sincerely wants to learn.
Thank you. She says, "Thank you for correcting me. I am in awe of your knowledge." Well, that is maybe
I think
too
she
generous.
was raised on that American education system. They kind of left all that shit out in the books,
Well, you're welcome to come here anytime. Thank you. And appreciate what you say. I mean, obviously, how could I not appreciate that? Obviously, that's very flattering. Thank you.
It's very civil, unlike Brooke, Just very,
Yes. That's right. So thank you, Desley White. I appreciate that. Ironic name as well, White. So that being said.
Well, look, I don't care what Doug says. To me, the real Holocaust was Dresden.
Thank you.
That was the real Holocaust.
Kisses to Desley White. By the way, I'm kissing Desley White, not Ian West, but, I appreciate what he's saying to a degree.
I would never expect such a gesture from Doug Dietrich. No.
He is an individual who, he's colorful. And, I certainly agree with what he's saying. I think that's a thank you.
I mean, straight up. It didn't happen on Valentine's Day. It's like February 14th or February 12th.
Sure. I'm still too busy responding to Desley White. She said, "Thank you for nothing. You are sweet." So thank you, Desley. You're an angel. You're very tolerant, and thank you. A lot of people would be repulsed by what I said or simply offended.
Because they're stupid.
But Desley is not. So thank you, honey. And she says that your birthday is the same as mine, Douglas. Oh, wow. Cool. Wonderful. October 20th. Yeah, I don't know if it's 1966, but yeah, mine is. Her year is probably a lot. Well, her number's probably a lot higher. Probably born in 2000 something. So that being said, yes, I appreciate what Ian White is saying, but I do want people to understand. Look, the suffering of all human beings in war is, of course, it's gruesome, and but we have to understand that one person's suffering does not rank more than another's, and unfortunately, the way that our educational and mass media systems have conspired in terms of relating the historical purging of Jewry from continental Europe, they portray it in a manner that the suffering of Jews means more than anyone else's. And that, of course, is simply unacceptable. Desley White says 1953. Oh my God.
I thought you were born in 66.
Yeah, I was born in 66, so I'm actually younger. But so, love you dearly, Desley White. You look wonderful in your icon. And with that, turning back to these two gentlemen now. Okay, now let's be careful about this. What exactly is going on?
Doug, after this rant, I think we got this, bud.
Okay. Yes, tell us about Disney. Yes.
All right, so, the day my life was ruined was
oh my God!
The day that you like this? You like where I'm going with it already?
Yeah, that's a beautiful start. That's like the start of a novel. Oh my God! Tell us.
So the day my life was ruined was the day that they announced that they were opening Star Wars, the new theme park at Hollywood Studios. Because I used to have this nice, comfy job at Hollywood Studios, and I did this show called Spectacle of Dancing Lights. And I worked half a year, and I got paid $40,000, and it was just great, I just worked half the year, I jack off the other half, It was just, you couldn't ask for a better life. But then Star Wars came along and took that all away from me.
Oh my God.
Well, another reason they put in that Star Wars is because Hollywood Studios was also installing an adrenochrome / cloning lab underneath it. And just this week, not even a year or so after the Star Wars place opened up, they're already shutting it down with their hotel. Praise God, hallelujah, I'm so happy.
So why is that happening? Why are they shutting it down?
Because they're fucking raping kids and doing all sorts of fucked up shit underneath it. That's why.
Well, that hasn't stopped them before. Has someone exposed?
Yeah, I know. They'll probably just go on the other side of the county and do it there like they originally did. But still, that's good, though. It's like my revenge, for like ruining my life that they're shutting down the fucking Star Wars. I'm so happy.
Oh my God.
Like, I about cried. I was like, yes. It was like justice.
Oh my God.
Fuck you, George Lucas.
You bet. By the way, I just want people to understand George Lucas is bad news. There is. He's highly suspect. He, in fact, we'll turn to our man in Australia, our Queensland correspondent. What do you know about George Lucas?
I've had dreams of seeing these celebrities and older people participating in unholy acts on children. I've watched them do this.
And
I'm just saying, I know exactly what they're doing.
Do you feel that these dreams are psychic? That you're actually receiving?
I feel like my body is involuntarily traveling and witnessing what these people are doing. Okay. I have no control over it. For example, one dream I saw Quentin Tarantino eating a child, biting into him, a little boy, and I instantly grabbed it.
Was it their toe?
No, it's his head area or torso.
I got a picture of Quentin Tarantino doing that to a little kid.
No, yeah, but I just saw him eat. It was very bestial, savage and animalistic. And I grabbed the knife. It was a blunt knife, and I started cutting through his neck while he was eating through the kid, but he wouldn't stop eating the kid while I was trying to cut his head off. And it was just a savage monster. It was Quentin Tarantino.
Hmm. And
and I see groups of old men like George Luke, people like them, preying on young kids. I don't want to describe. It's just fucking sick and disgusting.
Well, Lucas was a part of that. What's it called? What's his name? Who was that propagandist guy? The New Age. Steven Spielberg. He was a part of that little clique.
Yeah.
What do you know about?
They're all on the Epstein map.
Right.
All of them are on the Epstein map.
What do you know about Steven?
Participating.
What do you know about Steven Spielberg?
Oh, yeah, he was a propagandist. He was a misinformation agent.
Yeah. By the way, no one ever.
Did you see Schindler's List?
Well, now that you mention it, just to bring that up for our listeners, including the lovely Desley White, I do want people to understand that when the individual known as Steven Spielberg produced Schindler's List, he portrays a concentration camp commandant who is just this villain in the film. And this man undoubtedly was very committed to his task. And when it comes to the individual who is a historical figure, this person really existed, the camp commandant, who, oh God, I'm trying to remember his name now. I believe it was Bauer. He was acted by, I think the main man's name was Amon Guth. For some reason, the actor is coming to me as opposed to the actual commandant in history, but I'm sure I could look that up fairly easily. I believe it was. I believe that was the actual historical figure. Now that I think about that, I'm remembering it, not the actor, Amon Guth. So Amon Guth, for people who don't know, his wife was black. Somehow that fact is never brought up in the film. So they do this about the Third Reich all the time. Blacks were citizens in the Third Reich. They were not in the camps. As a matter of fact, there have been recent propaganda campaigns by various allied governments to try and claim blacks were in the camps, but it's simply not true. They have no photographic or film evidence of this. None of it can be produced because it never happened. So when I went to Africa as a mercenary, and once they found out my name was Dietrich, my money was no good anymore. No one would take my money. They gave me everything for free. The reason why was because they loved Germans who fought against colonialism. And when I asked about why do you love German people so much, they said because German people are white people who eat white people. Basically seeing them as, they just take a look at the films of the camps and all you ever see are white people. There's not a colored person in sight. No one's brown or yellow or black or red Asian Indian.
Yeah, there's no racism back then, Doug, like nowadays.
And the irony aside, all the Germans were doing was killing other whites, the majority of whom were abusing other peoples. They conquered Belgium, and the Belgians had been responsible for the murder of millions of blacks in the Belgian Congo. 10 million ultimately, at least, that we know of. So
you're correct. You're correct on that.
Thank you. Belgium is a nation that should not even exist. But such as, for people who don't understand, Belgium is an artificial nation. It speaks multiple languages. It's a conglomerate. It's not an ethno-state. So the nation should not exist, does not advocate the extermination of peoples. But certainly that nation has a horrible history to it and is a criminal entity and needs to be dismantled. So that being said, we turn it back to both these gentlemen. Both of you, what do you know, our correspondent in Australia, Nemo Albano, what do you know about Steven Spielberg?
Oh, I just know, from the accusations he had, on Drew Barrymore on the set of E.T., that old movie of that alien, he touched her, sexually assaulted her. He's had multiple actions, but they just get suppressed and he never gets tried for it, or he never gets questioned about it. He's untouchable.
Well,
yeah,
do you both remember? You both remember when? Oh, I'm sorry. To continue what you were saying first.
I'll just tell you this. I didn't want to say it because it sounded disgusting, but one of the dreams was a young boy with a leather strap around his neck, a bowl gag. He was naked in underwear. Well, the men were naked and the boy was naked on the altar, kind of an altar table, and there's 5 older men around just devouring him while they're half naked. That's the stuff I can assure you he's into. Just from what
that still goes on till this day. That still goes on.
I'm witnessing
especially out of
these
Disney
things
World.
in my dreams, as if my spirit's going to where they're having these rituals and observing what they're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. And in terms of what I was going to say about what was I going to say? Both of you go on. I'm sure I'll remember it eventually. But
what about you, Ian? Do you get any of those astral projection dreams, witnessing people doing stuff?
Oh no, thank God. No. I just am surrounded and living in it every day, and it's hell. It's hell.
Yeah.
It's hell.
Well, you're in it. You're living in the fucking shit.
Yeah. I'm in the thick of it. Yeah.
Well, aside from Ian being in the epicenter, I think that because Ian does, shall we say, research into this subject throughout the day, then he doesn't dream about it at night. He kind of basically works it out.
And as my friend was murdered, and my friend's daughter was murdered, and my friend's sister was sacrificed this year. Yeah. You know, you just kind of grow accustomed to it, you know?
Yeah.
And now, again, I was on some train of thought when we were talking about the Steven Spielberg and the rest of these individuals. I do think it's important. A thought crossed my mind about the pornography written by Michael Aquino. He does emphasize cannibalism as being the ultimate destination for a number of these children. So it's definitely a factor. Children are considered delectable. And so it's definitely a choice of some of the elites. When it comes to the, both of you gentlemen, I'm sure I'll remember my train of thought eventually. Do go on with what else comes to your mind. Aside from, oh yes, I was going to say, when it comes to Steven Spielberg, of course, one thing we cannot forget, it is a relevant factor. He is ethnically Jewish. Then we remember, of course, the assault on that young girl. Let's look up victim of Roman Polanski. I don't know if her name was ever publicly.
Yeah, it was. I forgot. Yeah, she was 14 or 12 or something, and he had his way with her after he lured her in to do a photo shoot.
Okay, so he sexually assaulted Samantha Gailey when she was quite underage. So Samantha Gailey continually told him no, she did not want to engage in sex. And of course, this has all been revised by Polanski's representatives, where they say Samantha Gamer, which is basically her married name, they're not even referring to her by her name as a child, said she never had a problem with being drugged and raped by the director when she was just 13 years of age. This is how they're trying to revamp that now, or revise it. So when it comes to this situation, Roman Polanski obviously is a wanted man. He's a man who's wanted for a crime which he fled the country to evade because France has no extradition with the United States. He fled to France, and he is a Holocaust survivor. Now, when they opened a Holocaust museum in New York City, Roman Polanski returned to the United States with impunity. When the police showed up to arrest him, the Jewish community turned on them and threatened to launch a campaign to defund them. We're talking about something happening on the spot, where the police were there, physically there, ready to cuff this man, and were deterred by a hostile crowd, powerful enough to tell them that the New York Police Department would be dissolved. At which point they withdrew on orders from their police command. And Roman Polanski, a wanted child rapist, was allowed to participate in the opening of New York City's Holocaust Memorial Museum. This is a level of impunity and power of a Holocaust survivor that shows you that this man belonged right where he was in that death camp. So this is... Yes.
And Quentin Tarantino, I just looked this up. He defends Roman Polanski on Howard Stern episode, defending him Yeah, so he's another scumbag that defends.
Yeah, because he does the same shit too.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why.
It's just funny that I was talking about him, and then I looked up Roman Polanski, and then I see Quentin Tarantino defends child rapist Roman Polanski. He blames the 13-year-old victim on the Howard Stern show.
And, of course, they're all ethnically Jewish, including Howard Stern, who is providing a platform for Quentin Tarantino, who makes anti-Nazi propaganda films.
Yep.
Exactly.
So these are the people who have told you their suffering matters more than anyone else's, including that 13-year-old girl who is now blamed for her rape.
And let's not forget Molly Fagan, the most important one of them all.
Tell us about that. With some degree of reticence
not damn, what's the word I'm looking for? Not a what is it? Anyway, put it this way. We'll make it short and sweet. This little girl worked at a pencil store or an office supply shop in Atlanta, Georgia, and her boss raped her, killed her, just like what happened to my friend's daughter. Dude tried to frame black guys and shit that worked for him. And was like, yeah, the black guy did it, and blah blah blah. And then the jury wasn't having it, so they finally sentenced him to death. They threw him in jail. Well, a bunch of his hold on one second. A bunch of the chosen people, all got together and all pitched in, and they bought out the governor and said, hey, can you dismiss him? Or, right as you leave office? That way they're like, yeah, he did it. And then when the people the locals found out what happened, they just took the guy and lynched him anyway. And then we got the ADL, which later on led to Shrek, aka Jonathan Greenblatt.
Could you explain that a bit more? I'm not quite sure. Shrek, is that like a code phrase for something?
Oh, you remember the vampire in that German movie?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, he looks like he looks like one of the descendants of the ADL's current president.
Oh, okay, good. And his name is Greenblatt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, no, but by the way, in context, such things can be funny, but otherwise they're not very helpful because they're confusing. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, they look just alike. They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Well, let's put it this way. I think Max Schreck looked very handsome myself. I don't think he looked like your average stereotypical ADL mogul or something like that. This Greenblatt guy, let me look him up. Greenblatt, ADL.
Yeah, Greenblatt and Max Schreck.
Well, what you might be trying to say is that Greenblatt looks more like Nosferatu than Max Schreck, the actor.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there we are. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, Ben, we better drop that. The
resemblance is uncanny.
Yes, Nosferatu, not Max Schreck.
See, I thought it was. Never mind. Sorry, I fucked that up.
Okay. But the character as opposed to the actor. Just so everybody knows, this is the footage that Ian showed. That was one of the hits that got me banned for a week. Was this guy? I didn't even know who this guy was. I didn't even know who this guy was. But there was a deep fake. There was a deep fake AI generated excerpt of that are
classic. It was a classic.
Yeah, that Ian was showing me where he's talking about how all of the non-chosen basically were
did our new guest get to see that clip?
Well, you're not going to show it to him now.
I'll just send it to him. Let me send you this marvelous clip.
Do me a favor, guys. You have an email. You can send it to him. Yeah. Good.
All right, calm down. I can't think of a funny name for you. Shit. I'm sorry. I wanted to say like Hall Monitor Doug, but no, that doesn't. Oh, I got good news for you guys. They took the copyright restriction down on my "This is how the elite enter tunnels in your neighborhood" video. So now you can watch it uninterrupted on Facebook now.
Wow. Right.
Yeah, they took my copyright strike down, so you guys can watch it all without
Oh wait, Nemo is on Facebook. I strongly suspect at some point I probably misunderstood some communication from him, or maybe he was astral projecting or something and not in his right mind or something. And I probably blocked him, is what I suspect happened.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
I do it all the time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Oh, sorry, the blue box isn't showing. But yeah, sometimes I joke around. I don't mean anything. I'm not trolling. I just usually say the wrong thing, and people take it the wrong way.
Right. It's
You're straight.
Yeah, don't ever joke in text, because it's so difficult to understand people in text.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
Yeah. So I'll probably have to look his name up and unblock it. Were you under a
I'll quickly.
You can
look
email
it
me
up
what your
and tell
name
you.
was. Yeah, you can you don't need to do it now, but you know, later when you have some spare time, send me an email in which you say I'm Nemo, and then tell me in the text of the email what your name was on Facebook, so I could try and hunt it down and unblock it, which I might do with this other guy who I recently blocked because he posted some, I don't know, advertisement for his own book on my timeline. But maybe blocking him is a bit extreme, but you know, that's pretty tacky. I mean, I tag other people and it probably appears on the timelines, but you know, it's one of those things where it's half the time I know it doesn't get through, and the other time I figure that honestly, if they're tolerating it, then who cares? But in his case, you know, I figured that it's a hard enough time promoting myself. So at any rate, both of you are doing fine. What other subjects come to mind when it comes to this person who apparently faked his death? Is what Ian feels. This is the.
I know the alliance picked Cappy up. Yeah, that was an alliance operation.
So just so we can explain this to our listeners, Ian West believes.
Oh, let me put it in Brooks terms. The white hat saved Cappy. All right, there you go.
So.
Doug, I forgot to tell you. Dude, they're doing fucking. The White Hats are here in Orlando. They're doing a training exercise at the what's it called? The Florida National Guard place down the street from me. Oh, it's been great, man. Like I've been going to Circle K on my lunch break because they're like Commander only lets them go to the Circle K because it's like across the street from the Florida Guard building. Man, I've been hearing some shit. I can't talk about it here, but man, I've been hearing all sorts of shit like about Disney. Well, about Disney. But I mean, oh god, it's awesome.
Okay.
I'll be back there. I'm gonna go over there for lunch tomorrow at the Circle K and brush shoulders with the White Hats. So it'll be fun.
Okay, so just so everybody understands, there is a term known as white hats and black hats, and it's a generic term that's used to refer to essentially good guys and bad guys, and it's been used as the vernacular to refer to what Ian refers to as the Alliance. And Ian has a kind of sanguine perspective in which there are good guys. Now, I understand earlier I was talking about the horror of, say, for instance, Chaosium. And Chaosium is a defense contractor, believe it or not, which produces games just like many defense contractors did in the past, as I was explaining in the Peter Moon Hours. So for those who caught that, I do want people to bear that in mind. Otherwise...
Are you talking about the Dungeons and Dragons shit?
Kind of. I mean, I was pointing out...
That is the nerdiest fucking shit. I hate that shit so much. I hate Dungeons and goddamn Dragons. Oh, that's my hate speech shit. That's understandable. I was pointing out the disambiguation between Dungeons and Dragons and something like the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game produced by Chaosium, in that Dungeons and Dragons at least has a positive perspective generally, and this is why Gary Gygax was sued when he published a kind of monsters manual entry on the anti-gods pantheon, the Edomite pantheon of the entities that people perceive as Cthulhuoid. Lovecraft himself would have called them Yog-Sothic, but we inherit this perversion of his paradigm from August Derleth, a Edomite cultist. All of that is kind of like vernacular and jargon you have to listen to for a while before you get used to it.
But when it comes to the kings of Edom, this cult of the anti-gods that worship them, the so-called Cthulhuid entities, is how most people would recognize them, thanks to one of the Edomite cultists named August Derleth, who created this term, coined the phrase Lovecraft mythos or Cthulhu mythos, to make it seem as a myth. I was pointing out that the horror of the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, the franchise, produced by Chaosium, it is a hopeless game. Nobody wins. And yet it continually sells and everybody keeps buying it who's into this. Enough of a population base is buying it to keep it in business forever. So it's basically got a cult following, to use a pun. And this fairly large cult following loves the thought that humanity is doomed. This existential hopelessness is what they orgasm off of, what they're grooving off of. So I don't cleave to that level of nihilism. That is, of course, of the Edomites, the anti-gods. Ultimately, they are nihilists, seeking the entropic destruction of everything. The victory of entropy, the victory of decay, of destruction, of annihilation, the nullification of creation. At the same time, I don't cleave to our man Ian West's optimism that there are good guys in the state that are helping humanity. So understand.
Yeah, Doug's at the point where he's just like, it's fucking hopeless, let's die. You know, that's Doug's stance.
That's not true. That's a misrepresentation. Do you truly believe that?
I believe Doug wants humanity to heal and progress.
Thank you. If for no other reason than that it's a source of food for me. So,
okay, you got me there. You got me there.
Yes, thank you. So, when it comes to the situation, the state is the problem. They are corrupted. They are completely subverted by this cult, the cult of the kings of Edom, which is actually an amalgamation of multiple cults. A kind of united front, if you will, united only in their antipathy towards order and that which is productive or positive. So when it comes to the state, my opinion, my stance is that there are no white hats, there is no alliance, there are no good guys involved with the state. That either they're quote-unquote neutral, which means they're operating on behalf of the enemy by default, or they're the enemy. Truly, the state is, at this point, your enemy. At the same time, what we want to do is try to have a reformation, a rehabilitation, a transition into a new order, the term my biological father used that was so vilified, yet the Americans themselves took it up when George Bush Sr. was president and talked about a new world order, just based on basically...
Exactly 10 years before the 9/11 attack.
Yes.
Specific precisely.
Yeah, thank you. And so we have this... I'd like to see a transition to a new world order in a positive sense.
A good new world order.
Well, yeah, I'd probably have to think of a new term, simply because the term has gained such an onus that it's hard to use without people just viscerally reacting to it.
It's called Nasara. That's the good new world order is Nasara.
Could you spell that for us?
Nesara. And check it out. The Bushes kind of perverted it, and they made their own little spin-off of it. But the R's are what is catching is what is tricking people. So in the Bushes, the bad one, the R Nasara stands for recovery, but the good Nasara stands for reformation, like the word you just said, which kind of sparked my, when you said that. I'm gonna go on mute.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm looking it up, and. It's like, so the guy who proposed it is dead. No surprise. It gets fairly bizarre. It's
that's because there's so much misinformation on it because of the Bush dynasty and how they perverted it, and it's just gotten. I mean, it's a whole story, man. It's really a whole story. We don't have time to get into it, but like they practically, it was either Clinton or Bush Jr. that the special forces like held a gun up to his head and they're like, "You sign this fucking paper now."
Weird shit.
We're going mute.
By the way, all I can say is that it's yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I'll just have to do more research. That's all I can say. Well,
and Congress has a gag order. That's
well, it does say the proposals were never introduced before Congress. I can see that.
No, they have a gag order.
Okay, so it's there you go.
And they're getting paid fat to keep it. You know.
Yeah. Wow. So I'll do some more research into this. Apparently it got promoted by someone who sounds like a hack, Shaini Goodwin. What do you know about her?
I've never heard of them.
Okay, Shaini Goodwin called herself the Dove of Oneness. The Dove of Oneness.
That's not really selling it right there.
No.
I'm sorry.
So that yeah, it probably it sounds like she was a government shill who was hired to discredit the entire idea.
Is she promoting the reformation or the recovery?
I think the recovery shit.
Okay, the recovery is the bad one. The reformation is the good one.
Okay, so I'll bear that in mind as I try to look it up. It sounds still fairly obtuse. It sounds very economic. I say that in quotes. Meaning that, already this is like pretty abstract. When something is profoundly economic like that, then it's, it's abstract. It's hard for people to get a grasp of, hard for people to get into because, it's automatically pretty fucking dull. I mean, it's, holy shit.
That's the good New World Order. That's the good one. The Nasara.
Okay. All right.
Of Reformation. The Reformation Nasara. Let me put it like that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And okay. Now, let's take a look at the time. And obviously, last time I took it down to the wire before I even started monologuing. I might do that tonight.
Oh, well, I got here late tonight. You can take a break,
You don't tempt me. I'm tempted, but we can go on a few more minutes at least. Let me try and regain.
I'm trying to think of what all the other good stuff I had to mention.
Well,
I owe you another thank you. I forgot. I owe you another thank you. So a long time ago, when I played you that Jesse Zaboter clip, and I think it was like the first time you were like watching it, and you're like, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's just her programming kicking in and blah 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 blah." Dude, you were absolutely fucking right.
Oh my god,
absolutely right.
Who is she again? Who is she? I don't even remember her.
Dude, you nailed it. Yeah, you never saw this girl a day in your goddamn life, and then you're like, oh yeah, she was talking about the what are the spirit warrior in the army? What are they called? The goddamn, what's their name? Here, I got it saved. I got their names saved, and you were like, everything she's saying is absolutely true, and then she got to one part, and you're like, that's just her programming. Well, you were totally right.
Wow.
You're totally right. And this little dude that she's got like running the show with them, that they hosted that revival I was supposed to go to last week that I just got weirded out at and left. But yeah.
Oh my god, my mineral water went right up my nose.
Oh, dude. I mean, I was already on Disney soil, so it was already sacrilege right there.
But that's right. Oh, that's right. You went to this Christian revival. That's right.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
I got scared as shit.
What, were you afraid they were going to identify you as some crypto Jew and lynch you? Or?
No. I went to the table that I told them my name, and they were just like didn't say shit to me and just gave me like this mean looking look, and then I looked up, and then there were like there was like what are they called, like guards around the check, and I was like I'm getting out, so I left.
Oh my god.
I called my I went home.
So you didn't stay there for the. You didn't even stay
Hell
there
no.
for it to kick into gear. I mean,
No,
oh my.
it was already on Disney property. I mean, that was the big mistake right there.
Hey, this was a while ago, wasn't it? About several weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember I think I was telling Brooke that it might have been a closet clan gathering and they were going to lynch you as some kind of Afro Jew or something.
No, dead serious. It's like this chick. She was like, she's like heiress to the Mother of Darkness.
Oh right. Okay, that I remember her. So what? Yeah. So I mean, you didn't rendezvous
on fluoride.
Right, you didn't rendezvous with her there. You didn't rendezvous with her there?
No. I was too scared, man. I was too scared. You know, I saw these like, they weren't like army looking. I mean, they were like big buff motherfuckers, but and then one of them like he just, you know, I could see his eyes like following me, and I just got out of there. I was like,
oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's so fucking funny. It was like, well, I didn't expect you to really adapt to that kind of environment. Demo says, I gotta have a shower and eat something. My stomach is hurting. I'll be back in around 30 to 40 minutes. Sorry.
All right, we'll hold it down, bud. We'll hold it down.
Yeah, yes, yeah. We'll hold it down.
I really need to have a shower and eat something.
Oh, go.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I talk to myself all the time while he's on break. It's all good.
That's fine. Thank you. Let us know when you return.
I will.
Okay. Thank you. Oh my god.
Thank you, Nemo. Thank you.
So
I got the fuck out of there. I was like,
Oh my god, that is so funny. I didn't think you would thrive in an environment like that, but we appreciate the fact that you gave it the good old college try, that you actually tried to go there. So weren't you talking to this person?
Yeah, on Instagram.
Yeah, so
I mean, not on the phone, but on Instagram, yeah.
So what else? What exactly happened to convince you that my analysis was correct? That did she say something that indicated programming or behaved?
Yeah. There's some public interviews that she does, and then she just loses it and she snaps into this like rhyming pattern. She's like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a
holy shit! Oh my
yeah,
fucking
like seriously,
God, that's awful.
And I was like, oh, I know, it scared the shit out of me. I was like, I was like, they didn't fix her yet. I was like, you know. So I'm sure she's got it under control at sometimes, but then sometimes it just goes, you know. And they start singing like these like cryptid kids songs that rhyme and are all syncopated and shit. It's scary.
Oh my god, that is truly disturbing.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, that's the thing. They cling to these MK Ultra victims. They cling to the Jesus shit because the Jesus shit just like apparently like rushes them out of that mindset or something. I don't know how, but that's why they push so hard for it. You know. That's the revival and all that bullshit.
Right. I mean, I'm. It's just when you describe that, it just sounds revolting. I mean, yeah, if I were watching that, I obviously would find that a turn off.
I mean, it was like a fembot. It was like a fembot thing from Austin Powers. You know, just like you know, it was crazy.
Oh my god. I'm like that is disturbing, and so thank you for sharing that. And as well, some of the other things you were pursuing.
I think I spent 25 minutes there and I dipped, and then I was like, they're gonna kill me.
Oh yeah, that potentially could have happened. Honestly, these are, you know, crowds are unpredictable. And a lot that crowds can get away with a lot because they're crowds. So
right,
it's definitely just you did the right thing. So I'm proud of you for attempting to you know, go the distance and check it out. And I'm glad you had the common sense, the sense of self-preservation to leave. I mean,
I was pretty proud of myself just to make it over to Disney property without, you know, any kind of like anxiety or whatever. But you know, but what's even more fucked up today was I was going through that Reedy Creek manual that they gave all the politicians here in Florida.
So give people some background. Explain to them, of course, that Reedy Creek references the Disney legal, I don't know, territory or something, right? It's some kind of document.
Basically, it's like the deep state headquarters of the Southeast. Basically, that's what it is. And DeSantis found out about all the kiddie porn they were filling down there, and the melanin-rich cooking kitchens that they, offer some of their protected guests. And
so what Ian West is explaining is that apparently or purportedly black children in particular are considered a delicacy for the decadent elite
group of people. Yeah, we'll put it like that. But so DeSantis is like, you need to shut all this shit down. Well, I think somebody's putting DeSantis up to it. I really think somebody is putting him up to it. I think somebody's got some dirt on DeSantis, and they're like, look, if you don't want us to expose you for this, you're gonna fuck with these people. So that's what I think's going on.
Okay. So thank you for sharing that. In terms
because straight up, I got footage of like DeSantis announcing that he's gonna drop like a Florida budget into the military to open up the underground back up. Like, I got the video. He's like, yeah, we're gonna give the Army National Guard, and we're gonna get these underground command centers back open, and blah 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 blah. Like, you fucker, we just fucking blew them up, and you would have, So that was like the first red flag. And then he, I'm trying to say this nicely. Then anyway, he provided a tax funded private ambulance service down in Miami for a certain area. We'll just leave it at that. So that was the second red flag. And that's what I'm saying. I think somebody's putting DeSantis up to this Disney stuff.
Okay. Well, that's logical.
They're doing a good job. If they're shutting down Star Wars already, like, that's unheard of. No business in general says, all right, let's spend all those millions of dollars to build this new thing. All right, it's been a year. Let's tear it down.
Oh, my God.
So, I mean, it just backs all my shit up even more. But what I was going to say was, when I was going through that Reedy Creek book, I was looking at the potable water areas on the map, and there's a potable water area right across the street from that hotel I was at.
Okay. Well, I mean, my goodness. And so, explain to people a bit about this potable water situation, please.
Actually, yeah, because I've actually got the book right here. Okay, so of course, if you guys don't know, Disney World is its own little country. They don't have the 10 Commandments. They don't have the Constitution. They don't have the Bill of Rights. That's none of that shit. None of that shit is. I mean, I'm surprised they don't make you have a fucking passport to, like, fucking go there and shit. Seriously.
No. I mean, your point's well taken. Yes, go on.
Seriously. So, I guess too many kids survived and lived to tell the tales about the Royals' secret operations they have going on over there, like with the adrenochrome extracting factory and the kiddie porn studio and the CIA MK Ultra. Kathy O'Brien said they had like this $1 million state-of-the-art fucking mind control, like tone or sound technology thing that they do to all the kids there, and they like go there late at night and they hear these signals and it turns on their altars and shit. And but yeah, so I guess the word got out about it, and they try to cover it all up with this "don't say gay" thing,
Okay, whoa, let's be careful now. That was, of course, one of the sensitive topics for a while at least, but so far we're cleaving to a reasonable. Well, it is a reasonable. Actually, this is a reasonable subject of discussion. So with this "don't say gay" thing, you feel that is a cover.
That's code. That's code for the kiddie cooking kitchens. That's basically what it stands for.
Oh,
It's
okay.
for like the vacation packages for protected people, like that, that. So anyway, yeah, and like these kids, they're like, man, this one story I heard was like this guy, he got lost. He was like a guy in his early 20s. Him and his mom and his sister and a whole family went down to Disney World. He was like, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette while y'all go get the tickets. So they, he just, lingered back in front of the gate, and he heard like 20 kids screaming from the sewer underground and shit.
Wow.
And he called the guards, and the guards were like, "Yeah, there's nothing there." And then they ended up getting arrested, and they threw him out.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a true story.
Oh my god. So that's horrible. And
on top of the 700 kids that go missing there every year, but that's a different.
Okay, so I do want people to understand this is not necessarily a stance I myself hold about Disneyland. I'm not saying Disneyland is the best place to go or by their own sales pitch.
No, well, from the stories, Disney World is worse than Disneyland. So.
Wow, and now forgive my ignorance here. One of them's in California, right?
Correct. Yes. Disneyland is in California. Disney World is in Florida.
Okay.
Now, I got some trivia for you.
Okay.
Do you know what county Disney World is located in? And if you don't, just say it. I'll tell you.
Wasn't it like Orange County or something in Florida?
Exactly. Now, what county is Disneyland located in?
Orange County, California?
Exactly.
Okay. And okay, so there's obviously something going on here.
Yes, yeah, you're getting it.
What would you say that represents?
I know what it is. I did all the research on it, and it's crazy because Wikipedia tries to like bullshit the true history of Orange County, and it's pathetic. Anyway, so when America was being developed, America needed money, to build roads and build all that shit. They needed money. And they didn't have any, they didn't really have a get up for it. They didn't have a setup for it yet, So this satanic Luciferian royal family from the Netherlands, I think they're from the Netherlands, they're called the Oranges. And these people would do the human hunting parties. They would chop the little boys' penises and mold them to the wall and have them hang like deer heads, like trophies and shit. But it'd be like little kids' dicks and stuff. And they gave our government, all this money and stuff. But the stipulation was the income tax. Okay. The income tax is what's supposed to pay all that money back, and they got control of. I think one of the families got control of the east side of the Mississippi River, and the other family got the control of the west side or something. Something like the Mississippi divided it up. And that's who the true rulers of the United States are.
Okay. Again, I do not actually agree with this myself.
That's fine.
I
still can't tell me why all the Disney Worlds are in Orange County now, can you?
Well, I have to admit your background, your context is seductive. Your context is seductive. And
it wasn't just the Oranges. There were other satanic Luciferian families that
But by the way, the reason that this may have some ground to stand
validity,
on, is tell them about the legal contract and what it says that basically what the Disney property.
Oh yeah, you want to hear it? Yeah. No, dude, I blow so many people's fucking mind around here with this. They're like, huh? What? I'm like, yeah, moron. Anyway. Yeah, no, I got it queued up because I was like, I was knocking it out earlier today, and dude, every time I play this for people, they're like, that's a deep fake. You got that AI, and I'm like, no.
By the way, make certain that this is the right one, so we don't.
It's clear. No, don't worry, I got you. But But I just love it. It blows people's mind and shit. And then when I show them the permanent residents population facts that are in this Reedy Creek book, they're like, what? There's permanent residents at Disney World? I'm like, yeah, it's the fucking royal family, you idiot.
Well,
anyway, so yeah, I've been having a good ego trip on that. So it's been a lot of fun.
Right. I mean,
but
yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it does seem to be true. It does seem to be true that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spent 2 hours reading that fucking we're gonna control this land of Reedy Creek or whatever the fuck
Mm-hmm.
But here, I'm trying to get to the video because if you hear it from me, you're like, oh, you're full of shit. I hear it all.
It's an amazing legal stipulation.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And the Disney World lawyers put it in their contract with whatever the re-signing or whatever. I kind of joke about it. I'm like, it's like the Balfour Declaration of Orlando or something, But because the never mind. That shouldn't have gone over your head, Doug. You should have caught that.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I was distracted.
I said it's kind of like the Balfour Declaration of Orlando.
Oh, that is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's actually quite sophisticated. I'm impressed.
Thank you. But anyway,
that's erudite. That's an erudite statement on behalf of Ian West. Oh my God.
But anyway, so I linked this what are they called? Like a Disney family, like the Disney funded family stuff, to this other family in Texas. And they've been pulling some shit down there with eating little kids and shit. So it's just funny, they all link up. They're all eating little kids, even though they're in different states, but they're all invested in Disney World. It's crazy. I'm almost there. I'm at the Donald Trump Japanese commercial. I'm almost there.
Right. Where they
almost there. I promise. I'm almost there.
Yes.
It's. Go ahead.
Oh no. Well, by all means, if I was just going to say that I do want everyone to know I'm still trying to psych myself up for some monologue, but right now I think we're. Oh wait, Desley White says.
You got Ian West.
Do you have a PayPal account? I can't see a way to donate to on your channel from my end. Found it. There you are, honey. Thank God. So let me.
And I found the video.
Excellent.
I did.
Yes, excellent.
And don't worry, it's KTLA, so it's straight. It's KTLA. You gotta love it. And I'm glad Los Angeles is getting news like this, because we're not getting news like this. They would never say this shit on an Orlando newscast, but they'll say it in a KTLA newscast. So God bless them. All right, I'm about to get the screen. Are you tired?
Oh, of course. So I mean, it's been a wild ride the past few weeks. I took advantage, as you must know. I took it. I'm sure you know this. I took advantage of the ban to do a bunch of things I otherwise never would have gotten done, and then followed it up by an interview with Christine Joanna Hart, because I figured I have to come back with a vengeance, and so it takes a lot of energy. It took a lot of energy throughout the week. I mean, I'll be glad to go to sleep early this day.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah, and
can you see the screen?
Let me take a look. Let's take a look and see if his screen share is working. And we're playing this for the audio. I do see the screen.
Yeah.
See the screen.
I'm just showing it.
It's important that you do. Thank you.
Is fighting back, taking legal action against Florida.
I hear it. Hopefully everyone else does.
All right, here it is.
Yeah.
Everybody at a minute in. Get ready.
Ron DeSantis in their ongoing battle over control of the Disney resort. Disney says DeSantis is engaging in a focused effort of government retaliation that is threatening Disney's business operations.
KTLA Samantha Cortese joins us live in the news center with more on the ongoing battle tonight. Sam.
Micah and Cher, Disney for 5 decades has been self-governing, has its own power at its own parks, 39 miles in the Orlando area. That meant Disney could skirt some regulations like state-monitored monorail inspections, for example. And
And when she's talking about that state monitored monorail inspections and shit, it's a soft disclosure of the monorails are the maglev systems that run underneath this earth that was created by Disney, which is why Disney is affiliated with NASA.
Again, I don't necessarily cleave to this, but I hold out the possibility thereof. So go on. Yes.
Well, I know for a fact because I know where the loading and unload station is at Disney World.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'll go.
And you did work there. You did work there.
Yeah. On and off for shit, forever. I mean, honestly. All right, here it is.
Seemed to make this deal between Disney and Florida ironclad, but today Governor DeSantis tried to strip the Mouse House, and the company is fighting back. It's man versus mouse. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said the Walt Disney Company had too much power and moved to create and appoint a Disney World Oversight Board. Today, that board voted to strip Disney of those powers and void a deal that placed theme park design and construction decisions in the company's hands. That's when the Walt Disney Company filed this lawsuit, suing Governor DeSantis and the state of Florida. The deal between Disney and Florida is in writing. Get this, until perpetuity, or until 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of England's King Charles III. But Disney alleges the governor...
and you know, that went way over Brooke's head, you know, and I understand.
What did she say?
She heard that.
What did she say?
She just argued with me about stupid shit. She's like, DeSantis is hurting corporations and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you fucking machine. You fucking... You propaganda fucking... Anyway. Yeah, you know, it was so funny. Fucking... and I got to give props to Amy Comu. She submitted that clip of Brooke not getting the descendants of King Charles III. She submitted that clip for the Best of Brooke awards. That was just... I got to give Amy Comu...
Yeah, she made that video herself, right?
I was so proud of her. Yeah, that was such a good... a nomination for the Best of Brooke, you know, it's just amazing.
So, by the way,
no, it's really true. These people, these royals, really do live here at Disney World in their own little kingdom. Ironically,
they have the option. They have the option to live there. I don't know how much time they spend there, but
I got their address. I'm sure they just come here and eat some kids and then go. I bet you they have like in their like little condos and stuff. I bet you they have like a 500 monitor screen of just all the guests at the park, and they like see a kid they want, and they're like that one, and then they go and get them. You know.
Yes.
But no, with all the research I've been doing on this, and what's in this tell-all manual about Reedy Creek and everything. The math matches up because they say that there are hold on, let me pull up this thing. There are, and you can look at the screen too, and you'll see the paperwork. But they say there's 33 permanent residents at
a campaign of government retaliation in recent.
All right, yeah. Do you see the screen here? Permanent population, 33. So if you look at these. If you look at a different map that's in this book, it says like the permanent, what's it called? Permanent residence locations. And there's like 9 houses on one side of the park, and then there's 7 houses on the other side of the park. So what's 9 plus 7? That's 16, right? Okay. Normally there's couples that live together, you know, like in a house, right? Or they have kids and shit. So there's got to be at least 2 people in every house. So if there's 16 houses with 2 people, that would bring you to 32, and they're saying there's 33 permanent population. So there's your royals.
Oh, wow.
You get it? So that's where the royals live at Disney, you know?
Well, I'm impressed. I don't know if I...
Oh, no, I got their address and everything. I even found the little air vent holes that whatever keeps their underground dungeon alive or whatever. But yeah. That's basically, you know, like the what's it called? The development of America was these rich families lent the states the money, and through our income taxes and their little side hustle deal, you know, they get like half of each side of America to do whatever the fuck they want with.
No, wow. Yeah, again, again, what I'm telling everybody is that this is not definitive in the sense that I am not necessarily definitively clinging to this but there's a lot of it that bears, I mean, certainly the Royals having a permanent residence there does appear to be true.
Yeah, and it is not the castle. It's not the Magic Kingdom castle, which ironically is modeled after you know this one? What Magic Kingdom castle is modeled after?
What? I mean, well, it's modeled after the Castle Falkenstein.
Yeah, I forgot the name. Hold on. I know it was a German Nazi castle. I do know that.
Falkenstein.
I do know that.
It's Falkenstein.
Is it?
Yeah, Falkenstein.
I don't have the notes on me. But yeah.
All fairy tale. Generally, all fairy tale. Just so everybody knows, generally all fairy tale castles are modeled after Castle Falkenstein. Yeah, Castle Falkenstein is the archetypal fairy tale type castle because it's built on a mountaintop basically, and and
it's a beautiful castle. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Just so people understand, most castles are difficult enough to live in. Building them on top of a mountain makes them even more difficult to live in. They're not necessarily the most comfortable places in the world, but yeah, they're meant to withstand siege. That's the idea. But some of them really took to art, architectural art, and that's, you know.
I think you're right. I think it was Neuschwanstein.
Falkenstein.
Falkenstein? It's not Neuschwanstein. Well, damn it, I don't. There's so many of these castles that all have those blue tips on them. But anyway,
what
are those castles?
Well, look it up. Look up Castle Falkenstein Disney Castle and see if it matches.
Okay, hold on.
See if you get a match.
Disney Castle Nazi. Bam. Okay, Neuschwanstein inspired King Disney and yeah.
Okay, so you got it right. So it's not Castle Falkenstein. Though most fantasy castles are inspired by Castle Falkenstein, but this is specifically, I guess Disney was inspired by this, which makes sense. Okay, that's fine.
Neuschwanstein Castle is a Disney-inspired design. Okay, all right.
Wait a second. You're telling me Neuschwanstein is the name of the Disney castle?
Neuschwanstein in Germany is the real name of the castle.
Okay, the name of the castle.
That's the German castle's name. Is Neuschwanstein.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know how that ties in with Wolfenstein, like the video game from the
yeah, they Wolfenstein is just a conflation of werewolf, wolf, and Frankenstein. That's all that comes from.
That makes sense. Okay.
So aside from that,
but did Kino go into this castle and shit and like killing little kids and stuff?
Wewelsburg Castle. He wasn't killing kids in Wewelsburg. Not that I'm defending the son of a bitch.
No. I know.
Yeah, no, he was holding a binding ceremony specifically involving myself as well as the ancient elder gods of the pagan rights of Germany. He basically was trying to tell the high command he was suppressing a resurgence of neo-Nazism. And so this was his NATO rationalization for occult rituals he performed at Wewelsburg, but it was on my birthday Eve day into my birthday in 1982, I think the year was. So he was doing it specifically to bind myself to him. Was his he was one of the collateral
or whatever.
Yeah. And so that's important, and people should understand that. It didn't surprise me there were photographs, but I never saw them until they were presented to me by George Knight, who, just looks these things up, and you spend a long enough time researching something, stuff comes up. And so it's incredible. He found that shit. Photographs of Aquino performing his rites in Castle Wewelsburg. So that being said, that's the castle that was the SS castle known as Black Camelot, where Himmler held his SS rituals with the Schutzstaffel and a very special place, and it's retained as a historical site. Never allowed to be destroyed, even though so many of the other Nazi architectural sites were. The rationalization being that it was built before the era of the Third Reich. So all that being said, definitely an interesting place, a place of great value, cultural value to the world. And aside from that, so you've really done your work on this. You did work in Disney. So what you say does deserve to be taken seriously.
And I'm so naive. When I was working there, like the barbed wire on the fence, like some of it would be pointing on the inside of the fence, and then some of it would be pointing on the outside of the fence, like a butterfly wing or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then I found out, like, as I was watching these domes being built and stuff, and like how they're like, yeah, we need to keep the prisoners in, so we got to put the barbed wire on the inside, and then we got to keep people out.
You heard people say, you heard people saying this?
Oh yeah. It was on Jesus. It was what's his Jesse Ventura conspiracy theory.
Okay.
TV show. They were talking
Was it
about
really?
Whenever they went to that.
Is that available like on? Is that available like on YouTube?
Oh
or
yeah,
do you
I
have
got
a copy?
the box set. Yeah, I got the box. Yeah, I got it on DVD.
So is there a way
yeah,
you can? Is there a way you can burn that and publish it on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, I could. Yeah. Jesse Ventura doesn't need the money anymore. I can, copyright his shit all I want.
Let's do that.
So,
why don't you do that so I could actually watch it?
yeah, no, I could. Yeah. Alex Jones is with them, and he's like,
God,
you gotta check. He's like, you gotta check out the coffins. Check out the coffins in the corner. And I can't really think. I don't see these people like driving like a slim truck that needed a bed liner like that. So it's gotta be a goddamn. It's got to be a little coffin. It's like you go in there, you got stack 3 or 4 on top of it. I'm like, only Alex would know.
Oh,
almost like he has the book on it.
Stop! Oh my God! Stop! Don't say anything positive about Alex Jones on this show. Oh my God! He's so disgusting.
You know what broke my heart though? I got to admit, and this is gonna make me sound like a total Chavez goy, but they caught up with what's his name? Oh, dude, I erased it. So I was so hurt by it.
You just used one of those terms we shouldn't have used, but I'm not going to make it any more pointed out. Oh my God!
I mean, hopefully that goes above the audience.
Yes, or anybody's.
Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky got wrapped up in the Epstein stuff.
What did?
That
what
broke
was
my heart.
Oh! Right. Well, I don't see why. I mean, Jesus Christ, the guy's a fucking communist.
I was like.
Yeah.
I talked to Ryan. I was like, look, dude, you missed Noam Chomsky on the goddamn Epstein map. I was like, why wasn't he on that Epstein map,
Well, there you go. I mean, all of that being said, it shouldn't have. The guy's a communist. If anything, it's like, I would be expecting it from him. They're all hypocrites.
They are. You're right. That's the point. That's the point I'm getting. That's what hurt the most, Doug.
Yes. Well, there you go. So all of that being said, I think we've covered a lot of ground. What else? So one thing I would like to. I was going to say something that I remembered what I was going to say as well about the stance that was taken by both. Nemo and Ian, but there's no point in really going into it until Nemo has returned. If I go into monologue instead, we can cover it with Nemo next time. Hopefully, Nemo will be with us next time. But obviously, my running caveat would be we can't condemn both sides as being just the same. They're not.
You're right. They're not. You're right. You're totally right. They're not. They're not the same.
I'm afraid of the direction.
The other one starts with the R.
Yeah, that's very funny. That's just
those are their differences.
Just hysterical. That is.
We'll leave it at that.
Oh my God! It's obviously. Why God?
Did you get my comment about Peter Moon and I'll tell you after the show, but about
Jesus, take this shit off the screen. This is just too
Oh,
colorful.
my bad. I forgot about screen sharing. Yeah.
Oh my
anyway,
God, what is this?
That Leo Frank, a guy that murdered the little girl in Atlanta. Well, this is what his pencil company grew up to. Lisa Frank.
Oh my God.
Isn't that crazy? Oh yeah, my bad.
Oh my God. It's just so crazily colorful. It hurts the eye.
I know, and it supports. Never mind. Anyway, but that's the genius in marketing with these people.
Yeah. So that being said, a slight thank God he was obtuse about that. When we at any rate, everybody can tell it's been an exhausting time for me, and I'm doing my best to get into monologue now. I guess I'd better do it. Our dear noticer at Revolution, Noticer Revolution, or Relovution, Noticer, trademarked, Relovution says ADL, and then says, what? Leo Frank is Lisa fucking Frank? So, could you explain to us a little bit without getting too?
I would, but I wouldn't be doing it the justice it deserves. So give me a week and I'll do some digging on it. And yeah, basically, Leo Frank is Lisa Frank.
Okay.
It's just what his company grew up to be to overshadow the whole.
So Lisa Frank is what, this like colored pencil company?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if it's like a school supply store or whatever.
Okay. Except all the shit is like rainbow colored and.
Yeah. It's almost like they're trying to put a spell on you with art or something. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. I like I said, give me a week. Let me get the facts right, because I don't want to say like, oh yeah, Lisa Frank was his daughter that he didn't rape or whatever.
So noticer Ray Lovution says, rest in peace, Mary Fagan. And Mary Fagan's name is spelled Phagan. She says, insane. She says, super colorful 90s little girls art and stickers and stuff. Thank you, honey. So they're like an American Hello Kitty.
Yes.
Okay. So Leo Frank is kind of doing this American Hello Kitty trip. And
No. He was dead. It's just his company turned into that afterwards. Like 70 years afterwards, his company, I guess, endorsed the whatever wild art.
Who's the crazy guy with the tigers? Who's the crazy guy with the tigers?
That's the Tiger King from Tampa. No, not from Tampa.
Why was he on the same screen share with all that?
Oh, because it's just like a trendy. It's like a trendy art trick, because he was the big deal with that Netflix docuseries. So
it's just like somehow he got visually identified by the aggregate as looking like the colored pencils.
Yeah, he was like a gay stuntman.
Right.
He became the Tiger King.
Right. So noticer Relovution says, yes, American Sanrio. Thank you, honey. I could never have gotten that out without you. So when I say Hello Kitty, I'm referring to the product line of Sanrio. I vaguely remember that now, or remember it thanks to noticer Relovution. Going right along, without compromising the anonymity of this wonderful human being. What we are saying is that so this company that Ian is talking about apparently evolved into
the ADL.
Yeah.
The actions started the ADL. The ADL was started because of this crime. The crime because he raped and murdered that little girl.
Okay, and now by the way, just so that this is legally concluded, right?
Yeah. This is like 100 years ago this happened.
Okay, so
like it's been out in the open and stuff. They try to.
Okay, this
they,
is not
they
rumor.
try to,
This is not rumor or defamation or.
Oh no, sir, no. They all knew he did it because he was like hitting on others, like his other employees and stuff,
Okay.
and was like, I guess he banged a few of them, but I mean, they were cool with it because he was paying them. But
so noticer
still,
Relovution says, and then made a black man who worked for him blame it on himself. Is
that's
that
true? Yes.
Wow.
That's true. But the jury didn't fall for it because they knew he was guilty because they knew he was guilty. So that they didn't fall for it.
That's incredible. And so he was
true.
prosecuted?
And this led to the ADL. This is what started the ADL.
Oh my God. Mind blowing.
Right? I know.
I'm mind blown. It's by the way, I mean it's how decadent, how degenerate.
Right?
Oh my God.
I was pretty proud of that town for taking the law in their own hands and finishing the job,
Uh-huh.
Because we already invested all that tax, or not we, but they invested all that tax money, to clean it up. But they bought the mayor or the governor off, and they let him go on his way out of office. Which it's fucked up. It's fucked up that it happened like that. But whatever. To each their own.
And so have you checked any further into that photograph you took of the hypnosis office in Orlando with the monarch butterfly as their symbol?
No, and the Dr. Aquino's office.
Yeah.
No, I haven't done any more. I haven't done any more research on that area, but it's right near the Royals. It's right in the Royals neighborhood right there. That's where that office is, ironically. However, though, I did find the Montauk or the Montauk of Orlando, Florida. I did find the entrance into the underground.
Okay.
And I called it last week. I said they probably cemented it up like they did Jeffrey Epstein's island. Well, they did. And then they built some churches around it. And if you want to see them, let me go up here. I can show it to you. Man, I was so pissed that they cemented the entrance up. But I mean, you can tell that was a bunker entrance, like in the 60s and 70s and 80s and shit, before they cleared the land out and built these churches that the Rothschilds are probably funding and stuff. And they hide their brain, or they hide their mind control technology in the churches. And these Christians go to church and they're really getting mind controlled and they don't really know it. But that's a true story, though. That is 100% factual.
Right.
That's what the CIA's job was to do.
So, noticer Relovution says, hence the birth of the ADL. An individual whose channel is named Really Graceful has a brilliant 15-minute video on it. So she says, I'll text it to you, darling. I've probably seen it.
Okay. Yeah, I've probably seen it.
Okay. And so I'll give her a thank you here. And so
when you see this platform or this old bunker entrance that was there at one time, and they just totally cemented it in, and I was so pissed off because I really wanted to see what this ion drive elevator shit was like. I really wanted to. I kind of wanted to steal it, but I wanted to build a hoverboard or something with it, but I was so pissed off that they submitted off. I'm trying to get to the maps to show you where the thing is, and here we go, maps. By the way, it's crazy down here in Orlando. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. They had some booming going off the other day. You could hear shit being exploded. But from where my place was, I really couldn't tell the exact location, but it was going off.
We have that all the time in San Francisco, by the way. Nocturnal booms.
Wait, you hear booms?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing that at night. Yeah. They're blowing up the tunnels in San Francisco. I'm telling you, that's what it is. That's what the booms are. But here, if you look at the map right here, this was the bunker entrance to this MK Ultra facility that Kathy O'Brien and all these little girls said they got taken to.
Okay.
I was so pissed. I was like, of course they up Steve, you know, of course.
And,
just my luck. All right, hold on. That's Oak Ridge. Now here it is. Okay. And another thing. Okay, and I remember I was telling about Jessie. Even though her MK Ultra programming like breaks up down sometimes. Well, when it's not breaking down, she gives you these hints like if you look for churches in the shape of a triangle, that's usually where like these sacrifice spots are or whatever, whatever. Well, in this spot where this entrance is, there are 3 churches in the shape of a triangle, just like she fucking said. And here's the platform right here. You ready?
Okay.
This is it. You see this circle?
Okay.
That is the bunker entrance with the elevator platform that would just go down, but they just cemented over it.
Okay. Wow.
This is it. That's it. That's the bunker entrance. But now it's just a smoking section behind 2 churches.
What Ian West engages in is what in the Department of Defense we used to call image interpretation. This would be like satellite imagery would be interpreted by the various specialists, and so it's we'll say that Ian does his own. This doesn't mean it's right, but it's interesting. He definitely, it's certainly compelling in its own right. I mean, it's definitely odd looking.
You see how the ground sinks in right here? Like the ground sinks in. So there's totally a tube right here. And just over the years, over the 50 years, the ground's just fallen in from all the rain and whatever, Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Again, I don't necessarily draw the same conclusions that he does. Image interpretation is notoriously difficult, but it's he does this a lot, and he spends his time researching, and I guess there's something to be said.
And my buddy said back in the day, like before 2000s, this was all just woods. All this was woods. None of these houses were here. None of this shit. And this was all woods too. And he used to like sneak girlfriends and shit and go have sex with them back there. And then these like Nazi dudes would come out with like gas masks on with like big circle discs attached to the mouth part of the masks.
Wow.
And they would just like, and then he was like this one day, I parked my car like down the road and somebody left a note on my car that said, "Don't come back." And they wrote my girlfriend's middle name on it. And I was like, yeah, because they're fucking psychics like they have up at the Getty, Swear to God. That's how they knew your girlfriend's name or middle name.
Right.
But dude, I showed him when he was trying to describe like the masks that they would wear when they'd come out of this hole. I showed him the Carpenter Brute video. He's like, that's it. He's like, that's the exact same shit. So I think Carpenter Brute got his idea for his character from these little underground Nazi people. But yeah, that's the bunker entrance.
Underground Nazi people. Could you clarify that, please?
Well, the Project Paperclip thing when that finally got rolling, they had to do like a basic command and shit, and they would build these little bunkers like here to pull off the MK Ultra and do whatever leisurely activities they like or they feel what's the word I'm looking for? These leisurely activities they feel accustomed to or whatever. But if you look right here, this is the what's it called? The Lookout Mountain. The Lookout Mountain in Los Angeles, in Malibu.
So I'm going to go back to a screen share. I'm going to go back to a screen share here.
This is the Lookout Mountain of Orlando, Florida. And you see all these dots on the roof? Okay. This is where all the fucking satellites were that the CIA was using. And he was like, yeah, man, when we were kids, we used to like, sneak in here and shit. And there'd be guys like chained to a wall operating computers and shit. Like there was like 3 dudes that manned this computer outpost like at Montauk and shit. Like the radio rooms and stuff. But they were like literally chained to the walls. And then he was like, then this one day we heard these gunshots go off and they like executed all these dudes that were, chained to the wall. And the cops, caught us, and they're like, you need to get out of here. He's like, there's blood everywhere, and I mean, just fucked up. But if you look right here, you see all this raised dirt in the middle of the lake.
Okay.
That is the underwater MK Ultra Center. That's the roof of it.
Okay. So our man is back. Our
Quickly eating snack while muted.
Yes, understood. Thank you for muting during that. There's nothing more repulsive on earth than somebody chewing on air. Lori and Ann Fenton would chew on air, on bandwidth. Wow. She would chew every time she was talking to anybody on privately or publicly or openly. She was always chewing. It was just disgusting.
Inconsiderate.
Well, it's beyond that. It's just
she was doing that deliberately, probably.
Well, she's insane, of course. Yeah.
Oh, look, there's still a black car in front of this place, too. That's too fucking funny. Okay. What are the odds? What are the odds? Black car is still in front of this place.
Black van. So our friend Ian really gets into this. He's now using angle perspectives. So that
that's how I bust all these places.
It looks good. Keep showing us what you're showing.
Yeah, this is the MK Ultra facility under Lake Conway that Kathy O'Brien was talking about. You see all the dirt.
So Kathy O'Brien seriously, literally was talking about this place.
Yes, this is how I got all the. If it wasn't for Kathy, I probably would have been dead.
Why?
Like seriously, if it wasn't for her.
Why?
Because I would have been snooping around and like knocking on people's doors, like, "Hey, are you guys Nazis?" Doing shit like that, But yeah, this is the facility. This is it. This is one wing of it. Then over here, this connects to the insane asylum, and the insane and right here, this is right here. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's submarine cut through that goes to Disney World right here. But they've got it blocked off now. But that's her submarine cut through. There's like a big.
Okay, just thing. So people understand, we're being taken on a kind of tour de force about
a 3D tour, if you will.
Yeah, and even though our man in Australia seems to appreciate this, our listeners cannot see it. So it's not necessarily the best thing to concentrate on for too long a period of time.
Okay. I'll finish. I'll hurry up. Okay, so anyway, so you see this little tip right here?
Yeah.
This is the north wing of the MK Ultra facility that links up to right here, which is the Orlando Health and Rehabilitation Center. This is where they did all the MK Ultra programming and shit, and they were. We went over this last week. They were pulling kids out of here, but never mind. We'll do it another day.
Okay.
But anyway,
thank you.
That.
Thank you. No, I think it was important that Ian show us this sort of thing, and people. I noticed, of course, he's got Amy Camus here. You speak to her sometime?
Occasionally,
Oh, okay. Just curious. And like you said, she produced that Babbling Brook.
That's great. Oh, she did such a good job.
Oh my God. So that being said, okay. What we will do is check in with live stream. Noticer Relovution says there's a video of Yilin saying how she knows how to drive a submarine. Wild stuff.
Yeah, because she used to deliver kids from to and from Epstein's Island.
Okay.
Oh, and Europe.
And she says,
yeah, this was her. Where is it? This is her. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she says, and you can just say Noticer Revolution, laugh out loud. Thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate that. But that being said, what she brings up about Wielaine saying she knows how to essentially, I don't know the term, pilot, navigate.
Yeah, pilot a submarine. Yeah. I mean, there are many submarines. They're not like United States Navy ones, but
the United States Navy ones.
Kids in them.
The United States Navy ones might be easier to pilot simply because of all the computer power behind it. But obviously the Navy men themselves don't know how to pilot them because they emerge and sink ships when they do so, and all kinds of other stupid stuff. But such being said, I'm mind blown. The fact that Noticer Revolution brings up the fact that Wielaine Maxwell was boasting of having this skill. I'm I had no idea.
I mean, there's more to the story, but I can't tell you on air because it's still a ongoing investigation. But if you listen to like other episodes I've been on with you, and you hear when I talk about this submarine spot, you'll put the big pieces together.
Oh my God! I would have totally dismissed what Ian West was saying, and myself having just literally dismissed it in my mind.
It's like a common practice with you, That's a joke.
But thanks to Noticer Revolution, I'm impressed. Oh my God, you're so lucky.
Oh, do you know what her sub was called? Do you know the name of it?
No, what?
Migaloo. Migaloo was the name of her sub. Migaloo.
What significance does that have?
That's just like the call title for it. So if you ever see it out and about, that's her sub. You know it. Mig-A-Loo. That's the name of the sub. And then the Bidens had a sub too, but I don't know if they drove it through my neighborhood or whatever.
Right. Oh my God. And I'm just how do I say it? I'm left speechless. As always, by many of the revelations.
3D maps here, though. Yeah, it's cool to do it in 3D maps.
Yes.
So much cooler, especially this. The last episode though, when I talk about the history of MK Ultra and the pimping of the kids out and shit, and what the damage it did to the neighborhood, that is just classic. It's just classic.
Yeah,
that's cool. You can't even read that in a book,
Yes. Yes.
But here, this is where our new concentration camp is. Right here in this section, all underground here, which are ironically on railroad tracks.
Okay.
How ironic. How ironic. Yeah.
Whoa.
Thanks, Halliburton.
Yeah. So okay. Well, back to. Oh my God. So while I was responding, of course, to the chat, I will now turn my attention to these two gentlemen with us, and with that, what I'll probably do is go into monologue. I do want to earn my pay after all, and probably with the amount of time left, I'll manage to, I guess, get something out before I collapse at the end of the...
Cool. Do you need me to stay on?
You're both welcome to. I mean, I'm certainly not going.
I'm staying on. I got to do some paperwork. Yeah, I got to do some paperwork.
Okay. But, and just out of curiosity,
chat in the Skype chat if you're staying on, just like text or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, look, you can just go mute and just kind of do your paperwork, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're welcome to do that. That way, anytime you feel that you need to interject, you're welcome to do so. And I certainly invite our man, I'm not going to name him, our Queensland correspondent to do the same. And probably against my better judgment, I'm going to try to dive into monologue. What I was going to express last time about the Republican and Democratic parties, I'll save for probably Wednesday. Obviously, I wouldn't expect our Nemo Albano to be, necessarily too familiar with American politics, but do me a favor, Nemo.
I'm more familiar with American politics than Australian.
I understood that. You did say that. You did qualify that. So in terms of your fascination with American and European politics, right? I mean, basically?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The research that you've done into them, your general understanding is probably good. I'll go into addressing the generalization. On Wednesday, perhaps. We'll see. So that being,
I just know everything that you've told me about it mostly.
Okay.
Like I'd just be saying the same shit you told me.
Okay. Well, that's what surprises me, that then you would still draw the conclusion that the parties are basically the same at that point.
I think I said it wrong.
Okay.
I think they're just funded by the same people. I think they're funded.
Oh my God, that's saying the same thing.
No. I just believe they all. I don't support any of them because they're all involved in criminality to a degree.
Well, I understand what you're saying.
Just from my perspective, but I'm not saying I'm right. There's a lot you can
Yeah, but
elaborate on
we'll
that,
talk
explain.
about that on Wednesday. I think that bears going into, of course. So, with that being said, what I'll do now is go into monologue. Let's see if we can credit.
I'll go on mute. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, and say good day to our listeners. Ian.
Good day. All right. And by the way, they're destroying the Holy Land. By the way, they're tearing this place down. This was another maglev stop. This place is going bye-bye next, like Star Wars. All right, I'll go.
And of course, Noticer Revolution says it's a uniparty. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, she had to say that. I left with oh god, how do I respond to that? I just want to be, of course, supportive. How do I start this? Jesus, I'm trying to find a right emoji to respond to with that, and I can't. So let me close this. I'm not trying to close chat. Hopefully it just closes that window. Let me see if I can find an emoji. Okay, thank God we're back to emoji territory. Not that that helps much because I don't seem to be able to raise or lower the symbols. Maybe I can here. Let's see if they come up, and then I can put an emoji into it where I'll just give her a oh gosh, how do I say it? Some frustrated look. Here we are. There's a nice frustrated look, and so I'll enter that down. Okay, everybody is very cynical, and that's understandable. I myself am very cynical, but we've got to learn to keep our cynicism in check. It's otherwise we are going to render ourselves impotent. We won't be able to act if we're if we get so cynical. Cynicism, too much cynicism. Some cynicism is healthy. Too much cynicism is, as they said, this one monk that I used to work with, a Serbian Orthodox monk in California, he said that vice is virtue taken to excess. So cynicism can be a virtue, but taken to excess, then it's a vice. It becomes counterproductive. It demotivates you, demotivates a person from doing anything because you're too cynical. I want to thank everyone for their upvotes, and I want to thank the people who have contributed thus far. I'm going to take a look at some of my other boxes, incoming mailboxes, to see if there's any further contributions. There were a wonderful individual. I don't know if she wants to remain anonymous. Let me open up her letter here and see if there's any request for anonymity. It was the lovely Desley White who sent 20 United States dollars. So goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And your contribution helps immensely. They all do. Was that Nemo or was that Ian?
That was Ian.
No, that was me. That was a sound effect, for the 20.
Oh my God, that's cute. Yes, he's good for that. And I'm just just deeply indebted to all of you. I've got another email asking me if I'm the Douglas Dietrich who wrote the shader program generation system and method. That's funny. Of course, they also asked me if I'm the Douglas Dietrich of the gynecology papers as well. There's a lot of Douglas Dietrichs out there. And all of that
they probably cloned you, Doug. They probably cloned you. You're gonna be a gynecologist, Doug. Right.
Oh gosh, that is a funny image. With that being said, I've credited two other wonderful people who have given their contributions, and so I will now dive into monologue. And with that, I do want people to understand. I was speaking of AI last time, and for months now, I have been following developments in the world of AI. Artificial intelligence is what that acronym is for, and its most popular manifestations, such as ChatGPT And the impression that these developments have left me with is that however fast we imagine the landscape of this technology to be capable of changing, our visions just keep falling behind. But I do want to emphasize that they are, of course, still over-expectant, over-optimistic, in the sense that none of this is true AI. AI has the ability to learn on its own, whereas all of these are still expert systems. Yes, in a sense, they do learn on their own, but only via their programming. They learn on their own about subjects that are considered relevant via their programming. May evolve a little bit beyond that. Certainly they are at a level where many people are fooled that they're actual human beings if they encounter them in a conversation online, if you could call it that. But the reality is it's still far from an artificial intelligence, meaning an intelligence which is self-aware, can learn on its own, and in that sense, reprogram itself, reorient itself, redefine its objectives. I was instead put in mind of the HAL and 2001, HAL being, of course, the artificial intelligence, quote unquote, in 2001, whose initials, HAL, are basically the letters that precede IBM. H before I, A before B, L before M. And in the film 2001, I was really, that really was brought to my mind because of an item that I came across scarcely a fortune knit, 14 nights, 12 weeks ago, that makes the movie's lip reading seem already hopelessly antiquated. There may soon be no need to bother with such an indirect method that Hal was using in the film to ascertain what the astronauts were planning against him. Because in this brave new world of AI, or rather, yes, expert systems, scientists and engineers are already perfecting ways of reading people's brain activity. It our very thoughts, simply by monitoring the electrical signals that we all give off. So, in recent weeks, there has been a cascade of warnings from the people who know the field of AI best, or so we're told, as well as from what you might call curious bystanders. People much like myself, hinting that humanity has unleashed a monster that it may not be able to control. Beyond the stream of warnings about how AI could soon be used to do things like rig elections, commit financial fraud on an astronomical scale, help unleash new weapon systems, and facilitate the worst kinds of political propaganda, we are now inundated with reports of AI's negative effects in the present through its applications that have already entered the workplace and consumer marketplace. Now, the corporate inspiration for the HAL entity, the self-awareness, driven by its capacities, as it is, here I'm referencing, of course, the computer giant IBM itself, for example, is eliminating thousands of jobs, and fear of the looming threat to AI or could pose to jobs in myriad other industries, such as writers in Hollywood. It's creating anxiety and disruption. Meanwhile, off-the-shelf technology that you and I, or you or I, can already buy and use, is quickly creating the capacity to essentially make convincing virtual clones of ourselves. Now, this is where cloning becomes much more accessibly realistic in the immediate sense, where you can have someone, I'm going to ignore what Ian wrote. It's the kind of stuff that can get us banned. But it is amusing in its own way. But this is where we can have an immediate clone of ourselves that is our age, is at our level of maturity, because we're essentially creating a shadow of ourselves online. Perhaps the most famous of the many warnings about all of this so far camest from Geoffrey Hinton, an AI pioneer who recently resigned from Google, which effectively owns the online universe. In an interview with BBC News that brought to mind a future of Terminator-style automatons, potentially rogue doomsday machines, and an unlimited array of disaster scenarios that could be brought about by AI technology in the hands of what are often called bad actors, he warned, and here I quote his tea, "Right now, what we are seeing is things like GPT-4. That's GPT-4, even though I slurred it. It eclipses a person in the amount of general knowledge it has, and it eclipses them by a long way. In terms of reasoning, it is not as good, but it already does simple reasoning. And given the rate of progress, we expect things to get better quite fast. So we need to worry about that. Right now, they are not more intelligent than us as far as I can tell, but I think they soon may be." And in the very next speaker in that BBC News segment, who was Junaid Mubin, a research mathematicianess, an expertess on the human-AI interface, well, toward that conversation's end, he concluded darkly that Hinton's own warning does seem to be coming quite late in the day, and there is a sense that maybe the genie is out of the bottle now, and there is no real accounting for what happens next. And these days, op-eds, opinion editorials in leading Western newspapers have been full of fine-sounding but vague advice about how to get ahead of this potential threat. Well, just this week last, or Yester Septimania, the week before last, for instance, the Financial Times editorial board urged the tech industry to agree and implement some common principles on transparency, accountability, and fairness, while adding that where supercomputer algorithms are used in what it called critical life and death areas, such as healthcare, the judicial system, and the military, government pre-approval should be required. But I have to say that all this feels very superfluous, even spurious. And let me tell you why. Google is a good place to start any explanation of why a proposal like this seems so impossible. The company that rose to cosmic profitability on its search engine business has long been working quietly on figuring out how to integrate AI into its products, but had held off, fearing that the risks had not yet been fully understood. Then along came Microsoft with a powerful new product of its own called Edge, which incorporated ChatGPT, which Microsoft has invested in, into its browser and search products, betting that their power and novelty would allow Microsoft to make dramatic gains in a market that Google has long owned virtually by itself. The point that flows from this might be called principle number 1. Profit will usually trump prudence where big and sudden gains seem attainable. Google, observing this principle, has eagerly followed Microsoft, as one might expect, throwing much of its erstwhile caution to the wind. Principle number 2 goeth beyond corporate greed, which many people have taught us is a positive force in capitalism, and into the realm of the equally powerful logic of, well, the logic of nation states. Is it possible to imagine a world where the communist Chinese empire does not seek to match the recent advances that mega American corporations have made in AI applications? For me, the answer is an obvious no. And in fact, Red China has rushed in recent weeks to roll out products it hopes can rival those of Google and Microsoft. And this is not just about the world's trois superpowers either. Others who wish to catch up, or at least keep pace, will inevitably throw their hats into the ring in a contest that fairly mirrors nuclear proliferation. Here we are. Noticer Revolution says, I just love harder, and Desley White says, love you too, Douglas. My love to both of you. Wonderful human beings. Honestly, I couldn't live without people like you in this realm. You both make life worthwhile. People like you. Honestly. Angels obviously exist. And that, let me give a little response here. And okay. Back to work. Now, not to be entirely hopeless here, but it is pretty much impossible to predict where this will all go once another technology that looms just over the horizon eventually matures. Quantum computing. Marrying that to AI would exponentially magnify the challenge that humanity faces in keeping machines in a secure place. Yet, my own most serious fears, date to a much earlier time, when some visionaries were already beginning to see all this coming. The movie 2001, subtitled A Space Odyssey, came out in 1968. But 2 years after I myself was delivered into this vale of tears. 2 years later, it was followed by another cultural blockbuster, but one that is mostly forgotten now. In 1970, in a book called Future Shock, that became an enormous bestseller in its day, the author, Alvin Toffler, along with his uncredited collaboratress and wife, Heidi, foresaw the entire human dilemma that I have just described. Even if some of the specific technological details eluded their imaginations more than 500 years ago, as seems reasonable. In a book that frequently lapses into clunky language, Toffler wrote the following warning, with utter clarity. For my money, better than the editorialists of the Financial Times. And on the same point, I read therefrom. Technological questions can no longer be answered in technological terms alone. They are political questions. Indeed, they affect us more deeply than most of the superficial political issues that occupy us today. This is why we cannot continue to make technological decisions in the old way. We cannot permit them to be made haphazardly, independently of one another. We cannot permit them to be dictated by short-run economic considerations alone. We cannot permit them to be made in a policy vacuum. And we cannot casually delegate responsibility for such decisions to businessmen, scientists, engineers, or administrators who are unaware of the profound consequences of their own actions. And yet, that is exactly what we seem to be doing. Another thinker helps us understand why, and his conclusions are hardly encouraging. In his book titled Seeing Like a State, subtitled How Certain Schemes to Improve the Human Condition Have Failed, and in parentheses, and others. In this work, the Yale University political scientist James C. Scott wrote about the propensity of humans to make heroic assumptions about the power of our own cleverness to come up with solutions to whatever problem rears its head. The book explores what Scott calls high modernism, essentially the effort to use history and, well, not history really, that's always forgotten, which is why no one ever learns, which is why I exist as your renegade historian, to tell you the history the conventional historians never learned and know nothing of. Rather, I would say the book explores what, well, vis-a-vis this concept of high modernism, which Scott is conceptualizing, formulating. It tells essentially the effort to use science and theory to order and regularize the social world, and to use theories of the future to remake the present. Scott defines high modernism in these terms. It is best conceived as a strong, one might even say muscle-bound, version of the beliefs in scientific and technical progress that were associated with industrialization in Western Europe and in North America from roughly 1830 until World War I. At its core was a supreme self-confidence about continued linear progress, the development of scientific and technical knowledge, the expansion of production, the rational design of social order, the growing satisfaction of human needs, and, not least, an increasing control over nature. Now, the lesson of AI and of formidable breakthroughs to come, such as quantum computing, however, is that we may now be reaching the point where something most unnatural to humans is the only thing that can save us: humility. That is certainly missing in the sociopathic psychotic whose attention I, per force of circumstance, must turn to: Elon Musk. Before I go down into that sewer of shit, checking into our live stream, checking to see if there's any further communications from our lovely ladies, going into checking the amount of time we have left, an hour and a half approximately, and seeing what I can rally in terms of my own personal energy at this time to take the war to the enemy. So, Elon Musk has conducted an about-face on government censorship. For months, Twitter chief Elon Musk has vowed that the platform under his watch would not censor on behalf of the United States government, as he claimed it had done in the past. In November, he pledged that Twitter will not censor accurate information about anything. Later that month, he called for a revolution against online censorship in America. In December, he suggested U.S. officials engaged in hidden state censorship in direct violation of the Constitution of the United States. In April, he tweeted, "Censor not, lest ye be censored." This months-long crusade culminated in the release of the so-called Twitter files, a trove of leaked internal documents that Musk and reactionary social media critics seized on as evidence the United States government sought to suppress speech online. Musk claimed the records showed that the government paid Twitter millions of dollars to censor info from the public, a claim fact-checkers proved was completely unsubstantiated. But over last weekend, Musk and the company disclosed plans to do the very thing he spent months decrying: censor speech at the behest of a national government. Late Friday of Yesterceptimania, last week, Twitter said that, in response to legal process and to ensure Twitter remains available to the people of Turkey, it had taken action to restrict access to some content in Turkey today, right before their legal elections took place, no less. Bigger than whale shit. Thus serving the dictator of that sad state. The company announced this maneuver just hours before a landmark and tightly contested election kicked off in Turkey on Sunday of Yesterceptimania, pitting longtime dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan against challenger Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, who has a suspiciously Romanian-sounding last name. Victims have exposed Erdogan of cracking down on social media companies to stifle opposition voices as he tries to stay in power. Twitter did not publicly say what accounts would be impacted, but that they had informed those users. Saturday of Yesterceptimania, last weekend, Musk said they would disclose what the government in Turkey sent us. This announcement sparked immediate backlash, with observers noting it contradicted Musk's stated aim to lead the company as a free speech absolutist. Representative Adam B. Schiff, a Democrat from my golden California, the former chair of the House Intelligence Committee, no less, tweeted, "Given Twitter's total lack of transparency, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that Musk's promises of free speech have again fallen away." That Saturday, Bloomberg opinion columnist and former Vox writer Matthew Iglesias tweeted, "The Turkish government asked Twitter to censor its opponents right before an election, and @Elon Musk complied. Should generate some interesting Twitter files reporting." Of course, Musk himself took umbrage at these observations, casting it as a difficult but necessary action. He tweeted back, "Did your brain fall out of your head, Iglesias? The choice is, have Twitter throttled in its entirety or limit access to some tweets. Which one do you want?" Twitter's decision in Turkey, however, is part of a larger trend of the company buckling to government takedown demands more often since Musk took over. According to a report yestermenses last month by tech news publication Rest of World, Twitter under Musk has complied with hundreds more government orders for censorship or surveillance, especially in countries such as Turkey and India. This report, which drew from Twitter's own self-reported data, proved that a steep increase in the portion of requests that Twitter complies with in full. This data, or so Rest of World's Russell Brandom wrote, also does not show a single request in which the company refused to comply, as it had done several times before the Musk takeover. Wikipedia co-founder Jimmy Wales, whose nonprofit Encyclopedia fought back against a since rescinded ban on the site in Turkey, called out Musk for not resisting the country's orders. He tweeted, "This is what it means to treat freedom of expression as a principle rather than a slogan." While it's not uncommon for platforms to comply with court orders demanding content be taken down globally, New York Times tech reporter Ryan Mack suggested the move could create a blueprint for repressive governments everywhere. He tweeted, "If Twitter doesn't censor the content you want, simply threaten to cut off the service. Its owner just put it in writing." As free speech advocates and members of the press have long pointed out, Musk's pledge to uphold free speech has always run the risk of conflicting with his comments about obeying local laws globally, given that many countries have moved to crack down on online speech. And strictly adhering to local laws could lead to greater safety risks in countries where the government and powerful people frequently push social media giants to eliminate content they don't like. Yet Elon Musk has conceded to humiliating defeat. He may have built an image of iconoclast and maverick who is not afraid to take risks and own his mistakes, but it is still very difficult for him to publicly admit that he was wrong. One must read between the lines to detect his admission of errors and failures. That's what just happened, in a sense. I mean, it did happen, but probably over a week gone by now that I think about it. It's what just happened nonetheless with Twitter, the platform for which Elon Musk overpaid a whopping 44 billion United States dollars last October. Elon Musk thought he was the only one who could save the social network from its financial woes. He probably felt that his name, which is in itself a brand, guaranteed him success, as with his other companies, Tesla and SpaceX. He also wanted to do it by creating a new economic model: subscriptions. In the second quarter of 2022, the last period for which data is even available, before Twitter went dark with all its scandalous failures on a monumental scale, and Elon Musk lost half his fortune in the shortest amount of time in recorded human history, Musk took Twitter private, so public disclosures are no longer available. At the time that I caught the last glimpse, 91.4% of revenue was generated by advertising. Basically, Twitter, like Facebook, now Meta, Get Free Report, Instagram, or Alphabet's Google, the Get Free Report YouTube, Snapchat, which trades as Snap, like it was the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program or food stamps or something, the Get Free Report, and TikTok, that unholy two-headed monster of a marriage, all depended on advertisers for its butter. And this is what brings us to the Blue subscriptions. The Techno King therefore decided to revamp Blue, the platform's subscription service. One of the great revolutions is that he incorporated the blue checkmark into Blue. This blue badge, which confirms the identity of the person or entity behind an account, was free under Twitter 1.0. Celebrities, organizations, and politicians were fond of this badge because it prevented them from being impersonated. By the way, just checking into some incoming notifications here. Okay, nothing in particular to pay attention to. Oh my God. Okay, so I love this wonderful individual, Reginald Burns. He's a black African-American gentleman who I suspect does not know who I am or even listen to me. My Facebook promotional banner, he wrote, it's a picture of myself and my son. He wrote, "Very beautiful ladies, always so cute." All right. Talk about impersonation. I guess we're female impersonators now. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. It's cute. It's adorable, actually. Checking live stream. Okay. Good. All right, back to work. Now, Musk raised the price of Blue to $7.99 per month for individuals and 1,000 United States dollars per month for organizations. And to mark the break with Twitter 1.0 and with other social networks, Musk gave the middle finger to advertisers. After promising them that the platform would not become a hellscape, he got rid of all the safeguards limiting hateful, racist, Judeo-phobic remarks, the spread of false information, etc. He heralded the era of post what you want as long as it is legal. This laissez-faire approach was in line, according to Elon Musk, with free speech, of which he says he is an absolutist defender. This bravado caused an exodus of advertisers, further financially weakening Twitter. But Musk was so convinced that his strategy of drastic cost reduction, he cut more than 5,200 people out of the 7,500 that the company employed when he arrived, and the subscriptions would allow the platform to find its footing. To be clear, he thought his name would be enough to attract content creators, influencers, and users. He declared on the Ides of February 15th, that he would remain CEO until the end of the year to stabilize said company. But 3 months later, he backtracked. He just announced last week by now, a new CEO, a chieftainess executrix officier, Linda Yaccarino. What is striking is that Yaccarino is a veteran of advertising. Officially, Musk says he is freeing up his time to better focus on Tesla, which trades as TSLA. Get Free Report, after having been criticized by many retail investors of the electric vehicle manufacturer who see Twitter as a distraction. All this to bring back advertisers. To really understand the reason for his expedited decision to step down, you have to look at Yaccarino's profile. This one clearly tells us that the tech mogul admits to having the wrong strategy regarding Twitter. He indirectly admits that his bravado did not produce the desired effect and that he undervalued the difficulties Twitter was facing. Basically, he does not really master the intricacies and mysteries of the business of social networks. Yaccarino has spent her entire career in television, with an initial stint of 20 years with the Time Warner Group, which has since become Warner Brothers Discovery, which trades as WBD. You can get a free report on them at their link as well, by the way. I'm not going to provide the links in our chat room, but every time I look up these trade names to find out the acronym under which they trade on the stock report, I get this get free report that I can't help but read out loud because it's so glaring. At NBC Universal, she overhauled the advertising strategy to support the move from video to streaming. Her mission at Twitter is simple: to regain credibility with advertisers and restore the lost trust and connection with them that Elon Musk burned. A few weeks ago, I'd say maybe close to a month ago by now, she did not hesitate to give some advice to Elon Musk when she interviewed him in front of an audience of advertisers as part of the Possible Marketing Conference. That was the name of the conference. The Possible. The goal, as she told him, is to make Twitter a place where advertisers will be excited to spend more money, emphasizing product development, security, and content moderation. According to Insider Intelligence, which I'm currently calling up on screen, Twitter's revenue is projected to drop 30% in fiscal 2023 to less than $3 billion United States dollars. And Blue, which is struggling to convince users, will not make up for this shortfall. But then we have the Musk conflict of Elon versus the World Economic Forum, which, as I've expressed before, sometimes my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, has visited. So if there was still any doubt that the choice of Yaccarino as CEO, the Chieftainess Executrix Officiae, is an admission of failure on behalf of Elon Musk, it is enough to examine the actions of the billionaire until recently. In January, Musk put down the WEF, the World Economic Forum. He mocked the organization as trying to be the boss of Earth. This earned him the applause of his millions of fans, including, well, every reactionary conservative on Earth. According to Yaccarino's LinkedIn profile, she is the chairperson of the WEF's, yes, you heard that right, the World Economic Forum's Task Force on Future of Work, and sits on the WEF's Media, Entertainment, and Culture Industry Governors Steering Committee. Musk did everything to knock down Dr. Anthony Fauci, the face of the American response to the COVID-19 pandemic. He sharply criticized the restrictions and measures related to the coronavirus. Yaccarino has spracketh in favor of masks and vaccines throughout the pandemic. By bringing in Yaccarino, Musk is running the risk of angering the reactionary conservatives of whom he has become the hero in recent months. Accepting this risk is further proof that the Techno King has failed and needs help desperately. And urgently, Elon Musk finds himself at the center of a new controversy that he himself created. Elon Musk has a controversial idea to bring down the multi-billionaire George Soros. The billionaire entrepreneur likes situations that position him alone against the establishment. This enables him to further burnish his credentials as a maverick and free thinker. For the past couple of, weeks by now, however, the billionaire has been criticized after he leveled serious accusations against his peer billionaire, George Soros. In a message posted to Twitter on May 15th, Musk claimed, sans any evidence whatsoever, that Soros hates humanity. Referring to the supervillain or the anti-hero in the Marvel Comics universe, Musk tweeted on May 15th, "Soros reminds me of Magneto." Now, Magneto is a super powerful uber mutant belonging to a fictional subspecies of humans born with superhuman abilities, who has the ability to generate and control magnetic fields. He is the sworn enemy of the group of superheroic mutants named the X-Men. He views mutants as evolutionarily superior to humans and dismisses the possibility of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. He first wanted to take over the world to allow mutants, whom he refers to as Homo superior, to replace humans as the dominant species. So, when it comes to this Soros hates humanity concept, it's founded in the concept that Magneto is a Holocaust survivor, or should I say the conceit that Magneto is a Holocaust survivor, whose extreme methods and cynical philosophy stem from his determination to protect mutants from a similar fate at the hands of a fearful world. The 92-year-old Soros is also a Holocaust survivor. He is Jewish, of Hungarian origin. The journalist Brian Krasenstein, who regularly interacts with Musk on the platform, commented, "Magneto's experiences during the Holocaust as a survivor shaped his perspective as well as his depth and empathy. Soros, also a Holocaust survivor, gets attacked non-stop for his good intentions, which some Americans think are bad merely because they disagree with his political affiliations." And Musk, the Musk man, responded, "You assume they are good intentions. They are not. He wants to erode the very fabric of civilization." He then added, "Soros hates humanity." Soros did not respond to my request for comment. Not that that's surprising, he probably never got it. Now, Musk's statements have earned him condemnation from Jewish organizations, which see them as Judeophobia. Jonathan Greenblatt, whom I just found out about today in terms of who this man is. The man who was identified as a lookalike for Nosferatu, the character, as opposed to Max Schreck, the actor, and a CEO, the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, the infamous ADL, that's a civil rights group that tracks and reports Judeophobic actions, himself tweeted, "Soros is often held up by the far right using anti-Semitic tropes as the source of the world's problems. To see Elon Musk, regardless of his intent, feed this segment, comparing him to a Jewish supervillain, claiming Soros hates humanity, is not just distressing, it's dangerous. It will embolden extremists who already contrive anti-Jewish conspiracies and have tried to attack Soros and Jewish communities as a result. Well, Soros has provided instructions to his pet prosecutors. And these criticisms, regardless, do not deter Elon Musk. The opposite. They seem to animate him, since he has just renewed his attacks against Soros. Or rather, he never stops them. Musk portrays him as a villain who controls many district attorneys like puppets. So, responding to Greenblatt, whom Ian calls Nosferatu, or Nosferat Greenblatt, that's actually euphonic, the entrepreneur quipped, ADL should just drop the A. Then he went to the attack. On May 17th, the billionaire charged, without providing any evidence whatsoever, in his own words, Soros astutely identified a massive arbitrage opportunity in district attorney elections, where a relatively small amount of money has outsized influence. Soros's instructions to his pet prosecutors were essentially to minimize prosecuting even violent criminals. That's why a criminal, someone who had already stabbed his roommate, could brutally assault Dave Chappelle on stage with that same deadly weapon and yet receive merely a misdemeanor. In an interview with CNBC on May 16th, Musk said that he had the right to tweet his opinions and will continue to do so, even if it scares away advertisers. He said, I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequences of that is losing money, so be it. Now, Soros is the subject of many conspiracy theories from the right and from extremists. His critics accuse him of supporting weak-on-crime candidates for prosecutorial posts, contributing to a rise in crime in their cities. The financier has made numerous contributions in support of reform-minded prosecutors across the country since 2015, if I remember correctly. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed last summer, the billionaire said that he had no intention of stopping his support of progressive candidates running to become prosecutors or for re-election. Instead, the financier said, the funds I provide enable sensible reform-minded candidates to receive a hearing from the public. Judging by the results, the public likes what it's hearing. Did I do that accent right? Donald Trump and his cultists are accusing the world's most famous short seller of being behind last April's indictment of the former Republican president by a Manhattan grand jury. They say the indictment is a setup by Soros, who handpicked and funded the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin L. Bragg. The financier has said that he doesn't know Bragg from Adam and never directly funded his campaign. About Bragg, Soros told Semaphore, from which I'm sourcing this news, I did not contribute to his campaign and I don't know him. I think some on the right would rather focus on far-fetched conspiracy theories than on the serious charges against the former president. While Soros did not contribute directly to Bragg's campaign, his son Jonathan and Jonathan's wife, Jennifer, did contribute. They donated a total of $20,000 to Bragg's 2021 campaign. That's according to the New York State Board of Elections, from what I'm looking up right now. The link between George Soros and Bragg is ergo indirect. Between 2016 and 2022, Soros personally and Democracy PAC, that's a political action committee, to which Mr. Soros has contributed funds, have together contributed roughly $4 million to Color of Changes PAC, their political action committee, including $1 million in May of 2021. That's what Michael Vacon, a spokesperson, told The Street in April, which I'm looking up now online. Vacon said, none of those funds were earmarked for Braggs's campaign. The Color of Change Political Action Committee spent $500,000 on Bragg's 2021 election campaign. So in this case, the radicalized Russophiliac right-wing reactionaries have some degree of fact on their side. But, hey, well, it's not like they don't do what they do either. Now, this would just be another way for, say, even the lovely Notice of Revolution, as well as, of course, the men Ian West and Nemo Albano, to just conclude that everybody's the same and all parties are alike. We can't go down that route. Down that route lies hopelessness. We'll get into that hopefully Wednesday. And that may be too hopeful, since our man George Knight will have all his time with us. And I'll probably be tempted to let him do the majority of the talking. It will be a refresher course for everyone, and, a new course for our listeners. By the way, as I said, the American Armed Forces Day was Saturday, just yesterday. Hard to believe, day before yesterday by now. And before that, it was Cinco de Mayo weekend. And that was what I was celebrating when I came in at the last minute to host the banned episode. The episode The Bulgarians Likely Got Banned. And when it comes to that episode, I didn't have an opportunity the week thereafter to give anyone a history lesson on Cinco de Mayo. There's no real history lesson to give you on American Armed Forces Day. If you look that up, you'll find all you need to know in a matter of seconds. Basically, according to the United States Department of Defense, President Harry S. Truman led the effort to establish a single holiday for citizens to come together and thank our military members for their patriotic service in support of our country. I almost called it a company. So what I can tell you is that Armed Forces Day in England is on June 24th this year. So it's an annual event over there. And I think that was first observed in 2006. The year just before my late and sainted legal sire, the man who raised and guided me, was dead, murdered really, thanatized as the Veterans Administration, the VA calls it, in other words, processed out of existence. Matter of fact, let me put this on my calendar for next month, June 24th. I'd rather raise a glass of alcohol in celebration of the British Armed Forces than the Americans. Even then, I wouldn't do much. Okay, so let's say British Armed Forces Day. Armed Forces Day. Entering that on my calendar. And, this is new. At any rate, understand this. There's 3 of these holidays that everybody confuses, including George W. Bush Jr., when he said on Veterans Day, "This is when we honor our dead veterans." No, you ignorant fuck, you draft-dodging National Guardsman who flew in the Champagne wing of the Texas Air National Guard, no less, which never took off from the fucking ground. No, that's Memorial Day. which is coming up. Veterans Day is when we honor the survivors of America's war. Memorial Day is when we honor all the poor fuckers who died. Armed Forces Day is when we honor all of those who are not veterans. They are active duty. And you're really not technically a veteran until you see combat, if you're in active duty. Then, for some reason, you get out of service, and if you muster out, then you get to be called a veteran, as if you've seen combat, even if, like the overwhelming majority, you never have. So, it's all a crock of shit, and there's no real reason to be honoring any of these people for reasons that I've said. Believe me, of course I'm bitter about it, as well as I should be, because of my experiences with these people. That may be just how I deal with it, but really, these are people who get benefits you can never hope to have. They are forever in a welfare state, the overwhelming majority for doing shit. The physics definition of work can only be applied, the term work, can only be applied if you ultimately accomplish the objective of your effort. If you were to place yourself behind a supermassive boulder and push at it all day and sweat and strain until your sinews were torn, a physicist would tell you you haven't done any work because no result has been produced. Since America has lost every war it's fought in, from World War I, which you cannot declare a victory, when a supermassive viral attack wiped out 100 million people and shortened the lifespan of another 100 million by at least a decade and a half, 10 to 15 years. Since you didn't win World War II for all the reasons I've articulated in the Roswell Deception and the demystification of World War II, since you did not win the Korean War, since you did not win Vietnam, since you went fleeing in Iraq and Afghanistan from a bunch of ragheads wearing flip-flops, you have a military which has done no work. If this were a private security organization hired to provide security for your business, you would cut their contract because they have repeatedly failed you and you've lost all your money. You're not only paying them, which compounds the felony, you've lost everything they didn't preserve and protect. So you should have that same attitude towards your military. Judging by the fact that they've lost every war they've ever fought in, and believe me, Grenada and Panama do not count as victories. As I said, that's like the Bulgarian couple, Milko and Simeon, picking up baseball bats and positioning themselves at the bottom of a wheelchair ramp and bashing in senior citizen skulls when they're rolled down the ramp towards them as target practice. That would be what the equivalent of Grenada and Panama were like. It's a worthless. It's an exercise in nothingness. It's incredibly stupid. So all that being said, your military does not deserve respect. They have not preserved your freedom. They've done everything they can to destroy it. They are your enemy. They are responsible for the overwhelming majority of atrocities we have addressed, or that brought me to the attention of so many people obsessed with doing research on mass child predation. So many crimes were committed under their misrule, their junta, their effective junta over the United States, that they had to create after my exposure, which forced the closure of the Presidio military base, the second most important base for the American empire on planet Earth next to the Pentagon. After that, they had to pretend they had cleaned up their act by instituting a month of the military child, which you can actually look up online. Honestly, that shows you how desperate they are to cover their slimy snail tracks. I mean, who the hell would need a month of the military child? Whatever else the military should be, it should not be a family environment. It's meant to break things and kill people. Instead, we've got the month of April. Of course. Yester Menzies, just last month, dedicated to taking care of our military children. Yeah, that's, yeah, they took care of them all right for years. And if it weren't for me, that month wouldn't exist. You can check up the dates, the chronology, the time that it was instituted in response to the closure of the Presidio military base, though they'll never tell you that. At any rate, so that's the history of your goddamn Armed Forces Day. That's what they represent. As for Cinco de Mayo, which I never actually got a chance to talk about because of that week I was banned, Americans might love Cinco de Mayo, but few know what they're even celebrating. The holiday honors a 19th century battle between the French and the Mexican armies that, strangely enough, may have influenced the outcome of the United States Civil War. Now, let me take a short break here to hydrate myself, kind of catch my breath before I go on. Take a look again at the time we have remaining. I mean, I'm earning my pay as best I can. Again, I emphasize the need for your contributions to make it through the month. We're trying to raise 400 United States dollars. And of course, many wonderful people have contributed what they could. I'm encouraging larger donations from people who can do so without putting themselves out. $100 a donation here, there will help immeasurably. So everybody who's listening now, take that into account and encourage friends and relations who might be able to afford such to contribute so that the biological son of Adolf Hitler can continue to educate and inform, the ignorant masses in benighted North America, the darkest of all continents in terms of its ignorance. Now, many Americans celebrate Cinco de Mayo, but how many actually even know the story of the holiday? Because contrary to popular belief, Cinco de Mayo doesn't mark Mexican independence, which is celebrated on September 16th. Instead, it's meant to commemorate the Battle of Puebla, which was fought between the Mexican and French armies in 1862. In Mexico's long and storied history, the Battle of Puebla is generally considered a fairly minor event, but its legacy lives on a century and a half later, particularly in these United States, because it was all about beating back an empire. You see, after Mexico won independence from Spain in 1821, other nations were reluctant to recognize the autonomy of this fledgling country. In the ensuing decades, Mexico lost a large portion of its land to these United States and entered into a period of economic and political instability, from which it never really recovered. And this was punctuated by a civil war in the late 1850s that resulted in Benito Juárez, Mexico's first indigenous president, taking power in 1861. One of Juárez's first acts was canceling repayments on foreign loans in an attempt to protect Mexico's struggling economy. This angered the Greater British Empire, the Spanish and French empires as well, and prompted them all to send a joint expeditionary force to Mexico. However, Great Britain and Spain quickly withdrew as it became as clear that the French Emperor, the ruler at that time, Napoleon III, was more interested in overthrowing the New Mexican government. The Battle of Puebla took place on May 5th of 1862, when the Mexican army, led by Commander General Ignacio Zaragoza, repelled attacks by the French army on the city of Puebla, located about 70 miles southeast of Mexico City. It was a comparatively small but inspirational victory for Mexico, and 4 days later, on May 9th of 1862, Juarez declared Cinco de Mayo a national holiday. Even though the French would eventually defeat the Mexican army and take control of the country under the short-lived Second Mexican Empire, which lasted from 1864 to 1867, the victory in the Battle of Puebla sent a powerful message to the rest of the world. The Mexican army was outnumbered 2-1 by seasoned French troops, so Mexico proved itself to be a formidable opponent worthy of international respect. And the fact that the country was led by an indigenous president, no less, held a special symbolic significance. As for that inadvertent impact on American history, or United States history, because this is the hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere of the Americas, and if one considers us all Pan-American, Canadians and Mexicans and Haitians are Americans too. So, correctly, we would use U.S. American whenever referring to ourselves here within this union. The Battle of Puebla actually had an inadvertent impact on these United States, which at the time was embroiled in its civil war between the states. Sociologist David Hayes, author of the book entitled El Cinco de Mayo, subtitled An American Tradition, has proven that by defeating the French at the Battle of Puebla, Mexicans prevented the French army from continuing northward towards the United States border, where they would have most certainly aided the Confederate States of America. It is what the Union deemed the rebel Confederacy. So it's important to understand that Mexico's victory at the Battle of Puebla changed the course of American history, meaning hemispherically, not just the Unions or the Confederacies. The Battle of Puebla was contemporarily celebrated in the state of California, which still had strong ties to Mexico. Aligned with the Union, the state's citizens viewed the victory as a defense of freedom. For almost a century, few within these United States ever celebrated Cinco de Mayo, but it reemerged as an important holiday in California, my golden blue state, in the mid-20th century, sparked by the growing Chicano movement. The David versus Goliath story fittingly mirrored the struggle for civil rights. And then the companies began to cash in. The widespread commercialization of Cinco de Mayo occurred during the 1980s and 1990s. Beer companies, in particular, targeted Mexicano-Americanos, exhorting them to celebrate their heritage with Coronas, Bud Lights, and Dos Equis. The commodification of Mexican and Mexicano-Americano heritage soon followed, and Today's revelers purchase piñatas, Mexican flag paraphernalia, sombreros, and costumes that can veer towards, well, basically the offensive. Cultural appropriation in a poncho. And while more and more Americans, regardless of their ethnic heritage, take its part in the festivities, few know what Cinco de Mayo even commemorates. One survey proved that only 10% of Americanos, well, white Americanos, could describe the holiday's origins. The complicated legacy of Cinco de Mayo serves as a reminder that the past is made meaningful in different ways by different people. For Mexicanos, especially those living outside of the modern city of Puebla, the holiday is actually of minor significance, dwarfed in comparison to much more important national and religious holidays like Mexican Independence Day and the Day of the Dead. However, reenactments of the Battle of Puebla still take its place in modern Puebla, as well as in Mexico City's Peñón de los Baños neighborhood. For many Mexicano-Americanos, the day holds a special significance as an opportunity to celebrate their shared heritage. But given the creeping commercialization of the holiday, some Mexican Americans have expressed ambivalence about celebrating it at all. And for Americans without Mexican ancestry, the holiday seems to simply serve as an excuse to drink margaritas until they drop. Hopefully, never to rise again. I couldn't resist that. So, that being said, 45 minutes left. Oh my God. What else comes to my mind that's worthy of some discussion? And how do I even... Well, I guess it's important to get into something that destroyed the one crazy lady who became a cultist of the anti-gods. Falling on the other side of the fence, she was trying to straddle between the Edomites and myself, Selena Khan. And, of course, out of respect to a man who shall remain anonymous, CryptoCoin has done, shall we say, well, damage beyond accounting is the best way to express it. Now, there was recently a hack known as the Mt. Gox hack, MTGOX. After the Mt. Gox hack, Tokyo, capital city in which my mother was born during the Great Tokyo Earthquake and Fire in 1923. The greatest city in the world in so many respects, capital of the Empire of Japan, put in place really tough rules that later protected FTX customers. And now, from that secure base, the Empire of Japan is moving to allow blockchain technologies to flourish. So I'll try and put this into a perspective that has meaning to you. FTX is a trading company, commonly known only as FTX. It's properly referenced as FTX Trading Limited. It is a bankrupt company that formerly operated a cryptocurrency exchange and a crypto hedge fund. So FTX itself, the acronym, is an abbreviation of Futures Exchange. Changpeng Zhao. That's a Chinese guy, as you might guess. Changpeng Zhao of Binance. That's B-I-N-A-N-S. Well, it's finance spelled with a B instead of an I. Probably the way the Chinese pronounce it. Purchased a 20% stake in FTX for approximately $100 million US. And that's probably the most I know about it most immediately. I'm going to dredge more out of my addled brain before we close transmission. or at least I'll try. But what I can tell you is that the Empire of Japan could teach the United States and the world about regulating crypto. You see, more than 1 million investors around the world were left stranded when FTX suddenly collapsed in November with an astonishing hole, estimated at 8.7 billion United States dollars in its balance sheet. The cryptocurrency exchange and its 130 plus affiliates have been operating in bankruptcy for half a year by now, and a new management team claims to have recovered 7.3 billion US dollars of the missing cash and tokens. Yet only one component of the company has returned money to clients. FTX's Japanese unit allowed all verified accounts to resume withdrawals on February 21st. As of April 25th, last time my gang brother Beaver checked into it, nearly 10,000 individual and corporate clients had withdrawn crypto and cash worth approximately 23.4 billion yen. That's equal to 175.4 million United States dollars, according to the company. Count this as a victory for the Empire of Japan's financial regulators and the strict rules they've put in place to protect consumers in the wild and woolly world of crypto. The Empire of Japan cracked down with safety and soundness rules from a unified regulator after 12 big exchange hacks. But now, from that stable, and some in the industry would say overly restrictive, base, it's seeking to come up with a strategy to become a leader in the collection of mostly decentralized, blockchain-based technologies known as Web3. The American empire, by contrast, has arguably been open to more innovation, but its dueling oversight agencies, interdepartmentally infighting, as they are, and their complete and total lack of rules, have created gaps in oversight and an anti-culture of regulation by enforcement that makes strategic planning perilous. The Empire of Japan, an early adopter of digital assets, learned the value of regulation early and the hard way, through what remains arguably the most notorious crypto hack ever, the 2014 plunder of 800,000 bitcoins from Mt. Gox, which had been the world's largest Bitcoin exchange. 4 years later, Coincheck, another cryptocurrency exchange based in Tokyo, was robbed of $500 million United States dollars worth of NEM blockchain's Zem coins. Just so people understand the NEM acronym, I think my gang brother Beaver said it was for Newmount Corporation, which he may be thinking differently from what I was trying to do research into. Basically, he provided most of the information that I'm going to share with you now. But definitely, when it comes to the Zem coin, that should help us identify what I'm trying to look for. And what that takes me to is, of all things, heavy-duty Vietnamese sites. So understand that Zem, XEM, is a cryptocurrency that powers the new economy movement. That's what the acronym is for. And that's, well, it powers the blockchain. So to verify transactions, NEM uses basically a unique, what could I call it? I guess the best way to describe it would be a kind of, it's just basically an advanced blockchain technology. It's an upgrade on the existing blockchain technologies with additional built-in features. Really is probably the most a non-technical individual like myself could express it. But like everything else in crypto, I would advise avoiding it. After the Mt. Gox and Coincheck shocks, the Empire of Japan's primary financial regulator, the FSA, the Financial Services Agency, tightened the rules on crypto exchanges. And according to Ananya Kumar, the Associate Director of Digital Currencies at the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomics Center, that's the think tank's unit addressing foreign policy, finance, and economics, the FSA's rules include customer and company assets must be held separately, with holdings verified in annual audits. Investors cannot borrow more than twice their investments for leveraged trades on exchanges. Now note that many cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance, allow trading at 100 times leverage. Also, exchanges must hold at least 95% of customer funds in cold wallets, which are not connected to the internet. Now, these measures have proved instrumental in enabling clients of the Japanese subsidiary of FTX to withdraw their assets after its parent filed for bankruptcy in November. It remains unclear when other FTX clients will be able to get their money back and how much of it they'll get, if they get any back at all. So, the Empire of Japan has therefore, thusly become a customer-friendly crypto haven, but at the expense of stringent supervision of this freewheeling digital assets industry. Now, the Empire of Japan, building on that secure base, with a national economic strategy and a bid to lead its allies in creating rules that will effectively govern the industry, well, they've proven that they're financially Fortress Japan. So in written comments, the agency told the press the FSA contributed to international policy discussion, including the one at the Financial Stability Board, an international organization that monitors and makes recommendations about the global financial system on crypto assets by leveraging its experience as a global forerunner in the regulation and monitoring of crypto asset activities and markets. Now, on April 6th, the ruling Liberal Democratic Party's Web3 project team, tasked with drafting crypto-focused policy proposals, released a white paper outlining several recommendations, including a call for Tokyo, the capital of Empire, to take the lead. This 35-page document predicts, after crypto winter, Japan may be the first to welcome spring. As a country that has overcome many hardships in the cryptocurrency industry, we are in a position to persuade the world about the immeasurable potential of Web3. I mean, all that sounds great. Suggestions in this paper cover tax reform, improved accounting standards, and regulation of blockchain-based finance. There's even a recommendation for the government to drive the conversation about digital assets at the next G7, Group of Seven Summit, which was, well, scheduled to be held in Hiroshima late last month. In February, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida told the Budget Committee of Japan's House of Representatives that there are various possibilities for using Web3 in Japan. He said that the Japanese government could employ blockchain-based mechanisms like non-fungible tokens and decentralized autonomous organizations to revitalize regions and promote Cool Japan, a national strategy aimed at promoting the empire's innovations and culture to the rest of the world that dates back to the early 2000s and echoes the United Kingdom's Cool Britannia policies of the 1990s. According to written comments to the press by Masaki Taira, the team's leader and a member of the House of Representatives, his team, including about 10 members of the Diet, that's Japan's national legislature, 6 lawmakers, or lawyers rather, from the private sector with expertise in Web3 and 10 leading Japanese digital influencers acting as advisors. All this works directly with Kishida, the Prime Minister of the Empire, and several government bodies. So, to quote us the Taira statement, released by Masaki Taira, the policy proposals compiled by the project team are adopted almost immediately by the LDP, that's the Liberal Democratic Party, which all critics say is neither liberal nor democratic. And a significant portion is adopted into government policy. It is an extremely powerful team. While Western financial regulators appear to be single-mindedly focused on tightening regulations in the midst of what is being called a crypto winter, I assess that Japanese financial regulators correctly understand the potential of blockchain and other technologies and are working to design regulations in a forward-looking manner. That's because the Empire of Japan has already been there and done that. Now, major American crypto exchanges like Kraken and Coinbase have recently shut their subsidiaries in the Empire of Japan, citing market conditions. Overall, there are 37 crypto exchanges registered in the Empire, according to the FSA. The Empire of Japan does not have a long history of being hospitable to blockchain entrepreneurs. In addition to its heavy-handed regulation, the Empire of Japan's tax code is particularly hostile to the industry. It's also hard to get new cryptocurrencies approved. After founding their gaming company, Murasaki, on home shores yesteryear, Shinosuke Murata and Shunsuke Sasaki recently decided to move their business to the Netherlands. In October, Murata lamented, by way of a written explanation, in a Nikkei, that's a Japanese major newspaper op-ed, opinion editorial column, that with a corporate tax rate set around 30% on unrealized gains from cryptocurrency holdings, it is a real struggle to get a new blockchain-based business off the ground, and that, additionally, the agency can take months to review previews, or proposals rather, to list new tokens, which results in the Empire of Japan's trading market growing much slower at lower levels of liquidity than those of other countries. So, to quote us Murata, Japan loses entrepreneurs that could build $100 million businesses because of those barriers. Suppose you issue 100 tokens, each worth $1 million. Even if you don't realize gains, you will need to pay $30 million next year. Practically no startup founders can issue a token. Why would 2 Japanese entrepreneurs with considerable experience starting companies in their own country go halfway around the world to set up a new business? Simply because it just was not feasible to do so in Japan. Now, the existing framework makes it difficult for local entrepreneurs. Avalanche's brand recognition in the Empire of Japan is exploding, or at least that's what this Harada guy I'm sourcing says, which has prompted Avalabs to start building a presence in the Island Empire, or the Empire of Islands. As a first step, his team has partnered with Japanese media giant GREE, yeah, that's their actual acronym, GREE, on a new blockchain game. Per Roy Hirata, head of a new Japanese subsidiary of the Avalanche blockchain's main developer company, the New York-based Avalabs, has noted, "I see a huge opportunity for both intellectual property providers and traditional businesses in Japan to adopt a blockchain like Avalanche, providing both decentralization and compliant service." For now, it's deep-pocketed tech giants that are leading the blockchain push in the Empire of Japan. This year's Forbes Blockchain 50, that's an annual list highlighting the best enterprise applications of the distributed database technology, features 3 Japanese companies: Fujitsu, Line, yeah, Line, all uppercase, and NTT, again, all uppercase acronym there. The social media giant Line helps create NFTs for, well, it's non-fungible tokens, for 26 big customers, including SoftBank, South Korea's Naver search engine, and Visa. According to the company itself, more than 12 million wallets have registered on its Dozy NFT platform since September. NTT Docomo, the Empire's dominant mobile phone service, has pledged to invest up to $4 billion in Web3 infrastructure. The electronics powerhouse, Fujitsu, teamed up with the financial services giants, including Mitsubishi UFJ Mizuho and Sumitomo Mitsui, to build the Ryugyu Koku. The Ryugyu Koku is the Japanese metaverse economic zone. This initiative, announced in February, seeks to build a shared metaverse infrastructure for large enterprises. Meanwhile, the FSA is planning to lift its ban on the domestic distribution of stablecoins later this year. The exact date and the coins that will be allowed have not been determined, but decisions are scheduled for June. Well, let's take a look at who's sending me messages. Our man Pete is in the house, so let's bring him on call. I'll continue talking about, well, Japan and their cryptocurrency in our next episode, and we'll take it from there, because that'll take us in all kinds of directions, as you might imagine. Okay, so let me brace myself. Bring the Moon Man on to help us with the outro. Okay. Add participants. P. And Peter Moon comes right at the top. For some reason, Noreen Helphand is under him. Did that work? Oh, there we are. So,
hello.
Good morning, Peter. Share with us how your night went. Any dreams that bear remembering or retelling?
A lot of dreams, but not good to mention. Not horrible, but nothing worth mentioning of a research wise. Everything's okay in that regard. I have, I do have. I've been listening to you for quite a while because I was upstairs and I started to get tired, or I would have called earlier. But I do have something to share. A couple things.
Great.
First off, you went back into the AI diatribe again.
Yes.
somehow you seem to get derailed on that for whatever reason. It's a very, deep thread, but I think last time I commented on the Gollum factor with that, but this time you were talking about I forget what the word you used or the phrase you used about the monstrous aspect to it.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what the context you said, but just this monster rapacious force, which is not much different from Cthulhu itself, or at least the beast.
Mm-hmm.
And what I thought of this, I thought, of the paradigm of the Kundalini paradigm.
Yes.
The Kundalini paradigm, there's your monster force. It's like, and it relates to the Naga. In other words, this computerized intelligence, which is always attributed to the beast 666, and all of this and being barcoded, all this, just like the fruit is barcoded.
Yeah.
That is your Ahrimanic. When I say Ahrimanic, that's the mechanistic deity that rules the material plane in the Persian religion. But yeah, it's this force, but this is the same force that we contend with in terms of being able to jump up the Kundalini spout and have a full open awareness of all that is. And I'm sure you will find allusions to it in the Bible, such as the Tower of Babel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas, God is trying to, or humanity's trying to build a tower to God, which is the same as the pathway to Shambhala, or the going up the Kundalini and having this cosmic consciousness, and then that is what gets derailed. It's like going back to the Garden of Eden, slapping you down off the tower. You get to the top of the Empire State Building, and you get, the airplanes came off to shoot you off like you're King Kong. It's this continual mechanism or mechanistic universe. So on the one hand, you can view the computer, and there are aspects of computing which you could even call artificial intelligence. When you start getting into games, like, I don't know if there's any games that do Kundalini.
I suppose there must be some that kind of emulate it.
These games are elaborately thought out.
Yes.
It's incredible. It even goes beyond government or Aquino-esque evil, because it's just like, where did they come up with this stuff? I could go into more detail on specifics, but that I've encountered. But yeah, so there's like, what is the game plan of? Yeah, I should look at this Kundalini role-playing games, or you never get to the top. Ha ha ha. Cthulhu's up there. So that was a perspective, as they say, and to correlate Kundalini with the Bible could be interesting. There are correlations, at least, the Tower of Babel, and it's always, you're not supposed to go there. You're not supposed to go there. Thou mustn't go this way. And you're in a realm of obedience, and that's not a criticism of the Bible. It's a fact of the way the world works. And to tell you the truth, the common grunt doesn't belong up there in the upper regions of sanctity until he belongs there.
Right.
It's like you don't belong in the utility room of the IBM building, and with all the interconnections and all the plumbing and all, the utility room. I say the utility basement, whatever it is.
Yes.
There's like huge. These buildings have huge mechanisms to keep the heat going, the electricity going. They have backup systems. You don't belong there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this applies to many aspects
of the government just so that it can function as it functions. Just like, you don't belong in the Federal Reserve room where they're making the decisions. Maybe they need somebody like you. I'm talking about you personally, but I'm saying whoever's listening. But there's just certain places you don't belong.
Yes.
Now, with regards to Ian West, I don't know if he's still with us, and I'm just, he says he's doing paperwork. Who does paperwork? I do admin, which is cyber work. I mean, it's not that there's not paper involved. There is, but it inevitably involves cyber work.
I have to do paperwork sooner or later with this taxi voucher thing, the paratransit form. I've got to fill it up because, just the nature of the beast. It's for old seniors like me to get their discount.
Yeah, except that Ian's much more tech-oriented, so I'm curious as to paperwork.
Right. It is an odd term to use, yeah. That's for him, yes.
Yeah. Do you know what he does for a living?
Yeah, Ian, what do you do for a living? He, as far as I know, the things I know about is he builds computers from fucking scratch.
Okay, there you go.
But that's not his money. I mean, that gives him processors the size of peanuts, which take half a day to download the episode he did from Odyssey, which then he put on his channel so I could burn it for my own. But when it comes to, say, for instance, what he does for a living, as far as I know, mostly my impression is he buys a bunch of weird-ass cheap shit from China that takes months and months to get here, and then he resells it for, orders of magnitude higher pricing. and that's how he makes his living. It's
on eBay?
Something like that, or I think he just kind of puts it out there somewhere, letting people know he's got this to offer, and he's jacked the prices way up from the pennies he got it for from the communist Chinese, and then kind of makes himself a kind of living doing this. I mean, that and also at other times he's called to help with setting up the stages for incoming rock concerts and shit. So he'll go to set up the stage for special events that he's literally doing physical work, which is admirable. And so there you go. That's what I know about that. He seems to be
Well, I could see a little bit of paperwork involved, but anyway, so whatever. But the one thing I would say, and I will encourage him to do this when he's next on line with me. It's first off, I was listening to all that stuff he was talking about with this Montauk type facility. And I agree with you. It is compelling information. And I mean, I have both a positive and a jaundiced view on it in terms of engaging in it. But it was a compelling story. I did not find the lack of visuals a deterrent to what he was saying at all.
Okay, thank you.
Because it might be more compelling without seeing the visuals, because the visuals might not be as convincing.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Go on.
But he is seeing something. One of the jaundiced views I would have on it, where your mind goes, your energy goes.
Yes.
This is Qigong. So the more energy you put into that, the more stuff. And of course, I used like to use this analogy at Montauk. It was an underground entrance that was said to be, I heard it from different sources, including Preston, but not just from him, is you get down to a certain area in the underground and there's a red light outside the door. And I don't mean a red light in the context of
I was about to say, that sounds like something to look forward to. Yes, go on.
Like a warning light.
Understood.
And that's an entrance. You knock on the door and you get in or whatever. And of course, the thing is, you find, you found the red light. No, you don't want to knock on the door. You don't want to knock on that door because there's responsibility that goes with it. Just like my friend Jan Van Helsing, the German author and media semi-mogul, I guess. I don't want to call him a mogul, but whatever he's doing now with alternative media, he had met somebody from
Unterland.
Ah.
And he says, could I go? He says, it could be arranged. He says, but if you go, the only condition is you can't return.
There you are. Yes.
So there are, and I don't know that Unterland was like, Montauk, but it's becoming part of the cult for sure. Mm-hmm. Not in the typical sense, but certainly you can't return. Okay, they now own your soul.
Your body at least. But go on.
Yeah, exactly. So, what does one help to achieve? Now, on the other hand, I would say, I would encourage him to do a video presentation and diatribe with all of the context, putting it into context. Because when he started talking about it, the last time I was on with him, he's just shooting from the hip, and I don't quite know what he's talking about. And now I have a much better idea of what he's talking about.
Ah, okay.
But he still needs to start from square one for the person who doesn't even know what MK Ultra is. I mean,
right.
Okay, that can be a couple of minutes.
Yes, you see, there is an enormous amount of vernacular that he's using that's specific to a particular subculture, which is the kind of people who spend all day on the internet. So he's got to...
But even they wouldn't understand because he's in his own mind.
Yes.
You have to get out of your own mind and talk to other people.
Thank you.
And say, where does... And I have to do this continually because when I give a lecture of any kind in any location, there are always people in the audience who don't even know who I am.
Right.
So you have to start from square one. But I think that he could get compelling views if he were to tell the story and invest in some presentation acumen that might be beyond his research acumen because the research acumen is strong. The presentation acumen needs to be more presentable for a wider audience. And I think that I think he would get a lot of attention and views. And of course, that creates another problem for somebody like him is, okay, you created some content. Now you got to come back and create some more.
There you go. Yes.
What the hell are you doing? And that's, that's like the problem with Salmon Shake. He can't create any more content. He can do pull-ups and eat ice cream. He doesn't hold the audience. Unless you think, hey, this guy's real neat. But what is, nobody really cares. To have a video of me making sourdough bread.
Thank you. I mean, these are like...
Yeah. Unless it's a sour bread dough video, and even then, it would be for sourdough customers, not for Peter Moon customers.
Yes.
So, do you want to brand yourself as somebody who eats ice cream or somebody who makes content, and then it requires an investment of time and energy.
Yes.
And is it worth it other than, hey, I got a bunch of hits? And that I always found one of the most disturbing thing on the internet when it first came big was that people were just obsessed with getting attention.
Yes.
Because I got attention. This is something I never got before.
Yes.
And, I could never understand what do you want to do with the attention? I mean, ultimately, I suppose you want to commoditize it. And also with, Google has ruined so many lives of people who've made a lot of money with YouTube, and then they take away. But I was thinking about that. I don't think about it too much. And because I think that Whitney Webb mentioned that she had, they messed with her in terms of that. Because she was just putting out data, but that, they get, so, but I'm saying, and maybe not in her case, because she's very down the, conspiracy chute. But people that, it's just some girl who's making a lot of money doing whatever. She's not doing conspiracy. And
she commits suicide or becomes despondent because Google took away her income. Well, see, Google's making income too. See,
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand the conspiracy thing, but they're saying, "Oh no, you can't have this anymore," and then they lose it all.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah. Like, what's that about? It's like, I think it's it has to do with empowering individuals.
Yes.
Well, if you can make that much money, so can your neighbor. So can your neighbor. There's a weird element of control into it.
Yes.
And by the way, Whitney Webb really put Elon Musk in his place. She just basically said he's a CIA asset from day one.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean he doesn't think he's doing the right thing. It doesn't mean he does either. It's like he's a CIA asset from day one. You don't